An unexpected turn of events has transported her into the world of Harry Potter. Faced with such a novel realm of magic, she can only exclaim, "Is this a game one cannot afford to play?" Having joined the ranks of those who traverse stories without knowledge of the plot, how is this different from starting anew? Nevertheless, she resolves to maintain a positive attitude and to carry herself with elegance. Her primary aim is companionship. Upon their first encounter, Theodore perceives the girl before him as nothing more than a naive fool, overly generous with her kindness. When they meet again, Theodore instantly recognizes her, initially intending to feign indifference. Yet, she remains unchanged in her disposition. Indulging her and calling him Theo, allowing her to take his hand and sit beside him, he finds himself unsettled by her laughter shared with others. What is happening to him? Chapter 1, Prelude. In the depths of night, amidst a forest, the faint sound of cicadas fills the summer air. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, enveloping the woods in tranquility and mystery. Suddenly, a glaring beam from a flashlight pierces the darkness. Though the source is modest, it stands out starkly against the backdrop of the forest. The holder of the flashlight is a petite young woman, appearing to have recently graduated from university. "Nana, do we really have to explore this forest?" It's the middle of the night. The girl holding the flashlight quavers, her grip trembling with fear. The one leading the way is another young woman, seemingly of similar age, clad in attire suited for jungle exploration, her hair tied back in a pragmatic ponytail. Fortunately, her tall stature prevents her from being overwhelmed by the heavy load she carries. "Of course. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyin. I've done my research." Although this is merely the most ordinary outskirts of City A, no one has truly unraveled its mysteries. Even the locals are unaware of what lies within. There are no tales of wild beasts or ghosts, yet no one dares to venture here. Isn't that peculiar? Chen Na is resolute in her hypothesis, glancing back at the trembling Zhang Xiaoyin, who struggles with fear. With a resigned sigh, she steps closer to support her. "Xiaoyin, why don't you wait here? You'll delve deeper and go live. I have the most stable signal on my back, purchased at great expense. If anything goes awry, you can come to my aid." Though her words convey confidence, Chen Na is steadfast in her belief that she will return safely. Having grown up in these mountains, she knows there are no venomous snakes or fierce beasts, merely an intimidating facade. Perhaps, she muses, it is an undiscovered gem waiting to be revealed. But, Nana, I worry for your safety. Will anyone truly watch this adventure? Zhang Xiaoyin gazed apprehensively at the pitch-black forest before her. Upon her graduation, she and her close friend ventured into the realm of self-media, aspiring to liberate themselves from a constrained existence and ultimately achieve financial independence. Yet, despite her endeavors to unearth novel themes, her efforts had only yielded a flicker of success, never igniting into a blaze of popularity. The meager earnings barely sufficed for sustenance, compelling her to undertake part-time work during the day, while in the evenings, she prepared to explore the nearby woods in search of fresh adventure material. Chun Na, with a nonchalant wave of her hand, reassured her, "No worries, my dear. I was once known as the enchanting beauty of the mountains. Trust me, stick with me, and I'll ensure your salary increases next year." As she spoke, she retrieved a spare flashlight from the side of her backpack and ventured deeper into the forest, waving back at Zhang as she said, "You head back, you'll return." Shortly, Zhang Xiaoyin remained rooted in place, her expression fraught with concern, which only deepened as she watched Chen Na's retreating figure. Suddenly, she called out into the distance, "Please be careful. If anything happens, call me right away." Yet, all that met her ears was the persistent chorus of cicadas surrounding her, that a sense of unease began to creep over her, an inexplicable feeling that she might never see Chen Na again. She shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the thought, and turned on her heel, hastily exiting the forest. Approximately an hour later, Chen Na realized she had ventured deep into the woods and halted her steps. She rummaged through her bag for her mobile device and initiated a live broadcast on her account. The newly acquired equipment appeared to function well, at least at the start of the stream, with no interruptions. As she began her live session, she noticed her assistant, Zhang Xiaoyin, had already joined, followed shortly by a dozen of her loyal fans. Clearing her throat, she donned a beaming smile. "Welcome, my dear treasures, to the live stream featuring your favorite, Nana." Pointing the camera towards herself, she turned in a circle, illuminating her surroundings with a flashlight in hand. The visibility was low, and the dark, eerie atmosphere enveloped her entirely. Soon, comments began to flood in. "Hey, Nana, where are you right now? It's so dark. B, sweetheart, why aren't you asleep at this hour? You should head home. C, is this a new type of live stream? It looks intriguing. D, Imhia, I've come to support you. Dear family, tonight's live stream is dedicated to jungle exploration. I've heard whispers of some extraordinary finds here. Perhaps we might even stumble upon a treasure. So, under the cloak of darkness, we embark on this adventure, If we do discover something remarkable, everyone in the live chat will share in the spoils. Upon uttering these words, Chun-Na cast a cursory glance at the flood of comments and was elated to discover that today's likes had reached an unprecedented high for the past week. Instantly filled with confidence, she endeavored to angle the screen toward herself and began to survey her surroundings. How peculiar. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary that, amidst the depths of the mountains at this late hour, there isn't even the sound of cicadas, she mused. It was the height of summer, a time when the cacophony of cicadas should have been most abundant. Chun-Na murmured to herself, scanning the area. Just moments ago, she had distinctly heard the chirping of cicadas, yet now, even the slightest whisper of wind was absent. It was truly uncanny, this thought crossed her mind. Chun-Na attempted to report the situation to her audience in the live stream, only to discover that her phone screen had frozen. What on earth? Has the signal vanished? Are you kidding me? She exclaimed, exasperated, as she set her heavy backpack, a cumbersome burden of 20 to 30 pounds, down on the ground and gave the device a firm slap. Let me remind you, you cost me a hefty $299.47. If you malfunction, I shall seek recompense from the vendor. You are still under warranty for 3 months. Whether it was Chun-Na's threats that worked or a sudden stroke of luck, the signal miraculously returned. Gazing at the screen, now flickering back to life, Chun-Na nodded in satisfaction and smiled at the device, saying, "Good devices are obedient." She then turned her attention back to her phone, addressing her audience with a note of apology. My dear viewers, I sincerely apologize for the minor hiccup in the live stream. I'm truly grateful that you remained with me. Now, let us continue with the broadcast. What? Chun-Na focused intently on the comments flooding the chat and the staggering number of views and GIFs, feeling as though the world had transformed into something utterly delightful, with views surpassing 10,000 and GIFs exceeding 1,000. Surely, a celestial being had intervened to save her. Chapter 2. How exquisite. The passerby appears to be either a deity of wealth or someone closely associated with such a figure. For how else could they be so benevolent towards her business? Yet, the comments are rather alarming. Turn back. There's a blue object glowing. Good heavens. Could it be some spectral fire? Hey, you up there. Mind your words. Don't frighten us on this dark night. That is clearly a ghost. Stop your nonsense, Nana. You must go up and investigate. We need to convince them of science. Chun-Na gazed in bewilderment. As through the screen she discerned a blue light flickering in the distance, standing out brilliantly against the backdrop of the forest. My dears, if you wish to see it, I shall take you there now, though I suspect it is merely a reflection of something, she declared. However, the screen on her phone froze once more. It had barely a whisper of signal moments ago, and now it was completely lost. She glared at the device beside her, vexed. What is wrong with you? Do you truly wish for me to send you back to be reassembled? If you don't, then kindly restore the signal. Only then can I procure the finest battery for you. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The machine remained obstinately unresponsive. And Chun-Na vowed to sell this piece of junk upon her return, determined to reclaim the hefty sum of $299.47. With no signal on her phone, she had no choice but to end the live stream and switch to recording a video. She must upload something by tomorrow, otherwise, her efforts tonight would be entirely in vain. The night shift for part-time work offered decent pay, and she could not afford to incur such a loss. Holding her phone aloft, she made her way toward the source of the blue light. Surprisingly, some commenters were speculating about ghosts. If there were indeed spirits, it would be her ancestors surrounding her for protection. The unseen fosters no fear. One must see to believe, and she reassured herself with this thought. Hello, dear family. I am Nana, and we are about to uncover the truth behind this glowing object. Those interested may leave comments below, and remember to like, comment, and save. Chun-Na whispered as she approached the luminous object. Look everyone, this appears to be just an ordinary necklace? Wait, no, could it be? My goodness, is this real? Her voice trembled slightly. With a flashlight in her left hand and her phone in the right, she stood frozen at the sight of a blue crystal necklace. Her mind consumed by a singular thought. I am about to strike it rich. She hurriedly stowed her phone, halting the recording. For if this exquisitely crafted blue crystal necklace were indeed authentic, her family and she would never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of their lives. Chun-Na delicately cradled the crystal necklace in her hand. The icy touch did not awaken her senses, but rather enveloped her in a dreamy stupor, particularly affecting her head, which felt on the verge of blissful faintness. After a moment of forced contemplation, she could not help but exclaim, such a beautiful crystal hardly seems counterfeit. If showcased, it would surely belong in a museum. Yet, she pondered, am I truly this exhilarated? Why does my head feel so? Before she could finish her thoughts, she collapsed into the grass, her eyes fluttering shut. The forest reverted to its familiar state, the incessant chirping of cicadas filling the air. Aside from the glowing flashlight illuminating a portion of the darkness, it was as if nothing had ever transpired. When Chun-Na regained consciousness, she found herself enveloped in warmth and comfort, an irresistible sensation. as if she had stumbled upon the most serene paradise on earth. After indulging in this tranquility for a few seconds, a disconcerting realization struck her. Wasn't I still in the woods? How could sleeping there be this comfortable? Surely, my narrow bed at home could not compare. With this thought, Chen-Na struggled to open her eyes, revealing an elegantly adorned room in a classical European style, luxurious beyond anything she had ever encountered, yet entirely unfamiliar. Surely, this is the kind of decor one would find in a domineering CEO's novel, she mused, her astonishment evident in her wide eyes as she blinked, suddenly jolting back to reality. Where am I? She attempted to speak, only to find that no coherent words emerged. Instinctively, she glanced down at herself. She lay on a bed that felt generously spacious, cushioned by soft fur beneath her, and clad in garments that were exquisitely soft against her skin, evidently crafted from fine cotton. The only discordant note was her own body, appearing as a remarkably miniature version of its former self. And to be rendered speechless was utterly exasperating. Her last memory lingered on the blue crystal necklace, and after a few moments of wandering thoughts, she arrived at a conclusion. This blue crystal necklace had not only bestowed wealth upon her, but had also transported her through time. It even came with the added bonus of youthful rejuvenation. Could it be that the heavens, witnessing the miseries of my past life, have decided to reformat my existence for another chance? This unexpected boon was indeed overwhelming and difficult to process. Little Penny, you are awake, a gentle voice reached her ears, prompting her to notice a larger bed beside her, where a woman lay. Summoning all her strength, she turned her head to catch a glimpse of the woman's full figure. The woman appeared pallid, her features devoid of any Eastern charm. With high cheekbones, a prominent nose, golden locks cascading down her shoulders, and deep blue eyes, she was unmistakably a quintessential European. She seemed to be around 26 or 27, possessing a striking beauty that was typical of youth. Yet there was a hint of maturity in her expression. Her lips bore no deep hue, and her face was absent of makeup. Yet she emanated an air of regal elegance. Such poise could only be attributed to a background steeped in aristocracy or immense wealth. She was truly beautiful. Chapter 3. Frightened to tears. The woman continued, My dear Penny is so well behaved, not crying even upon waking. When your brother was born, he cried incessantly. Chen-Na listened intently, though the words eluded her comprehension. With her limited proficiency, having barely passed the English level 4 during her university years, she could discern that the language was English, but anything beyond that was a challenge. She managed to muster a broad smile for the woman, accepting her presence. Surely, this must be her mother in this world. Even if she couldn't understand her, she didn't seem like the unfortunate type of mother who would neglect her daughter. As it turned out, her intuition was correct. The woman's face brightened upon seeing her smile, and she seemed inclined to embrace her. Unfortunately, the distance between their beds rendered such an action difficult, and the woman appeared too fatigued to exert herself. Just as Chen-Na thought the woman might abandon the idea of a hug, she softly uttered something, and in the next moment, it appeared someone had entered the room. To her surprise, the woman had merely called for assistance. How could anyone have such keen hearing, picking up even the faintest sound? Chen-Na mused. If she weren't lying there, she might not have heard it either. She could not rise to see who had come, but she felt the footsteps drawing closer. When the figure finally came into view, her blood drained from her face, and she felt the hairs on her body stand on end, bursting into inconsolable tears. What met her gaze was far from the appearance of a normal human. It was a grotesque creature, with oversized round eyes featuring deep green pupils, a nose that soared as if it were Pinocchio's after a fib, and skin that resembled the folds of a centenarian. The figure's ears were wide like a bat's wings, trailing down the back of its head, a sight both eerie and horrifying. Gone were the dreams of transcending to the pinnacle of life after her journey. What she had believed to be a divine blessing turned out to be a trial she must endure. She would have preferred to remain in her original world as a modest blogger. Even if impoverished, at least she could have faced a normal death. Chen-Na's mind raced with a torrent of thoughts, yet all that escaped her lips was a wail that threatened to shatter the very roof above her. There is little to be done. A newborn infant, aside from smiles, is left with only cries and is unable to articulate speech. It is precisely this piercing wail that causes the beautiful woman, who had been comfortably reclining on the bed, to suddenly furrow her brow. Her left elbow supports her as she makes an effort to rise, yet the discomfort in her body restricts her to this extent. What is happening? Why has the child suddenly begun to cry? The little sprite's hands are clearly still suspended in midair, having not touched the infant even slightly. Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, he flails his hands in a gesture of helplessness, exclaiming, Madam, it is all Jimmy's fault. He simply does not understand what has transpired. Yet the cries persist unabated. Mother, what is wrong? Why is my sister crying so loudly? At the doorway, a little boy of perhaps 3 or 4 years slowly opens the door and steps inside. The beautiful woman's face, marked by worry and displeasure, softens considerably upon seeing her son enter. Casting a cold glance at Jimmy, who stands some distance away, she commands, Enough, This matter does not concern you any longer. You may leave. Jimmy, not wishing to linger, departs the room with a sense of relief. The beautiful woman had been observing closely and had not witnessed any wrongdoing from Jimmy towards her daughter. However, Penny had indeed begun to wail immediately upon seeing him. The infant's cries were more pitiful than when she was first born, which naturally tugged at the woman's heartstrings. As the terrifying figure exited, Chen-Na's cries transitioned from frantic wails to soft whimpers. She was becoming overwhelmed with emotion, her little face flushed. Fortunately, the dreadful visage was no longer in sight. Otherwise, she would have been startled awake from nightmares. The little boy walked slowly to Chen-Na's cradle, gazing tenderly at the infant lying within. He gently touched her cheek with his knuckles, wiping away the tiny tears from the corners of her eyes, his actions filled with affection. Lifting his gaze to the beautiful woman, he asked, "Mother, why is my sister crying? May I hold her? I will be very gentle and will not hurt her. Perhaps if I hold her, she will stop crying." The boy's face radiated sincerity. His presence here was motivated by a desire to catch another glimpse of his mother and his recently born sister. The beautiful woman sighed. "I had intended for Jimmy to bring her to me, but who could have foreseen her sudden outburst? Kevin, would you assist your mother by bringing her here? Perhaps she is hungry." The boy, named Kevin, responded as though he had just tasted the sweetest candy, eagerly nodding his head, excitement evident in his demeanor. However, when he finally reached out to touch Chen-Na, his movements were exceedingly gentle, as if she were a precious treasure, for fear that she might shatter in his grasp. Chen-Na, who had still been sniffling moments ago, was now utterly entranced. The word sister had been uttered many times, and she should not have misheard it. Otherwise, she would truly feel ashamed in front of her English teacher of many years and her proud achievement of passing the level for examination. At this age, could it be that the charming young lad before her is her dear elder brother? Unlike her mother's golden locks, Kevin's hair bore the flaxen hue of their father, and his round, deep blue eyes mirrored those of his mother's to an astonishing degree. Goodness! Are foreign children always so strikingly beautiful in their youth? With such superior bone structure, as he matures, he is likely to become the dream suitor of many a girl. Chen-Na gazed upon the exceedingly pleasing visage before her, her heart swelling with joy, the earlier terror dissipating entirely, replaced by a profound sense of comfort as she was cradled by this adorable little boy. With a brother and mother so aesthetically gifted, perhaps she too must possess some charm. How she yearned to see what she had become in this life. Lost in contemplation, Chen-Na soon found herself transferred from the boy's arms into those of a beautiful woman, though they were strangers, having met truly for the first time today. Resting against her and listening to her heartbeat instilled an unparalleled sense of security within her, as if she had experienced this moment countless times before. Such a sensation could only be described as ineffably exquisite. Chapter 4. The opportunity arises. Instinctively, she leaned into the embrace of the beautiful woman, greedily savoring the faint fragrance that enveloped her. Oh, she was no longer crying. What could this mean? The woman, observing the tranquil child nestled against her, noticed that she bore no resemblance to the tearful creature from moments prior, stirring the softest part of her heart. She beckoned Kevin over, pulling him into her embrace. "Perhaps my sister finds Jimmy too terrifying. When I first encountered him, I was frightened to tears myself," Kevin remarked, scratching his head bashfully, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. The woman let out a gentle laugh, refraining from contradicting him. Perhaps there was some truth to her son's words after all. If at that moment Chen-Na could comprehend, she would undoubtedly raise both hands in agreement, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly are my brother. You understand me." The woman gazed at her two children, her heart swelling with warmth, feeling that witnessing their growth into adulthood would be her greatest happiness. 7 years swiftly elapsed. Even Chen-Na herself could hardly believe how quickly she had adapted to this new life. No longer was her name Chen-Na, but rather Penelope, embodying the newborn's form. She had seamlessly relearned the language, familiarized herself with her present family, and encountered the true essence of magic. Yes, magic. Penelope recalled the first time she witnessed her father brandishing a wand to discipline her brother, feeling as though she were lost in a dream. Alas, entranced by the spectacle, she had failed to intervene and prevent her brother from suffering the most severe beating of his life. In the next instant, she discovered that she too possessed magic and could be a wizard, a wondrous sensation gradually sprouting and blossoming within her heart, growing wildly in a fleeting moment. Having lingered here for an extended period, she discerned both good news and bad news. The good news was that this world was not foreign. Upon glimpsing the indomitable boy Harry Potter in the Wizarding Daily, she became unequivocally convinced that this world mirrored the events depicted in the book Harry Potter. As for the bad news, it was that she had never read Harry Potter, neither the films nor the original text. She was a devotee of novels, an ardent bibliophile. Who among us has not surreptitiously indulged in a few extracurricular books during school hours? Regrettably, she had been enraptured by romantic tales, neglecting foreign classics. Her understanding of the book's plot was based solely on snippets she encountered while engaging in social media. The clearest recollection she had was that the trio defeated Voldemort. Fortuitously, the popularity of the book ensured she knew at least that much. She had traversed into the narrative, yet had not fully immersed herself. Whenever Penny reflected on this, she felt as if fate was playing a cruel joke on her. How could it be that she was thrust into a book with a familiar plot? The experience felt akin to a mere rehashing. However, such thoughts were ephemeral, for this world was undeniably enchanting, brimming with the unexpected. In the morning, sunlight cascaded evenly across the dining table, where the Rowell family was relishing their breakfast. The house elves were serving the final dish. Penny, this is specially prepared for you by Jimmy. You mustn't sneakily avoid it today, Fiona Rowell said as she set down her knife and fork, casting a sidelong glance at Penny seated across from her, before taking a sip of the milk before her. At that moment, Penny noticed the last dish, letting out a quiet lament. My most beautiful mother, I truly do not wish to eat roasted tomatoes. These tomatoes could be raw or cooked, large or small, but they must never be roasted, especially not with crushed tomatoes atop. The very taste of that crushed topping was utterly intolerable to her. During such times, Penny found herself yearning for her Chinese breakfast. Steamed buns, wontons, rice rolls, anything would suffice, as long as it did not involve roasted tomatoes with crushed toppings. Fiona, accustomed to her daughter's culinary preferences, wore an expression of indifference. After all, this little one devised countless ways to evade eating vegetables every morning. Her task was to present varied arguments to encourage her to eat. Darling, I do not wish to force you to consume what you dislike, but that is beneficial for your skin and health. Or perhaps you would consider having a bit more vegetable salad. Here it came again. Both options felt like nightmares. It wasn't that she was averse to vegetables. It was simply that the vegetables here bore little resemblance to those in China. Leaving aside the unfamiliarity, there were few she could actually stomach. In Penny's impression, only lettuce could be consumed raw, yet here, everything is edible in its natural state. She thought it would be wonderful to introduce a touch of Chinese cuisine, for the local fare was quite unpalatable. The mere thought of the vegetable salad back home caused her face to crumple in dismay, and in the next moment, she cast a pleading glance at her brother Kevin beside her. To convey her sincerity, Penny blinked fervently. Alas, there were no eye drops available, otherwise she would have surely dripped a couple of drops onto her own eyes. Kevin noticed this and turned to scrutinize Penny closely. Just as she believed she could count on her brother's support, her illusion was shattered in an instant. Penny, are your eyes bothering you? Penny turned away and casually wiped away the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes, letting out a deep sigh. I'm fine, brother. My eyes are perfectly well. It's just that I'm feeling a bit off. Warren observed his child's antics with an enduring smile in his deep green eyes, even slowing his eating to savor the moment. After exchanging a glance with Fiona, he spoke gently. Little Penny, if you eat the vegetables your mother prepared for you, then you can go out and play with your brother today. Go out and play. The expression of despondency that had enveloped Penny vanished in an instant, as if the exaggerated expressions she had just made were not her own, having spent so much time in this place without a chance to enjoy the outdoors. Confined to learning this and that within the house, she felt a rush of excitement. The Rohr family had treated her splendidly, lavishing her with affection beyond measure. Typically, outings would be permitted, but Penny's exuberance, no, her mischievousness, had made them hesitant to take her out previously, fearing potential mishaps. Yet now, the opportunity to play was right before her. Chapter 5, No Money. Where to go? Her mind conjured a myriad of fantastical scenes, envisioning streets filled with cloaked wizards, magical creatures floating in the air, and wondrous potions brewing. She wondered if someone might concoct a poisoned apple. Oh wait, this isn't Snow White. Before they could respond, a flurry of wings fluttered from the large window nearby. Penny glanced over to see their household owl, a rather peculiar creature with a red crown atop its head, while the rest of its body was pure white. The first time she encountered it, she had mistaken it for a peculiar version of a red-crowned crane. It bore a charming name, Ari, though Penny often affectionately referred to it as red-crowned. Calculating the time, she realized it was about when the Daily Wizard was typically delivered. Yet today, Ari not only clutched the newspaper with its talons, but also held a letter in its beak. What could that be? The letter descended with an uncanny precision, landing directly before Kevin, who turned his head curiously at Penny. The envelope appeared deliberately aged, exuding a sense of antiquity despite being brand new, which accentuated the striking red wax seal atop it. Kevin, momentarily bewildered by the unexpected arrival of this correspondence, glanced at the assembled company, and upon noticing their collective gaze fixed on the letter in his hands, he slowly unfolded it. Is this a Hogwarts acceptance letter? Upon reading those words, a flicker of joy crossed his face, accompanied by a calm acceptance, as if he had anticipated this day for quite some time. A smile graced his lips as he declared, "It is indeed the acceptance letter from Hogwarts." Warren nodded with satisfaction, his demeanor warm as he said, "Congratulations, Kevin. It seems we can set off to Diagon Alley today to procure your necessary supplies." He then turned to Penny, who wore an envious expression and inquired, "Little Penny, would you like to join us?" At the thought of the earlier condition, Penny's smile withered instantaneously, much like an eggplant struck by frost. It seemed that today had been anticipated all along. She glanced at the unappetizing dish before her, swallowing hard. She had no desire to eat. Yet the prospect of Diagon Alley sounded exceedingly delightful. She wanted to go. Without hesitation, she picked up the fork in front of her, pinched her nose, and hastily consumed the roasted tomatoes. Indeed, as always, they were dreadful. Fiona, observing her ravenous consumption, could not help but chuckle softly and offered her a glass of orange juice. "Take your time. No one is competing with you." Penny quickly reached out to accept the drink, gulping it down greedily, feeling somewhat better afterward. Internally, she lamented, "Indeed, no one is competing with me. Everyone has their share, and I endure the most misery." If she had never tasted true culinary delights, she might have accepted this fate with grace, but now, absolutely not. The disparity in information was truly devastating. "I'm done. I want to go to Diagon Alley with my brother." She had never visited that enchanting place before. Kevin turned his gaze toward her, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he picked up a napkin from the table and delicately wiped the corner of her mouth. "Look at you. You claimed not to like it before eating, yet now your mouth is all messy." "I was trying to eat quickly. It's truly unappetizing." "I don't want any more," Penny quickly retorted, anxious that her kind-hearted brother might offer her his portion as well. Their laughter erupted at her words, and thus, the breakfast hour gradually drew to a close amidst the sounds of merriment. By afternoon, the Rowell family made their appearance in Diagon Alley. From a distance, they blended inconspicuously into the crowd, but as one approached, the unique joy radiating from their family became palpable. Penny's flaxen locks were meticulously braided into 2 plaits by Fiona, adorned with a pearl hairpin, and she wore a charming floral sundress. She is merely 4 years younger than Kevin, yet her height falls short by more than a head. Outside Gringotts, Penny and Kevin stand side by side. Kevin has not once released his grip on Penny's hand. Perhaps it is because everyone has received their acceptance letters from Hogwarts, making Diagon Alley unusually crowded today. Penny's eyes have already grown weary from the sights. At this moment, she resembles a kite yearning to roam about, yet the string remains firmly in her brother Kevin's grasp. "Brother, that over there looks amazing. What are those for? Can we go check it out?" Regardless of Penny's persistent inquiries, Kevin shows no inclination to be drawn away. He is not the young Penny, nor is this his first visit to Diagon Alley. Naturally, he is far more familiar with the surroundings than she is. "Penny, didn't we agree to wait here for Mom and Dad?" Earlier, when Warren and Fiona entered, they had specifically reminded Kevin, as the elder brother, to look after his sister, ensuring she doesn't wander off. Kevin has kept this in mind. Penny feels a pang of frustration. She may appear childlike, a tad playful, a bit directionally challenged, and somewhat boisterous, but at her core, she embodies the virtues of a good citizen. However, it seems that this place adheres to different principles. Nevertheless, she is capable of taking care of herself. "I'm so hot," Penny whines, placing her small hands on her forehead in an attempt to shield herself from the sun. In an instant, she notices an ice cream shop not far away, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she points and exclaims, "Brother, I want ice cream. Can we go buy some?" Despite his understanding, Kevin is still a child himself. He glances in the direction Penny indicates and indeed sees the ice cream shop. "But we don't have any galleons," he replies. At this, Penny feels utterly deflated. Though the sun shines brightly, if a lightning bolt were to strike, it would surely be aimed at her. If there were to be a culprit behind this impending storm, it would undoubtedly be her dear brother. The primary reason she has not sneaked away to play while her brother is distracted is her lack of funds. The financial reins do not lie in the hands of a mere 7-year-old. She had hoped her brother would have some, but she soon realized that they are both quite impoverished. Seeing his sister's head droop visibly, Kevin feels a pang of helplessness. Out of the corner of his eye, he spots their parents emerging from Gringotts, and he waves as though they are a lifeline. "Dad, Mom, we're over here." Chapter 6, The Peculiar Boy. Warren and Fiona exchange glances before leisurely making their way toward the two of them. "Children, have you been well behaved over here?" Fiona gently caressed Penny's little face and continued, "Have you been causing trouble for your brother?" Penny's fair complexion, although it was afternoon, still bore the rosy hue from the sun's rays. She playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "I haven't, Mommy. Look, I'm being good and staying right here." After a brief pause, she blinked and added, "But, Mommy, I really want some ice cream." With a hint of shyness, she cast a glance towards the ice cream shop not far away. Warren and Fiona exchanged amused glances. And in the next moment, Warren produced a small bag of gold galleons and placed it in Penny's hand. "Go on, buy something you like. Consider it a reward for being so good." "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Mommy," Penny exclaimed excitedly, jumping up to hug Warren and Fiona, planting a quick kiss on each of their cheeks before waving goodbye and dashing towards the ice cream shop. The remaining adults shared knowing smiles, their eyes following Penny's retreating figure. After a moment, Kevin voiced his concern. "Is it really all right to let her go buy ice cream by herself? She's only 7. Shouldn't I accompany her? The safety of his sister was paramount in his mind. But you cannot protect her forever, my child, even if she is your sister. You cannot always be by her side when she goes out, or even when she eventually marries. Will you be there to shield her at all times? Fiona gently ruffled Kevin's hair, which was fine and soft to the touch. I can certainly protect her always. If she gets married and is mistreated, I will teach that person a lesson. Even if she never marries, I will always be there to safeguard her, Kevin replied, his eyes filled with determination, as if he would face any hardship for his sister. If Penny were present at that moment, she would feel touched, but more so, she might think, ah, the joys of a young boy in his teenage years. The atmosphere grew fervent. Hearing his words, the Rolfe couple chuckled, choosing not to explain anything further. He was unaware that during this very moment, due to his negligence, his sister had already been led away by someone else. At the Florin ice cream shop, Penny glanced up at the large wooden sign, which featured a beverage illustration at the end of the shop's name. It seemed to be the only beverage establishment in the entire Diagon Alley, consistently drawing a long line outside. Arriving at a relatively early hour, she found herself positioned near the front of the queue. Peering around, she noted that the decor was not much different from that of the Muggle world. It resembled an ordinary milk tea shop. Upon the mere mention of milk tea, Penny found herself lamenting inwardly. My beloved Honey Snow, oh, why can none of you traverse realms with me? It has been years since we last met, and I truly yearn for you. If all else fails, I could always obtain the raw ingredients. I am perfectly capable of shaking it myself. The aforementioned location had been a staple on my work list during past winter and summer breaks, with all the recipes etched in my memory. Alas, a skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. The sunlight, though somewhat waning, still cast an uncomfortable warmth upon her. Penny tilted her head forward, noting that there were 3 individuals ahead of her in line. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a young boy standing not far to her left. He appeared to be of similar age, sporting a neat head of dark gray hair, and his slate blue eyes lacked the vivacity typical of youth, instead exuding a certain gravity as he fixated on the beverage shop. His position was rather inconspicuous. It was only due to Penny's wandering gaze that she happened to notice him in that corner. Why does he linger there? Her gaze oscillated between the boy and the store before her. After a considerable time, she glanced back, and he remained standing there. Could it be that he longs for a drink, yet cannot afford one? Penny scrutinized his attire once more, while seemingly ordinary. There was an underlying air of refinement about it, however one might assess it. He did not appear to be the sort who could not afford a mere drink or ice cream. Was he wealthy yet reluctant to spend? Was he thus condemned to suffer the pangs of nostalgia? Was life truly that austere? He was quite an attractive boy. After much contemplation, Penny concluded that this interpretation was the most plausible. Miss, may I take your order? Unbeknownst to her, the 3 individuals ahead had completed their purchases, and it was now her turn. Florin regarded the petite girl before him, who barely reached the height of the counter, and his expression softened. At that moment, Penny's gaze shifted from the boy to Florin, and she offered an awkward smile, articulating the order she had long since contemplated. Sir, I would like 2 servings of ice cream, please. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly waved her hand and corrected herself. No, I apologize, sir. May I please have 3 servings of ice cream? Florin then took a second glance at the young girl before him and replied, 3 servings of ice cream. That will be 15 sickles. Penny opened her coin purse and was momentarily taken aback by the gleaming gold galleons inside. Yet she did not linger long. After a brief pause, she reached in and retrieved 1 galleon, presenting it to him. Here you are, sir. Florin deftly accepted the galleon, placing it in a small drawer beneath the counter, before retrieving 2 sickles from another drawer and handing them to Penny. Here are 2 coins for you. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. Florin called out behind him. 3 ice creams, gentlemen. Penny placed the 2 coins into the small bag she had just acquired, the 2 silver coins standing out starkly amidst a sea of golden gallons. She carefully tucked the bag into the pocket of her coat, for this was indeed money. Being just a child, losing it or having it stolen would leave her with no one to cry to. As Florin had remarked, the service was remarkably swift. In less than a minute, Penny was already holding the 3 ice creams. Thank you. Stepping aside, she glanced at the ice creams in her hands. Each cone was quite large, and the expenditure seemed justifiable, though she was uncertain of the flavor. Chapter 7. May I treat you to an ice cream? If she were only holding 2, her hands would manage, but 3 posed a slight challenge. Penny looked back in the direction she had come from, but the little boy who had been standing there had vanished. No way. How was she to explain returning with 3 ice creams? Penny scanned her surroundings, searching for the boy, but he was nowhere to be found. Forget it. She would just say she thought her brother could manage too. Just as she resolved this excuse and was about to turn away, she spotted the boy sitting not far behind her, engrossed in a book. Lycan bookstore? Penny glanced casually at the sign above and quickly approached the boy. She was not in a hurry to greet him. Rather, the ice creams in her hands were on the verge of melting in the blazing sun. Hey, hello. Penny reached the boy's side. her presence momentarily blocking a generous portion of sunlight. The boy, feeling the loss of warmth, turned to glance at her. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he did not recognize her and coldly asked, "What do you want?" Despite his youth, there was no hint of timidity in the face of a stranger, which surprised Penny a little. "I noticed you watching Florence drink shop for quite some time." Penny quickly handed one of the ice creams to the boy and continued, "May I treat you to an ice cream? I've heard this place has delightful flavors, although I have never tasted them myself." As she spoke, Penny felt a twinge of guilt for not first assessing the situation. What if the shop was falsely advertised? The boy, upon seeing the vibrant ice cream in his hand, Florence's signature creation, frowned slightly, his expression turning rather peculiar. Had he truly been staring at the drink shop earlier? Realizing that she must have misunderstood something, the boy hastily began to clarify, "I believe you must have misinterpreted the situation," as he attempted to return the ice cream in his hand. However, the girl before him swiftly interrupted his forthcoming words. "You need not feel embarrassed. It's merely an ice cream. If it's delicious, do remember to inform me next time, as it would be a favor to me." Penny, indeed, had a penchant for material gain. Even though her life was now relatively affluent, this flaw remained unaltered. Yet, as the saying goes, a gentleman cherishes wealth, acquiring it through proper means, and she could certainly indulge a child's small wish. The corners of the boy's eyes twitched slightly. Despite having been under the sun without feeling dizzy, he now found himself with a throbbing headache after hearing the girl's few words. Did her family operate a charity in Diagon Alley? How remarkably philanthropic. Unfortunately, beggars were not permitted in this part of Diagon Alley. Otherwise, the world's beggars would congregate here, awaiting the benevolence of the foolish. "No, you truly misunderstood. I meant, Penny." A voice pierced through the air, once again interrupting the boy's attempt to speak. Both Penny and the boy turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. It was her brother. Upon catching sight of the familiar figure, Penny's eyes lit up, and she waved her hand enthusiastically. Turning to the boy, she said, "My brother has come to find me. We shall speak again another time. May our paths cross once more. Do remember to enjoy." With that, Penny turned and ran toward Kevin, leaving the boy alone. The ice cream in his hand now beginning to melt, glistening under the sun with a hint of radiance. A young woman emerged from the nearby leaky cauldron and, witnessing this scene, chuckled softly. "Theo, when I called you to eat earlier, you refused, yet now you've secretly gone to buy one for yourself." As she approached, she noticed that Theodore had not eaten the ice cream in his hand. In fact, it appeared to be on the verge of melting, prompting her surprise. What is the meaning of this? Theodore gazed at the ice cream, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Taking a deep breath, he raised his eyes and replied, "A girl just gave this to me." "A girl?" Selena's interest piqued at this revelation, and she promptly pulled out a chair opposite Theodore, eagerly inquiring, "What girl? Why did she suddenly offer you ice cream?" Theodore placed the ice cream on the table, its fragility accentuated by the sun, melting even faster than before. "Her? I do not know her, but she appears to be merely a fool with misplaced kindness." His thoughts drifted back to the girl's visage. "Oh well, those who visit Diagon Alley at this hour are all wizards. Given her age, we will certainly meet again at Hogwarts. I can repay her then. Theo, since it was her good intention, perhaps you should at least savor a bite." Selena gazed at her nephew, a wave of concern washing over her as she pondered his future prospects of romance. With a hint of exasperation, she cast a glance at the neglected ice cream before her. Theodore, having picked up the book that lay on the table, stood up and, with an air of casual observation, glanced at the ice cream. "Aunt," he remarked, "if you desire another one, you may purchase it anew. Avoid consuming food of dubious origin, even if that girl seems to have only the best intentions." "Very well," Selena replied, raising an eyebrow and rising to her feet in a languid manner. "In that case, let us depart. Upon our return, do enlighten me on the girl's appearance." Theodore continued, as Penny dashed over. She extended the ice cream in her hand towards her brother, Kevin. "Brother, what brings you here at this hour?" She lowered her head and took a taste of the ice cream. It was tolerable, not unpleasant, yet she longed for the delight of chocolate-coated crunch. Someday, when she is older, she dreams of opening a shop here that specializes in her favorite treats. "You say that, yet how did you manage to wander so far for an ice cream?" "Time is of the essence, so our parents assisted me in procuring other items while I sought you out. Together, we shall purchase wands." Kevin, upon accepting the ice cream, did not rush to indulge. He first scrutinized his sister, ensuring her safety before savoring his own treat. Chapter 8, A Face Full of Cream. The ice cream had begun to melt, and its texture was certainly not as delightful as when it was fresh. However, the joy of eating ice cream purchased by his sister's own hand made it all worthwhile. "Wands? Brother, will I also possess my own wand?" Penny's eyes sparkled at the thought, for possessing a wand was tantamount to wielding a tool of power. "Oh no, not a tool of mischief. Rather, it is an essential instrument for a wizard." Kevin gently tousled her hair, responding softly, "Of course, every wizard possesses a wand of their own. You will have one in due time, but you are still quite young. Let us wait a few more years. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. Kevin opened the door, allowing Penny to enter first. As she stepped inside, she turned her head towards Kevin, continuing her inquiry. But brother, why must it be at your age? I believe I could use a wand now. Why not buy me one today? I would cherish it immensely. She had long been aware that every wizard has a wand, yet she could not fathom why one must wait for an acceptance letter before purchasing one. Would it not be splendid if everyone received a wand at birth? Not every wizard necessarily possesses magic. A sudden, raspy voice emerged from behind, startling Penny, who instinctively took a few steps back to stand beside Kevin. Kevin gently ruffled Penny's hair and nodded respectfully at the elderly man. Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander. Lowering his gaze to Penny, he explained, this gentleman is the owner of this wand shop, Mr. Ollivander. All the wands in our family were purchased here. Upon hearing this, Penny gradually set aside her lingering social anxiety and, mimicking her brother's demeanor, nodded at Ollivander. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Ollivander waved his hand dismissively and returned to his counter, seemingly searching for something. No worries, no worries. Wands can only be wielded by wizards, to muggles and squibs. Even the most powerful wand is merely a piece of broken wood. Oh, I can hardly imagine if one of my crafted wands were to end up in their hands. Those children would likely cry every night. Children? Penny instinctively furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Ollivander, who appeared old enough to have grandchildren. Of course. I remember each wand I create and regard them as my children, Ollivander casually remarked, retrieving several boxes of wands and placing them on the counter. Come, my child. Give one a try. Penny glanced at the wall of wands and caught a glimpse of the mountains of wands piled behind a small door, silently giving a thumbs up to Ollivander. You truly have many children. Not only do you possess the patience to craft them, but you also remember each one. It's a lifestyle of craftsmanship that I cannot fully comprehend. Though I do not fully understand it, I hold it in high regard. It seems, however, that patience is a trait forever beyond my reach. The two soon finished their ice cream, especially Kevin, whose speed of consumption made Penny wonder if he could swallow it whole in just 2 bites if his mouth were any larger. Kevin, shedding his earlier composure, exhibited a hint of nervousness. Although this was not his first visit, it was his inaugural experience purchasing a wand of his own. For a wizard, a wand signifies almost an extension of oneself, intertwining nerves and excitement with a palpable thrill. Reaching out, he randomly picked up a wand and waved it, causing several drawers behind Ollivander to burst open with a fervor, revealing not only wands but also sheets of paper inscribed with unknown writings. Before Penny could react, a few sheets flew towards her, adhering to her face as if by adhesive. The unexpected blow caught her off guard. She had never imagined that the first slap she would receive in her life would be from mere pieces of paper. Swiftly peeling the sheets from her face, she cast a slightly reproachful glance at Kevin. Brother. At that moment, Kevin also came to his senses, hastily setting down the wand and taking the papers from her hand to place them on the table. I'm truly sorry, Penny. Don't be upset. I'll buy you a little gift to make amends. A gift? As Penny heard this, her eyes sparkled, and the earlier gloom dissipated in an instant. After clearing her throat a couple of times, she feigned nonchalance and said, Very well, I shall not be upset. She was striving to keep the corners of her mouth from curling upwards, yet the excitement within her was hard to conceal. A gift? What kind of gift? Can I choose it myself? My dear brother, I wouldn't mind if you did this again. Otherwise, I would feel quite guilty holding on to this gift. With this thought in mind, Penny paused for a moment. Perhaps if there were to be another occasion, it should be a gentler one. To be honest, whose bewildered expression was quite amusing, and thankfully, his features were entirely natural, devoid of any technological enhancements. Meanwhile, Penny was already contemplating what delightful items she could purchase later. While on the other side, Kevin glanced at his sister's avaricious demeanor and sighed helplessly. He turned to Ollivander and said, Could you please provide me with another one to try? Ollivander, amused by the sibling duo before him, realized he had yet to sell a wand after being reminded and promptly nodded. Of course, Mr. Rawl. He then pushed another wand forward, explaining, This applewood wand may be suitable for you. Kevin, somewhat skeptical, took the wand and waved it a couple of times, causing drawers from behind Ollivander to suddenly burst forth. Having learned from her previous experience, Penny cleverly darted behind Kevin. Fortunately, she managed to evade any debris from hitting her face this time. It was uncertain how long Ollivander's cabinets had gone uncleaned, as the flurry of drawers stirred up a thick layer of dust. Being smaller, Penny was spared from the worst of it, but Kevin was not so fortunate, and he ended up with a mouthful of dust. Had he not instinctively shielded Penny behind him, he might have swallowed even more. Unsurprisingly, everyone was choked by the dust. But Penny, who was least affected, quickly recovered and pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, offering it to Kevin. In the midst of the chaos, Kevin swiftly accepted it, covering his mouth and nose, gradually regaining his composure. Penny looked up at the ceiling, noticing the dust swirling above. After a moment, the dust became less suffocating, and unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she inquired, "Mr. Ollivander, are you here alone?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Ollivander's face as he replied, "Most of the time. It's just me. Occasionally, my children come to assist. Sir, perhaps you should indeed consider hiring some help. Do you not feel overwhelmed?" Hinny observed that the room was not particularly grand, and could even be described as quite modest. She failed to comprehend that this entire Diagon alley likely housed only his wand shop, where generations had come to purchase their wands. With a multitude of affluent consumers, this establishment could nearly be deemed a monopoly over the wizarding market. One would expect such a shop to be immensely prosperous, yet it appeared to yield modest returns. At this juncture, one could only commend the merchant for his integrity. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Rawle. I would be utterly delighted if someone were to come forth to assist me. Alas, I seldom encounter individuals as devoted to wand-making as myself," he said. Ollivander rummaged through the lower shelves and unearthed a box, extending it toward Kevin. "Mr. Rawle, do take a look at this one. 10 inches, cedar wood, and dragon heartstring. This one will undoubtedly serve you well. Those who possess wands crafted from cedar are often endowed with wisdom and keen insight. Hence, it is often said that one can never deceive a holder of a cedar wand." Ollivander patiently elucidated, carefully pushing the wand toward Kevin, his eyes shimmering with eagerness and fervor. The joy of selling a wand he had personally crafted was a delight he cherished above all. Kevin, feeling a tinge of apprehension after his previous experiences, found himself silently praying for no further mishaps. Perhaps his heartfelt plea was heard, for upon grasping the wand, a wave of comfort enveloped him. Without even needing to wave it, he instinctively knew that this wand was indeed the perfect match for him. Ollivander, evidently noticing this connection, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. 7 galleons, sir." Hinny watched her brother with excitement as he acquired his own wand, feeling a pang of envy, knowing it would be quite some time before she possessed one of her own. From her sleeve, she produced a cherished little pouch and meticulously counted out 7 galleons, placing them on the table. "Here you go, sir." Having just obtained his wand, Kevin was filled with affection for it, but in the blink of an eye, his sister had already settled the payment. "Hinny, why did you pay first? When we came to buy the wand, Mom and Dad had already given me a hefty bag of galleons. It was more than sufficient to purchase not just one, but 10 wands, as it contained 100 galleons. Fiona and Warren had each bestowed 100 galleons upon the siblings as pocket money, showing no hesitation when it came to spending on their children. Just as Kevin intended to retrieve the pouch to explain, he was halted by Hinny, who swiftly tugged him along. "One must not flaunt their wealth, you know. Brother, what difference does it make who pays? Come on." As she spoke, Hinny turned to Ollivander and waved, "Goodbye, Mr. Ollivander. Until next time. Welcome to return any time." Ollivander observed the playful banter between the siblings with a gentle smile, then turned and retreated into the small room, engaged in some unknown task. Beside the shelf hung a small sign that clearly read, "Ollivander's Wand Shop, welcoming every wizard's arrival." As they stepped outside, Kevin inquired, "Hinny, why were you walking so fast just now?" As an older brother, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at having his sister assist in paying. "Brother, didn't you say you would help me buy a gift? If we don't hurry, there won't be enough time, and I want to be able to buy a wand." Although her reason was veiled, the disappointment of not acquiring a wand was palpable. She wished she were a bit older. Kevin, oblivious to his sister's subtle musings, assumed he would cover the cost of the gift. He nodded thoughtfully but firmly replied, "No, we cannot go buy it just yet." Hinny, perplexed, questioned, "Are you joking with me? You promised a gift, and now there's nothing?" Before she could press further, Kevin explained, "We should wait here a little while, otherwise, Mom and Dad will worry about us." They had previously arranged to meet at Ollivander's wand shop, and glancing at the sky, Kevin noted the time was drawing near. It wouldn't be long before their parents arrived. "All right," Hinny acquiesced, leaning affectionately against Kevin's arm. She softly asked, "Brother, will you write to me once you go to Hogwarts?" The communication options available were indeed underdeveloped. They were limited to written correspondence, and even magic could not bridge the gap of face-to-face interaction. Having been here for a while, perhaps due to the effects of hormones, Hinny sometimes felt like a mere 7-year-old child. Casting a glance at her handsome older brother, she felt a sense of comfort in his presence, especially since he often indulged her whims, save for her aversion to vegetables. Hinny had always believed that her appearance somewhat diminished the allure of the Rowling family. Though she certainly could not be deemed unattractive, and her features were indeed more appealing than average, in a family of striking beauty, she felt her looks paled in comparison. Fortunately, she was still young. Perhaps things would improve as she matured. However, Kevin held an entirely different perspective. Whenever he spoke of her, he regarded her as the most adorable person in the world, his gaze filled with affection and tenderness. Perhaps it was true that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder? No, it should be said that in a brother's eyes, a sister is forever the most cherished. Chapter 10, Cherishing Family Togetherness. Of course I will. I'll write to you every week, telling you all about Hogwarts. In 2 years, you will be attending Hogwarts as well. Kevin gently tousled Penny's hair, then naturally draped his arm over her shoulders. Well then, I shall await your letter. The thought of someone she interacted with daily departing for an extended period weighed heavily on Penny's heart, filling her with a sense of melancholy. There would be no more opportunities to be lazy or sneak him the unpalatable vegetables while her mother was distracted. The mere contemplation of those green vegetables deepened her sorrow. When would they ever introduce a variety of acceptable vegetables here? When would someone come to rescue her from this seemingly endless existence of undesirable greens? Are you so attached to your brother? A gentle voice floated over from a distance, and Penny and Kevin turned to see Fiona and Warren returning. They claimed to have acquired many of the items Kevin needed, yet neither of them carried anything. It was Jimmy alone who bore the weight of it all. Such was the stark reality of capitalist exploitation, as they remained untouched by the illuminating glow of socialism. In her heart, Penny silently cheered for Jimmy. Keep going. Strive to live a few more years, awaiting the radiant dawn of socialism. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. She did not believe that a mere 7-year-old girl could alter the course of this era. The best she could do was to treat them with kindness. Penny dashed over to embrace Fiona, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, I want to be close to you too." She glanced back at Jimmy with concern. "Mr. Jimmy, perhaps you should set down your load for a moment. Your brother's things are piled up so high that we can hardly see your head." Jimmy was balancing a hefty stack of books in his arms, with a small cage perched precariously on his fingers, housing a gray owl. Unlike the family pet, Ari, this owl possessed its own unique charm. Its solid color was pleasing to the eye and did not appear out of place. Startled by Penny's concern, Jimmy attempted to bow, but the sheer volume of his burdens rendered the gesture impossible. Any movement could cause his load to topple. "Thank you for your concern, miss. I am quite all right, and could carry more of your things if you wish. Is there anything else you would like to purchase?" Penny raised an eyebrow, finding his words indisputable, choosing not to elaborate further. "My dear, have you and your brother been waiting long? Have you enjoyed the ice cream you like?" Fiona was not one to stifle her daughter's benevolence at such a tender age. Nodding, Penny turned to glance at Kevin before speaking. "The ice cream is delightful, but I believe if I were to make it, it would taste even better." She yearned for chocolate-covered treats, and with a hint of hazelnut. The texture of the ice cream would be enhanced. Warren, intrigued by her remark, chuckled and inquired, "Is our little Penny aspiring to open an ice cream shop and create a treat even more delectable than that of Florin?" Upon contemplating this possibility, Penny immediately furrowed her brow and shook her head in dissent. "Although this sounds rather appealing, it is not what I wish to pursue, nor do I particularly enjoy it. Simply making ice cream is rather tedious, father. I believe I am not someone who can persist unless it is something I truly love. Other children boast about their future aspirations, yet my daughter candidly declares she will never be a person of perseverance." Her sincerity was evident, though it seemed somewhat amiss. "What, then, does little Penny cherish?" Fiona affectionately stroked Penny's hair, lamenting that neither child had inherited her golden locks, a thought that often left her disheartened. Fortunately, her younger daughter's eyes mirrored her own, a realization that struck her after the birth of her daughter, as she had previously thought her son bore a strong resemblance. With a playful glint in her eyes, Penny tilted her head towards Kevin and spoke, "I cherish being together as a family." The prospect of familial unity was the epitome of happiness in her mind. As for anything else, she could hardly express a desire to become a prominent figure in the wizarding world. In her previous life, despite the presence of live-streaming tools and the advantages of big data, she had not gained fame. It seemed improbable that she would achieve it in an era devoid of new media. She had observed those who were renowned in the wizarding community, aside from the infamous. The majority had made significant contributions or vanquished profoundly malevolent beings. Given her inability to even procure a wand, she feared that by the time she might confront evil using spells, her hair would have turned white. "Very well, we can assist you in realizing that wish," Fiona said, glancing at Kevin before continuing. "Is there anything else you wish to purchase, Kevin?" Kevin nodded in response and said, "I promised my sister I would help her buy a gift. Since we've finished early, why not explore Diagon Alley a bit? I can take her shopping." "A gift?" Warren and Fiona exchanged glances, puzzled as to why a simple outing warranted a purchase, yet they generally placed great trust in their son. Warren surveyed the increasingly crowded Diagon Alley with a hint of impatience, his brow furrowed slightly, yet he acquiesced, saying, "Very well, you may take your sister to shop." Noticing a lack of available resting spots around them, he turned to Jimmy and instructed, "Jimmy, please take the items back. We can manage the rest ourselves. Prepare dinner for us early tonight. I am certain we will be famished upon our return." "Of course, master," given the burden he carried. Jimmy could only nod slightly in respect before vanishing from sight. The art of transformation is truly remarkable. Penny gazed enviously at the figure that had vanished before her eyes. If only she could wield a wand at this moment, perhaps she could cast such a spell herself. The thought of her future self, proficient in incantations, filled her with delight. With time, little Penny would master every spell imaginable. Fiona gently tousled her hair and softly suggested, "Why not accompany your brother? Your parents will not be joining you. Cherish this time with him, for once he begins school, moments together will become scarce. Chapter 11. The Thrift Store. Upon hearing this, Penny promptly dashed to Kevin's side, clinging to his arm with reluctance. Oh, Mom, don't be silly. It's just school. Brother will certainly return during his breaks. The thought of him not returning was a nightmare, as there would be no one to share her secret snacks with. Kevin, feeling a swell of warmth in his heart at his sister's affection, allowed her to hold on to him. He glanced at their parents and inquired, "Where are you two heading?" Children should concern themselves less with adult matters. Fiona waved her hand dismissively, entwining her arm with Warren's, signaling their intent to depart. "Wishing you a delightful date, dear parents. Let us reconvene here in an hour." Observing their expressions, Kevin discerned their intentions. Since his childhood, these two had occasionally sought opportunities to escape into their own world. He had thought that having a sister might lessen such instances, but instead, their escapades had intensified. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had often cared for Penny. Yet, what could be done? After all, they were his parents. And aside from their occasional lack of affection towards each other, they were quite admirable. Penny internally scoffed, realizing the age-old truth that while parents may find true love, children often emerge as the unexpected surprise. A surprise indeed. Was it not the case that they intended to have children in pairs? Warren and Fiona exchanged awkward glances, signaling Kevin to refrain from embarrassing them in public and to avoid corrupting Penny's innocence. Ahem, what nonsense. We are merely going to meet an old friend. Jimmy mentioned he was in Diagon Alley. Isn't that right, dear? Fiona smiled, firmly pinching Warren's arm. Warren grimaced from the familiar pain, forcing a strained smile as he responded, "You are correct, my dear." He turned his gaze towards Kevin and added, "Let us not linger on this, otherwise we'll be late for our appointment. Kevin, take good care of Penny. We'll meet at the usual place in an hour." Without waiting for a response from the siblings, he swiftly took Fiona's hand, and they departed. It was only when their figures had completely vanished from sight that Kevin let out a resigned sigh. This happened every time. Feeling a gentle tug on his sleeve, he looked down and softly inquired, "Penny, is there something on your mind? Brother, does this mean we might have another sibling, a brother or sister?" Kevin pondered. Who can enlighten her on how her sister knows such things? He attempted to clarify for their parents. "Penny, why would you think that? Mother just told us she has some matters to attend to." "But you said they were going on a date," Penny replied with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, brother, I may be young, but I'm not deaf. I can hear everything you say. Come now. Penny, weren't you going to buy a gift? Let us walk and see." "Brother, don't change the subject." Kevin didn't give Penny much opportunity to retort, pulling her along as they moved forward. She was earnest. If this continued, she genuinely worried about the possibility of gaining a new sibling. Yet, despite her thoughts, the allure of Diagon Alley lay before them. Penny was quickly captivated by the sights around her, like a wild horse set free, frolicking joyfully. The street was imbued with a magical atmosphere, igniting her curiosity. Observing his sister's animated demeanor, Kevin felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Thankfully, Penny was still young, easily distracted by new wonders, and had not lingered too long on their earlier conversation. If he were to corrupt this precious sister, Kevin feared not only their parents' wrath, but also his own self-reproach. Had Penny known his thoughts, she surely would have dismissed them with disdain. Did they truly regard the young as foolish? Well, indeed. One must engage in the pursuits befitting their age. It mattered little. He would feign ignorance of the previous conversation and mentally critique it. In truth, Diagon Alley was not particularly vast, yet it was the longest street Penny had explored in this world. To Kevin's astonishment, Penny did not pause before the other intriguing shops, but instead halted before a sparsely populated second-hand store. Seeing that she intended to enter, Kevin furrowed his brow and quickly reached out to stop her, exclaiming, "Penny, why are you going in there? Are you certain this is the right place?" Casting a glance at the shop, he noted that some items were even covered in dust, giving it the appearance of a cluttered storeroom rather than a second-hand shop. "Brother, I see something wonderful in this store. Perhaps this second-hand shop, upon closer inspection, might turn out to be a gem," Penny exclaimed, rushing towards the intriguing object she had spotted. The shop was rather quiet, and the proprietor, Mr. Jack, lounged in a rocking chair, eyes half closed in a state of relaxation. Suddenly, he sensed something rush past him, prompting him to slightly lift his eyelids. "What brings a young girl like you to such a place? I hope you're not here to cause trouble." He had truly dozed off. He had overheard every word spoken by Kevin and Penny. Yet he was disinclined to engage in any arguments or explanations. If one wished to purchase, let them. If not, they could leave. If he were to clarify every misunderstanding, his entire day would be fraught with irritation. "Sir, I see you have few customers, but regardless of age, all visitors are welcome." Penny cast a glance around the second-hand store, noting that while the items appeared somewhat worn, upon closer inspection, they seemed rather appealing. She had frequented second-hand shops in her past life, where the items were intentionally aged to exude a rustic charm, unlike the authenticity of this establishment's antiquities. "Penny, that remark was rather impolite," Kevin admonished softly, then turned his attention to Jack, saying, "Sir, we're just browsing," rather than a reprimand. His words were more a symbolic gesture, perhaps even indulgent in nature. Penny, feeling a bit abashed, stuck out her tongue apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir. My earlier comment was ungracious. I was drawn in by the items you have here." Chapter 12, Unscrupulous Journalist? As she spoke, she picked up an album from a pile of miscellaneous items. "This is it." Penny casually flipped through the pages, revealing an array of vintage postcards adorned with picturesque landscapes and historical landmarks. She had been captivated by the Great Wall depicted on the cover, which had evoked a deep sense of nostalgia, compelling her to enter the shop. Jack regarded the album with a furrowed brow, pondering something before finally stating, "If you like it, feel free to take it. I have no recollection of how it came to be here. In fact, I have no attachment to it whatsoever." Penny's heart soared at his words as she closed the album and dusted it off, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Brother, I shall take this." Without a thought for its cleanliness, she cradled it in her arms. Kevin observed this with a furrowed brow and reached out to retrieve the album from her embrace, flipping through its pages. "Penny, are you certain you want this? It doesn't seem particularly remarkable, and don't you already have many stamps at home?" Although he had never seen the stamps before, he felt a sense of protectiveness over her choices. Suddenly, a small piece of cardboard fell from the album. Penny stepped forward to pick it up. It appeared to be a small card, though its contents remained a mystery. "What is this?" Kevin inquired. Just as Penny was about to shake her head in uncertainty, she noticed two characters scrawled in a crooked hand on the back, which read, "Cabbage." There were two languages above. One was English, simply stating vegetables, while the other was in Chinese, indicating cabbage. Realizing the potential treasure within, Penny eagerly lifted her head and exclaimed, "Brother, hurry and pay. I absolutely want this. I truly believe I have stumbled upon something extraordinary." She lowered her voice for the last sentence, as if fearing the shopkeeper might overhear her enthusiasm. Kevin, perplexed, found himself daily attempting to keep pace with his sister's intricate thought processes, only to discover that every time he was close to understanding her, an insurmountable distance remained between them. "Vegetables. Vegetables. It is the vegetables I have longed for," she exclaimed. "I wonder if the seeds from my homeland's cabbage can even be used." Overcome with gratitude, she silently thanked the heavens and deities for blessing her in a foreign land. "I finally possess seeds from my native country. Now, I am merely a step away from enjoying proper vegetables." Upon exiting the thrift store, Kevin increasingly found himself baffled by his sister. Just moments ago, she had seemed perfectly composed. Yet now she appeared as if she had consumed an elixir of excitement over some stamps, secondhand, no less. After wandering diagonally through the alley for nearly half an hour, Kevin could not restrain himself any longer and asked, "Penny, do you truly like what you just bought that much?" He genuinely wished to purchase her more items, as he could not fathom why she was so gleeful over some seemingly worthless stamps. Kevin pondered deeply. They had never been harsh with Penny. She had been cherished and indulged throughout her life. So how could her taste be so questionable? "I like everything my brother gives me," Penny replied casually. She mused that if her brother discovered her desire to grow vegetables, potentially getting herself dirty in the process, she was certain that her precious stamp album would vanish in an instant. Kevin was left speechless by her words, thinking his sister truly was the most adorable person in the world. However, gazing at the stamp album before him, he could not hold back any longer and continued, "Penny, hearing you say that makes me undeniably happy. But what if you purchased a few more items to take home? Otherwise, when Mom and Dad see that I only bought you this, you might be fine, but I fear I may be in trouble." Though Kevin was remarkably sensible, hardly needing Warren and Fiona to worry about him, no one is born understanding the intricacies of life. Penny recalled when she was an infant, unable to speak. Her brother had often endured a fair share of scolding. As she grew older and became closer to Kevin, she would stand in front of him whenever he was about to be reprimanded, shielding him from many beatings. Now, however, Kevin had long surpassed the age of receiving such discipline and was no longer as mischievous, but that did not imply he had become immune to hardship. Penny, slightly troubled, glanced around, and her eyes lit up as they fell upon a particular item. She pointed eagerly and smiled, saying, "I want that one." Kevin followed the direction pointed out by Penny, an inexplicable twitch occurring at the corner of his eye. The Rourke manner. Fiona and Warren exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the camera resting on the table, both suddenly aware of a throbbing headache. Warren broke the silence, inquiring, "Little Penny, what is it that draws you to this camera?" It was not that acquiring a camera constituted a grave transgression. Their financial situation could easily afford her the finest one available. Yet, Penny was still so young, and her affection for such devices raised concerns about her future aspirations. If she were to pursue a career as a journalist, it would entail a demanding lifestyle, necessitating extensive travel across the globe. While supporting children's dreams is essential, given their financial circumstances, it seemed unnecessary to burden Penny, a girl, with such a challenging vocation. "Is there something wrong with this camera?" Penny asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Could there be some unspoken taboo regarding cameras? Yet, that notion seemed far-fetched. For how could cameras be sold in Diagon Alley, if such were the case? Or was there a hidden reason within the family regarding the use of cameras? Confusion swirled in Penny's mind, causing the others present to feel increasingly uneasy. That is not quite the case. Fiona gently took Penny's hand, guiding her to sit beside her, tenderly brushing aside the stray hairs from her forehead. I am merely curious. Is your dream not to become a powerful wizard, but rather a newspaper reporter? The thought of her daughter becoming one of those scandal-seeking tabloid journalists, often subjected to public disdain, sent shivers down Fiona's spine. It was a nightmarish scenario. At that moment, Penny comprehended that the issue was not the camera itself, but rather a disapproval of the journalism profession. It was evident that the prevalence of unscrupulous journalists had fostered a stereotype that cast a shadow over the entire field, which was inherently equal across all professions. Chapter 13, A Performance by Three. Influenced by socialist ideals, Penny felt her parents' perspective was rather misguided. So, this is what you were worried about? Penny remarked, rising effortlessly to seize the camera from the table, playfully toying with it in her hands. She continued, I have no desire to become a journalist. I merely believe that photographs capture life. Beautiful memories can reside within pictures. Like this, come on, smile. With that, Penny flipped the camera around, seizing the moment while others were distracted, and struck a pose for a family portrait. The others only felt a flash of light, and in the next instant, they beheld the photograph Penny had just captured. Penny gazed at the photograph, marveling inwardly. Ah, truly, individuals of striking beauty remain captivating, regardless of the peculiar poses they strike. She promptly extended the photo towards her mother. Look, just like now. Having just viewed the picture, Penny noted that, aside from her belief that she bore no resemblance to her family in terms of looks, the rest was quite tolerable. It was not that she considered herself unattractive. Every time she gazed into the mirror, she found herself quite appealing. Yet, whenever she spent time with her family, she couldn't help but wonder if the hospital had mistakenly given her to the wrong parents. When comparing the stunning and the merely pleasant, one could easily deduce that the former would undoubtedly draw more attention. In a moment, Kevin and Warren leaned in to scrutinize the photo held by Fiona. The most radiant smile belonged to Penny, who was striking a pose, while the others, compelled to be in the frame, exhibited their own peculiarities, further emphasized by the animated nature of the image, rendering it even more amusing. In the photograph, Penny sat to Fiona's left, flashing a peace sign, while Fiona, taken aback, instinctively covered her mouth with one hand. To her right, Warren raised his right arm to shield himself from the light, while his other hand reached toward Fiona, instinctively attempting to draw her closer. On the far side sat Kevin, slightly leaning back, yet his gaze was fixed intently on the camera. He was, aside from Penny, the second individual to meet the camera's lens directly. Were it not for the allure of their appearances, the photograph would have been rather unremarkable. As everyone looked at the picture, laughter erupted, and they began to discuss it animatedly. Fiona, upon her first glance at Penny's expression, couldn't help but exclaim, "Little Penny. Truly my daughter, this photograph is delightful." Kevin and Warren nodded in agreement, revealing a rare familial consensus, save for Penny. Would you all care to examine this photograph more closely? While it is indeed quite charming on its own, standing together makes us appear rather ordinary. Mommy, when my brother and I are out, others might think I'm merely his neighbor's sister. Surely no one would assume I am his biological sister. She did not wish to belittle herself, who would willingly claim to be unattractive, acknowledging the truth while shunning baseless flattery. Upon hearing this, Fiona's expression soured, and she promptly cast a sharp glance at Kevin. The innocently implicated Kevin felt a wave of confusion wash over him, hastily retorting, "That's not true. No one has ever said such a thing." He quickly turned to Penny, not far away, declaring, "If anyone dares utter such nonsense, I shall be the first to confront them." After all, he had watched his sister grow from birth. He had been her guardian throughout her life. Could he not discern their bond? Warren then chimed in with comforting words. "Penny, do not overthink it. You are our daughter. How could you possibly be unattractive? You see, your eyes resemble your mother's to an astonishing degree. This stands as the most compelling evidence." Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Penny observed this scene with a sense of resignation. Well, 3 against 1, it is certain I shall lose. If by some chance I were to prevail, it would likely be attributed solely to the notion that the unattractive could not possibly be related. Deep down, she understood unequivocally that she was indeed their biological daughter. The color of her hair, the hue of her eyes, no one would doubt her lineage. She was merely indulging in a moment of light-hearted banter. However, it was undeniably true that she did not possess their striking looks. Perhaps this was a manifestation of recessive genes from her high school biology lessons? Penny quickly dismissed this thought, realizing that with her unhesitating choice of the humanities over sciences, she might as well question whether she had undergone a genetic mutation. How very true, indeed, Penny said as she rose, picking up her camera and scrapbook. I shall retreat to my room to reflect upon my earlier remarks and take a closer look at my gift. I bid you farewell for now. My affection for you all remains unwavering." With that, she blew them a few playful kisses and hurried upstairs. Fiona, watching her daughter bounce about with exuberance, felt her heart melt. Gazing at Penny's retreating figure, she murmured, "My daughter is simply delightful." Warren and Kevin nodded in agreement, elevating Penny's image as their little angel even further. As long as she did not cause trouble, she would forever be their little angel. And if she did get into mischief, that was of no concern. They would always be there to support her. Lost in thoughts of their adorable daughter, Warren suddenly recalled something. After a brief pause, he turned to Kevin and said, "Did you not only gift her a camera? Then what, pray tell? Is that dirty scrapbook she just embraced?" Fiona also returned to reality, having initially focused on the camera. Who would assume that the grimy scrapbook was a present? Well, Kevin responded, surprised by how quickly his parents had shifted their focus. "I suppose the only way to discover its significance is to ask my sister directly." The three instinctively glanced towards the staircase, but she had already vanished from sight. In her room, Penny casually set the camera aside, treating the scrapbook with utmost reverence as she placed it on the table. Once seated, she delicately began to flip through its pages. Unlike her experience in the store, this time she began from the back. As she turned the pages, she was greeted not by the eclectic array of stamps she had anticipated, but rather an assortment of seeds. Oh no, rather than flower seeds, it seemed more accurate to describe them as vegetable seeds. In addition to cabbage, there were also garland chrysanthemum, radish, daylily, and bean sprouts. Excellent, splendid, these were all vegetables she adored. However, there was one grave issue. She did not possess the knowledge to cultivate them. Penny recognized this reality, cradling her head in her hands as she gazed at the fresh-looking seeds before her. It is uncertain who among the wise has seemingly employed magic to keep the seeds perpetually fresh and untainted by moisture, allowing them to serendipitously land in her hands. Chapter 14. The Sound of the Abacus. However, this sage has miscalculated, for she possesses no knowledge of cultivation. The likelihood of her experiencing the age-old adage, "Sow a grain in spring, reap 1,000 in autumn," is exceedingly slim. She has only feasted upon pork, never having witnessed a pig in its natural sprint. With such a meager quantity of seeds, failure to cultivate them would result in a waste. Initially, she had anticipated the presence of a planting manual, but it now appears she has merely procured a lotus flower, something to admire from afar, yet never to be trifled with. Contemplating this, Penny found herself disheartened. Resting her head upon the table, her disheveled locks obscuring her vision, unheeded. Her mood was far more convoluted than her hair. If she were to title the chronicle of her transdimensional journey, it would not be an enchanted sojourn in a magical realm, but rather on the survival of the inept in the interstices of existence. Let us proceed and observe. Knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the doorway. It was likely Jimmy, Penny mused, without lifting her eyelids. Remaining sprawled on the table in contemplative silence, she feebly uttered, "Come in." In an instant, the door swung open, and with the crescendo of footsteps, a resounding thud startled her as someone took a seat beside her. Upon glancing over, she was surprised to find her brother, Kevin. "Brother?" Penny exclaimed, her gaze falling upon the books strewn across the table. "What are these?" Kevin did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. "Why do you appear so listless? Are you still troubled by earlier events?" "Earlier events?" After a moment's reflection, realization dawned on her, and she hurriedly shook her head. "No, I was merely contemplating various trivial matters." Casting her eyes toward the pile of books, she continued, "Oh, by the way, brother, what brings you here with these tomes?" Penny scrutinized the titles: Standard Spells, Beginner Level, History of Magic, Theory of Magic, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Enchanting Herbs and Fungi, Magical Potions and Elixirs, Where to Find Magical Creatures and Dark Forces, a Self-Defense Guide. An unsettling premonition began to swell within Penny, and after a nervous gulp, she inquired, "Surely, these are not intended for me?" "Certainly not," Kevin replied, casually pulling a chair to sit beside her. "These are the books I have prepared for my studies. I noticed your heightened interest in magic today. Perhaps before I depart for school, we could explore these volumes together as a form of preparation." Observing the smile upon Kevin's face, Penny was left with a singular sentiment. She could not muster a smile. Truly unable to do so. "Brother, do you know how old I am this year?" Penny could no longer contain her urge to remind him. What happened to the promise of joyful education? The thickness of these 3 books stacked together is likely greater than my own head. Will this knowledge truly penetrate my mind? Of course, what nonsense are you speaking? You are 7 years old this year. Kevin gently tapped Penny's forehead, his eyes filled with affection. "Dear brother, when you were 7, did you read as many books as this?" Penny had to stand on a stool to reach the book on the top shelf. Sitting simply wouldn't suffice. Kevin shook his head and replied, "No, I didn't have an older brother or sister, but you are different. You can enjoy this privilege." Are you perhaps misunderstanding the concept of privilege? After holding back for a while, Penny managed to utter a half-hearted thank you. Kevin, believing himself to be considerate, inquired, "What book would you like to read? I can fetch it for you." That book on potions. No, wait, perhaps herbs instead. Potions might be too complex for me. But at least I can appreciate the pictures in the herb book. Without a second thought, Kevin naturally retrieved the book on herbs and placed it before Penny. As she took the book, it seemed she suddenly remembered something. She hesitated to open it and asked, "Brother, when I go to school, will I be using these books too?" Upon hearing this, Kevin furrowed his brow in contemplation for a few seconds before responding, "I suppose so, barring any unforeseen circumstances. These should be the ones. Rest assured, our parents will surely take you to Diagon Alley to purchase them just like today." No, no, no. Penny shook her head vigorously, placing the book on the table, and looked earnestly at Kevin. "Brother, can I just use your books when the time comes? It is permissible. But is their family so impoverished that they must repeatedly utilize books? Brother, do not but me. Frugality is a traditional virtue we ought to uphold." Penny blinked at Kevin, attempting to validate her words. Before Kevin could respond, she continued, "But brother, you must pay close attention in class and take diligent notes. Your little sister is counting on you to provide me with excellent notes. You are capable of writing, but it seems you desire my notes rather than my books." Kevin realized the underlying intention. He had just been pondering what had prompted her sudden thriftiness, only to discover her true motive. Unbothered by being exposed in public, Penny, with her characteristic boldness, approached Kevin, clinging to his arm and playfully shaking it. "Brother, I truly need your notes. I promise I will study diligently. But I fear I might not grasp everything. You are the best to me. Please lend me your notes when the time comes. Can you bear to see me fail in my first year and bring shame upon our family?" As she spoke, Penny felt increasingly absurd, even acting out the scenario, dramatically wiping away non-existent tears from the air. "My sister is exceptionally intelligent. She will undoubtedly grasp it swiftly. If you truly struggle, I shall teach you diligently." Kevin articulated this thought with a certain ruthlessness. As long as she desired to learn, who could possibly fear a lack of guidance? Intelligent, indeed. "So, will you grant me access to your notes?" When her playful coaxing bore no fruit, Penny's expression darkened immediately. She crossed her arms defiantly, her face puffed up in indignation, pouting with a look of deep melancholy directed at him. "Here you go," Kevin replied, observing his sister's demeanor. He was on the verge of leaving for school, surely. There was no room for discord at such a moment. "But you must also study diligently and not rely solely on the notes." Penny's displeasure vanished in an instant, and she joyfully embraced Kevin, planting several kisses on his cheek before wrapping her arms around his with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "I truly adore you." Chapter 15, Her Acceptance Letter. "If you could help me finish off those vegetables, my affection would deepen even more." A faint blush crept across Kevin's face as he hastily replied, "All right, Penny, focus on your studies." With that, he placed the book he had just been holding into her hands and picked up another to read. Kevin appeared transformed, his demeanor gradually adopting a serene and composed quality. Recognizing this change, Penny understood that her brother was now in a focused state and dared not disturb him further. She quietly began to peruse her own book, feeling fortunate to have a brother who cherished reading. With such a positive and ambitious heir in the family, she could rest easy as a beautiful slacker. Herbology. Penny gazed at the cover, whispering to herself, then casually flipped through a few pages of content. Before long, she closed the book in frustration. Could someone explain why a book meant to teach herbal identification contained so few illustrations? Taking a deep breath, she reopened the book. Why were there no simple, unpretentious lessons on growing vegetables, like white lichen, aconite, or mandrake? Did the life of a wizard not require vegetables, existing solely on meat? No, she remembered. They did consume vegetables. The thought of those vegetables made her feel quite despondent. The future seemed bleak, and she wondered whether Hogwarts might have teachers who could cultivate vegetables. For years later, the first rays of morning sunlight cast a gentle glow upon the cheek of a slumbering girl. Her flaxen hair splayed carelessly across the pillow. The blanket, once neatly spread, had been curled into a ball by her, enveloping her in a cocoon of tranquility within her room. At this moment, a woman quietly pushed the door open, entering softly to sit at the bedside. She gently caressed the girl's hair and spoke tenderly. "Darling, why are you still asleep? It's time to awaken." In her drowsy state, Penny opened her eyes and beheld Fiona's face, murmuring, "Mommy, why are you waking me so early?" She pulled the blanket over her head, seeking refuge from the morning light, drawing from her years of experience with late rising. Fiona knew it was still far from the time her daughter usually awoke. Gently, she coaxed Penny from her cocoon of blankets, settling her on her lap and tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "My dear, I believe it is time for you to awaken." Fiona whispered softly in Penny's ear, "Your acceptance letter has arrived, and today we shall venture to Diagon Alley. Nothing should disturb my slumber, not even that, Mother." "It's just Hogwarts," Penny replied dreamily. "Hogwarts?" After a brief pause, she abruptly sat up, her eyes wide with excitement. "Did I hear you correctly, Mother? You mean the acceptance letter from Hogwarts?" Fiona smiled and nodded, producing the letter addressed to Penny and holding it out to her. "Here, this is yours. It arrived bright and early this morning." With trembling hands, Penny accepted the letter, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy, though it was merely an ordinary envelope. It bore the distinctive wax seal of Hogwarts. At last, she had reached the age to truly attend Hogwarts, where she would encounter countless wonders and meet peers alike. Without a second thought for her still warm bed, she tore open the letter, and upon seeing her name inscribed upon the parchment, her heart swelled with relief. "Mother, today is simply splendid," Penny exclaimed, rushing to embrace Fiona. "Does this mean I will soon possess my own wand and be able to cast spells?" The mere thought of wielding extraordinary and dazzling magic made Penny feel that being awakened this morning was indeed worth it. If such marvelous occurrences were to disturb her slumber daily, she would gladly rise early 3 times a week. After all, meals could be skipped, and thirst could be quenched. But sleep must be either indulgently savored or wholly absent. "Of course, my darling. I have every faith that you will become an exceptional witch," Fiona said, playfully pinching Penny's cheek. "Now, hurry and get ready. We must leave for Diagon Alley early, as it tends to get rather crowded." Gently kissing Penny's forehead, Fiona added, "Congratulations. My dear, I am so delighted that you are having a splendid morning. I almost forgot to wish you good morning." "Good morning to you too, Mother," Penny replied sweetly. After Fiona departed, she resumed her perusal of the letter, noting that it resembled her brother's acceptance letter almost perfectly, with the sole distinction being the name inscribed as Penny Roll. She lovingly traced her fingers over her name on the envelope, then joyfully rolled back and forth on her bed. Life was finally deviating from its monotonous routine, and she could venture outside to forge new friendships. Since Kevin commenced his studies at Hogwarts, Penny has been the sole child remaining at home. Although she is occasionally taken out for brief excursions, the monotony is truly overwhelming. Without school, where could she possibly find companions of her age? She has even memorized the number of house elves residing in her home, capable of envisioning the layout of her abode and the surrounding forest and garden with her eyes closed. It is not that her parents are forbidding her from making friends. Rather, the opportunities to venture out and meet new individuals are scarce, and the local children are few and far between. Her only source of amusement lies in entertaining herself with a broomstick and the splendid vistas encountered during her travels. Perhaps this scarcity is linked to the inherently small population of the wizarding community. On the few occasions she has encountered peers, those encounters barely qualified as meetings, let alone conversations. Upon reflection, the only individual of her age with whom she has exchanged words is a boy she met during her last visit to Diagon Alley, whose name remains unknown to her. At times, Penny feels as though she is on the verge of losing her sanity. Had it not been for the occasional brief travels, she might genuinely believe she was confined in a comfortable prison, with her photo album scarcely updated. Chapter 16. Kevin's Unoccupied Days. Traversing from pre-pandemic lockdowns to self-imposed isolation post-transformation? How absurd. Now, however, the tedium of such days is finally drawing to a close. This marks the first time in her 2 existences that Penny has yearned so intensely for the enlightenment of knowledge. At the breakfast table, Penny, having arrived late, hurriedly approached and kissed Fiona and Warren on the cheeks, cheerfully greeting, "Good morning, Mom and Dad." She then placed her still unread acceptance letter beside the dining table and took her seat. "Good morning, my dear. You seem particularly joyful today," Warren remarked with a chuckle, glancing at the acceptance letter before softly saying, "Let me guess, we shall be visiting Diagon Alley again today." "You guessed correctly, Dad," Penny responded, taking a sip of milk to clear her throat before continuing. "But we needn't visit Flourish and Blots, as I've arranged with my brother to use his old textbooks." Fiona abruptly halted her task of slicing bread, her smile fading slightly. After exchanging a glance with Warren, she inquired, "May I ask why?" "My dear, I can certainly afford the cost of 2 sets of books. Our family should be able to manage that." Indeed, it is quite affordable, Penny thought to herself, recalling that during their first trip to Diagon Alley, her parents had provided both her and Kevin with a bag of gold galleons each, which she estimated to contain around 100 coins. This meant that the galleons she held at that time were already sufficient to purchase double the required school supplies, with the possibility of even having some left over. At this moment, Warren furrowed his brow, gazing at Penny with a perplexed expression. Typically, his daughter appeared carefree and not one to shy away from spending money. Could it be that the allowance he provided was insufficient? "My dear, do you harbor any misconceptions regarding our financial situation? Or is it that your usual pocket money is inadequate?" Penny, upon hearing this, hastily waved her hand, adeptly explaining, "No, Father, I merely feel that I will certainly struggle to grasp the material, hence I require my brother's notes. The notes from a top student could very well save my academic life. Heaven knows how one is expected to learn in that environment. While I can impart some of the new socialist ideologies through subjects like language and politics, those textbooks are like familiar strangers to me." Fiona and Warren chimed in. "There's no need for such concern. In fact, the curriculum at Hogwarts is quite manageable." Fiona presumed Penny was overwhelmed and offered her reassurance. Warren nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Hogwarts is not like Durmstrang. It admits Muggle students as well. My dear, you need not worry at all. Pure-blood wizards cannot possibly be inferior to those of mixed heritage. Upon uttering the latter term, Fiona swiftly grasped Warren's arm, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Warren soon realized he had been rather verbose that day, and he amended his statement. In any case, you needn't fret. We shall procure a new book for you. He wiped his brow inwardly, pondering how any child could resist the allure of novelty. While other parents might urge their children to mend and make do for a few more years, they found themselves encouraging their child to indulge a little, lest it seem as though she were being deprived. What does it matter? Penny mused, casually chewing her sandwich before swallowing. My brother has spent so long writing those notes, I might as well make use of them. In days gone by, acquiring notes required a monetary investment. Now, the convenience of second-hand notes seemed to them a form of injustice against her. The books did not reject her ignorance, so why should she disdain their second-hand nature? She had foreseen this outcome. Fiona and Warren exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's exasperation. Once their daughter had set her mind on something, no amount of persuasion could sway her. If they were fortunate enough to convince her otherwise, it would be evident that her desire had never been particularly strong to begin with. By the way, where's your brother? He promised to accompany me to Diagon Alley for shopping, Penny remarked, eyeing the empty space beside her, with the acceptance letter in hand. It seemed the family could not gather together. My apologies, Penny, Warren expressed, his face laden with regret. Kevin wrote back a couple of days ago to inform us that he has been appointed as the head boy of Slytherin this term and will remain at school. He may not be able to return to accompany you. Fiona nodded and added, moreover, he specifically mentioned this matter in his letter, stating that you could only meet again at Hogwarts. Penny, do not wear a sorrowful countenance. Your brother deeply desires to return and be with you. Penny feigned indifference. Raising an eyebrow and forcing a smile, she replied, well, it's not a significant issue. After a brief silence, Penny could no longer maintain her composure and lamented. It has been ages since my brother last returned. The vacation is already so short, and now that he has become a prefect, he surely has even less time to accompany me. In her past life, she was an only child and had never experienced the affection of a brother. In this life, she had been cherished by her brother since childhood, living a carefree existence, naturally leading her to form a closer bond with her brother Kevin than with her parents. However, the brother she longed to see so eagerly was always the one she encountered the least, only able to meet during the holidays. Sometimes, seeing him too often became tedious. Yet seeing him too infrequently left her yearning for his presence. Glancing at the untouched vegetables before her, Penny felt even more disgruntled. It had been quite a while since anyone had secretly helped her finish her meal. Noticing this, Fiona gently set down her knife and fork and offered words of comfort. My dear, you must understand that whether or not your brother is a prefect, his love for you remains unchanged. Indeed, Warren chimed in, pausing his meal. Perhaps when you start school and make more friends, it will be your brother who grows envious of your time. Upon hearing this, Penny's spirits lifted slightly. It was indeed a possibility. Not long after finishing breakfast, Penny received a shocking piece of news. Fiona and Warren had received an urgent message from the Ministry of Magic, requiring their immediate return to address some pressing matters. Initially, Warren had been the sole provider for the family, but Fiona, finding herself bored at home, decided to join him at the ministry. Chapter 17, Parents with No Time. The work was not particularly arduous. It was merely a casual position. However, today there happened to be an important meeting that even her relatively unimportant role could not allow her to miss. So, you all truly have no time to accompany me to Diagon Alley for shopping today? Penny gazed at her parents seated across from her on the sofa, her expression filled with discontent. She recalled that their household was primarily filled with owls, so why were there so many pigeons here, specifically coming to neglect her? Upon hearing her words, their faces displayed a hint of unnatural awkwardness. Warren was the first to speak, attempting to explain, there's nothing we can do. We had genuinely planned to go with you. Fiona nodded in agreement and added, this meeting cannot be postponed. I am truly sorry, my dear. What dear? Do not call me dear. I am not your dear. Penny sat on the sofa, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest, glaring at the two of them. It's one thing to leave me behind when you go on dates, but now I have to venture to Diagon Alley all alone. How am I supposed to manage that? Fiona, unperturbed by her daughter's resentment, interjected, but darling, it's always Jimmy who brings things back. You've never taken anything yourself. Penny retorted, I completely forgot about that detail. There's always been a Jimmy behind me. How can it be the same? Jimmy has spent more time with me than you two have. Once I go to school, you won't see me as often. I wonder if this is a clash of cultural differences. She believed that a family should strive to be together whenever possible, only to discover that her parents did not share this sentiment, at least, not her mother and father. They were adamant that sacrificing their romantic outings for the sake of their child was simply out of the question. At times, they would rather enjoy a candlelit dinner than return home to take her along. Well, she understood. She had become the proverbial third wheel, evolving into that role ever since her brother went off to school. Glancing at her watch, Fiona gently nudged Warren's arm with her elbow, signaling that they were running out of time. Warren, noticing as well, cleared his throat and said, "That truly sounds unfortunate, dear. Perhaps we can find time to accompany you when we return, but for now, we really must go. Being late would not be ideal." Despite their words, neither Fiona nor Warren showed any inclination to rise from their seats, thus affording Penny the respect she deserved. Today, she merely intended to seize the opportunity to voice her grievances and express her discontent. She certainly did not wish to resort to tears or tantrums to compel them to stay. "Then I shouldn't be forced to eat vegetables before going to school," she declared, believing that avoiding those wretched greens was the only way to soothe her tender heart. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a silence that lingered for a good half-minute. With her eyes closed, Fiona took a deep breath before opening them and gritting her teeth. "Penny, you are still young. Eating vegetables is good for you." This clever girl had evidently been waiting for this moment, and Fiona felt a twinge of guilt for her previous assumptions. She had thought her daughter was simply being clingy because of her impending school journey, but it appeared that Penny was cleverly setting a trap. Indeed, the clever one was always scheming. How could she possibly assuage her current grievances without taking advantage of the situation? "I can eat fruit. And I promise to eat my vegetables properly when I go to school, Mom. Just let me be for these few days." She would certainly eat well, but only after she had cultivated vegetables that suited her palate. Such a pity that Hogwarts did not seem to be a school that taught gardening. If at that moment Fiona and Warren could hear Penny's innermost thoughts, they would undoubtedly spit out a mouthful of blood. Is it not evident that Hogwarts is a place dedicated to teaching one how to become a competent wizard? 3 days. This is the limit of Fiona's endurance, as she is accustomed to 3 hearty meals a day. "Surely, a week is the least one requires, dear mother," Penny lamented. With only about 10 days remaining until the commencement of the school term at Hogwarts, 3 days is hardly sufficient. Fiona glanced at her watch, noting that they had merely 15 minutes left before they would be late. 5 days, Penny, is the utmost concession we can afford. If you remain obstinate, we are not above disregarding everything to accompany you to Diagon Alley today. Deal. Fiona thought to herself, why does it feel like I've drawn the short straw? In contrast, Penny was elated, having secured a favorable outcome. She gained an additional 2 days. Once at Hogwarts, she could leisurely contemplate how best to cultivate her seeds. She firmly believed that the seeds from her homeland would endure until her research bore fruit. To Fiona and Warren, it appeared as though their daughter had transformed into an exuberant spirit after agreeing to forego vegetables for a few days. Almost as if she had ingested a potion of euphoria, her demeanor radiating ambition. Warren quietly remarked, unsure whether Penny's aversion to vegetables was greater than her affection for Hogwarts. Observing Penny lost in her own world, Fiona sighed in resignation. Let us hasten our departure. It seems she is equally enamored of both. Perhaps only Kevin can manage her. Are you certain you haven't misspoken, dear? Diagon Alley. A girl with flaxen hair stood in the shadows at the entrance of Diagon Alley, her slightly curled tresses cascading casually over her shoulders. She wore a red and white striped tank top paired with a white skirt, along with a small crossbody bag adorned with exquisite prints. Beside her stood a small elf, maintaining a modest distance of about half a foot behind her, hesitant to step forward. Before their departure, Penny had been resolute, declaring, "It's just Diagon Alley. I've been there before." Yet now, she felt utterly slapped in the face by reality. Was there no one to inform her why Diagon Alley was so sweltering and crowded? Penny's fair skin, coupled with her infrequent outings, made her appear almost like a reflector in the throng. It was not that she feared tanning, rather. The sheer number of people left her feeling somewhat at a loss. "Jimmy, how come when I accompanied my brother last time, I didn't notice just how crowded Diagon Alley could be?" Jimmy timidly glanced at the bustling street, noting that the phrase "people packed like sardines" was hardly an exaggeration. Chapter 18. An encounter in Diagon Alley. The expansive street offered scarcely any gaps devoid of people, especially at the Leaky Cauldron. A glance reveals an influx of patrons, seemingly enchanted to enter but unable to exit. The establishment is undoubtedly under some spell. Otherwise, how could it possibly accommodate such a crowd? Indeed, the numbers have swelled compared to before. "My lady, it is precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon," Jimmy remarked, noting that this was the peak time for foot traffic in Diagon Alley. Upon hearing this, Penny felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she retrieved her acceptance letter, which was accompanied by a list of items to procure in Diagon Alley: a wand, clothing, and a pet, though thankfully, a broomstick was not among the requirements. Penny felt a sense of relief, grateful that she did not have a particular fondness for Quidditch. "Where would you like to go first, my lady?" Jimmy inquired, having lingered in the shadows for a good 10 minutes. If they delayed any longer, nightfall might descend before they could complete their shopping. After a brief moment of contemplation, Penny replied, "I wish to indulge in ice cream. The weather is exceedingly warm. You go ahead and buy the ice cream. I shall venture to procure some clothing first. The crowd seems least dense over there," she decided with a sense of delight. As she spoke, Penny waved her hand at Jimmy, instructing, "Be sure to come find me later." In the blink of an eye, the young lady had vanished, leaving only her retreating silhouette. "My lady, do not run so swiftly. Jimmy called out, unable to suppress his concern. But his words were swiftly drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. After a few moments of indecision, he scurried in the opposite direction towards the ice cream shop. Upon entering, Penny was greeted by a short, plump witch-clad in purple robes, her face adorned with an endearing smile. As Penny stepped inside, their eyes met for a fleeting moment. "Are you here to purchase a Hogwarts uniform, dear?" the witch inquired, just as Penny was about to nod in affirmation. The woman continued, "To be candid, there are other young patrons here trying on garments just like you. Are you the supplier of Hogwarts uniforms?" Penny blurted out, unable to contain her curiosity. It was rather surprising that a supplier would be personally measuring and tailoring clothes for others. Had the merchants in this area become so conscientious? Madame Malkin raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by Penny's inquisitive nature, and replied with a smile, "An interesting thought indeed. However, I regret to inform you that I am not." "Then why do you presume that I must be here for a Hogwarts uniform?" Penny pressed, puzzled. If she was not a supplier, why did everyone insist on purchasing robes at Madame Malkin's? Was this establishment monopolizing the clothing trade? This was the first time Madame Malkin had encountered a child as inquisitive as Penny, and rather than feeling exasperated, she chuckled. "Perhaps it is simply because you are all of the same age." With that, Penny ceased her inquiries and allowed Madame Malkin to measure her for the robes. This was her inaugural visit to Madame Malkin's. Previously, all her attire had been crafted by a different tailor. However, it seems that the tailor shop does not create uniforms. Otherwise, it would have been significantly more convenient for her. The two engaged in a casual conversation when, at that moment, a girl emerged from the fitting room. Her hair was a rich brown, long yet voluminous, almost appearing a tad frizzy. Nevertheless, her eyes were strikingly beautiful, not in an immediately stunning way. But they sparkled with an intelligence that suggested her mind was brimming with fresh ideas. The moment she stepped out, Mrs. Maugin was captivated, coincidentally. Penny had just finished measuring for her own outfit and took a few steps toward Hermione, observing her closely and nodding in approval, seemingly quite pleased. "My dear, without a doubt, this robe fits you splendidly," Penny remarked, her gaze drifting toward the plain robe that caught her eye first. She realized that she would likely be confined to such robes for the next 7 years, and the thought of enduring this monotonous existence made the world appear less enchanting. "Indeed, you are correct, madam," the girl replied, her face flushing slightly. "Nothing could suit me better." Penny scrutinized the girl's features, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Yet she could not place where she had seen her before. After a few moments of mental reflection, she decided not to dwell on it and stepped closer to the girl, smiling brightly. "Hey, hello there. Are you also a student preparing to attend Hogwarts?" "I'm Penny Rowell. What is your name?" The girl seemed taken aback, having never encountered someone as friendly as Penny. Yet, recognizing her warm demeanor, she replied with a smile, "Yes, I'm delighted to meet you. I'm Hermione Granger." Penny's eyes widened in surprise, and just as she was about to inquire further, she exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Hermione? What a lovely name. It's truly wonderful to meet you here." If her memory served her correctly, this Hermione would later be known as the most brilliant witch among their trio. Unable to resist, she took a moment to study her further, her eyes gleaming with admiration. So that was why Hermione's features seemed familiar. Perhaps Penny's gaze was too intense, for Hermione, feeling a bit self-conscious, asked, "Is there something on my face?" Realizing her rudeness, Penny quickly waved her hands in apology. No, I'm sorry. I just find you very approachable. To be honest, you are the first friend I have met here." "How could that be?" Hermione replied, her demeanor suggesting she was far from shy. Quite the opposite. She seemed like someone who would naturally have many friends. Penny's eyes twinkled mischievously as she smiled sweetly. "Perhaps it was meant for you to be my first friend." With a playful wink, she added, "So, I suppose we are friends now, right?" "Absolutely," Hermione affirmed. Though Hermione was somewhat taken aback by the forthrightness of the girl before her, she could hardly reject her kindness. In fact, she felt a tinge of pity for her, realizing that she had no friends and must be incredibly lonely. However, the reality was quite the opposite. While Penny indeed lacked friends due to limited opportunities for acquaintance, loneliness was an impossibility for her. At most, she experienced boredom, for she could chatter away with anyone about anything, chattering like a magpie, leaving no room for solitude. Chapter 19. The book on gardening. Hermione paused for a few seconds before continuing. "Regarding what you mentioned about the clothing store, you seem unfamiliar with it. Are you a muggle-born wizard as well?" Penny quickly shook her head in response. "No, I am pure blood, but I am rather ignorant in this area." Even with her thick skin, Penny felt a bit embarrassed saying this. "I'm truly sorry for embarrassing pure-blood wizards." Upon hearing this, Hermione was momentarily stunned, and seeing Penny speak so candidly struck her as somewhat amusing. She had never encountered anyone quite like Penny. With a gentle laugh, she remarked, "You are quite interesting. Please do not speak so disparagingly of yourself. I merely read a bit before enrolling, so I know a smattering." When she mentioned the books she had read, Hermione's demeanor transformed from its previous lightness. A newfound confidence and wisdom emanated from her. It was said that Madame Malkin's shop was the choice of many simply because her prices were reasonable and the quality commendable. There was no formal collaboration with Hogwarts, merely an established understanding. For instance, when one thinks of purchasing a wand, one inevitably thinks of Ollivanders. As she spoke animatedly, Penny listened attentively, quietly absorbing her words. And sincerely praised, "You've read so many books." At this compliment, a slight blush crept across Hermione's face, and she shyly murmured, "Oh, it's nothing much." "Have you read any books on how to grow vegetables?" Penny asked eagerly, as she had not forgotten her longing for vegetables even for a single day. If she could just grow one kind, just one, she would be overjoyed to savor fresh vegetables. She used to love eating vegetables, as the freshness contained a natural sweetness. But here, the lack of them had forced her into a carnivorous lifestyle, leaving her nearly numb from excessive meat consumption. "Excuse me?" Hermione stood frozen for a few moments before inquiring, "If I heard correctly, you just mentioned growing vegetables?" Hermione could scarcely believe her ears. While not every wizard dreamed of becoming an Auror, it seemed rather unusual for someone so young to wish to study gardening. "Yes," Penny replied, not finding anything amiss. And continued, "I haven't found any books on gardening here, and I can't keep traveling to the Muggle world. I want to grow some new varieties of vegetables, but I have no idea how to go about it." "What an intriguing notion. If you so desire, I could venture back to assist you in your search. Perhaps the book you seek may indeed be found in the Muggle world. It is rather surprising to encounter a pure-blood wizard with a penchant for gardening. Quite unlike the pure-blood wizards Hermione had previously encountered. The ones she met before had exhibited nothing short of disdain and annoyance upon learning of her Muggle heritage. Whereas this individual radiates warmth and familiarity, devoid of any trace of impatience or contempt. "Really?" Penny's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stepped forward, embracing Hermione. "Thank you, Hermione. It is indeed fortuitous to meet you here." Once they released each other, Hermione noticed a slight flush on her cheeks. It was her first encounter with such an engaging individual, the first to match her vivacity and enthusiasm. She seemed to shine like a small sun, despite her fair complexion. "Of course. Did you come here alone?" Hermione inquired. "My parents have gone to Flourish and Blots to procure some books for me. You must know that Diagon Alley is particularly bustling today. It appears everyone has chosen today to purchase their supplies for Hogwarts." At that moment, Madame Malkin approached Hermione, extending a bag containing her newly acquired robes and hat. After handing over the items, Madame Malkin swiftly moved on, as Penny's own garments were still being prepared. When questioned about this, Penny appeared unfazed and replied candidly, "No, they are rather busy today and couldn't accompany me. However, I did bring my house elf. He went to fetch me some ice cream." "Oh yes, ice cream." Penny's expression shifted to concern as she glanced toward the door, murmuring, "Speaking of ice cream, I wonder why Jimmy hasn't returned yet." Turning back, she fortuitously locked eyes with Hermione and continued, "Jimmy is our house elf. To be honest, I am a bit worried about why he has taken so long to come back." "Do not fret, Penny," Hermione reassured her. "Perhaps the throngs of people today have delayed him. In truth, house elves possess far greater magic than we do. It is merely unfortunate that they remain subjugated by wizards." As this thought crossed Hermione's mind, she couldn't help but sigh. It was a blessing for a house elf to find a kind master like Penny, especially when many wizards subjected them to sheer cruelty. Penny nodded in agreement and added, "You make a valid point." Upon noticing the robes Hermione held, she felt a pang of guilt for having occupied her time and sheepishly said, "I am sorry. You are all set. And I have been holding you up with our conversation. If you still have items to purchase, do go ahead. We can meet again at Hogwarts." Hermione quickly waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Not at all. In fact, I find our conversation quite delightful. If you are willing, we could journey together." If she truly wished to depart, even with Penny engaging in conversation, she would find an opportunity to extricate herself. The fact that she remained standing there indicated her desire to leave together. Initially, she did not harbor strong feelings for the girl before her, but as their dialogue progressed, she found herself increasingly drawn to her. This lively and intriguing pure-blood witch, who harbored no prejudice towards lineage, felt akin to basking in the warmth of the sun. It was difficult to imagine anyone who would not be enamored by such a girl. If only circumstances permitted, that would be splendid indeed. Penny stepped forward, linking her arm with Hermione's, and cheerfully declared, "I believe we shall have an absolutely delightful time in Diagon Alley today." Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed from the entrance as the door swung open, revealing a diminutive elf hastily approaching with a large bag in its arms. Miss, your ice cream has arrived." Upon hearing this, Penny turned her gaze towards the door, and, upon recognizing Jimmy, the tension that had been coiled in her heart began to ease. In the next moment, her eyes fell upon the bag he carried. "Jimmy, did I not ask you to procure ice cream? What is that in your hands?" Just as Hermione had surmised, the throngs of people that day had delayed Jimmy considerably. Penny had not specified any particular flavors, so he had simply bought one of each. Now, the trio, Penny, Hermione, and Jimmy, found themselves in silence, staring at the bag filled with ice cream. It was not wise to squander wealth in such a manner. Penny felt an overwhelming urge to express to Jimmy that she was easily pleased and that any flavor would suffice, provided it did not include the bizarre vegetable variety from Florin. Before her lay 9 ice creams, each thoughtfully covered with a plastic cap by Florin to prevent them from toppling over during Jimmy's walk. With a somewhat strained smile, Penny ventured, "Hermione, how about I treat you to some ice cream?" 10 minutes later, Penny and Hermione emerged side by side from Madame Malkin's robe shop, even gifting Madame Malkin an ice cream to stave off the heat. As for the remaining ice creams, they entrusted them to Jimmy to take home for the other house elves. Otherwise, it would take an eternity to finish all 9 ice creams. Penny had considered sharing with her parents, but she feared that by the time they returned, the ice cream would have melted beyond recognition. "Penny, are you truly all right without Jimmy by your side?" Hermione inquired, a note of concern in her voice. After all, both she and Penny were merely 11-year-old girls. Hermione had her parents accompanying her, while Penny was alone. Reflecting on this, Hermione's gaze towards Penny softened with sympathy. Little did Penny know that Hermione's thoughts were far more intricate than she could imagine. The exhilaration of being alone is simply unparalleled. The air as one strolls along is imbued with the fragrance of freedom. "No matter, I shall instruct Jimmy to await me at Ollivander Swan's shop. After our visit to Flourish and Blots, we can head there. The timing should align perfectly." Penny winked at Hermione, revealing her little scheme. Although the time for leisure is scarce, there remains a glimmer of it. To her surprise, Hermione's expression grew even more peculiar at this revelation, exclaiming, "Are you certain? The bookstore is likely teeming with people. We lingered quite a while at Madame Malkin's, and our parents have yet to find us. Presumably because they have not finished purchasing books. One can only imagine the overwhelming throng within the bookstore. As the saying goes, one who accepts a favor is often indebted." Hermione cast a glance at the petite Penny, resolutely deciding to assist her in swiftly procuring her books and departing. However, the next words from Penny nearly extinguished the spark of determination that had ignited within Hermione. "I am certain I am not purchasing textbooks. My set was prepared at home long ago. Today, I am merely here to acquire the remaining items." Penny pondered for a moment. She had already bought robes, but still needed a wand, a cauldron, a set of glass bottles, a telescope, a brass scale, and perhaps a pet, such as an owl. It had escaped her notice until now just how many items still awaited her purchase. Thus, it was imperative to act swiftly. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, choosing to remain silent. The two soon arrived at Flourish and Blots, and indeed, as they had anticipated, the bookstore was a veritable sea of humanity, with far more entering than exiting even after all this time. Hermione grasped Penny's hand, and though both were diminutive in stature, they navigated the crowd with determination. Penny, surprisingly adept in such situations, initially had Hermione leading, but soon it was Penny who guided Hermione into the throng. It was a jest, it appeared daunting. But if this were a typical day, one would struggle to secure a meal even in a university cafeteria, let alone in a bustling train station during the holidays. Perhaps due to her proficiency, when they finally found a slightly less crowded corner, Hermione could not help but remark, "Merlin, have you done this often before? Your speed is remarkable." Initially, she had assumed Penny to be a somewhat delicate noble, but it was evident that in this aspect, Penny far surpassed her. "Well, perhaps it is a gift," Penny replied, nearly revealing how she had once navigated through throngs of university students to secure her meals. To prevent herself from divulging more, Penny quickly interjected, "You should go find your parents. I believe they are not far ahead. Having been here for a while, they must have nearly completed their shopping." Seeing the lingering concern etched on Hermione's face, Penny hastily reassured her, "I am perfectly fine. You may proceed without hesitation." Although the corner they occupied was less crowded than before, it was by no means devoid of people. Positioned conveniently by the staircase, they could grasp the railing, preventing them from being swept away by the throng. Observing this, Hermione eventually nodded and replied, "Very well. You stay here, or perhaps find a place with even fewer people. I shall return to seek you." Remaining in this spot allowed for a swift glance, but should she venture outside, the risk of being whisked away by a stranger loomed ominously. Penny nodded in agreement, and without further delay, Hermione turned and squeezed her way in another direction. Having caught a glimpse of what appeared to be her parents nearby, casting a brief survey of her surroundings, Penny felt a tumultuous whirl of emotions. Was this a venue for selling books or for selling people? The number of patrons nearly rivaled that of the books themselves. Wait, a bookstore? This term flitted through her mind repeatedly until a sudden realization illuminated her eyes. Yes, a bookstore. While others sought textbooks, perhaps amidst the chaotic crowd, she could search for a book on gardening. Such an obscure title would likely be found in a less populated area. Once more, she scanned her surroundings, her previous despair replaced by an acute awareness, keenly searching for the least crowded corner. Had Hermione been engaged in purchasing books, Penny might have felt a tinge of boredom. However, the prospect of finding a manual on cultivating vegetables transformed her into a vigilant seeker, akin to a radar, ever alert. Chapter 21, Deeply Sinful. Before long, she identified a section of the crowd that was relatively sparse. Eureka! Penny fixed her gaze in that direction, tightly clutching her bag, and leveraging her petite stature. She resolutely navigated against the current of the throng. Surrounded by towering adults, each robust or portly, Penny's small frame allowed her to slip through unnoticed, akin to a needle through fabric. Yet, she felt perilously close to being crushed. In the dense crowd, her height rendered her breathless. Her delicate face flushed from the lack of oxygen. Just as she burst forth from the throng, she instinctively took a few hurried steps forward to regain her balance, only to collide headlong with a young man. Penny had already expended much of her strength in her escape, tiny beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. And at that moment, she felt like a spent force. The impact sent her tumbling heavily to the ground. The young man who collided with her was not faring much better. The books in his hands fell to the ground, and he too stumbled. The resounding crash echoed amidst the bustling crowd, indistinguishable from the sound of raindrops merging into the ocean. Penny quickly realized she had bumped into someone, momentarily disregarding the pain coursing through her body. With a few swift movements, she sprang to her feet and hurried to the boy's side, instinctively reaching out to help him up. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you all right?" The boy deftly evaded her hand, rising with one hand pressed to the ground, and replied instinctively, "I'm fine." Penny, undeterred by the awkwardness of the moment, glanced at the books scattered on the floor and hurriedly picked them up, extending them toward the boy with genuine contrition. "I truly apologize. These are yours." The boy's expression bore no trace of anger, as if the collision had not affected him at all. He accepted the textbooks, casting a fleeting glance at Penny, his brow slightly furrowing without a hint of emotion. "Thank you." At that moment, Penny took a closer look at the boy's features. His short, dark gray hair was neatly trimmed at the back, and his striking blue-gray eyes were captivating. Although his formerly tidy attire was now slightly disheveled from the impact, it was evident that he had dressed with care before leaving home. Yet, there was something inexplicably familiar about him. "Hello, have we met somewhere before?" Penny scrutinized him closely. His silhouette seemed to meld seamlessly with the fragments of her memory, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her recognition. Upon hearing her words, the boy's furrowed brow deepened momentarily, but after a few seconds, he masked his displeasure and replied curtly, "No." Without further ado, he clutched his books and walked past Penny. Penny watched him depart, lingering for a moment. "How strange. I don't know anyone. So why does he seem so familiar?" After pondering for a few seconds, she promptly slapped her cheeks to regain her composure. "Honestly, it must be because he's good-looking that he seems familiar. I've probably never seen him before." "Penny, get a grip. You need to keep it together. He's just a kid," she murmured to herself, repeating her thoughts as she turned toward the bookshelves. Resolving her vegetable dilemma was her priority. After all, one cannot thrive without proper nutrition. Unbeknownst to Penny, the boy she believed had already departed lingered in the shadows, watching her every move intently before finally leaving the bookstore. Upon exiting, he encountered a beautiful woman hesitating at the entrance, seemingly preparing to enter. Upon encountering the person emerging from the crowd, the beautiful woman hastily approached and guided him aside, her voice brimming with delight. "Theo, you've come out. With so many people here, I was contemplating whether I should venture in to find you." Theodore nodded slightly and replied, "There were even more people just a moment ago, so I decided to seize the opportunity to step out while the crowd had diminished somewhat." Selena cast a glance at the nearby Liheng bookstore, swallowing hard. If the crowd had indeed lessened, how overwhelming must it have been just moments prior? Surely, it seemed as though half of the Wizarding World had gathered within that bookstore. As she pondered this, her peripheral vision caught sight of a minor abrasion on Theodore's palm. Instantly composed, she crouched down and gently grasped his hand to inspect the injury. "Goodness, Theo? What happened? Weren't you inside reading? How did you sustain such a scratch?" Before he could respond, she drew her wand and cast a minor healing spell upon his hand. The injury was trivial. Even someone like Selena, who was not a professional healer, could easily mend it. He had merely been bumped into by someone, leaving a slight mark. Theodore shrugged it off, considering the scratch inconsequential. It was a mere matter of a simple healing charm, hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, he recognized the girl responsible for the mishap. She was the same one he had encountered 4 years ago in Diagon Alley, the one who had insisted on treating him to ice cream. Years had passed, yet she appeared unchanged. However, should she discover that she had caused someone harm, she would likely wilt like a frostbitten plant. Selena, feeling a twinge of sympathy, remarked, honestly, "That person should pay more attention while walking." Deep down, she understood that with so many people around, collisions were inevitable, yet the injured party was her dear nephew. Her sister had passed away too soon, leaving behind this unfortunate child. That scoundrel, would never take care of a child. It was left to her to be vigilant. Hearts are often biased. Let us not dwell on it. Come along. Meanwhile, Penny had been sighing in front of the bookshelf, unaware of how many times she had done so. She had initially thought that Liheng bookstore was the only establishment in the vicinity, which explained the throngs of customers. She wondered why there were so many shops monopolizing the area, only to realize that a staggering 90% of them were textbooks. Even if there were other supplementary books, none aligned with her interests in gardening. She had underestimated the situation. After spending considerable time there, she noticed that even Liheng Bookstore had begun to thin out in terms of customers. Penny, came Hermione's voice from a short distance, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of her parents. Penny turned to see Hermione and her parents approaching and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Chapter 22. My brother is quite handsome. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Penny Rowell, a friend of Hermione's. They nodded at Penny with a smile, and had it not been for the books in their hands, they might have shaken her hand. Hermione, with a touch of concern, placed her hand on Penny's shoulder, scrutinizing her closely before finally letting out a sigh of relief, saying, I'm glad you're all right. Noticing some dust on her arm, she quickly brushed it off and whispered, It seems you were also jostled by the crowd. Recalling the earlier events, Penny couldn't help but feel a sense of remorse. How unfortunate it was that not only did she feel discomfort, but it affected others as well. Allow me to introduce my parents. They are both dentists and possess a wealth of knowledge about dental care, Hermione proudly stated, showing no hesitation when mentioning her parents' profession, her pride evident in her tone. They never let me indulge in sweets, nor do they allow me to consume anything too cold, fearing I might develop cavities, she confided quietly to Penny. Indeed, what child wouldn't relish the allure of sweet candies? How impressive, Penny sincerely complimented. It must be incredibly convenient for dental visits, and quite economical too. She refrained from expressing her envy, swallowing her feelings along with a tear that threatened to spill. She silently lamented the substantial sum she had spent on dental work in a previous life. Nearly $30,000 on 2 wisdom teeth extractions and orthodontics. This dental ordeal had left her financially drained during that period, a truly costly affair. Of course, Hermione declared proudly, if you ever encounter dental issues, you can seek assistance from my parents. Their skills are exceptional. Thank you, Hermione, Penny replied, hoping for the absence of any dental troubles. Toothaches are no trifling matter. They can indeed be quite excruciating. After a brief pause to regroup, they harmoniously decided to make their way to Ollivander's wand shop. As soon as Penny caught sight of the shop, she noticed Jimmy, who was just about to enter. She waved her hand and called out, Jimmy, we're over here. Initially, Jimmy appeared somewhat anxious, but upon seeing the young lady standing safely before him, his heart finally eased. Miss, I have completed the tasks you assigned to me, and the house elves at home are very grateful for your generosity. Nonchalantly waving her hand, Penny replied, What generosity? It was merely sharing. Without you, those ice creams would have gone to waste. She then turned to introduce the Grangers, saying, This is my house elf, and my family had some matters to attend to today, so he came along to accompany me while shopping. The Grangers had no objections, but Jimmy, upon noticing that the couple were muggles, timidly hid behind Penny, his gaze not particularly welcoming, peeking out with just a small part of his head. Don't be shy, Jimmy, they are all my friends. After a round of negotiations, it was ultimately decided that Jimmy and the Granger couple would venture out to procure the remaining items, while she and Hermione would remain here to select wands. This arrangement would make the best use of their time, as acquiring wands is indeed a time-consuming endeavor. Upon entering the shop, Penny noticed that the wand store, which she hadn't visited in quite some time, still bore the same layer of dust as before. Good day, Mr. Ollivander, she greeted him skillfully. Though this marked only their second encounter, Ollivander looked up and upon seeing his guests, quickly rose to his feet, saying, Ah, Miss Rowell, it's been a while. You've grown quite a bit since our last meeting. Seeing the familiarity between the two, Hermione could not help but whisper, Penny, are you quite acquainted with Mr. Ollivander? Not at all. This is merely our second meeting, Penny replied casually, her excitement palpable as she was on the brink of acquiring her very own wand, prompting her to feel a surge of warmth towards the man who would sell it to her. Hermione's perception of Penny's enthusiasm was once again elevated. She truly was a radiant individual. Yes, Mr. Ollivander recalled. I remember when you first visited, you were here with your brother. Now, you've reached the age at which you can procure a wand of your own. I vaguely recall how eager you were to possess one. So that's why I'm here to purchase one, Penny explained, tilting her head towards Hermione. I accompanied my brother on a previous visit. He is quite handsome, and I would love to introduce you to him. Hermione chuckled shyly, lowering her voice. I hope this doesn't come off as offensive, but I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to sell him. Not at all. You're reading too much into it, Penny replied confidently. My brother is genuinely handsome. There's no selling involved. I simply wish to introduce my friend to him. As for that aspect, just thinking about it feels daunting. I've never witnessed Kevin showing any special interest in any girl, so I can't quite imagine what type he might fancy. Kevin treats everyone with the same calm demeanor, as tranquil as a still lake, neither too exuberant nor easily stirred. This indifference is what makes him seemingly unconcerned about others' reactions. However, he exhibits a far richer array of expressions in Penny's presence. After all, Penny has never seen her brother display even a hint of displeasure towards her. Upon hearing this, Hermione felt her cheeks warm slightly, and she playfully tugged at Penny's hand, diverting the topic. Let us not dwell on that. You'll have plenty of opportunities to see him later. Let us focus on getting your wand. Mr. Ollivander, ever attentive, had already prepared several wands that might suit the two of them for selection. Penny discreetly gestured to Hermione, encouraging her to go first in choosing a wand. Hermione accepted the invitation, hovering her right hand over a few wands for a moment before casually selecting one. Her gaze remained fixed on the moment she picked up the wand. She picked up a wand that appeared remarkably unadorned, yet was embellished with vine-like lace, adding a touch of elegance amidst its simplicity, preventing it from being overly monotonous. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until she heard Hermione excitedly exclaim that this wand felt perfectly attuned to her, along with Mr. Ollivander's familiar mention of 7 gold galleons. Penny could scarcely believe the reality of it. What is happening? She had anticipated a scenario akin to her brother, nearly dismantling Mr. Ollivander's shop. She had even braced herself to adeptly dodge aside. Chapter 23, The Finest Wizarding Academy. Could it truly be that she succeeded on the very first attempt? Ollivander seemed to sense her skepticism and responded, "Most children are exceedingly fortunate, swiftly discovering their rightful wand. Only a rare few encounter less fortuitous circumstances during the selection process, making it rather arduous." He inwardly felt a pang of anxiety for his shop. If every customer treated it as a demolition site, it would have long since shuttered its doors. "Are you implying that my brother is unfortunate?" Penny instinctively inquired. Should the person before her dare to affirm this, she would promptly turn and leave. After all, Ollivander was not the sole craftsman of exceptional wands in this world. She could jest about her brother's misfortune, but others were certainly not entitled to utter a word. Ollivander quickly shook his head, setting the wand aside as he gestured dismissively. "Certainly not, Miss Rowell. My reference to bad luck does not imply what you think. In other words, the bond with the wand has yet to manifest itself. After all, the relationship between a wand and a wizard is a mutual selection process." As he spoke, he felt beads of cold sweat forming on his back. The lively young girl before him, upon questioning, displayed such an intriguing perspective. Had he unwittingly affirmed something, the repercussions could affect all who came to purchase wands from him. Standing nearby, Hermione distinctly sensed a fleeting sharpness emanating from Penny, akin to a vibrant sunflower, its soft petals parting to reveal the firm heart within. To describe it as a fruit might be too mild. Perhaps a thorn would be more appropriate. Yet, that feeling was transient, fading quickly. Observing Penny's smile returning, Hermione began to doubt her earlier perception. Penny raised an eyebrow, choosing not to comment on Ollivander's words, and responded with a smile. "I see. Then I must have misunderstood. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Ollivander. I was quite rude just now." Had he not altered his phrasing, she might have been even more impolite. Ollivander retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his brow, appearing somewhat overheated, and let out a sigh of relief. "No harm done. Speak freely." He then pushed the wand towards Penny, saying, "Miss Rowell, give it a try. I believe this wand is most suitable for you." Penny, somewhat skeptical, picked up the wand before her and mimicked the motions she had observed earlier, waving it twice. Contrary to her expectations of chaos and disorder, she felt distinctly that this wand was indeed the perfect match for her, even though nothing appeared to change before her eyes as she waved it. Ollivander, relieved not to be proven wrong on the spot, felt a surge of excitement as he introduced, "You are holding a wand made of pear wood, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 10.5 inches, and it possesses remarkable flexibility. Any wizard adept at wielding a pear wood wand is destined not to be a dark wizard. Moreover, only those who are warm-hearted, kind, and wise will be chosen by pear wood." Hearing this, Penny felt it sounded rather promising. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander," she replied, retrieving her purse and deftly counting out 7 gold galleons to place on the table before her. Ollivander discreetly accepted the coins and bid them farewell, turning to vanish into the shadows once more. As they exited, Hermione could not restrain her curiosity, asking, "It seemed for a moment that you were not particularly friendly towards Mr. Ollivander." Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, she quickly added, "Perhaps I misinterpreted. It felt as though you transformed in that instant." Penny shrugged, responding vaguely, "I'm fine. I just have a close relationship with my brother, so I inquired a bit." She nudged Hermione gently with her elbow, chuckling softly. "So, have you truly given no thought to getting to know my brother? If you're interested, I could arrange something." After all, her brother would eventually meet her friends. Yet, she was uncertain when she would find a sister-in-law. She hoped her brother would take a break from his studies and work to enjoy a romantic relationship and save her life. Hermione felt her ears warm at the comment and shot Penny a playful glare, ultimately unable to stifle a smile. "You can't say you're not promoting your brother. We'll all be at Hogwarts. There will surely be opportunities to meet in the future." Penny stuck out her tongue, laughing nonchalantly. All right. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him in ages. I miss him a bit, but I suppose he is still quite busy." Which house is your brother in? I've heard there are 4 houses in Hogwarts, and the best is Gryffindor. How fortunate it would be to be sorted into that house. Hermione had purchased some books before coming to brush up on such knowledge, dreaming of one day entering her desired house. Houses? Penny furrowed her brow in thought before breaking into a smile moments later. I remember now, it's Slytherin. My brother was elected as the head boy of Slytherin this year, which is why he cannot return. Hermione's complexion shifted unfavorably upon hearing the mention of Slytherin, and it soured entirely when she learned that Penny's brother was the head boy of that very house. Slytherin, it was said, was predominantly filled with pure-blood wizards, many of whom held an ardent reverence for blood supremacy. Consequently, they would likely harbor disdain for individuals of Muggle descent, such as herself. Initially, Hermione had been intrigued by Penny's descriptions, envisioning her brother as a gentle, kind, and intelligent soul, and she had secretly hoped to meet him. However, it now seemed wiser to avoid such an encounter altogether. Noticing Hermione's silence, Penny could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "What's wrong? Hermione, is something amiss?" As soon as the words left her lips, Hermione appeared to awaken from her reverie, hastily waving her hand in dismissal. "It's nothing. I was merely lost in thought." Regardless of what kind of person Penny's brother might be, it was evident that Penny herself was an optimistic and vivacious individual, truly worthy of Hermione's friendship. Hermione found herself quite captivated by Penny's spirited nature. Little did Penny know that the mere mention of Slytherin could provoke such deep contemplation in Hermione. She casually remarked, "Who cares about houses? Just being at Hogwarts is wonderful. I've heard that it is the finest wizarding school around here, and there must be an abundance of exciting events to partake in." Chapter 24, A different dish each day. They would surely find someone skilled in gardening. Hermione nodded in agreement. Having lived in the Muggle world, her anticipation for Hogwarts was no less than Penny's. If anything, it was even greater. The two stood in place for but a short while before they spotted Mr. and Mrs. Granger returning with Jimmy. They seemed to get along quite well, Penny observed, recalling her earlier concerns about Jimmy's potential struggles in socializing. It appeared, however, that he was adapting rather swiftly. Having completed their shopping, there was no longer any reason to remain together. Penny and Hermione agreed to meet again at Hogwarts and soon parted ways. By the time Penny and Jimmy returned, the sky had grown dim and overcast, and even Fiona and Warren had already arrived home. Penny quickly set down her bags and collapsed onto the sofa. "Shopping is exhausting," she lamented. "This was with Jimmy in tow. I can't imagine how long it would have taken without him." Fiona, noticing Penny sprawled on the couch in such an ungraceful manner, chuckled softly and joined her, gently patting her head. "You must have gotten everything you needed, right? Did you forget anything?" Penny closed her eyes, pondering for a moment. She was utterly fatigued, and the instant her eyelids fell shut, she felt the weight of sleepiness wash over her, compelling her to force them open again. "I don't think so. I took a quick glance earlier, and it seemed about right. If anything is missing, I can always borrow from my brother. After all, we're in the same school." Penny rose with a yawn, expertly wrapping her arm around Fiona's, leaning lazily against her as she began to recount. "Mom, I must tell you, when I visited Diagon Alley today, I made a new friend. Everything was rather pleasant, except for one unfortunate incident where I accidentally knocked over a boy." She relished this sense of dependence on her family, finding a profound sense of security in it, instinctively wanting to be endearing to her loved ones. "Oh dear, how old are you now, still acting like a child?" Fiona gently tapped Penny's forehead, affectionately saying, "Then do share with me the amusing events of your day. Your father nearly feared you had been abducted, thankfully. He remembered that Jimmy had not yet returned, which alleviated our concerns. We were all quite worried about your late return." Upon mentioning Jimmy, Fiona suddenly recalled something, speaking up. "Were those ice creams in the hands of our house elves you're doing? It seems all the little elves took a break today." Listening to Fiona's chatter, Penny found herself unexpectedly enjoying the mundane conversation, perhaps due to the impending departure for Hogwarts. The house elves were busy preparing dinner, and it would take some time before everything was ready. Warren had just received a notification and had to attend an urgent meeting at the Ministry of Magic. Thus, only Fiona and Penny remained at home. Penny was in no rush, leisurely sharing every detail with Fiona, from her encounter with Hermione, to the ice cream shop, to the boy she had bumped into at the bookshop, even recounting her conversation with Ollivander at the wand shop. She relayed everything in intricate detail, and as she spoke, her initial drowsiness faded, especially when she reached the part about Jimmy buying 9 ice creams, causing her to laugh until tears nearly streamed down her face, completely forgetting the earlier troubles she had faced at Madame Malkin's. "Jimmy is so earnest. He doesn't even know my favorite flavor, so he bought one of everything from Mr. Florin." Fiona listened quietly as Penny continued her enthusiastic narration of the day's events. Not only did Penny delight in relying on them, but how fortunate they felt to be depended upon by their child. "It seems you had quite a lovely time at Diagon Alley today. Will you write to your brother? I believe he would enjoy hearing these tales as much as I do." For some reason, seeing Penny like this caused Fiona's longing for Kevin to surge to an all-time high. "Absolutely not. Penny made a silly face, playfully exclaiming, "My brother prefers to stay at school during his break, showing no inclination to return home. Besides, I'll be heading to school in a few days myself. I can tell him then. Writing a letter now would only tire my hand, and he would surely just give it a cursory glance." Happiness, when recounted repeatedly, tends to lose its charm. If one were to document every joyful moment, those very moments might transform into sources of sorrow. Is that your genuine belief? Yet, you diligently fill your diary with photographs and musings daily. Does that not weary you? These two children, at times yearning for one another in absence, can also grow weary of each other's presence. Fiona mercilessly exposed Penny's excuse, fully aware of her penchant for journaling, embellishing her entries with pasted photographs. To this day, the number of diaries she has penned remains a mystery, as they have never perused a single one, their knowledge derived solely from what Penny chooses to share. It is a matter of passion, distinct in nature. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Penny turned her gaze away and hastily declared, "Mother, I am quite famished. Has Jimmy not prepared anything yet? And Father, I have yet to see him." This time, Fiona exercised restraint, refraining from further dissecting her attempt at diversion. "Then tonight, if you consume an extra serving of vegetables, I shall divulge what your father is up to this evening. How does that sound? I have arranged for kale, accompanied by beautiful endive. What are your thoughts?" Penny inwardly lamented, "I find it rather unappealing. Kale might be tolerable after a while, but that endive was truly intolerable. It resembled an underdeveloped baby bok choy, and when one breaks it open, the core resembles an oversized magnolia blossom." Upon first encountering it, Penny experienced a flicker of excitement, having enjoyed bok choy in the past. However, when it reached her palate, she unceremoniously spat it out. The disparity between her initial anticipation and her subsequent disappointment was stark. With its beautiful exterior, the flavor revealed itself to be bitter, to the extent that it made her wish to perish on the spot. Henceforth, she resolutely vowed never to taste this deceptive vegetable again. "Mother, I suddenly recalled some intriguing happenings in Diagon Alley. Allow me to share them with you." Chapter 25, Reunion. It was utterly impossible to concoct a scenario that would compel her to endure that bitter experience once more. Here we go again. Fiona was speechless, fully anticipating such an outcome. With this child at home for a day, they would engage in a battle of wits over the matter of vegetables. Fortunately, in other aspects, she was a source of reassurance, rendering this minor annoyance negligible. Before long, the time arrived for Penny to head to school. At platform 9, she glanced at the numbers overhead, feeling a sense of wonder. This station was so renowned that even someone like her, who had never delved into the novel or film, was acutely aware of its significance, yet fate had whimsically placed her here. Her hair, which typically refrained from frizzing, was simply smoothed down today before she set off for this location. She had already donned her wizarding robes, initially reluctant to wear her school uniform so early. She had heard that if she did not change at home, she would have to do so on the train. After some deliberation, Penny ultimately decided to change at home. Fortunately, there were many others at the platform who had similarly changed early, sparing her the embarrassment of feeling alone in her attire. Penny's luggage was abundant, yet truly significant was a solitary suitcase resting at her feet, while the rest had been stowed away in the designated luggage compartment of the train. "Mom, Dad, please take good care of yourselves," she said, stepping forward to embrace her parents tightly. In the days preceding this moment, she had felt little, but now, as the moment of parting drew near, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Fiona's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She wanted to say something, but when she began to speak, her voice faltered, as if something was lodged in her throat. She turned her head to compose herself. Beside her, Warren offered gentle advice. "You're traveling so far alone for the first time, so be cautious on your journey. Once you arrive, if anything arises, do reach out to your brother. Don't keep everything bottled up inside." Despite Penny's usual cheerfulness, Fiona knew that she suppressed many negative emotions, digesting what she could and enduring what she could not, until it all became too much to bear. Penny nodded, biting her lip, and took a deep breath, trying to relax her mindset. At that moment, Fiona had also steadied herself and spoke softly to Penny. "Dearest, once you reach school, spend time with your brother. It would be wonderful if you were in the same house, but if not, seek him out as much as possible. He would never find you bothersome. And please, do not resent your brother for not returning this year. He cares for you deeply, just as we do." Sometimes, Fiona even felt that Penny was more like Kevin's daughter than his sister, as her concern for Penny surpassed that of their parental roles. Penny shook her head and admitted, "I was just joking. I wouldn't really blame him." "That is good to hear," Fiona replied. The family continued their heartfelt farewells until the train conductor urged the lingering passengers to board. Reluctantly, Penny picked up her suitcase and stepped onto the train. By the time she entered, she realized she was late and struggled to find a compartment to sit in, her mind still reeling from the recent farewell. After a minute of silence, she quickly slapped her cheeks, rallying herself. "Don't be so glum. Hogwarts is right in front of you, something you've longed for. Wasn't it always like this when going to school? This time, Your brother will be beside you, which is infinitely better than before. Having seemingly convinced herself, Penny soon shook off her earlier despondency, regaining her spirited demeanor. Once rejuvenated, she began to observe her surroundings in the train compartment with newfound attentiveness. This train appears to be quite ordinary, reminiscent of the green carriages of yore, yet it possesses a distinct essence. While those green trains are laden with the mundane pursuits of life and travel, this particular one carries the weight of enchantment and mystery. Glancing out the window, Penny noticed that the train had already begun its journey, with several passengers still struggling to find their seats. A wave of relief washed over her. She had assumed her arrival was tardy, yet she was fortunate enough to have discovered this empty compartment. As she gazed at the glass door, a toad suddenly leapt onto its surface, transforming the once pristine glass into an unexpected shield for Penny. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, exclaiming in her native tongue, grateful that she was alone and no one could overhear her. Upon closer inspection, she approached the glass to scrutinize the creature. Was this a genuine toad brought to school? Surely, it resembled a warty amphibian. Although she had seen its name on the enrollment list, she had never anticipated anyone would actually bring one. Thankfully, Jimmy had gifted her an owl. Had it been this creature instead, she might have fainted before the journey even commenced. Lost in her thoughts, a plump boy suddenly appeared, capturing the toad in his hands, breathless as he stood before Penny's compartment. "Don't run, Leaf. I finally caught you," he exclaimed. Almost immediately, a girl rushed to his side, her face flushed from exertion, clutching her waist as she gasped for breath. "Neville, that toad of yours runs far too swiftly. Did you manage to catch it?" At her words, the boy named Neville proudly lifted the toad he held, grinning as he replied, "I did. It was right on the glass of this door. Thank goodness it stopped fleeing." Just then, with a loud clatter, the door swung open. Startled by the sound, Neville lost his grip on the slippery toad, which promptly hopped onto his shoulder and made its escape. "Leaf, don't run. Wait for me," he shouted, sprinting after the creature without a moment to spare to identify the newcomer. Penny, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the commotion, instinctively withdrew her neck. She had merely intended to greet them. Upon recognizing Penny, Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight. Hearing her words and observing Neville's retreating figure, which had vanished from sight, she shook her head in exasperation. "It's not your fault. Neville's toad always seeks to escape, and he often forgets where he leaves it." With that, she chose not to pursue Neville, embracing Penny instead and exclaiming, "Let us set that aside for now. I'm so thrilled to see you here, Penny." "I am too," Penny replied, and after a brief moment of embrace, they returned to their compartment to converse. Hermione was the first to speak, saying, after parting ways at Diagon Alley, "I thought we would only reunite at Hogwarts. I never anticipated we would meet here on the train. How fortunate we are." "Indeed," Penny replied joyfully. "I intended to write to you after returning home, but then I realized I have no idea where you live. Owls cannot pinpoint your location." At this, both of them couldn't help but laugh. Hermione responded, "You are right. I also wanted to inform you about the books you mentioned searching for in the Muggle world, but I too was unaware of your whereabouts." "You found the books?" Penny's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Did this mean she might finally have the chance to relish in the vegetables she had grown herself, no longer subjected to the local produce? The mere thought elevated Penny's spirits, even surpassing her excitement about attending Hogwarts. Hermione nodded but then expressed some concern. "I have brought the books along, but they are all packed in my suitcase. I will give them to you once we arrive at Hogwarts, though I cannot guarantee they are the exact ones you seek." "That's all right," Penny shrugged nonchalantly. "If it weren't for your assistance, I certainly would not have found those books. It is only thanks to you. If it doesn't work out, I will just have to devise another plan." Suddenly inspired, Penny grabbed her camera from beside her and waved it at Hermione, exclaiming, "Let us take a photo to commemorate our first day at school." Hermione blinked, almost without thought, nodded, and replied, "Of course, that sounds delightful." Seated across from each other, it proved somewhat difficult to capture the moment. After setting the camera for a timer, Penny hurriedly joined Hermione's side, linking arms with her while flashing a peace sign. Hermione appeared slightly self-conscious before the camera, simply smiling serenely. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Click. A flash illuminated the scene, and the photograph materialized atop the camera. When Penny first received this camera, she found its design rather perplexing. Not only could the photos develop almost instantaneously, like a Polaroid, but the camera itself also contained film. The flash could not be turned off, and the shutter sound was quite pronounced. Even so, the subjects in the photograph appeared animated. Perhaps this was the essence of the magical world, where even cameras were extraordinary. Penny eagerly approached to examine the photograph closely, then handed it to Hermione with a smile, saying, "Here, this photo is for you. I think it turned out rather well, but you would look even more lovely if you weren't so stiff next time." With that, Penny settled back beside Hermione, chuckling softly. "Should we take another?" No, perhaps another time." Hermione hastily waved her hand in refusal, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the photograph in her hands. "This is actually my first time capturing a moment in the magical world. It's a sensation I find difficult to articulate, yet it feels so wondrous. The photographs we take back home remain still and lifeless. In the image, one person radiated carefree laughter while the other wore a more restrained smile, creating an intriguing contrast. Upon hearing this, Penny blinked her eyes and candidly remarked, "What is so special about that? Anything that deviates from the norm can be deemed magical. What constitutes the norm? In our magical realm, moving photographs are commonplace. Conversely, a still image frozen in time is equally marvelous to us." Hermione, taken aback by Penny's words, gently tucked the photograph into her bosom and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Penny. I shall treasure this photograph dearly." With a clatter, the door was slowly pulled open by the earlier boy, who peeked his head in, looking rather dejected. "Hermione, I couldn't catch up with Neville. I don't know where he went. How adorable. So round and chubby. I just want to pinch his cheeks." Penny gazed at the boy before her eyes sparkling with delight, for he resembled a Samoyed, and she stifled a laugh, saying, "You can come in and talk. Standing there for so long must be tiring, right?" At that moment, Neville noticed an unfamiliar girl beside Hermione, and his face flushed crimson with shyness as he sought Hermione's help with his gaze. Hermione, feeling a mix of frustration and affection for Neville, stood up and guided him inside, seating him opposite her and Penny before closing the door and resuming her place. "Penny is right, Neville. You ought to take a break. You can see you're drenched in sweat from searching for your toad." With a sympathetic glance, Hermione pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket and offered it to Neville. Penny smiled at him, saying, "Don't fret. It's certainly in this compartment. We can search for it together shortly." Comforted by her words, Neville's anxiety gradually subsided, though he felt the heat rise at the back of his neck as he timidly introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Neville Longbottom. I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble on our first meeting." "I'm Penny Rowell," she replied, her smile warm. "It's a pleasure to meet you." After her introduction, she patted her chest and continued, "What's the big deal? It's quite amusing to be a bother to friends. After all, everyone will encounter difficulties that require assistance at some point." Penny was careful to temper her tone, not wanting to intimidate this newly acquainted friend who resembled a Samoyed. With her assertiveness, "You're truly a kind person," Neville sincerely praised, though Penny felt her smile stiffen at the compliment. So soon to be handed the good person card. While she appreciated his kind words, she hoped he would refrain from further flattery. Thankfully, her feelings toward him were purely platonic, as she considered how embarrassing it would be to receive such a label on their very first day before even reaching Hogwarts. "Thank you," Penny replied awkwardly, turning her head to glance at Hermione, who had been suppressing her laughter. Unable to resist, she nudged Hermione with her elbow. "Stop teasing me, Hermione. Let us assist Neville in searching for his toad." After clearing her throat twice, Hermione composed herself, suppressing her laughter, and replied softly, "All right, we shall split up to search." With that, Hermione rose and turned towards Neville, saying, "The two of us will look for it. You should sit here for a while. You've been searching for quite some time and must be rather exhausted." "Thank you both. You are truly kind-hearted." Neville continued to dispense compliments, oblivious to any impropriety in his words. Penny and Hermione stood momentarily frozen in place. "Here we go again." Penny, now accustomed to this, was the first to chuckle, nodding in response. "Thank you for your kind words. We feel the same way." Having said that, she stood up, gently pulling the speechless Hermione out the door, whispering, "See you later, Neville." Chapter 27. May I call you Theo? Once the two had departed, Neville gazed intently in the direction they had gone, murmuring to himself, "Grandma was right. There are many good people at Hogwarts." Not far from the door, Hermione exclaimed, "Goodness, who taught Neville to compliment in such a manner? If I didn't know he meant no harm, I might have thought he was mocking us." Penny laughed, shrugging her shoulders. "What can we do? He looks so adorable. Let us just overlook it, haha. One cannot refuse all things charming, even if it is a kind-hearted Neville." "You make a valid point." Hermione sighed deeply, continuing, "Let us divide our efforts. It will expedite our search." The train was either at the front or the back, and their compartment was conveniently situated in the middle. Realizing this, the two quickly agreed. Hermione pressed forward, while Penny retraced her steps to check the rear compartments for Neville's toad. Shortly after separating, Penny confronted a significant dilemma. She was terrified of catching a toad. Feeling anxious, she glanced back, only to find Hermione had already ventured far ahead, nearly out of sight. It's all right, it's merely a toad. Everyone has to face their first time. Remain calm. It's not disgusting. If worst comes to worst, I can always wash my hands afterward. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Lending a hand can create a beautiful life." After preparing herself mentally, Penny strode forward. In truth, she felt that such psychological reassurances were of little use. As soon as she lifted her foot to walk, despair began to creep in. While others might offer roses leaving a lingering fragrance, today she feared she would be offering a toad, leaving behind its slimy residue. However, as she continued, Penny soon realized she had overthought the situation. She had yet to even catch a glimpse of the toad. She knocked on the doors of one compartment after another, encountering numerous people, Yet none had seen the toad. Now standing before the last compartment, at the very end of the train, if she did not find it, she would have no choice but to return. Knock, knock. Penny adeptly knocked on the door, and when it was opened, she parroted the words she had been repeating moments earlier. Hello, classmate. I wonder if you have seen a toad come in. As she continued, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Staring at the youth before her, she was momentarily taken aback. She recognized him. He was the one she had accidentally knocked down just a few days prior, a brief encounter she found hard to forget. The person who opened the door seemed equally surprised to see her, pausing for several seconds before responding nonchalantly. I haven't seen it. He attempted to close the door, but Penny quickly pressed her hand against it, exclaiming, Wait a moment. I have something else to ask you. The boy maintained a stoic expression, his eyes as tranquil and deep as the ocean's abyss, revealing no hint of emotion. After a few moments of shared silence, he finally said, Come in. He returned to his previous seat, aware that any dispute with her might attract unwanted attention from others, even at the end of the train. A satisfied smile spread across Penny's face as she seized the opportunity, hastily stepping inside and shutting the door behind her, taking a seat opposite him. The compartment was empty apart from him, with books scattered nearby, suggesting he had been reading before her arrival. I truly apologize for the last time. There were so many people. I didn't get a chance to ask if you were hurt, she remarked, recalling how the crowd had dispersed before she could check on him after their collision. You've already apologized last time, he replied coolly, not choosing to engage further. After all, it was my fault for knocking you over, so I must sincerely apologize, Penny said, blinking innocently as she scrutinized him. But you still haven't answered my question. Were you injured? I thought about it later and realized that collision must have been painful. I was in agony. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve to reveal her fair arm, which bore a lingering bruise. Look, even after all this time, I still have a bruise on my arm. You should be fine, right? Initially, she had not noticed the bruise until Fiona had pointed it out. Shocked by the sight of her discolored skin and suggesting a doctor be called, which Penny had quickly dismissed. It's just a bruise. It hardly warrants a doctor's visit. The contrast of her pale skin made the bruise appear startling at first, but it now seemed quite normal. The boy observed how Penny treated him as if they were familiar friends, prompting him to turn his head slightly away, avoiding her gaze. Yet, his excellent memory recalled the image of that pale arm adorned with a bruise, causing him to shake his head, remaining silent as a warmth crept to his ears. Penny remained oblivious to his unease, mistakenly believing he was simply disinterested in her company. Embarrassed, she pulled down the sleeve of her arm and remarked, If you choose not to respond, I shall assume you are uninjured, which would be splendid. Although she herself was wounded, the thought of causing harm to another filled her with remorse. I am Penny Roll. If you do not mind, we could become friends. Theodore not. Catching sight of Penny adjusting her sleeve, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He redirected his gaze towards her, maintaining an expression devoid of any alteration. As 30 seconds passed in silence, Penny felt as though she might perish from the cold, despite it being summer. Was this child truly so indifferent? Theodore is a rather lengthy name. May I call you Theo? Penny mused, seemingly pleased with the brevity of the name, which rolled off her tongue rather easily. Theodore furrowed his brow at this suggestion, as he had only ever been addressed as Theo by family. Instinctively, he replied, You may as well call me Not. Suddenly, a train whistle echoed throughout the compartment, prompting Penny to cover her ears in irritation, mentally grumbling, That sound is utterly deafening. It could very well be deemed a workplace hazard. Once the noise subsided, she turned to Theodore, inquiring, By the way, what were you about to say, Theo? Nothing of consequence, Theodore replied, taken aback by the incessant chatter of the girl before him, who resembled a magpie with her ceaseless prattle. He found himself at a loss for words, pondering if he would be subjected to her relentless chatter for the duration of their journey. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 28, Slytherin. The girls he had previously encountered were either haughty and aloof or spoiled and prone to tantrums. In every instance, their conversations were limited and measured. This was his first encounter with someone so vocally exuberant. Conversely, Penny appeared cheerful on the surface. Yet inwardly, she felt despair. The individual before her was nothing short of a stumbling block on her quest for friendship. How could a boy be so reticent? No. In this world, there existed no possibility that she could not make friends or engage in conversation. This was her final act of defiance as a former host. Theo, why are you sitting alone in this compartment? Did you not have any acquaintances before this? Are you not here with me? Theo, which house do you wish to join? I've heard there are 4 houses at Hogwarts. Do you not anticipate which house you might belong to? Not particularly. Unless something unexpected occurs. I will undoubtedly end up in Slytherin. Contemplating other possibilities seems rather pointless. Theo, I find you remarkably familiar. Have we not crossed paths before at the Lehan bookstore? You have posed this question for the second time. Theodore replied with a hint of displeasure, for it was evident that their encounters had solely transpired at the Lehan bookstore. Yet it was she who failed to remember. Penny, however, was not willing to concede, although her spirit was gradually being quelled in Theodore's presence. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Theodore interjected, "Were you not just here in search of a toad?" "Indeed, the toad," Penny exclaimed, springing to her feet as her mind rapidly replayed the events that had just unfolded. "Oh no, I got sidetracked while playing. I completely forgot about the task at hand after all this idle chatter." With this thought, she feigned a desire to leave, but as she lifted her foot, she hesitated and turned back to say, "Theo, it has been delightful conversing with you today, but I truly have pressing matters to attend to. Let us reconvene at Hogwarts. I hope we shall both be students of the same house. Farewell." With that, she swiftly opened the door and hurried back towards her original compartment. Theodore rose to close the door that Penny had left ajar before sinking back into his seat, exhaling deeply. He had surprisingly tolerated her presence for so long before reminding her it was time to depart. Had he known that her calling out to him would lead to the same conclusion, he would have simply told her to refrain from calling. A wave of regret washed over him. Perhaps it was the lingering echo of Penny's voice that still resonated in his ears. He picked up the book beside him, intending to continue reading, but soon realized he could not focus on a single word. With growing impatience, he closed the book and cast it aside, struggling to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. Slytherin? A house. Theodore contemplated Penny's earlier demeanor, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he softly shook his head in amusement. How absurd. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he found himself frozen in place. She was merely a noisy individual. It was absurd to even consider the possibility of them being in the same house. Upon returning to her compartment, Penny discovered Hermione and Neville already seated inside, Hermione's expression tinged with anxiety, likely due to Penny's absence. "I ran into a friend and ended up lingering in his compartment for a bit," Penny admitted sheepishly, chuckling lightly. "However, I did inquire with Neville, but alas, they reported no sighting of Leaf." Hermione reached out to pull her closer, whispering, "I was beginning to think both Leaf and you were lost. Although we are on a train, it is a relief to see you safe and sound." When she had returned earlier and noted Penny's absence, she had worried that Penny had encountered some delay. Had Penny not returned when she did, Hermione would have ventured out to search for her. "I am quite well, Hermione. I am merely a tad playful, which is why my return has been somewhat delayed." Penny smiled at Hermione, then, with keen interest, inquired, "Could you tell me about that academy? I am genuinely curious, as I have not taken the time to learn about it before. The knowledge I possess is merely fragmented, having been gleaned from scattered sources, yet I have not acquired a comprehensive understanding." Hermione and Neville exchanged glances, both internally marveling at how oblivious Penny was to such matters. "You are unaware? Prior to my arrival at Hogwarts, my grandmother specifically summoned me to discuss this topic, fearing I might forget, and recounted it to me numerous times." Neville's round, sparkling eyes blinked rapidly, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Hermione nodded in agreement. Her parents had not shared this information with her, being muggles, yet she had gleaned everything from her readings. "Indeed, it has been discussed," Penny recalled, candidly admitting, "To be honest, it was spoken of more than once. But I did not find it particularly intriguing, so I did not listen attentively." All she knew was that her brother belonged to Slytherin. What is Slytherin like? As soon as the question escaped her lips, both individuals before her gasped in shock, and Neville even trembled slightly with fear. His voice quivered as he replied, "I heard my grandmother say that many dark wizards hail from Slytherin. It is said to be a place for wicked sorcerers." Upon finishing his statement, he felt Hermione's gaze fixed upon him, as if he had misspoken, and timidly closed his mouth, refraining from further comment. What nonsense. Judging a child's future character based on their house assignment is preposterous. The more Penny contemplated this notion, the more absurd it seemed, and she expressed her displeasure. "If I were to be sorted into Slytherin, would you consider me a villainous fiend?" "Of course not." Hermione instinctively interjected, continuing, "Neville only conveyed part of the truth. Not all Slytherins are malevolent. On the contrary, those who gain admission are invariably ambitious and astute individuals. However, their ambition can sometimes lead them astray." Neville nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, if simply being sorted into Slytherin equated to being a villain, then why would Hogwarts expend so much effort educating a cadre of bad apples? They could simply expel them all. To be honest, my brother is in Slytherin, so although I have not yet been assigned to a house, I dislike hearing indiscriminate attacks on it." Penny candidly revealed her thoughts. Chapter 29, the last one is not bad either. She cared not for what Slytherin represented. She was merely her brother's devoted admirer. "Though I have not met your brother, I believe that given your amiable nature, he must be quite commendable as well." Hermione was merely intrigued as to why he had been sorted into Slytherin. Perhaps the only explanation could be his pure blood status. Penny blinked her eyes, her thoughts drifting to her brother's demeanor towards those outside their family, which was even more indifferent than that of Theo, whom she had just encountered. Nodding affirmatively, she declared with conviction, "Of course, my brother possesses a commendable character." The latter sentiment was a quiet reflection within her mind. There were so many people present. It was prudent to spare her brother some dignity. Feeling a bit guilty, she swiftly shifted the topic, suggesting, why not discuss the other houses? We shouldn't solely focus on extracting tales from Slytherin. At her words, Hermione and Neville began to share everything they knew about their respective houses. Undoubtedly, their insights into Gryffindor were more abundant, while their knowledge of the other houses was relatively sparse. So, according to your perspective, Gryffindor is the finest house, inhabited by students of unwavering courage, while Hufflepuff is commendable as well, filled with individuals of genuine kindness and a willingness to assist others. As for Ravenclaw, they are avid readers, endowed with great wisdom, and that concludes the matter? Penny articulated the information they had just shared, simplifying it into her own words. The other two in the compartment nodded in agreement, affirming her summary. But how does one choose a house? Surely, we can't rely on a mirror to reveal our true selves and determine our placement, can we? This is a magical academy, not a zodiac convention. No one knew for certain. Perhaps it was akin to an examination. Hermione shrugged, having perused numerous texts that failed to provide clear guidance. Their gazes inevitably turned to Neville, who felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. I don't know either. My grandmother mentioned I would find out upon arriving at Hogwarts. Penny's spirits plummeted as she slumped against Hermione's arm, resting her head on her shoulder in despair. What if they send me back because I lack the foundational knowledge? She lamented. She had merely been jesting, but the sudden silence from Hermione and Neville startled her. Surely, I won't be on a one-day tour of Hogwarts? That can't be right. My brother and parents never expressed concern about my acceptance. They wouldn't send me back so swiftly. Hermione shook her head helplessly. I don't know either. Perhaps what you fear is a possibility. Then, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, Hermione's eyes lit up. Oh, I forgot to mention. When I went to find Neville earlier, guess who I saw? Who? Neville and Penny's previous gloom evaporated, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. The prospect of being sent back was a concern for another time. They were eager to hear the latest gossip. Hermione, her face alight with excitement, lowered her voice and shared, it was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He is here at Hogwarts too. Neville, startled, leaned back in his chair. In contrast, Penny appeared more composed, having mentally prepared herself for this moment upon seeing Hermione, though her face still betrayed a hint of excitement. The protagonist, after such a long silence, is the main character finally about to make an appearance? Suddenly, Penny recalled Harry, her mind racing through fragmented memories of the films she had previously watched, murmuring, I think it was a hat, but I can't quite remember. What kind of hat? Hermione, surprised to see Penny so serious, raised an eyebrow. It's the sorting hat. I believe that determines the houses. I can't recall many details. Realizing she had spoken before fully thinking it through, Penny quickly added, it's something my brother mentioned before, but it's been so long that some details have slipped my mind. I sincerely apologize, dear brother, for momentarily using you as a shield. Earlier, when Hermione had gone to find Neville's toad, she had inadvertently brought along the luggage from their compartment. Upon hearing this intriguing concept, she promptly opened her book and began to search for the information she had once read but forgotten. Neville remained silent, his expression dark as if he were contemplating something troubling. Perhaps hearing the name Harry Potter had cast a shadow over his mood. Penny let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness her knowledge of the plot was less than Jimmy's hair. Otherwise, she might inadvertently reveal something and be deemed a pariah. In any case, they wouldn't genuinely seek her brother as confirmation, so he could endure a little discomfort for now. In 5 minutes, we will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train, and we will deliver it to the school, echoed a voice throughout the train, stirring the thoughts of those aboard like an invisible hand. Neville, visibly anxious and with tears brimming in his eyes, said, I still haven't found my toad, Trevor. Oh dear. I might really lose him. Don't fret, Neville. Let's disembark. Perhaps Trevor will find his way out on his own, Penny reassured him, feeling a tinge of exasperation, having almost overturned the entire train in her search for the toad. Hermione chimed in, Penny is right, Neville. Try not to worry too much. We should step off the train now. As the train gradually slowed, passengers in the corridor began to emerge. Penny had no intention of joining the throng, preferring to wait in her seat until the crowd thinned. Just then, she heard Hermione's voice beside her. Let us go now, or it will be even more crowded later. Penny replied, Huh? What are you saying? Neville wiped his tears and, with a quivering voice, murmured, All right. Penny, perplexed, responded, Neville, what are you talking about? I can't understand what you and Hermione are saying. Would there be many people outside now? Penny still wished to make one last effort. In truth, it would not matter much to be the last to leave. I find it rather delightful, since achieving the position of first is no longer within reach. Sometimes relishing the last position is quite satisfactory. Chapter 30, Let us go together. Hermione rose, grasping Penny's hand firmly, and spoke earnestly. If we do not venture out now, the crowd will surely swell. I recall how impressive you were at the Leaky Cauldron last time. Come on, Neville. The latter remark was directed at Neville, as Hermione realized she could not manage to escort two individuals swiftly at once. With that, she opened the door and, with Penny in tow, they squeezed into the throng, while Neville closely followed behind. Once the train halted, Students jostled one another, gradually making their way to the train doors. First years, come over here. A towering figure with an extraordinarily long beard beckoned the newcomers. Just as they stepped outside, barely absorbing the fresh air, a chill enveloped them under the darkened sky. As Penny was pulled toward that direction by Hermione, she was startled upon seeing the giant. Instinctively, she recalled her brother's mention of Hogwarts in his letter, particularly his vivid description of Hagrid. She had never truly believed in such towering giants until this moment, and now, confronted by the reality, she felt a sting of embarrassment for her previous doubts. The world is vast and filled with wonders. Following Hagrid, they descended a narrow, unkempt path, stumbling as they proceeded. Penny clutched Hermione's hand tightly, fearful of letting go. If she were to slip and fall, she would become infamous throughout the entire school. And this was not the manner in which she wished to gain notoriety. Fortunately, their journey was devoid of peril, though perhaps it was the seriousness of their steps that rendered the atmosphere silent, far quieter than the bustling train station from which they had just arrived. At the end of the path lay a lake, with small boats moored along the shore. Each boat can accommodate a maximum of 4 individuals. Hagrid called out, urging everyone to board the boats and prepare to set off. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, yet Penny found the ambience merely refreshing. After all, she had previously ventured alone in the forest. Hermione and Neville boarded one of the boats, and just as Penny was about to follow, she caught sight of Theodore standing off to the side, seemingly hesitant to approach. Please hold that spot for me. I will return shortly. Penny called out before turning and sprinting toward Theodore. Penny, wait a moment. Where are you going? Hermione shouted anxiously after Penny's retreating figure, but received no response whatsoever. Feeling a gentle tug on her sleeve, Hermione turned to Neville and whispered, "What is the matter, Neville?" "Neville, Penny has assured us she will return, so let us find solace in that." Upon hearing Neville's comforting words, Hermione let out a deep sigh and settled onto the boat, replying, "Ah, very well. There's little I can do about her. She even left us a space, as if she intends to seek someone out. Now, it seems impossible to pursue her." Penny hurriedly approached Theodore, standing before him with her chest rising and falling rapidly, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. "Theo, why are you here all alone?" The boat is about to depart. She had noticed his solitary presence for a while and decided to approach him. Theodore frowned slightly at the sight of her, yet soon masked his expression, the darkness concealing any trace of his discomfort. "Why is it always her?" he thought. "I'll join you shortly," Theodore replied nonchalantly. Had Penny not been certain they had met several times, she might have believed they were strangers. "Come with us. There is still room on our side," she urged. "If he joins us, then that whole row will be filled with people Penny knows." Seeing Theodore remain silent, Penny continued her persuasion. "Look, there are no empty boats left. You must want to sit with someone, so why not join us, Theo? He would rather find someone else." Just as he was about to decline, he met Penny's sparkling gaze. "Fine," Theodore conceded with a nod. Almost instantaneously upon his agreement, Penny grasped his hand and led him towards their boat. "This is splendid. Let us hurry, Theo. Don't feel shy. We are all good friends, and helping each other is only natural." Penny chattered incessantly, and even in that short distance, Theodore felt as though her words could fill a grand speech. "Please let go of my hand. I can walk by myself," Theodore softly interrupted her, a slight flush creeping to his ears. Did she exhibit such a lack of personal space with everyone? This thought emerged, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of oddity. Realizing he had been holding her hand for too long, Penny awkwardly released her grip, murmuring, "I'm sorry, I forgot." For the remainder of the short walk, Penny fell silent, leaving Theodore to wonder if his earlier words had upset her. The sudden quiet was somewhat unsettling. However, Penny was not as fragile as he imagined. Her thoughts were tumultuous. "Penny, oh Penny, you truly have no sense of restraint. You cannot help but draw near to a handsome young man, almost leading him to believe you are flirting with him. What a heavy burden to bear." Soon, they reached the edge of the boat, where they found Hermione and Neville already aboard. Penny leaped onto the vessel with a few quick strides and addressed Hermione and Neville. "I'm back. I hope you don't mind my bringing an extra person along." Upon receiving their consent, Penny turned to Theodore and extended her hand, saying, "Theo, come aboard." However, recalling Theodore's earlier words, she suddenly withdrew her hand. "Hurry up, we need to depart soon." She noticed several boats beginning to set sail, while Hagrid urged those still on land to board quickly, having claimed a vessel for himself. After all, a single boat seemed rather inadequate for just one person. Hearing this, Theodore observed her earlier gesture for a moment before deciding to act without hesitation, swiftly boarding the boat. Neville and Hermione had been seated together while waiting for Penny, leaving only 2 spots available for her and Theodore, who naturally took the remaining seats side by side. The boat gradually glided toward the distant Hogwarts castle. Surprisingly, Penny remained silent throughout the journey, while Hermione and Neville occasionally exchanged hushed words, with no further sounds breaking the tranquil atmosphere. Chapter 31. I'm so tired. Penny lowered her gaze, idly toying with her fingers, and gradually drifted into a daydream. So tired, Her eyes felt heavy. Why? After a day spent traveling by car. Must they now take a boat? The leisurely pace of the vessel was already lulling her into drowsiness. By this time, all her energy from the day had nearly been depleted. Theodore glanced at her uneasily several times, noting her silence. Just before the boat reached its destination, he could no longer hold back and whispered, I didn't mean to come off as disdainful earlier. I'm just not used to someone holding my hand so casually. Coincidentally, as he spoke, Penny yawned, her fatigue evident, and she turned her bleary eyes toward him. Theo, were you saying something just now? I'm a bit sleepy and didn't quite catch it, my apologies. No, you misheard me, Theodore replied, turning his head away, wishing to dismiss the conversation. He had thought Penny might be upset, only to realize she was merely tired and uninterested in speaking. He felt an inexplicable sense of relief that his words had gone unheard. His voice had been soft, and Penny hadn't caught it, let alone Neville and Hermione seated opposite them. Seeing Penny in such a state, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle. I thought you were always brimming with energy. It seems you can get tired too. This boat is making me so drowsy, Penny replied, rubbing her eyes to force herself to stay awake. If I had a bed right now, I could sleep until the end of time. Neville, as if he had found a kindred spirit, nodded vigorously and said, me too. I want to sleep so badly right now. You always want to sleep, Penny teased. Hermione and Penny spoke in unison, and after they finished, they exchanged glances and could not help but burst into laughter. Following the amusing exchange, Penny felt her earlier fatigue dissipate, and her spirits were revived. Before long, they arrived at the shore, and just as they disembarked from the boat, a stranger approached them, a toad perched upon his shoulder. He tremulously inquired, Hey mate, is this your toad? Upon seeing the creature on the man's shoulder, Neville eagerly stepped forward, cradling it in his hands and exclaimed, Thank goodness, I finally found my Trevor. They then had to navigate a dark path that ascended steeply. Perhaps due to the proximity to the lakeside, the steps were somewhat slippery, and several students had already slipped. Though fortunately, their peers quickly assisted them up, ensuring the journey remained perilous yet uneventful. Hagrid's voice echoed nearby, offering reminders. Penny clutched Hermione's hand tightly, too apprehensive to let go. It was not the darkness that frightened her, but the fear of slipping. The height was considerable, and one misstep could lead to a nasty fall. Penny, I didn't realize you were afraid of the dark. I thought you were the fearless type, Hermione chuckled, feeling her hand being gripped rather tightly. Of course not. It's just that the steps are incredibly slippery. I'm worried about falling, Penny murmured, her grip loosening slightly, perhaps stung by the teasing. Leading the group was Neville, who carefully cradled Trevor, walking with utmost caution. In the middle were Hermione and Penny, while trailing behind them was Theodore, maintaining a respectful distance. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly positioned themselves in the forefront of the line. However, Trevor seemed like a pet snatched away, restless in Neville's grasp. Amidst their banter, Penny glanced up just in time to see a toad leap towards her, causing her to instinctively retreat a few steps in fright. The fear momentarily made her forget that they were climbing upward. With a startled cry, the toad jumped from her shoulder onto a boy standing further behind, eliciting a fresh wave of screams. Penny instinctively reached for Hermione's hand, but the speed of her backward stumble caused her to slip away. In that fleeting moment, as Hermione's hand slipped from hers, despair washed over her. Was she truly destined for the hospital on her first day at Hogwarts? The stone steps were steep. To her surprise, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she felt the warmth of a pair of steady hands. Theodore had one hand pressed against her back and the other supporting her shoulder, steadying her with a firm grip. A faint scent of cedar wafted through the air, subtly mingled with a refreshing hint of mint, causing her heart to flutter. She inexplicably found solace in that scent, which enveloped her in an extraordinary sense of reassurance. Before she could ponder further, the peril of her recent fall had vanished without a trace. Noticing this, Hermione hurriedly stepped forward and pulled her from Theo's embrace, conducting a thorough examination before exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are unscathed. I barely had time to catch you. Are you particularly afraid of toads? At this, Penny's mind remained shrouded in confusion, overwhelmed by the relief of surviving a close call and lingering trepidation. After a brief pause, she nodded in response. Yes, I am somewhat afraid of toads. But you so boldly volunteered to find Leaf. I thought you were unafraid, Hermione remarked, exasperation lacing her tone as she tightened her grip on Penny. Penny smiled at the reprimand, offering no rebuttal. Turning to Theo behind her, she earnestly expressed, Thank you, Theo. If it weren't for you, I surely would have met a dire fate. However, she distinctly recalled that Theo had been at a distance from them moments ago. Theo nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate, and refrained from glancing in their direction. In truth, he himself was unclear about his recent actions, feeling somewhat vexed for meddling. Ultimately, he attributed it to an aversion to witnessing anyone in distress on the first day of school, which calmed his mind slightly. Neville, nearly in tears with worry, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Penny unharmed. I'm so glad you're okay. I apologize on behalf of Leaf. It may not like me. And now I have no idea where it has scurried off to. Barely had he finished speaking when a chorus of shouts erupted from behind them. "That little chubby one. Your toad is back with me." Accompanying the commotion were some indistinct rustling sounds, but they could not discern what was being said. Penny chuckled. "It seems your leaf has been found again." Hagrid, noticing the stir behind them, paused to glance back. Once the noise subsided, he resumed his ascent. Perhaps it was merely Penny's imagination, but for the remainder of the journey, Theo appeared to walk closer to them than he had before, no longer standing at a distance. Surely, it was just a figment of her perception. The group climbed the stone steps and stood before a colossal entrance. Penny had to tilt her head back almost entirely to behold the entirety of the door, which was so grand that even Hagrid standing beside it seemed dwarfed. "Is everyone gathered?" Hagrid surveyed the first-year students, counting them to ensure no one was missing before he approached and knocked thrice on the door. Chapter 32, The Sorting Ceremony. The door opened in response, revealing a woman clad in a wizard's hat, her demeanor stern and bearing the essence of a headmistress. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced, stepping aside to allow more students to fall within her line of sight. "Thank you for your efforts, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over all the students present. She turned to open the door wider, revealing glimpses of the grandeur within. Penny had initially thought the outer door was sufficiently large, only to discover that the interior was even more expansive, reminiscent of a palace. Before her lay a magnificent staircase that ascended majestically above. Penny, gazing at the staircase, couldn't help but grimace, muttering softly, "Why is there no elevator? Just a never-ending flight of stairs. My legs will be sore after all this climbing." "Hush, no talking." Hermione gently tugged at Penny's sleeve, her eyes conveying a gentle warning. Penny glanced up and met Professor McGonagall's eyes, offering an awkward smile, hoping she hadn't overheard her earlier complaint. The group followed Professor McGonagall as they ascended the staircase, and Penny was filled with astonishment at the castle's European classical architecture. She had believed her own home was spacious, but this school was undeniably vast. With such extensive grounds, including the lakes and forests outside, it was clear that they all belonged to the institution. Given the considerable area, it was no wonder so many students were enrolled. If the student body were to dwindle, the school might soon resemble a haunted house, where apparitions could be encountered more frequently than living students. Before long, they found themselves standing not far from the entrance to the Great Hall. This conclusion was drawn not from Professor McGonagall's words, but rather their own deductions. Behind the door, faint whispers of conversation drifted through. It seemed that students from other years were already inside. Without ushering them in immediately, Professor McGonagall turned to the group and announced, "Welcome to Hogwarts. The start of term feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first determine which house you will belong to. Your house will serve as your home while you are at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in your house's dormitory, and spend leisure time in your house's common room. The 4 houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. During your time at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any transgressions will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are assigned to, you will strive to bring glory to it." In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence in front of the entire school. I advise you to take this time to compose yourselves while you wait. After delivering her lengthy speech, Professor McGonagall exhaled deeply and concluded, "Once everything is ready over there, I shall return to escort you. In the meantime, please maintain silence." With that, Professor McGonagall turned and entered the hall. After her departure, murmurs began to arise amongst the students. Penny inclined her head to seek Hermione, only to find her reciting incantations she had previously learned. "No, you are merely scrambling at the last moment. What am I to do?" she lamented inwardly, her gaze falling upon Neville, who was trembling with fear. It was not just him. Many others around them appeared anxious after hearing Professor McGonagall's words. Although sounds filled the air, they lacked the vivacity of moments prior. Noticing Theodore's impassive expression, she curiously inquired, "Theo, do you not share their apprehension?" "Apprehension about what?" Theodore replied calmly, as if he were not the one about to be sorted. "It is merely a sorting ceremony. What is there to fear? Are you not concerned about being placed in a house you dislike?" In this place, it seemed that houses held significant weight, yet Penny felt indifferent. After all, it was the same school. Could different houses truly warrant disparate treatment? Moreover, hadn't Professor McGonagall, resembling a headmaster, stated that each house was equally distinguished and had produced many remarkable wizards? If they were all more or less the same, why should one worry? Not at all, Theodore asserted firmly, lifting his gaze to Penny. "You do not appear frightened either." "Indeed," Penny shrugged, continuing, "as long as I am not sent back on the spot. It hardly matters which house I end up in." Theodore chuckled softly, diverting his gaze elsewhere, ignoring her. "What if we all ended up in the same house?" Penny mused, envisioning the convenience of being together, allowing them to goof off and enjoy each other's company. Theodore did not respond. He simply watched her in silence. The notion of the two of them being in the same house seemed implausible, unless the Sorting Hat recognized her pureblood lineage. He recalled that Raoul appeared to be a pureblood surname. Theo? Penny, thinking he had not heard her, called out again. In the next moment, over 20 ghosts emerged from the walls, some fully transparent, others semi-transparent, and a few retaining the appearances they had in life. For instance, a beheaded specter exhibited a wobbling neck, appearing rather fragile. Penny's face drained of color, and she instinctively tugged at Theodore's sleeve, trembling as she stammered, "Is it just me? Or am I too tired in seeing things?" Theodore glanced at his robe. No one had ever tugged at his sleeve before, yet now a dainty white hand contrasted starkly against his black wizard's robe. Did this instill a greater sense of security for her? Yet, why did she perceive him as someone who could provide her with safety? "No, Hogwarts is home to ghosts," Theodore replied. At his words, Penny's complexion paled further, and she turned to him with disbelief. At this moment, Hermione approached, casting a peculiar glance at Penny's posture and the incoherent mumblings that escaped her lips. She could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Theodore. Though unfamiliar with him, she recognized the difficulty of his situation. Gently, she placed a hand on Penny's shoulder and inquired, "Penny, what are you doing?" Chapter 33. Let us go play in Gryffindor. Penny, already frightened, flinched at the touch and looked up, locking eyes with Hermione. Upon seeing the familiar face, she exhaled in relief. "Hermione, this is too much. Just now, Theodore mentioned that there were ghosts here. Isn't anyone worried about warding them off? What if we end up walking into a wall of spirits?" Hermione, with a hint of exasperation, softly patted her back and reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Penny. He is right. It is a characteristic of Hogwarts. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. They mean us no harm." Out of the corner of her eye, she witnessed a ghost demonstrating the manner of its demise, gruesomely pulling its head apart to reveal the gory wound. Hermione promptly shut her eyes and added, "It merely appears rather frightening." Penny took a moment to steady her nerves and glanced toward the nearby specter. Aside from its unsettling appearance, everything else seemed relatively normal. It appeared to be so. Hermione nodded, internally lamenting. If they refrained from showcasing such gruesome scenes, they might seem more benevolent. Shifting her gaze to Theodore, she noticed a wrinkle in his robe that seemed to be where she had grabbed it earlier. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she reached out to smooth it, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Theodore, for causing you trouble. I would appreciate it if you could notice these things before they become a hassle next time." Theodore lowered his gaze, fixated on Penny's hands as she attempted to rectify the situation. Even through the fabric, he could feel the warmth of her small hand brushing against him. He pressed his lips together, subtly moving his hand away, a hint of color rising to his cheeks, grateful for the encroaching darkness that concealed his embarrassment. "Of course. I promise," Penny replied, gazing at Theodore with a cheerful smile, her eyes expressing unwavering resolve as she nodded earnestly. At that moment, Professor McGonagall re-entered, causing the nearby ghosts to swiftly vanish through the walls. Penny still felt a lingering unease. Was it truly safe to live in a school where such spirits roamed? "Now, line up and follow me," Professor McGonagall directed, glancing at the first-year students as she strode into the corridor. The students outside quickly formed a line. Neville stood at the front, separate from their group, while the order among them was Theodore, Penny, and Hermione. Behind Hermione was a boy whom Penny did not recognize, though Hermione seemed familiar with him, occasionally exchanging a few words. As the crowd stepped inside, they were immediately taken aback by the breathtaking spectacle before them. To describe the grand hall as opulent would be an understatement. Students were seated neatly at 4 long tables, with several places reserved at the front, presumably for them. Countless lamps adorned the walls, and candles flickered at intervals along the tables, in stark contrast to the dimness outside. Entering this space felt akin to stepping into a fairy tale castle. Yet, this castle held no princess. At least, none was visible at that moment. The ceiling was a marvel. Penny looked up to behold a starry sky above, despite the absence of stars outside. Inside, however, it shimmered with brilliance. Hermione whispered, "This place has been enchanted. It resembles the night sky, even more beautiful than that beyond these walls." Penny sincerely admired it, for the outside world offered no such splendor. The group stood in a line as Professor McGonagall placed a tattered hat upon a slightly elevated chair. The gaze of hundreds of faculty and students fell upon them, and an anticipatory silence enveloped the hall. Suddenly, the hat opened its mouth and began to sing. "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more exquisite than I shall consume myself. I am the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you belong. Perhaps you are destined for Gryffindor, where bravery lies at your core, or Hufflepuff, where loyalty and integrity reign. If you possess a keen intellect, you might find your place in Ravenclaw, or perhaps Slytherin, where cunning and ambition thrive. Come, wear me without fear. Though I have no hands, you are perfectly safe, for I am a thinking hat." As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. It was then that Penny recalled that the grimy, unattractive object before her was indeed the Sorting Hat. Hermione gently touched Penny's shoulder and murmured, I believe you were meant to refer to this sorting hat. Penny nodded, her gaze evasive, unwilling to speak. Oh, brother, please bear this burden for just a little longer. Perhaps one day she will forget this moment. With that thought, she sought her brother's presence, but just as she turned to do so, Professor McGonagall produced a list and announced, I shall call out names. When your name is spoken, step forward to don the sorting hat and await your placement. Hannah Abbott. The moment the name was uttered, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stepped forward, seated herself, and put on the hat. Shortly thereafter, the sorting hat declared, Hufflepuff. Applause erupted from the right table as Hannah, exhilarated, removed the hat and turned to acknowledge her cheering peers. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. The second person at the long table on the right was clapping enthusiastically, Hermione Granger. To everyone's surprise, she was the first to be called. Penny winked at Hermione and whispered, You can do it. Hermione hurriedly made her way up, gesturing a thumbs up to Penny as she went. Without much hesitation, the sorting hat proclaimed, Gryffindor. Penny clapped excitedly, whispering to Theodore, This is wonderful. Hermione's dream was to join Gryffindor, and now her wish has come true. Theodore cast a brief glance her way without responding, aware that others had achieved their desires, while oblivious onlookers might think she herself was the one entering her favored house. Neville Longbottom approached, trembling slightly as he donned the hat, and closed his eyes in fear. Gryffindor. Penny clapped in astonishment, exclaiming, Neville made it to Gryffindor too. This is fantastic. Theodore, let us all go to Gryffindor together. Before Theodore could speak, Penny quickly countered, Wait, what if I can't make it to Gryffindor? That would be dreadful. Theodore mused. This person doubts herself, yet doesn't question whether she might not get into Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy strode confidently forward. As soon as the hat touched his head, it shouted, Slytherin. Penny glanced toward the table of applause and soon spotted her brother Kevin. He seemed to notice her too, signaling her to pay attention to the front. Complying with his cue, Penny turned around, a smile gracing her face. Indeed, her brother was in Slytherin. Theodore shot a puzzled glance at the suddenly cheerful Penny, feeling somewhat bewildered. Theodore not. Hearing his name called, Theodore composed himself and walked forward. Good luck, Theodore. Penny's voice echoed in his ears, and he couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. After all, it was merely a sorting. What was there to cheer for? It all seemed rather childish. For a few seconds, their eyes met, and Penny's gaze was filled with anticipation and excitement. What a fool. Always finding joy in others' happiness. Slytherin. Theodore was not particularly surprised by this outcome. For some reason, he found himself curious about Penny's reaction. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed her gaze remained fixed on him, but he saw little else. This was how it should be, he thought, as he took his seat at the Slytherin table. Just as he settled in, a fellow student beside him extended a hand in greeting. Hello, classmate. I'm Kevin Rowell, the head of Slytherin. Upon hearing the surname Rowell, a subtle shiver coursed through me, and involuntarily, my mind conjured the image of that boisterous girl. The refined gentleman before me bore little resemblance to her. Perhaps they were merely united by name. I extended my hand in greeting. Good day, Head Rowell. I am Theodore Knott. Our handshake was brief, lacking in any substantial exchange, exuding an air of excessive politeness. Kevin nodded, no need for formality. You may call me Rowell or Kevin. With that, his gaze returned to Penny, who sat not far away, and he said no more. Theodore was accustomed to such social niceties. He found Penny's approach to friendship rather unprecedented. It seemed they were indeed only linked by their surname, for apart from their names, there was little to connect the two individuals before him. Opposite him sat Malfoy, and they exchanged mere pleasantries before settling back into their usual demeanor. When Penny Rowell finally heard her name called, a wave of nervousness washed over her. Taking a deep breath, she jogged forward to take her seat. Before donning the hat, she flashed a bright smile in Kevin's direction. Theodore furrowed his brow slightly. From his perspective, it appeared that Penny had been smiling at him. What was the reason for her exuberance? Did she genuinely wish to join Slytherin? Kevin winked playfully at Penny, indulging her with a warm smile. Had the onlookers not been fixated on the sorting hat, they would surely have been astonished by the typically composed Rowell displaying such a whimsical expression. A voice unexpectedly resonated in Penny's ear. It felt less like it originated from beside her, and more as if it emanated from within her very soul. An intriguing young lady. Penny quickly recognized the voice of the sorting hat, and pondered silently. Where do you intend to place me? In what felt like a casual exchange. The hat promptly responded within her mind. You possess a kind heart. Hufflepuff would suit you well, though Slytherin may not be the best fit. For you might find yourself devoured whole by those cunning folk. As for Ravenclaw, I fear you might struggle to answer the riddle of the common room. Penny was taken aback. Was this a selection of houses or a critique of her abilities? Oh, child, you are quite fine. I bear no intentions of belittling you. Penny gasped inwardly, cursing her oversight. How could she forget the hat's ability to read minds? So, are you planning to place me in Hufflepuff then? It had just suggested she was suitable there. As long as she wasn't sent back at once, she was open to anything. Oh, Then it is best that you go. To Gryffindor? The last proclamation was thunderous, and Penny felt Professor McGonagall gently remove the hat from her head. After a soft-spoken thank you, she hastened towards the long table that was cheering for her, undoubtedly the Gryffindor table. Penny hurriedly ran to Hermione's side and took a seat, greeting everyone else around her. She felt an undeniable warmth from this group of friends, which delighted her immensely. How wonderful, Penny. We have been sorted into the same house. Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had been worried that if Penny were placed in a different house, it might complicate things. Now, being in the same house meant they could attend classes together and share their daily lives, which was far more convenient. Penny nodded enthusiastically. Though she acknowledged that being in another house wouldn't have been a significant issue, however, being together with everyone was undeniably the best scenario. Yet, her gaze drifted towards Slytherin, regretting that Theo was not in the same house as them. Oh well, it doesn't matter too much. It's just a house after all, and my brother is in Slytherin as well. Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall called out, and an almost eerie silence enveloped the hall. A few brave souls leaned forward, trying to catch a glimpse of the savior, whispering amongst themselves. Penny, too, leaned closer. Hey, Hermione, is that the Harry Potter you mentioned? She whispered, recalling Hermione as earlier descriptions of having seen the boy who lived. As she spoke, Penny scrutinized the boy seated a short distance away. He had a shock of black hair that, if properly groomed, would be quite striking, but presently it appeared rather tousled. The most striking feature was his bright green eyes, which seemed incongruous with his somewhat disheveled appearance. Hermione nodded in response, her eyes fixed on Harry, and quietly confirmed, yes, that's him. I've spoken to him a few times, though he seems quite different from how I imagined. That's understandable, Penny remarked candidly. He was just an infant when he became famous. How could anyone expect to know so much about him? Hermione nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. It wasn't just her. Nearly everyone's gaze was riveted on the boy at the front. Chapter 35, The Thinker. The Sorting Hat lingered upon him for an extended period, long enough for Penny to become curious about what the hat might be discussing with him. Was it engaging in casual conversation in front of all these people? Yet the boy kept his eyes closed, murmuring to himself. Perhaps he was debating with the Sorting Hat over which house he truly belonged to. Penny chuckled at her whimsical thoughts. He was certainly not incanting anything religious, but likely arguing his case for the house he desired. Gryffindor. The voice of the Sorting Hat echoed throughout the hall. In an instant, Penny felt as though her ears were nearly overwhelmed by the thunderous applause that erupted. Strangely, she found herself not disliking the raucous cheers. Instead, she joined in the celebration. The fervor around her reverberated with one simple proclamation. Potter is ours. He belongs to Gryffindor. We are classmates with Potter. To be classmates with the protagonist, at first glance, seemed quite delightful, but as Penny reflected on it further, her excitement grew exponentially. Such an academic life promised to be extraordinarily fascinating. After enduring a monotonous educational journey for over a decade, characterized solely by the routine of commuting between school and home or school and dormitory, the thought of experiencing a more vibrant campus life ignited a thrill within her heart. This was precisely the Hogwarts she had yearned for. When Harry descended, he clasped hands tightly with the prefect Percy and promptly seated himself beside Penny. She curiously regarded him, a smile illuminating her face as she extended her hand and introduced herself. Hello, I am Penny Rowell, and I am delighted that we can be classmates. Upon hearing her name, Harry exhibited a peculiar expression. After a few shy glances at her, he reciprocated with a handshake, saying, Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Harry Potter. Releasing his hand, Penny beamed and exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione before continuing. We are all familiar with you. Penny leaned in with curiosity, blinking her eyes playfully, and asked, Hey Harry, may I call you that? You can simply call me Penny. To be honest, we are a bit curious about the scar on your forehead. If it's not too much trouble, could you show it to us? If not, that is perfectly okay. To her delight, Harry readily acquiesced, appreciating Penny's forthrightness. Of course, Penny, he replied, deftly sweeping aside his fringe to reveal the scar on his forehead. Those around him gasped at the sight. This lightning-shaped scar was not merely a tattoo, but rather embedded within the flesh, discernible only upon closer inspection. Harry, seeing their reaction, casually let his hair fall back into place, shrugging nonchalantly as he remarked, It's really not a big deal. I've grown accustomed to it. That must hurt. Penny said empathetically, gazing at him with concern. The wound is still on your forehead. It must be quite painful. Harry was taken aback by her words. Countless individuals who had observed his scar either considered it an omen of misfortune or regarded it as a mark of heroism. This was the first time someone had inquired about his pain. A warmth enveloped Harry's heart as he smiled at Penny and glanced at the other classmates seated at the long table. He felt fortunate to be in Gryffindor, surrounded by such sincere and kind-hearted individuals. I don't remember much. I was very young at the time, Harry began, but the rest of his thoughts remained unspoken, as he was unsure of how to articulate them. He had only a vague recollection of how the scar was formed. knowing only that it had been present since he could remember. "That's all right," Penny said, playfully patting his shoulder. "Everything is in the past now. From this moment on, we shall all be good friends, and we have 7 years of learning ahead of us." As she spoke, she gestured with her fingers to signify the number 7. Harry nodded with a smile, equally eager for the forthcoming 7 years of his academic journey. The conversation between Penny and him had reached its natural conclusion, and she turned to continue whispering with Hermione. The sorting hat had completed its task of assigning the remaining students, and a red-haired boy took a seat beside Harry. For some inexplicable reason, Harry felt an abundance of gazes upon him after his chat with Penny, most notably a piercing stare from behind. Turning around, he surmised that the only potential source was the direction of Slytherin, yet amidst the throng, it was difficult to discern who it was. Kevin sat at the Slytherin table, engaging methodically with the new recruits, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Penny in the distance. Kevin was not particularly affected by her joining Gryffindor. It was somewhat anticipated. Before her arrival at the school, he had outright dismissed Slytherin as a possibility for her. However, the presence of Potter stirred a sense of discontent within him as he observed the cheerful exchange between him and Penny, an undercurrent of tension radiating from him. He did not object to Penny making friends, but he would rather she associate with Muggleborns than with Potter, who still held many uncertainties in his character. Theodore's gaze also lingered on Penny, and upon witnessing her handshake and conversation with Harry, he averted his eyes with a slight scoff. Truly, she could engage joyfully with anyone. Positioned closely to Kevin, Theodore acutely sensed the palpable tension in the air and discreetly scrutinized the older student. Although Kevin wore a faint smile, the underlying pressure assured Theodore that his mood was far from the congenial facade he presented. The elderly man with a long beard at the center of the table stood up, radiating warmth as he looked at the students below, extending his arms with excitement. "Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I wish to share a few words. Thank you all." With that, he sat down, prompting thunderous applause throughout the hall. Penny, bewildered by his words, simply joined in the applause, swept up in the joyous atmosphere. She heard Hermione whispering that it was Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the century. "Are wizards really so black and white?" Penny quietly inquired, wondering if there were wizards in shades of gray, perhaps referred to as gray wizards. The notion struck her as somewhat peculiar. Hermione chuckled at her question, exclaiming, "Oh dear. You always manage to ask questions that differ from others. This is what it means to think critically," Penny replied earnestly. Previously, she pondered daily over what to eat for her 3 meals. Now, she was determined to pose unique questions to Hermione, even ones that she herself found rather strange. Chapter 36. Someone is watching me. Although many of her inquiries often touched upon Hermione as areas of ignorance, she affirmed, "You are absolutely right." Hermione chuckled softly, reflecting on how amusing Penny remained as ever. She continued discussing the so-called gray wizards, noting that such classifications were non-existent at present. However, she acknowledged the truth in Penny's words. Wizards are not merely black or white. I have read that many wizards maintain a neutral stance, which must be what you refer to as the gray area. How troublesome. Penny casually responded, her eyes gleaming at the array of food before her, exclaiming, "Let's eat first. We can talk about everything else later." Hermione observed Penny's excited gaze fixated on the food, shaking her head in mild exasperation before turning her attention to her own meal. After a long day, she found herself quite hungry. For Penny, the sight of the food was a feast for the eyes. There was roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, and steak, all of which delighted her carnivorous inclinations. To her surprise, she also discovered carrots, which she had previously assumed were absent due to her family's aversion to the vegetable. With an eager fork, she speared a piece of carrot, but upon taking a bite, she could not help but spit it into her small dish. Indeed, a carrot was a carrot, yet she struggled to consume it raw. She then speared a piece of meat instead, finding it far more agreeable. Hermione, smiling, teased her for her pickiness, saying, "Being finicky is not good. You know, Penny." "I know," Penny replied, devouring the meat. "It's unhealthy, but it feels so satisfying." Harry, overhearing this, accidentally choked and quickly reached for his cup to drink. What an intriguing thought, he mused. "Are you all right, Harry?" Penny noticed him and gently patted his back. Harry waved his hand while gulping down water. And once he had recovered, he said, "Thank you, Penny. I feel much better now. I just found your comment quite amusing." Upon hearing this, Penny raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Oh, really? Thank you. I feel the same way." With that, she returned to her meat, thinking that if she didn't eat more, Hogwarts would likely see more students like her starving next year. Harry hesitated for a moment before finally admitting with a smile, "I want to tell you something, Penny. Please don't think I'm joking." Nodding, Penny set down her cutlery, took a sip of her drink, and focused her gaze on Harry, saying, "All right, go ahead. I'm listening." Suddenly, with such seriousness, Harry felt a bit out of his element. Imitating Penny, he laid down his utensils and hesitantly confessed, "To be honest, when I was talking to you today, I felt like someone was watching me from behind. Someone was watching him? Penny furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "Why do you feel that way?" "I felt it, even when we were talking before," he replied. Harry swallowed hard and continued, "There was nothing behind. Yet, when you spoke to me just now, that eerie sensation returned, as if someone were right behind me. However, I do not recognize them." Especially when Petunia patted him on the back, that chilling feeling pierced through him like a myriad of needles. "Behind?" Petunia inquired curiously as she looked back, coincidentally noticing Kevin gazing in their direction. Playfully waving at him, she turned back to Harry and said, "There's nothing behind. Perhaps you misinterpreted it. Why does your brother keep staring at you? He was all smiles when he greeted you just now." "Who were you just greeting?" Harry asked, still uneasy from that earlier feeling. "Oh, my brother is also at this school," Petunia replied nonchalantly. "I happened to see him when I turned around." Harry remarked, "I think I know who has been watching me." He intended to say more, but suddenly a ghost emerged between him and Petunia. Startled, Petunia instinctively grasped Hermione's arm, her face paling, though not as much as the first time they encountered a ghost. "Oh, Petunia," Hermione exclaimed, her meal interrupted, setting down her utensils with a sigh. "Are you still frightened?" "Well, perhaps just a little," Petunia admitted, swallowing hard. "But I believe I'll adapt quickly. I look forward to it." Hermione, glancing at the ghosts, felt her appetite vanish entirely. The red-haired boy beside Harry pointed at the ghost, declaring, "I know who you are. You're nearly headless Nick." The ghost replied, "I prefer to be addressed as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. But your head looks fine." Petunia summoned her courage to ask, "Why are you called nearly headless?" Hermione, recalling the earlier scene where Nick revealed his severed neck, swiftly covered Petunia's eyes. Petunia felt the world around her plunge into darkness, followed by a chorus of screams. When light returned, she saw her classmates' faces drained of color, while the ghost had moved to another spot, rallying the students. "New Gryffindors, I hope you will help us win the House Cup this year. Slytherin has held the title for 6 consecutive years." Petunia, still shaken, whispered to Hermione, "Thank you, Hermione." Hearing that voice, I knew the scene must have been dreadful. "You're welcome," Hermione replied. Hermione, with her eyes closed, shrugged and remarked, "I simply believe that if you had witnessed it, you might find yourself haunted by nightmares tonight. At the very least, if she were to have nightmares this evening, they would undoubtedly be of such a scene." Before long, as everyone had indulged in their feast, the remnants upon the table abruptly vanished. Professor Dumbledore, seated at the center, rose once more and addressed the assembly. "Now that everyone is satiated, I wish to impart a few words. As the semester commences, I have several important reminders for you all." He paused momentarily, casting a swift glance over the gathering before continuing. "First-year students, take heed. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students. This is a reminder that some of our older students ought to heed as well." His gaze lingered particularly upon the Gryffindor table. "Furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Those wishing to represent the house should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution all who wish to avoid unforeseen misfortunes and untimely demise. Do not venture into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Is it not true that many of us in Gryffindor seem to attract trouble?" Penny whispered to Hermione, having clearly noticed how Dumbledore had cast a deliberate glance in their direction when he mentioned the rules. Hermione shrugged, offering no reply, instead smiling wryly, as if conceding to Penny's observation. At that moment, Penny finally grasped why she had been sorted into Gryffindor. It appeared that most of them shared her penchant for mischief. Or rather, as one might put it more elegantly, a spirit of courage. She was acutely aware of her mischievous tendencies, having accurately assessed her own identity. Yet, her desire for fun could not be stifled. After all, they were in a world of magic. With a grand gesture, Dumbledore proclaimed, "Now, before we retire for the night, let us join together in singing the school song." "The school song?" Penny blinked in surprise. "It seems we haven't yet learned how." Hermione shook her head, equally uncertain. She observed the older students around her, their expressions oddly stiff. Dumbledore waved his wand gently and continued, "Choose your favorite tune. Ready, sing." Thus, the entire staff and student body burst into song. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, 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 teach us something, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open to delightful knowledge. For now, our minds are empty." Penny watched this novel scene with wide eyes, failing to sing a single note, as she was too engrossed in listening. This liberating rendition of the school song truly belonged to this place. Do not concern yourself with the harmony of the singing. Even the pitch varies from person to person. Some sing beautifully, while others sound as if they are sawing wood. The cacophony of voices amalgamates to form the school song. It is rather amusing. I am aware that this place is quite free-spirited, yet this is perhaps excessively so. Aside from being somewhat discordant, everything else is rather commendable. After the song concluded, the first-year students of Gryffindor followed their prefect, Percy, as they departed. Being newcomers, they were unfamiliar with the location of the common room. Navigating through the bustling crowd, they ascended the marble stairs once more. Penny now required the handrail to climb the stairs, inwardly lamenting. In other places, any building exceeding 6 floors would certainly have an elevator. One cannot expect us to traverse stairs simply because each level is high. If smartphones were available, her step count on WeChat would undoubtedly reach 20,000 daily. Attending school here would surely lead to weight loss. Penny sighed, even though she knew she was not at all overweight. The only intriguing aspect was the portraits adorning the walls. She had grown accustomed to the moving images. When her brother wrote to her, he did not elaborate much, only mentioning that the environment was quite tranquil and conducive to study, with classmates who were exceedingly polite and never raucous. This must refer to Slytherin. It makes sense, as Slytherin students are unlikely to speak of anything else. After what felt like an eternity of climbing stairs and turning corners, Penny was genuinely fatigued, her eyelids heavy. If her energy levels could be displayed above her head, they would surely indicate a negative value. She was relying solely on sheer willpower to remain awake. They halted before a portrait depicting a rather plump woman clad in pink attire. The woman in the portrait softly uttered the password. Percy responded with Dragon Dung. Upon providing the correct password, the painting gradually shifted forward and then swung aside, revealing a large opening that had been concealed by the portrait. Percy led the group inside, where the Gryffindor common room starkly contrasted with the rather austere stone door outside. It was a cozy, circular chamber filled with plush armchairs, exuding an inviting comfort. He gestured towards the girls' dormitory, indicating its direction, while he escorted the boys to the opposite side. Penny nearly dragged Hermione back to the dormitory. She was utterly exhausted and in dire need of a shower and sleep. "Penny, weren't you just looking quite drowsy? How come you're so alert now?" Hermione remarked, having observed Penny's nearly closed eyelids earlier, fearing she might doze off mid-journey. "Indeed, I am quite tired," Penny replied candidly, "which is why I must hurry to my bed." Upon reaching the dormitory, they discovered numerous rooms, and it took them quite some time to locate their respective luggage. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the two of them were indeed roommates. The excitement was palpable. Penny swiftly dashed into the bathroom and took a lightning-fast shower. After bidding Hermione goodnight, she fell asleep almost instantly. By the time Hermione emerged from the bathroom, she could already hear Penny's steady breathing, indicating that she was utterly exhausted. Hermione mused to herself as she tiptoed back to her own bed, feeling equally fatigued and finally able to rest. She drifted into a night filled with sweet dreams. The following morning, the first ray of sunlight gently kissed Penny's cheek, the bright light causing her discomfort. After a few soft whimpers, she instinctively pulled the covers over her head and continued to sleep soundly. Although Hermione had felt tired the previous night, the thrill of being in a new place, especially at Hogwarts, roused her early. She drew back the curtains further, allowing the sunlight to flood the room. Glancing at Penny, still blissfully unaware in her slumber, Hermione sighed and approached her, lifting the covers gently, saying, "Penny, it's time to wake up." The sudden brightness was blinding for Penny, who instinctively shielded her eyes and turned over with a hint of annoyance, murmuring, "Mommy, don't wake me up so early." Hermione brushed aside Penny's hair softly, urging, "Come on, Penny. You'll be late if you don't get up. Penny, it's time for breakfast. If you linger too long, there won't be anything left to eat. Aren't you supposed to get up early to meet your brother?" "My brother will come to see me on his own. There's no rush." There was a slight response, yet it was minimal. Observing Penny's lack of urgency, Hermione felt a mix of helplessness and envy. How cherished must she be by her family to feel such confidence in sleeping soundly in an unfamiliar environment? If only the slumbering Penny could fathom Hermione's thoughts, she would undoubtedly dismiss them without hesitation. Her family had made countless attempts to alter her sleep patterns, all of which had come to naught. Her ability to indulge in such leisurely mornings was solely supported by familial affection. Taking a deep breath, Hermione continued, "If you don't wake up soon, I'll have to leave without you. If you end up being late or lost, don't blame me." After a brief silence, Penny suddenly sat up. Her hair tousled over her face, her eyes still closed, mumbling, "No, I'll get up right away." 10 minutes later, Penny stood before Hermione, fully prepared. She had honed the art of rising quickly to perfection, even managing to tie her hair into a high ponytail today, exuding a newfound vigor. With her small camera slung at her waist and her books and pens in hand, she felt a nostalgic rush reminiscent of high school days. Hermione looked her up and down with a smile, saying, "Let us go." As she walked along the path, her mind lingered on how to rouse Penny swiftly in the future. Upon arriving at the common room, she glanced at the clock and noticed Penny had fallen silent. Hadn't Hermione mentioned something about being late? The common room was nearly deserted at this hour. "Why am I feeling particularly drowsy this morning?" she mused aloud. If memory serves. "Hermione, we have 2 hours before class, right? It's akin to an 8 o'clock lesson, yet being ready to leave by 6. What then? Shall we do with these 2 hours?" "Indeed," Hermione replied, nodding enthusiastically as she linked arms with Penny. "You see, I was so excited this morning that I awoke before dawn. Oh, I can hardly believe this is real." I can hardly believe it either, Penny responded weakly, feeling a strange sense of admiration for her own early rising. Isn't it wonderful to rise early? Hermione urged as they stepped outside. Recollecting the path from the common room to the great hall, Penny closed her eyes and nodded despondently, affirming its beauty. There was a certain aesthetic to the disregard of her own exhaustion. Yet, upon seeing the breakfast spread, that suffering was nearly swept away. Arriving early, they found the breakfast still steaming on the long table, a rich variety of offerings laid out before them. The aroma of the meal sent Penny racing to the table like a wild stallion, pulling Hermione along. Wow, the treatment at Hogwarts is splendid. Even breakfast is so lavish, she exclaimed, reaching for an exquisite sandwich and a bowl of creamy mushroom soup. At that moment, the delightful morning truly began. She lifted her camera and captured a photo of her beautiful breakfast. A commemorative moment for my first breakfast at Hogwarts. While Hermione did not share Penny's exuberance, she could not help but nod in approval at the sumptuous feast. Indeed, it truly lives up to its reputation as the best wizarding school. I still cannot believe I've actually joined Gryffindor. A boy with soft brown hair sitting across from them glanced up and remarked, "You must be first-year students as well. You're up quite early." Only then did Penny notice him, her previous focus solely on the food before her. Responding naturally to the boy's friendly greeting, she said, "Yes. Good morning. I'm Penny Roll, and this is Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're up early too." Honestly, it's all thanks to Hermione. Otherwise, I surely wouldn't have risen so early, Penny added. Hermione politely smiled and nodded at the boy, conveying her own good morning. The boy swallowed his mouthful and replied with a grin, "Good morning to you both. My name is Seamus Finnegan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Seamus looked around and, lowering his voice, added, "I've heard that our classes are mostly shared with Slytherin." Penny and Hermione exchanged a glance. "Oh, is there something amiss?" Penny inquired first, her face etched with confusion. "Is there a rivalry between the two houses?" Meanwhile, Hermione fell into contemplation, remaining silent. Seamus regarded Penny with an expression akin to that of someone observing a peculiar creature, exclaiming, "Are you not aware that the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin is rather unfavorable?" He assumed this was common knowledge, astonished that anyone could be oblivious to such a matter. "Has it escalated to such a degree?" Hermione questioned, having always been aware of the discord but uncertain of its severity. Penny looked at Hermione in bewilderment, blinking as she said, "You know about this too?" Upon receiving a nod from Hermione, Penny, somewhat exasperated, closed her eyes and gently shook her head. It seemed she was the only one unaware. Seamus shrugged and remarked, "Who knows? But everyone I know doesn't think highly of them. They claim those individuals are rather sinister." "Is anyone inherently evil?" Penny countered, dismissing the rumors. "We haven't even interacted yet. Perhaps they are unexpectedly pleasant?" Pausing for a moment, she looked at Hermione and asserted, "Just like Theo." Seamus shook his head in response, casting a pitying glance at her. "Well, I wish you luck," he said, returning to his breakfast. "Penny," Hermione pondered for a moment before quietly asking, "Why do you always call him Theo?" She had previously assumed his name was simply Theo, but only yesterday had she learned from Professor McGonagall that his full name was Theodore not. Referring to him as Theo seemed overly intimate. "What's wrong with that?" Penny replied, sipping her soup before continuing, "I just find it more convenient and fluid." Hermione pressed on, her face revealing disbelief. "Does he agree with you calling him that?" "He doesn't seem like someone who enjoys closeness with others." "He hasn't voiced any objections," Penny said, regarding Hermione with a hint of curiosity. "Is there something wrong with discussing this?" Hermione, momentarily at a loss for words, shook her head. "Not really. It's just that I can almost guarantee that if someone else were to call him that, Not would surely be displeased, although they have barely exchanged a few words." Observing Penny's unaffected demeanor, Hermione swiftly dismissed her own convoluted thoughts. Perhaps everyone, like her, simply appreciated Penny's character. Once they had nearly finished their meals, the two prepared to head to class. Their journey was marked by stops and queries, and as they approached their first class, they realized they had arrived 30 minutes early. "Hermione, you were right." Penny gazed at the classroom in the distance, ascending the staircase while expressing her relief. "Had we not risen so early, we would surely be late by now." Suddenly praised, Hermione's mood brightened, and she smiled at Penny. "Would you like to wake up as early as I do every day?" "Hermione, perhaps you should pretend you didn't hear that," Penny lamented, her face a mask of despair. "I simply cannot rise that early." Hermione chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. The two soon arrived near the entrance of the classroom. Penny cast a casual glance in that direction and noted a throng of students, exclaiming, "Hermione, it appears we are not the only early arrivals." She had assumed they would be among the first, only to discover others more diligent than themselves. Hearing this, Hermione scrutinized the scene and soon spotted a tall, handsome upperclassman standing amidst students of similar height, orderly entering the classroom. "That individual does not seem to belong to our year," she observed, and upon closer inspection, she recognized Theodore among them. Penny, as if struck by a revelation, smiled at Hermione and declared, "Hermione, I see my brother. I shall go over to him. If you cannot wait, Please enter the classroom and save me a seat. Farewell." With a wave, she hastened towards Kevin. Her sudden sprint through the bustling crowd was undeniably conspicuous, capturing the attention of many. As Theodore prepared to step into the classroom, he noticed Penny approaching him swiftly. Realizing this, his pupils dilated slightly. Although he should have moved away, his feet felt as if encumbered by lead, and he stood rooted, gazing dumbfounded at Penny as she approached him, her face alight with enthusiasm. What could she possibly want? How could she possess such vitality so early in the day? Before he could ponder further, Penny had dashed past him and into Kevin's embrace. "What are you doing here? I've longed to find you." Students passing by paused momentarily to watch, but soon resumed their own pursuits, for lovebirds were a common sight within the school. Theodore, typically stoic, now wore an expression of bewilderment as he watched Kevin and Penny. A nearby blonde youth nudged him with his elbow, inquiring, "What is up, Nod? Do you know that girl?" Theodore offered no response, his gaze fixated on the pair, inadvertently locking eyes with Kevin for a fleeting moment. Strangely, the blonde boy sensed a drop in the atmosphere around Theodore, though he could not discern its source. Undeterred, he remarked, "She must be the girlfriend of a senior." Judging by that interaction, to her surprise, Penny discovered that the seemingly aloof class president had a fondness for such types. "Hey, why did you leave?" When Penny peeked out from Kevin's embrace, she spotted Theodore just as he was about to wave at him, only to see him turn away and enter the classroom without a glance back. Was it possible for someone to be so heartless? Had he truly forgotten her after just one night? Hermione approached slowly, gesturing to Penny before stepping inside. Unintentionally, Penny stole a glance at her brother's appearance, which indeed matched her description of being quite handsome, yet the nature of his character remained a subject for further inquiry. Kevin stumbled back slightly as Penny lunged at him, yet he steadfastly supported her, fearful she might fall. Gently tapping her head, he sighed, "How many times must I tell you not to run so fast?" Penny stuck out her tongue and winked. "Who told us we wouldn't see each other for over 6 months? You haven't been home in ages," she muttered. "You promised to accompany me to Diagon Alley, but you didn't come, and with our parents occupied, I had to take Jimmy instead. If I hadn't seen you during class, would you have even thought to find me?" After embracing, the longing of over 6 months was somewhat alleviated. Yet now she found herself ready to settle the score. With her arms crossed and an annoyed glare directed at Kevin, she remarked, as the class president, "You seem to have forgotten about your sister. You hardly wrote anything about Hogwarts in your letters, and I was nearly scared to death by those ghosts upon my arrival." "You shouldn't be so harsh," Kevin replied, somewhat helplessly. "I intended to share more, but you seemed uninterested, so I stopped. Besides," as if conjuring a surprise from thin air, Kevin produced a gift box from behind him and handed it to Penny with a smile. "Who said I haven't missed you? I saw this earlier and thought of you, so I got it as your welcome gift. Happy school year, my dear sister." Today, he had specifically glanced at Gryffindor's schedule and noticed that many classes coincided with Slytherin's. He had planned to give her the gift after class, but upon seeing a first year asking him for directions, he decided to bring the present along with him. Penny let out a soft huff, suppressing her sense of gratitude, and feigned indifference as she replied, "Well then, I suppose I will reluctantly forgive you." She took the gift, but did not rush to open it, continuing, "Brother, will you be returning home during the holidays? Before I boarded the train, Mother told me not to blame you, which is ridiculous. As if I could ever truly blame you. I'm not that petty. Of course, my sister is always so understanding," Kevin said, gently ruffling Penny's hair with a sense of pride. "It seems you've grown quite a bit during our time apart. Don't worry, once I finish my current tasks, I will come home with you this year. Aren't you going to open your welcome gift?" Chapter 40, Animagus. "Of course I will." As Penny unwrapped the gift box, her eyes sparkled with delight upon discovering its contents. She looked up at Kevin with excitement, exclaiming, "It's the latest model of the camera." She had long desired to purchase one, but the steep price had made her hesitant to splurge, even with her financial means. To her surprise, her brother had already procured it for her. Kevin skillfully removed her old camera and placed it in the gift box, cradling it in his arms. "Do you like it?" he inquired. Penny nodded eagerly, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "How did you know I wanted this camera?" "Perhaps it is due to the unspoken bond we share as siblings," Kevin replied with a mysterious smile. For his only sister, he would indulge her whims without hesitation. Penny quickly aimed the camera at Kevin, who posed playfully for the shot. As she reviewed the newly captured photograph, she remarked, "Brother, if you could be this generous and decisive when it comes to eating vegetables, I would be even more touched." "Perhaps you should cherish some of that emotion," Kevin replied with a raised eyebrow, gently nudging her. "If you need anything, just come to me. Classes are about to start, and today's session will be led by your dean, Professor McGonagall. Do not misbehave on your first day." "What? The headmistress is our dean?" Penny exclaimed, feeling as though a thunderbolt had struck her. She had hoped that the dean might be a kind and gentle teacher, but the reality seemed to be a stark contrast to her expectations. Though she had never engaged in a deep conversation with Professor McGonagall, her demeanor suggested a stern and rigid nature. Kevin playfully brushed Penny's nose and sighed. "What do you mean by headmistress? Where did you pick up such terms from the Muggle world? You never learn the serious stuff, yet you excel at the frivolous. He glanced around, lowering his voice to continue. I don't care who you befriend, but I have one request. Do not sacrifice your safety for the sake of loyalty. I understand, brother. Penny nodded earnestly. You can rest assured, I won't let you suffer the loss of a sister at a young age. Her serious tone made it sound as though she were discussing a significant matter. However, to Kevin, it merely induced a headache. He knew it was just a fleeting promise. One ear in and the other out. All right, enough of the banter. Hurry inside, he said, exasperated. You were so anxious to meet, yet now that you are here. 10 minutes in, and I already have a headache. Okay, brother. Penny chirped, waving her camera joyfully. She blew him a kiss and said, love you. I'm off now. Bye. With that, she skipped into the classroom. Kevin watched her enter, smiling until she disappeared from view. Gradually, he composed himself, his expression returning to its previous seriousness as he strode away. As Penny entered, she immediately spotted Hermione waving at her, clutching a book and a camera. She hurried over and sat beside her, brandishing her new camera with enthusiasm. Look, Hermione, my gift for enrollment, she exclaimed, leaning in to whisper, what do you think? My brother is quite handsome, isn't he? Hermione glanced at her with a smile and, with a hint of reluctance, admitted, all right, I concede, your brother is indeed good-looking. However, I tend to prefer individuals with a bit more intrigue. He resembled a chameleon, beaming at Penny with a smile as radiant as the sun upon their meeting. Yet, during a fleeting moment of eye contact just outside, his scrutinizing gaze had sent a shiver down her spine, sharp and penetrating as a serpent, as if he sought to dissect her thoughts. Nonetheless, these musings were merely Hermione's own interpretations. Perhaps she was overthinking, and his gaze was simply a habitual glance directed at all. Of course, there were exceptions for those close to him, like Penny. Hearing others praise her brother filled Penny with a joy surpassing that of receiving compliments herself. With a beaming smile, she declared, I feel the same. When I look for a boyfriend, he must be as handsome as my brother. Just seeing him brings happiness, even in disagreements. That charming face would compel one to first chastise oneself. Hermione shrugged in resignation and resumed her studies, pen poised over her book. Not wishing to intrude, Penny cautiously stowed her camera and delved into her textbook. Upon discovering neat and detailed notes, her brother's stature in her eyes elevated yet again. Whether she would comprehend the material was another matter entirely. She deemed herself unlikely to become the quintessential model student and thus resolved to amass additional stationery. Glancing up, she noticed Theodore seated diagonally opposite her, diligently taking notes, much like Hermione. Beside him sat a blonde youth, who, unlike Theodore, appeared less earnest, occasionally turning to chat with the two boys behind him. As if sensing Penny's gaze, he glanced in her direction. Caught in the act, Penny quickly averted her eyes back to her book, her heart racing in disarray. How unfortunate it was to be caught daydreaming. Her quill twirled between her fingers. Yet her gaze betrayed her, drifting once more towards Theodore. Had he not noticed her at the door, or had he seen her yet chosen to ignore her presence? Wishing to remain aloof, she pondered how he fared alone in Slytherin. Among their group, he was the only one not sorted into Gryffindor and was thus separated from them. The quill, far too light, proved inadequate for spinning. It often fell to the tabletop after only a brief twirl. As the time for class approached, Professor McGonagall entered promptly through the door, casting a discerning glance over the assembled students before producing the attendance register. When I call your name, please raise your hand, she instructed. With that, she opened the register and began to read the names one by one. When she reached the names of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, not a single hand was raised in response. Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized the unmarked names on the roll, then lifted her gaze towards the students and announced, please engage in some self-study while we await the arrival of these two gentlemen. Penny, utterly astonished, watched as Professor McGonagall did not draw her wand, but instead transformed herself into a cat and gracefully leaped onto the podium. Chapter 41, The Opening of the Eye. She glanced at the cover of the book in her hands, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Is it truly possible to transform in such a manner? Previously, she had approached these lessons with a laid-back attitude, willing to learn what she could and dismissing anything she found too challenging for later consideration. However, witnessing the marvels of transfiguration firsthand ignited a fervent interest within her. Transfiguration could be so astonishing. How convenient it would be to learn it. Climbing trees to gather eggs or fishing in lakes would become remarkably easier. Hermione, clearly familiar with Harry and Ron, shook her head in resignation at their tardiness on the very first day. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Penny, who was engrossed in her reading and felt as though she were in a dream. The motivating power of this camera is truly formidable, Hermione mused. And if she could hear Penny's genuine thoughts at that moment, she would likely faint from disbelief. Who taught her that transfiguration was merely for mischief? Approximately 10 minutes later, Harry and Ron finally arrived, noticeably relieved to find the classroom devoid of a teacher. The red-haired boy exclaimed in relief, thank goodness. If Professor McGonagall had been here, Her expression would have been terrifying. Penny turned to look, their eyes meeting just as he seemed poised to nod in acknowledgement. However, he was taken aback by the look of pity that Penny directed towards them. Poor children, unaware that they were about to be reprimanded by the headmaster. Blissfully enjoying themselves instead, the red-haired boy furrowed his brow in confusion. If he was not mistaken, that glance had been one of sympathy. In the next moment, he understood why. The cat that had been perched on the desk suddenly leaped down and transformed back into Professor McGonagall, undoubtedly having heard every word they exchanged. Swallowing hard, he remarked, that was quite an impressive trick. He had thought they might evade the consequences of their tardiness, but it appeared he had been overly optimistic. Thank you for your kind assessment, Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall cast a glance at the two individuals before her and continued, perhaps I should transform Mr. Potter and you into a pocket watch. It might prove more utilitarian. At least one of you would adhere to the concept of time. Harry instinctively recoiled slightly, explaining, we both got lost. Perhaps we could be transformed into a map instead. Professor McGonagall replied sternly, I trust that you two can find your seats without the aid of a map. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron hastily sought out an empty seat and settled down. Penny leaned over to Hermione and whispered, I've changed my mind. Hermione, please wake me up earlier next time. Being scolded in front of so many people, no matter how thick-skinned one is, becomes increasingly unbearable after a few instances. Hermione nodded, somewhat comforted, and replied in a low voice, if you can maintain that perspective tomorrow morning, I would be even happier. Penny shrank her neck slightly, not responding to Hermione's words, though she had agreed. Whether she would remember it the following morning was another matter entirely. She held firm to the principle of not making promises she could not keep. After Professor McGonagall had expounded on a myriad of complex and tedious theories of transfiguration, they all picked up their pens to take notes. Penny also took notes. But since most of the content was already present in the textbook, she merely added a few personal insights, making her writing less frantic compared to the others. Observing the two distinct styles of notes in one book, Penny sighed inwardly as she wrote. The adage that comparison breeds discontent rang true. Her handwriting, though not unsightly, felt somewhat shameful against the other. She wondered if there were any practice sheets available here. Once they finished writing, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each of them, and the remaining time was to be devoted to transforming the matchstick into a silver needle. Penny picked up her matchstick and scrutinized it carefully, while Hermione beside her was already attempting the transfiguration spell on her own matchstick with her wand. She envisioned the desired object and recited the incantation with conviction. Penny murmured the notes she had taken, only to discover a line of small text on the subsequent page. She squinted to read the words clearly. Merely reading the textbook was insufficient. The essence of transfiguration lay in practice. She was 100% certain this was a note written specifically for her by her brother. How precise could he be? Had he opened his third eye, perhaps? With some impatience, she closed the textbook, inwardly grumbling that those who only read would surely miss out on practical experience. Had she not heard that knowledge is gained through practice? Luckily, her thoughts remained unspoken, granting her a sense of confidence that would have been less assured had she voiced them directly. Penny grasped her wand, envisioned the silver needle, and directed the transfiguration spell towards the matchstick. Once, twice, thrice, yet the matchstick showed no signs of transformation. She set down her wand and picked up the matchstick again to examine it closely. It appeared unchanged. She turned her head towards Hermione, observing that the matchstick before her had begun to exhibit subtle changes. The once ordinary tip now glimmered with a silvery sheen. A glance at her classmates revealed that, much like Penny, their matchsticks remained entirely unaltered, a veritable disparity in prowess. Suddenly, something tapped sharply on her head, prompting Penny to instinctively let out a small yelp of discomfort. It was less a matter of pain and more a startled reaction. Nearby students were drawn to her exclamation, including Theodore, who cast a curious glance her way. However, Penny's focus was solely on Professor McGonagall, who had rolled up the attendance sheet and struck it lightly against her head. Miss Rowell, Professor McGonagall said, her gaze piercing, have you completed the assignment I assigned to you for this class? Penny knew without a doubt that the matchstick on her desk was as ordinary as they come. Shaking her head, she replied softly, no, Professor. Transfiguration is one of the most challenging subjects you will encounter. I hope you can approach it with the seriousness it deserves. After a brief glance at her, Professor McGonagall made her way to the podium, ready to continue her lecture when the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Taking a deep breath, she announced, class dismissed. At those words, Penny released a sigh of relief and slumped over her desk. Chapter 42, 2 Rolls. The noise of students bustling to leave the classroom filled the air. The bell had precisely saved her from dire consequences. Miss Rowell, I expect you to write down what you have learned in this lesson before the next class. Not much, just one sheet of parchment. Startled, Penny shot her head up to find Professor McGonagall standing directly in front of her. Penny exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she stammered, I must have misheard. Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall replied earnestly, I think not, dear. I look forward to your results. So do I. I am eagerly anticipating what nonsense I might concoct. Once Professor McGonagall had departed, Penny weakly grasped Hermione's arm, resting her head on her shoulder as she lamented, I'm doomed. One sheet of parchment. How am I supposed to create anything? I empathize with your plight, Hermione consoled her, having been oblivious to Professor McGonagall's approach from behind. Otherwise, she would have advised Penny to focus earlier. Perhaps you can accompany me to the library? Today's lesson was brief, and I am keen to explore the library's resources. Would you like to join me? At that moment, Neville, along with Harry and Ron, gathered closely around Penny, forming an almost impenetrable circle around her. Without exception, their gazes towards Penny were imbued with pity. I had heard that the head of Slytherin was quite biased towards the students of his house, and I initially thought our headmaster might be similar. This remark from Seamus undoubtedly struck another blow to Penny's already wounded heart. Neville, recalling the earlier scene, turned pale, speaking with a tremor in his voice that he too had been lost in thought, though it seemed Professor McGonagall had not taken notice. Another stab. Ron, with a hint of relief, chuckled about how he and Harry had arrived late and were merely reprimanded. Had he been made to write, he might have drawn a picture on it. A third blow. Harry appeared to want to add something, but was interrupted by Penny, who raised her hand to stop him, saying, Please, don't say another word. I might not be able to eat today. What had started as a pleasant mood was suddenly crushed by an overwhelming weight, and her friends were each stabbing at her heart. May I ask, how long is a piece of parchment? Harry inquired, scratching his head awkwardly, as they had never used parchment before and lacked a clear concept of its dimensions. In truth, Penny only had a vague idea, knowing it was not insignificant. Hermione produced a completed sheet of parchment and placed it before them, stating, It's about this long. It's not too bad. Penny, gazing at the densely packed text, nearly fainted. How could such a seemingly small piece accommodate so many words? It appeared to be close to a 1,000-word essay. Deceased, please do not disturb. A nearby blonde youth glanced towards Penny's direction, observing Theodore, who had closed his book, and called out, Not, are you leaving? Theodore cast a sidelong glance at Penny, surrounded by many, obscuring her presence, only hearing the cacophony of their discussions. Rising with his textbooks, he replied, Let us go, Malfoy. He walked a few steps forward to join Draco, who had met up with two boys at the entrance before they departed together. By the time Penny collected her thoughts and looked towards Theodore's direction, that spot had long been devoid of any trace, leaving her with a faint sense of melancholy. Indeed, it had been quite some time since class had ended. On the way back to the dormitory, Draco chuckled, asking Not, Do you really not recognize that girl from earlier? Why do you ask? Theodore replied, casting a casual glance at him. Draco shrugged nonchalantly, expressing his curiosity about the relationship between her and Raoul. He leaned in with a soft laugh, suggesting, Should we find out who she is? It might be quite interesting. Turning to the two behind them, Goyle and Crabbe, he inquired, What do you both think? Though their acquaintance with the upperclassmen was brief, Raoul appeared to be a shrewd and cultured individual, and in every respect, he seemed worlds apart from the lively girl who had just bounced away. Except for her flaxen hair and deep blue eyes, there are simply too many individuals with flaxen hair. Even Hogwarts boasts numerous such students, which hardly constitutes a compelling reason. Moreover, deep blue eyes are not particularly rare. They are, in fact, quite common features. The two individuals exchanged glances, and one of them spoke first, but none of us know her. The other replied, Perhaps we could inquire directly with the prefect. They seem quite approachable. Draco regarded the two with exasperation, stating plainly, That is an utterly foolish notion. What if that girl is indeed Roland's girlfriend? Unlike Goyle and Crabbe, I do not perceive Roland as amiable. To hold the position of prefect in Slytherin, one must possess exceptional qualities, at the very least. He is among the elite of the house. If he were merely agreeable, how could he command such respect from so many students? It would be unwise to offend him over such a trivial matter. Suddenly, Theodore, who had been silent, spoke up, finally directing his gaze towards Draco. Draco seemed slightly perplexed and furrowed his brow, asking, What do you mean, Not? Theodore replied resolutely, Even if they are related, they could never be in a romantic relationship. Initially, he had entertained such thoughts at the entrance, but as he pondered further, he found it increasingly improbable. From their shared surname and similar hair color, they appeared more akin to siblings, though he could not ascertain whether they were full siblings. After all, their personalities were vastly dissimilar. However, this explanation remained the most plausible. Upon concluding these thoughts, Theodore inwardly chastised himself for meddling. What concern was it of his regarding their relationship? It was absurd to invest time contemplating such matters. Draco nodded thoughtfully, stating, You have a point. Roland does not seem the type to be drawn to such a reckless girl. He paused, reflecting for a moment before continuing. Wait a moment. I believe we have someone in our year with the surname Roland. Could it be that individual we just encountered? Chapter 43, The Library. How could siblings possess such contrasting temperaments? This morning, the only class was Transfiguration, and in the afternoon, the first-year Gryffindors had no scheduled lessons. Penny's stomach had been grumbling for quite some time. Upon entering the hall, She dashed towards the long table and quickly seated herself. As soon as she sat down, she seized a knife and fork, hastily spearing a piece of meat and bringing it to her mouth. By the time she swallowed the morsel, Hermione leisurely approached and settled beside her. Weren't you just feeling down? How is it that the sight of food has revived you so quickly? Hermione cast a cheerful glance at her, then picked up her utensils and began to dine as well. She felt delighted to see Penny in such spirits. If she were perpetually wilted like a withered flower, she would hardly be Penny. Naturally, a lack of enthusiasm for dining indicated deeper issues. After savoring a bowl of hot soup, Penny contentedly remarked, "Moreover, only by enjoying a good meal can I muster the energy to diligently compose that parchment essay. I firmly believe I can accomplish it. I must produce something worthwhile." With an entire week ahead of her, there was no immediate cause for concern. Penny reassured herself, treating this as a nostalgic return to her student days, reliving the agony of impending deadlines. Why not consult your brother? Hermione tilted her head and continued. The upperclassmen have certainly covered this material. If you were to ask him, he would undoubtedly have much to impart. Were it anyone else, Hermione might have refrained from offering such advice, but given that the individual in question was the head of Slytherin, one could presume his academic performance would not be lacking. Alas, if he were from another house, Hermione would have eagerly sought to exchange study experiences. Upon hearing this suggestion, Penny shook her head without a moment's hesitation, firmly rejecting the idea. That is absolutely out of the question. Why? Hermione inquired, perplexed. Doesn't he seem to dote on you? How could such a trivial challenge deter him from assisting her? It's not that he wouldn't help me. It's that I prefer not to seek his aid. Penny shrugged helplessly, explaining, it's not the end of the world. If I were to rely on him for every academic woe, he would be overwhelmed. Besides, it would be a joyous affair if I simply transferred to Slytherin. Furthermore, he appears to be quite busy each day, while he wouldn't mind. I cannot burden him incessantly. This time, I've landed myself in this predicament, and I shall bear the consequences alone. If I approach him, I fear I shall inevitably confront the issue of vegetables. Mother will undoubtedly write to him, urging him to ensure I eat my greens. Visiting him during meals would be akin to a lamb entering a den of lions. Initially, Hermione felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that Penny was not merely a delicate sister reliant on her brother, but possessed a measure of resilience and courage. However, as Penny continued, Hermione comprehended that her apprehension was indeed rooted in fear of that dish. Was it truly that unpalatable? Hermione deliberately speared a piece of vegetable and tasted it. Swallowing before responding, I find the vegetables quite agreeable. She pushed her portion of salad towards Hermione, gazing earnestly as she said, if it's tasty, then eat more. Don't rush. Here, take my serving as well. That was not her intention at all. I had thought you were quite fond of vegetables, Hermione said, subtly returning the dish to Penny's side. After all, didn't you ask me to search for books for you in the Muggle world? Yesterday. Both individuals were utterly fatigued, leaving them no time to rummage through their suitcase for books to present to Penny. Only now, upon mentioning it, did the thought resurface. Should Hermione have the opportunity to glimpse into Penny's inner world, she would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that tears had streamed down her cheeks. Had the vegetables here not been so utterly unpalatable, who would idly seek out edible varieties? Penny was merely surviving on a scant few types of somewhat decent vegetables. No, you are mistaken, Hermione, Penny solemnly declared. It is also possible that I can no longer endure the current state of the vegetables. Then why do you believe the Muggle world would possess the vegetables you desire? Hermione inquired, her own concerns growing about whether the books she had brought would suffice. Because they do not exist in the Wizarding world, Penny replied, shaking her head in despair. If the Muggle world is devoid of them as well, I shall have to bid farewell to the vegetables of this world forever. Why has it become so arduous to enjoy a single bite of a proper cabbage? In the afternoon, Penny and Hermione proceeded as planned to the library of Hogwarts. Upon their entrance, they were astounded by the sight before them. The library appeared to stretch infinitely, with rows of bookshelves reaching nearly to the ceiling, meticulously arranged. To ensure students could access the books, long ladders were thoughtfully positioned at both ends of each shelf, given the immense width of the shelves. Tables and chairs were scattered throughout for students to sit and study. Yet seating remained scarce. Some students, undeterred, found a spot and simply sat cross-legged on the floor, engrossed in their reading. Hermione's eyes sparkled at the sight of the library, and after a few admonitions to Penny, she dove headfirst into the sea of books. It was only after Hermione departed that Penny suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment. Wasn't Hermione supposed to teach her how to write? Now that she was gone, what was Penny to do? At that moment, Penny could finally comprehend what Hermione meant when she spoke of her eyes lighting up at the sight of food. The sentiment resonated deeply. Hermione's enthusiasm for books mirrored Penny's delight at the sight of food. The only distinction was that one constituted spiritual nourishment, while the other was sustenance for the body. Sighing as she held the book in her arms, Penny resigned herself to the task. She would manage on her own. After all, the reference materials she required were not extensive. If time permitted, She might even explore whether there were any books on gardening available. The edible offerings here were so limited that she had grown nearly mad from encountering a myriad of peculiar vegetables at every meal. Fortunately, the bookshelves were labeled, indicating the categories of books, or else she might have wandered aimlessly through the vast ocean of literature for an eternity. Chapter 44. I do not dislike you. After wandering for quite some time, Penny, nearly convinced that she was lost, finally discovered the label for the transfiguration spell on one side of the library. There were several identical bookshelves, perhaps 7 or 8 in total. The sheer number of shelves dedicated to transfiguration alone made her ponder the vast collection of volumes housed within this library. As she marveled internally, her gaze remained steadfast, searching for reference materials. After traversing several shelves, her eyes ultimately settled upon a tome titled A Comprehensive Guide to Basic Transfiguration. This was it. Excitedly, Penny reached out to seize the book, but at that very moment, another hand brushed against hers as they both attempted to grasp it. She distinctly felt an unfamiliar warmth emanating from the side of her fingers, causing her to withdraw her hand, as if jolted. Lifting her gaze, she looked towards the person who had also reached for the book. Theodore? She whispered, their eyes locking in a moment of surprise. Within the blink of an eye, Penny broke into a smile and said, Theodore, what a coincidence to run into you here. Theodore nodded, pulling the book from the shelf and extending it towards Penny, stating, Ladies first. Penny glanced at the book now in front of her and, blinking, suggested, Theodore, if you don't mind, let us read it together. Theodore, somewhat perplexed by his own acquiescence, realized he wasn't particularly eager to peruse the book. Yet, here he was, sitting beside Penny. Both of them engaged with the reference material. Interestingly, when Penny was reading and doing her assignments, her demeanor was markedly different from her usual lively self. She was focused and remarkably serene. Theodore found himself momentarily distracted, having previously thought that Penny bore little resemblance to Roll. However, at that moment, he could discern a certain similarity between them. His earlier suspicion was reaffirmed. They were indeed siblings. As he stared at the book before him, his thoughts wandered far afield. Even as he caught the faintest whiff of floral fragrance wafting through the air, it was uncanny. Why was it that every time he encountered this person, he struggled to concentrate on his reading? Noticing the somber expression on Theodore's face, Penny grew concerned and inquired, Theodore, what is the matter? She pushed the reference book towards him and added, Since I won't be using it much, you can have it first while I finish my notes. Stealing a glance at the book, Theodore asked, Aren't you in a hurry to write your paper? Oh, you heard that. Penny replied, her cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment. I thought you hadn't noticed since you left so quickly. I did hear. Penny glanced around, noting that the lighting in this place was rather dim. Yet it offered a serene environment, making it an ideal spot for reading if one did not mind the lack of brightness. Theo, did you choose this place for its tranquility? After a few seconds, she heard a soft, affirmative sound from across the table, prompting her to chuckle lightly. As if a thought had just struck her. Theo, hearing that sound, raised his eyes to her and inquired, What is amusing? Do you dislike such a secluded spot? Not at all, Penny replied, shaking her head with a gentle laugh. I just thought that when we first met, you probably didn't like me because I was rather boisterous. Perhaps you still don't. Playfulness aside, she was acutely aware of her own nature. Upon hearing her words, Theo experienced a fleeting moment of surprise, his mind involuntarily drifting back to their first encounter. That kind-hearted girl, who, while he was waiting for his aunt at Florin, believed he couldn't bear to eat ice cream, though in truth, he had no particular fondness for it. That day, she had shielded him from the sun, cheerfully offering him an ice cream cone. He had wondered how someone could radiate such warmth, as if living like a sun, despite the burdens of life. Later, he had seen her again at Lehan bookstore, where they had quite literally collided. He had recognized Penny as the same girl from that moment. Ideally, he should have returned the money for the ice cream after they acknowledged each other, but a voice in his heart urged him not to reveal himself. Fearing that once he returned the money, he might never encounter such a lively and kind soul again. So, he walked away, knowing deep down that, despite appearing composed, he felt as though he were fleeing in haste. Noticing that Theo had remained silent, Penny assumed he had tacitly agreed with her. She offered a slight smile, refraining from further conversation, and resumed her work on her thesis. She appeared quite earnest, though she had scarcely written a couple of words. Her heart inexplicably filled with a vague sense of melancholy. Perhaps Theo naturally preferred quieter companions and truly found her exuberance irksome. No, the response was barely audible, so faint that Penny almost thought she had misheard. She paused, momentarily stunned, and lifted her gaze to meet Theo's. What did you say? I don't dislike you, Theo reiterated, before returning to his book, as if he had merely made a casual remark about the pleasantness of the weather, his demeanor unchanged. Only he could feel the heat rising uncontrollably at the nape of his neck. Hearing this, Penny nodded and murmured a few affirmatives before continuing with her earlier task. She lowered her head, her loose strands of hair falling softly over one side of her face, serving as a perfect veil to conceal her discomfort. What was happening? She had been unexpectedly outmaneuvered by a teenager. Isn't this an entirely ordinary statement? Do children not speak their minds without restraint? Those who idolize beauty tend to overthink. They truly seem to regress as they age. Penny felt a surge of regret within her, yet the warmth on her face only intensified. Surely, it was the stifling atmosphere here, lacking windows for ventilation, that caused such heat. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Penny rose and smiled at Theodore, saying, "The reference book seems somewhat insufficient. I shall borrow a few more." Without waiting for Theodore's response, she swiftly dashed away from his side. Theodore glanced at Penny, who had already run far off, remaining silent as his gaze returned to her books. Upon opening her book, he discovered it was filled with notes, not only from the first chapter but throughout the entire volume. Chapter 45 bore the name on the title page. Sensing something amiss, Theodore flipped to the title page. As he suspected, it was inscribed with another's name, Kevin Roll. Once outside, Penny couldn't help but exhale deeply, fanning herself with her hand as the earlier heat gradually dissipated. She had surmised that the heat was due to the stifling atmosphere and wondered why she had bothered to dissect the nuances of a child's words. Nevertheless, her intent to find reference books was not misplaced. The previous book did indeed seem inadequate. Thus, she wandered amidst the shelves and ultimately found Elementary Transfiguration Analysis and Concepts of Elementary Transfiguration. Remarkably, the books were quite large and thick. Uncertain of how long she had been gone, she clutched the 2 volumes and hurried back. She hoped Theodore would not think she had abandoned him, despite their lack of a formal agreement to leave together. Upon nearing her previous spot, Penny realized Theodore had vanished, a wave of confusion washing over her. Could he have truly grown impatient? Perhaps he had been called away on urgent business. Never mind. With a sigh, she settled beside her designated spot. What is this? It was then that she noticed the book she had opened earlier was now closed, a piece of parchment filled with writing nestled within. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it as the assignment Professor McGonagall had assigned her. The script was steady and forceful, a stark contrast to her own hasty scrawl. Almost instinctively, Penny considered a possibility. This must have been written by Theodore. Contemplating this notion, she scrutinized the content once more. She had to admit, the adage that comparison breeds discontent rang true. Even with the 2 reference books she had just acquired, she could not produce work as impressive as that before her. Regardless of the circumstances, armed with a reference template, Penny swiftly resumed her seat. With the aid of this template and her textbooks, she soon crafted an assignment that appeared as if it had been penned by her own hand. Little did she expect that, after so many years, she could once again exercise the skills acquired during her student days. She resolved to express her gratitude to Theo at an opportune moment. As these thoughts occupied her mind, she busied herself organizing her belongings, and once she had returned all her books, she set off in search of Hermione. The day was already waning, and since Hermione had brought along books from the dormitory, why venture far? With this in mind, Penny quickened her pace, scanning the library for Hermione. Ultimately, she discovered her amidst a heap of Ravenclaw students engrossed in their studies. On their way back to the common room, Hermione animatedly shared the myriad insights she had gleaned from her day at Ravenclaw. "Hermione, you promised to help me with that paper," Penny lamented playfully, shaking her head in feigned despair. "It seems I have been forgotten entirely in the presence of books." Hermione's eyes darted, her mind momentarily disengaging from her earlier excitement, and she replied apologetically, "Oh, Penny, that is not true. I had it in mind, but it slipped my memory." As her urgency grew, she continued without waiting for Penny to respond. "Did you finish it today? If not, I can assist you in the dormitory tonight. I'm truly sorry. I can't believe I forgot about it." Seeing Hermione genuinely distressed, Penny chuckled. "I was just teasing you. It's quite all right. If I were truly concerned, I could simply find you in the library with my books. It's just a rare delight to witness your passion for something, so I chose to tackle it alone. Have you completed yours?" Hermione's gaze fell upon Penny, tinged with worry as she inquired. "If you haven't, I can help." "Rest assured," Penny said, linking her arm with Hermione's, a hint of mystery in her smile. "I've already finished." On their way back to the dormitory, Penny recounted the details of how she had completed her assignment, including everything concerning Theodore, though she withheld the more personal aspects of their conversation. She justified this choice to herself with a simple rationale. There was no specific reason. She simply preferred to keep it to herself. The following morning, Hermione had become accustomed to waking Penny. As Penny awakened to the gray sky, a profound sense of despair washed over her. Why, no matter the country of study, must one rise earlier than the roosters and retire later than the dogs? What became of the promised joyful education and the assured 8 hours of sleep? Seated at the dining table, Penny was far from the spirited individual she had been on the first day. She was nearly dozing off, her head resting against Hermione's shoulder, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. The long table of Gryffindor was mostly deserted, with the Slytherin table bustling with the most students. "Hermione, why do we have to wake up so early every time? I recall our class doesn't start for another 2 hours," she murmured. "Tomorrow, you can sleep in a bit longer, but today, I fear that is not an option, Hermione replied, glancing at Penny, who was on the verge of slumber against her shoulder. Accustomed to rising early, Hermione found it difficult to empathize with Penny's current exhaustion. Yet she understood, as she had grown accustomed to it. Why? Seamus, clutching his textbook and stifling a yawn, approached, fortuitously overhearing Penny's inquiry. He kindly responded, because today we have class with the Slytherin students. Weren't we in class together yesterday as well? Penny lifted her gaze, instinctively replying, Good morning, Seamus. You're up early too. Seamus nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Good morning, Penny, Hermione. What I meant was, today's lesson is potions, taught by the head of Slytherin. Oh, Penny replied nonchalantly, not placing much significance on the information. So what? Does it really matter who teaches the class? Seamus was surprised by her indifference and turned to Hermione for confirmation. Hermione, you must be aware of this, right? Chapter 46, The Prefect's Sister. Hermione shrugged, exhaling in exasperation. That is why I got her up so early. Their eyes fell upon Penny, who had succumbed to sleep against Hermione's shoulder, and they sighed in unison. Seamus shook his head, unable to contain himself. Hermione, you did the right thing. Otherwise, our house might be penalized for someone arriving late. Indeed, Hermione concurred, showing no intention of waking Penny. She continued, there are rumors that the head of Slytherin is quite biased towards his own students, often finding reasons to deduct points from our house. Nevertheless, he is undoubtedly a knowledgeable teacher. Seamus nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall is too fair-minded, unlike Professor Snape, who tends to favor his own students. If only Professor McGonagall would show a little favoritism towards her students, I wouldn't have to complete that assignment. Penny, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, sitting upright after detaching herself from Hermione's shoulder. You're awake? Seamus asked, astonished. He had never seen anyone take such a brief nap. He had expected Penny to sleep for at least 10 or 20 minutes before truly awakening. Penny forced a bitter smile and shook her head. No, I wasn't asleep at all. The cacophony of the surrounding environment rendered it uncomfortable to lean against Hermione's shoulder, making any attempt at slumber futile. I seized the bread before me and took a vigorous bite, chewing deliberately in hopes of rousing myself from this stupor. Hermione and Simon exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared sense of resignation in the other's eyes. It was prudent to exercise caution, after all. In the potions classroom, Penny and Hermione arrived early, only to find that nearly half the students had already gathered. Such occurrences were no longer surprising to them, regardless of how early they rose. There were always those who arrived even earlier. Today, Hermione deviated from her usual preference for sitting at the front and chose a seat in the middle alongside Penny, who promptly laid her head on the desk and succumbed to sleep. Whether sleep would come was secondary. The primary aim was to rest. Hermione permitted her to doze, for there was still ample time before class commenced. Shortly after they settled into their seats, Hermione noticed Malfoy and his entourage entering the classroom, grandly taking their places in the front row. It seemed they were aware that today was their headmaster's lesson. When Theodore glanced over, his gaze fortuitously met Hermione's before shifting to the sleeping figure beside her. After a brief pause, he averted his eyes and pulled out a chair in front of her. Following his line of sight, Hermione's attention fell upon Penny. A peculiar sensation stirred within her. Was it merely her imagination, or did not just steal a glance at Penny? What reason could he have to look at her? Perhaps he was merely intrigued by the fact that his upperclassman was Penny's brother, prompting him to cast a few extra glances. Although there were still several seats available in the front row, Draco had deliberately chosen this spot to observe Penny, curious about the sister of the esteemed Rowell. As soon as he sat down, Draco turned to regard Penny. Hermione's gaze towards him was not as tranquil as it had been towards Theodore. Rather, it carried a note of vigilance. She had heard of him before, the only son of the Malfoy family, who held steadfast to pureblood supremacy and harbored a deep disdain for wizards of Muggle descent. Draco noticed her scrutiny and disdainfully cast a glance at Hermione, snorting derisively before turning away. Seeing this, Hermione quickly nudged Penny and whispered, Penny, wake up. It's time to rise. As Penny stirred from her slumber, her mind clouded with confusion. She had barely slept for long. Groggily, she turned to Hermione and asked, What is it, Hermione? It is certainly not a fault to love sleep, Hermione mused. For one admirable quality of Penny in this regard is that, no matter how weary she may be, she never displays morning irritability. Even when feeling vexed, she refrains from venting her frustrations on others, choosing instead to slowly digest her feelings within herself. Casting a glance at the two individuals in front of her, Hermione softly remarked, Class is about to begin, Penny. It's time to rise. Upon hearing this, Penny felt a wave of headache wash over her. She gently patted her face with both hands and, when she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the sight of a blond boy and Theodore turning to look at her. Theo? And you are? Penny blinked, gazing at the two in front of her, still caught in a state of sleepiness and confusion, and curiously tilted her head toward Hermione. Noticing Hermione shake her head in response, she redirected her gaze to the two boys before her. The blond boy appeared somewhat disgruntled, crossing his arms over his chest, and addressed Theodore with annoyance. Not, didn't you say you didn't know her? How come she calls you Theo, and I get a mere hello? He added, besides, calling you Theo seems rather intimate, doesn't it? It's hard to believe you've just met. Even I only refer to you as not. If Theodore had been privy to Draco's thoughts at that moment, he would have earnestly informed him that while this might seem improbable for others, it was entirely normal in Penny's case. I never claimed I didn't know her, Theodore replied calmly. He had rarely responded whenever Draco inquired about Penny. Draco recalled that Theodore had indeed never outright denied knowing her. Realizing this, a faint blush crept onto his pale face, and he awkwardly swallowed before retorting. You must be mistaken. I distinctly remember you saying so. Without allowing Theodore a chance to refute, he gestured towards Penny with a smile and said, Hey, my name is Draco Malfoy, and you must be a Rowell, right? Yes, hello, I am Penny Rowell, pleased to meet you. Have we met before? Penny smiled at the boy before her, mentally searching for memories, but could only conclude one thing. She recalled him as a good friend of Theodore's. Theodore is such a nice person, his friends must be decent as well. Ah, so it is you. You are Rowell's sister, Draco said with a satisfied smile, casting a glance at Not and Goyle and boasting, See, I told you my guess was correct. Chapter 47. Are you a peacock? Goyle and Crabbe exchanged glances, chuckling silently without speaking. They were the ones who had initially thought she was someone else's girlfriend. So you are friends with my brother, Penny said, her expression brightening as she looked at the group before her, feeling a newfound closeness. Draco raised an eyebrow, seemingly acquiescing to Penny's statement, and scrutinized her from head to toe, inquiring, If your brother is so remarkable, I presume you possess some exceptional qualities as well. Shall we see what you can showcase? What sort of person are you? Penny, even if she were to feign indifference, could unmistakably perceive the ill intentions of the person before her, who had come with a demeanor tinged with mockery. Hermione, quick to act, pulled Penny closer to her, casting a disapproving glance at Malfoy, as if to say that she was not a mere monkey in a zoo. Since you are aware that she is the sister of your prefect, are you attempting to provoke him with your actions? Draco's expression darkened momentarily as a realization struck him, and with a dismissive curl of his lip, he retorted that they were merely inquiring out of curiosity, posing no threat to her. Furthermore, what right do you have to speak here? With that, Draco disdainfully surveyed her from head to toe before redirecting his gaze to Penny. Are you a peacock? Penny's face, stripped of its previous amiability, hardened as she pressed her hand against Hermione, cradling her protectively. After all, she could easily handle a mere spoiled child. What? Draco, at a loss, glanced around at his companions, and upon seeing Goyle and Crabbe shake their heads in confusion, he shot a look at Not, who appeared to be deep in thought. Refocusing on Penny, he begrudgingly asked, What nonsense are you spouting? Suppressing a laugh, Penny caught sight of Theodore, who seemed to have pieced something together, a rare smile gracing his face. You love to show off so much. Aren't you just a peacock displaying its feathers? The moment those words left her lips, even Goyle and Crabbe could not help but chuckle, and Hermione, who had been feeling somewhat gloomy and anxious, now struggled to contain her laughter. Noticing Draco's face shift through various shades of anger, Penny defiantly continued, Your name is Draco Malfoy, right? I greatly admire your father, Mr. Malfoy. I wonder if you possess any remarkable qualities worthy of being his son. You don't even know my father. How could you claim to admire him? Besides, such blood relations do not highlight one's abilities, Draco instinctively replied, his face reddening with irritation, the pallor of his complexion contrasting starkly. As soon as the words escaped him, he realized their familiarity. They were similar to what he had just asked Penny. You did that on purpose. Draco glared at Penny with a fierce intensity, as though he could pierce her with his gaze. If looks could kill, she would have perished countless times. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Penny cared little for his ire and even stuck her tongue out at him, her internal calculations bursting forth. There was no need for Kevin to come to her defense. She could manage it herself. Clearly, this child was quite perturbed by her words. It was evident that he was still too young, unable to withstand such pressure. He needed more practice. But what did it matter? He certainly wouldn't dare report her to his brother. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Draco, observing the smug expression on Penny's face, felt his chest heave with indignation, and his finger, pointing at her, trembled with rage. Enough, Malfoy. Theodore, noticing Draco's unyielding demeanor, finally broke his silence. Draco shot him an irritable glance, grinding his teeth as he retorted, Not. Silence yourself. Do not presume I am unaware of your attempts to excuse her. He had discerned that the connection between this individual and that little Weasley was far from trivial. It seemed his affections were utterly misplaced. A faint smile played on Theodore's lips as he shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself if you wish to continue embarrassing yourself here. With that, he turned and returned to his desk, opening a book to read. It was only then that Draco surveyed his surroundings, realizing that not only were more classmates arriving, but an increasing number of onlookers were also gazing their way. Aware of this, Draco mentally cursed Penny a few times and coldly muttered, I shall let you off this time. As a gentleman, One must tolerate the impudence of ladies. Without waiting for Penny's response, he turned back and opened his textbook. Just as he did, he heard Penny's voice behind him. Hermione, is this what gentlemen look like here? Or has the magical world broadened its definition of gentlemanry? She sounded exasperated. Draco, sitting in front, felt his temples throbbing in irritation. He was not deaf. Hermione glanced at the two in front, who were not as indiscreet as Penny, and lowered her voice. Penny, you might find things quite challenging if you offend Malfoy. I've heard about him, his powerful family background, his arrogant nature, and as a pure blood, he is particularly unkind to those of Muggle descent. But that is not our fault, Penny retorted. We can't just stand there and let him slap us without responding, can we? While I truly wish to make more friends, I refuse to be bullied. She pouted and continued. Besides, I was already struggling before I offended him. One more won't make a difference. Hermione glanced at the individuals in front before redirecting her attention to Penny, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. After all, this is someone who was assigned extra homework by Professor McGonagall on the very first day of school. Anything that follows is hardly surprising. As they conversed, they spotted Harry and Ron bursting into the classroom just 2 minutes before the bell rang. They rushed in, scanning the room before finally taking a seat next to Penny and her friends. As they settled in, Penny distinctly heard the two exhale in relief. Today, we finally weren't late, Ron exclaimed to Harry, relieved. If we had been any later, I fear all the teachers would know us by name. Chapter 48, Helplessness. In the span of just a few days, they had arrived late to class twice, and it was likely that Professor McGonagall would come seeking them out. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, casting a wary glance ahead. This lesson was not transfiguration, so it was improbable that a cat would suddenly transform into a professor to apprehend them. Penny glanced at the still empty doorway and then turned her head toward the two of them, softly inquiring, Hey, Harry, haven't you found your way here quickly today? Harry, noticing her gaze, shook his head with a resigned smile that lacked enthusiasm. If they had indeed been able to find their way swiftly, they would not have arrived at this hour. They had even skipped breakfast, yet they still nearly found themselves late. I am in a similar predicament, Penny remarked, her expression sympathetic as she regarded Harry, simultaneously empathizing with her own situation. She continued, if it weren't for Hermione, I would undoubtedly be late as well. Before she could elaborate further, a loud bang echoed as the door swung open, akin to the most effective alarm clock. She jumped, and the next moment, a man clad in black robes strode briskly into the classroom. It was Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. His gaze was deep and frigid. His hair appeared somewhat greasy, and his face bore a prominent hooked nose, immediately suggesting he was an intimidating figure. In my classroom, there shall be no reckless wand waving or incantations uttered without purpose, he stated. However, I suspect few among you will grasp the profound science and intricate artistry involved in potion making. Of course, for a select few exceptional students, he paused momentarily, surveying all present, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifting in the direction of Penny and her companions. Naturally, Penny would not indulge in the vanity of believing the professor was looking at her. It could be anyone surrounding her, Hermione, Theo, or even Draco, yet certainly not herself. She had witnessed the concept of genius, but it had never manifested within her. She held little faith in the ethereal nature of such things, akin to myths and legends, rather than yearning for luck's favor or anticipating an innate extraordinary talent. She placed her trust in her own diligence. Snape's attention shifted to the others as he continued to speak calmly, for those truly intent on learning. I can teach you about the elixir that courses through human veins, a wondrous magic that captivates the heart and clouds the mind. I will instruct you on enhancing your prestige, concocting brilliance, and even how to create the elixir of life. Upon hearing this, Penny's brow furrowed increasingly as he spoke. Indeed, regardless of the era or realm, the allure of fanciful promises persisted. If her expression could inscribe words, it would undoubtedly declare 2 characters, disbelief. 3 characters, do not believe. If the elixir of life could truly be manufactured en masse, the number of wizards would hardly remain so scarce. Penny was so disheartened by such words that she felt utterly disinclined to write. Who in their right mind would bother to remember such drivel? A glance at Hermione beside her only solidified her conviction. If even the academic prodigy was not taking notes, then she felt perfectly justified in refraining from writing as well. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Harry furiously scribbling something, which drew her entire attention to him. Surely he wasn't transcribing those mind-numbing phrases into his textbook? It was not only Penny who observed Harry. Professor Snape, standing at the front, could easily discern the distinctiveness of this side of the classroom. After all, perhaps some of you arrived at Hogwarts already endowed with extraordinary abilities, possessing enough confidence to disregard my lecture entirely. Penny's gaze flitted between him and Harry several times before she lowered her voice to caution. Harry, stop writing. Hearing her, Harry paused, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. Noting the subtle signals she was sending, he swallowed hard. Shifting his focus to Professor Snape and promptly set down his pen, obediently sitting up to watch the front. Mr. Potter, our generation's celebrity, tell me, what would happen if I were to add daffodil bulb powder to a potion of wormwood? Almost as soon as Professor Snape posed the question, Penny silently began to flip through her textbook. Meanwhile, Hermione had already raised her hand high. Penny turned her head in astonishment. Had Hermione already grasped the answer? She was still searching for hers, yet Hermione appeared ready to respond. Hermione offered her a reassuring glance before redirecting her gaze to Professor Snape, her eyes shimmering with urgency. Witnessing this, Penny felt as though even her smile was nearly extinguished. She had never doubted Hermione's capabilities. It was merely a lamentation on the stark differences between individuals, an incomprehensibly vast disparity. Harry cast a helpless glance toward them, noticing Hermione's raised hand. And his eye twitched slightly as he turned back to Professor Snape, slowly shaking his head. When Penny met his gaze, she felt a twinge of helplessness and embarrassment. It was not that she was unwilling to assist. She simply had not found the answer yet. Don't know? Let us try another question. Mr. Potter, if we were to seek Bezoar, where would we find it? Professor Snape continued. This time, Harry did not glance over at Penny, while Hermione's hand remained aloft. Hermione, do you know the answer? Penny whispered urgently beside her, stealing several furtive glances at Professor Snape. Of course, Hermione replied casually, though her focus remained fixed on Snape. Her hand unwaveringly raised high, her body slightly leaning forward. If you know, you should tell me right away. Someone beside you is nearly in flames with anxiety. Penny felt as if she might shatter into pieces upon hearing merely the two words of course. No matter how swiftly one turns pages. Could it ever surpass the speed of a nearby person's spoken words? Harry shook his head and replied, I don't know, Professor. With each passing moment, he was gradually shedding the earlier shyness and awkwardness that adorned his face, now resembling someone unbothered by an abundance of lice. What is the difference between a parasite and burdock? Professor Snape continued with a different question. Penny had completely surrendered, resting her elbows on the table, her hands supporting her head as she stared blankly at her textbook. Out of sight, out of mind. My friend, today I am utterly powerless to assist you. You must rely on your own improvisation. Harry shook his head again and continued, I don't know, sir. Chapter 49, Dining at Slytherin. What a pity. It is evident that mere fame is insufficient, is it not, Mr. Potter? Professor Snape's gaze was fixated intently on Harry. Had Penny not understood what he was saying, she might have thought Professor Snape was merely remarking on the pleasantness of the weather. His tone was unervingly calm, as though he had long prepared to deliver such remarks. Noticing Professor Snape's eyes drifting towards her, Penny swiftly tugged at Hermione's raised arm and whispered, Lower your hand, Hermione. He will not call on you. It was clear that this was a deliberate challenge directed at Harry, rather than a genuine inquiry towards the students. Just as Hermione hesitantly lowered her arm, a voice came from the front. Miss Rawle, rein in your abundant sympathy. I do not require your spirit of mutual assistance in today's lesson. When he posed his question, aside from Harry, only Hermione and Penny had stirred in the classroom. Under the weight of his piercing gaze, Penny could truly empathize with Harry's earlier feelings. Being subjected to such scrutiny felt like a form of inhumane torment. Gritting her teeth, she responded, I understand, Professor. The sole consolation for Penny was that Professor Snape had refrained from punishing her, merely offering a few verbal admonishments. Harry, however, fared worse. He was assigned extra homework by Professor Snape and had points deducted from his house for failing to answer the previous question. Thus, the potions class unfolded. Tense, yet ultimately uneventful for the onlookers. For the students of Slytherin, however, this lesson was nothing short of a delight, hardly qualifying as torture. As soon as the class ended, Penny slumped helplessly onto her desk. She had never endured such a taxing class before. Immediately following the lesson, Hermione voiced, Penny, I see now that you were trying to ask me for answers to help Harry. I apologize for not paying attention to you earlier. At this point, words were futile. Penny waved her hand dismissively and replied, Don't mention it, Hermione. At that time, I failed to articulate my thoughts clearly. Even if everything were to proceed smoothly, Professor Snape would never turn a blind eye to such matters. It would have been far better to remain silent, as it is now, amidst this unfortunate misunderstanding. How simplistic the thoughts are. Draco rose, casting a disdainful glance in their direction, and continued, If you cannot articulate it, you ought to return and practice diligently. No one can outwit Headmaster Snape. With that, he gestured to a few around him and strode away with purpose. Penny, in a huff, made a face at his retreating figure. This boy truly is a peacock. It was only then that she noticed Theodore, who was still seated, gathering his belongings. Surprised, she inquired, Theo, aren't you leaving with them? Aren't they all going together? His movements paused for barely a second, the briefness almost imperceptible. Different paths. Where are you headed then? Are you going somewhere fun? Would you mind taking me along? Penny's eyes glimmered with anticipation as they rested on him. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he turned his back on her, a faint smile gracing his features. I'm going to the library. Do you wish to accompany me? Hearing this, Penny let out a hollow laugh, her earlier exuberance evaporating, her lips twitching as she replied, I hope you enjoy yourself. Perhaps next time. But there may never be a next time. Hogwarts is vast, filled with myriad intriguing distractions. Why is it that everyone seems to flock to the library? Hermione is like this, and so is Theo. He chuckled softly to himself, having already anticipated this outcome, so Penny's reaction did not surprise him in the slightest. As he rose, he heard her voice calling from behind. Theo. Turning back, he saw Penny beaming at him, saying, Thank you for what you did last time. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Even he was unaware of the sweet sensation blossoming in his heart, which he would label as joy. He tilted his head, gazing at her with a hint of amusement. Perhaps we can discuss it when we find ourselves at the same long table. At his words, Penny was momentarily taken aback, her mind momentarily blank. It dawned on her only a moment later what Theodore had implied. They were not even from the same house. And they did not share a table at mealtime, let alone for any invitation to dine. Does Slytherin allow students from other houses to join them for meals? Penny asked him earnestly, as if she had never witnessed students from other houses dining there. Over at Gryffindor, there are occasional visitors, but one mustn't act recklessly. Although Hermione was uncertain about the nature of the riddle they were engaging in, she could not help but voice a warning. While there is no explicit rule against it, it is generally accepted that everyone dines at their respective house tables. Should a prefect or a teacher discover them, it would be quite easy to incur point deductions. Not every house is as lenient as Gryffindor. However, that is my brother, after all. He is my flesh and blood. Surely, he cannot be that strict. I almost forgot about this familial connection. You should just eat at Gryffindor, suggested Theodore, unable to restrain himself from intervening. He felt as if anything involving Penny took on an almost magical quality, rendering everything bizarrely reasonable. After contemplating for a moment, Penny lifted her gaze back to him and assured, Fear not, Theo, I am a person of my word. When I say I will do something, I will certainly see it through. He was not genuinely concerned about her capability. Rather, he was apprehensive about the possibility of her actually succeeding. Noticing that both of them appeared to be at a loss for words, he waved his hand dismissively and remarked, You two seem rather peculiar. Rest assured, there will be no point deductions. With that, she winked at the two of them to convey her sincerity. For a rare moment, Hermione and Theodore's eyes met, and they simultaneously fell into silence. I'm leaving, Theodore replied softly, clutching his books as he departed. He couldn't shake the feeling that it would have been better to have Penny join him at the house table. Who knew what strange ideas she might concoct? Merlin's beard. Surely nothing could be more outrageous than trying to mooch a meal at the Slytherin table. Goodbye. Penny waved him off, but within seconds, Hermione tugged her away. What was that between you two? Since the beginning of the school year, Hermione had been somewhat oblivious to the exchanges that had transpired. The constant thanks and invitations for meals were all veering into her memory's blind spot. Hadn't they been together this entire time? Just some trivial matters. Never mind that for now, Hermione. Do you know where our food is typically prepared? Where is the kitchen located? Given that dining at a house table was off the table, surely they could find something to eat and enjoy a picnic outdoors. The grounds of Hogwarts were vast and lush, with few people around and splendid scenery, definitely a prime location for an outing. As soon as the question was posed, Hermione instinctively replied, I've read that it's supposed to be accessed by heading down through the Hufflepuff basement. But that's just a general idea. I don't know the exact location. They keep that information quite confidential. At least, it's not detailed in any of the books. Likely to prevent anyone from sneaking in and taking things. Chapter 50. She yearned for tranquility. If only there were an arrow pointing to the truth. Penny felt that Hermione's earlier words were entirely directed at her. After a slightly awkward cough, she tentatively inquired, Then who would generally know about it? It is, of course, the students of their own house who would know. Hermione shrugged helplessly and continued, The head of each house might also be aware. Upon hearing this, Penny fell into her own thoughts. It seemed she had no acquaintances in Hufflepuff. However, if the head of the house was informed, she could consult her brother. Yet, there was the unsettling possibility of being compelled to eat vegetables. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. It was utterly terrifying. Hermione, recalling her earlier inquiry, noticed Penny deep in contemplation and sighed in resignation. You appear to have come up with a brilliant idea. Indeed, Penny confidently patted her chest and declared, I must fulfill what I have promised. May you achieve your wishes. As they conversed, Harry and Ron approached them. Penny, I appreciate your kindness earlier. I sincerely apologize for the trouble it caused you. Harry had contemplated approaching them sooner, but there was an unfamiliar individual among them, and not out of fear of strangers, but rather due to the fact that the person was a Slytherin student. Following Professor Snape's recent behavior, he felt a lingering aversion towards students of that house. Penny tilted her head towards the two and waved dismissively, stating, What does it matter? I didn't help at all. We are all classmates from the same house. It is only right to assist one another. She understood the significance of friendship. After all, her journey thus far had been remarkably smooth, relying not only on familial bonds as a shield, but also on the strength of her friendships. Yet, not everyone shared her perspective. Ron, standing about half a body length behind Harry, murmured a few complaints. His voice was low, but the proximity made it easy for them to overhear. As soon as Harry caught wind of Ron's remark, he quickly elbowed him. He knew precisely whom Ron referred to. Penny furrowed her brow, her previous amiability replaced by confusion. Ron, why would you say that? A suspicion began to form in her mind regarding the subject of his disdain, and her gaze toward Ron bore a hint of displeasure. Regardless of who it was, the choice to help or not was ultimately a matter of personal freedom and irrelevant to others. Ron, feeling cornered, averted his gaze from Penny and sheepishly glanced at Harry. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to say, "It's just her. If she wanted to help, perhaps we could lose fewer points." Ron, how could you say such a thing? Harry, exasperated, shot Ron a disapproving look before turning to apologize. "I'm sorry. Ron didn't mean it in the way you think." He understood that Ron was not targeting Hermione, but rather expressing his frustration. However, what good was his understanding when the two before him did not comprehend Ron's intentions? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Several gazes turned towards Hermione, who had forcefully shut her book, her displeasure directed primarily at Ron, seated at the farthest distance from her. "I've already stated that it was unintentional. I had no idea Penny intended to assist Harry." "You never mentioned it," Ron retorted defiantly. "Well, I do now," Hermione replied, shooting a fierce glare at Ron before clutching her book and attempting to depart. "Wait, Hermione." Before Penny could devise a way to mediate, Hermione had already distanced herself significantly. Hurriedly, she gathered her books and rose to pursue her. "Hold on, Hermione." Just as she took a few steps forward, Penny turned back to glance at them. "What you said earlier was rather excessive. You ought to apologize to Hermione. It's unreasonable to defend yourself over such a trivial matter." With a quick look towards Hermione's retreating figure, nearly out of sight, she disregarded their responses and hastened after her. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron remained in prolonged silence, observing as Penny's silhouette transitioned from clarity to eventual disappearance. The classroom, once bustling with students, now felt desolate, leaving only the two of them. "I think Penny is right," Harry remarked, casting a glance at Ron without elaborating further. In response, Ron shrugged, lowering his head slightly, and fell silent. "Hermione, Hermione," Penny called out, clutching her books and rushing forward. At last, she managed to halt the figure ahead by tugging at their rope. Gasping for breath, her chest heaving, her cheeks flushed from the exertion. Before she could speak, Hermione interjected, "Penny, I'm sorry, but please refrain from speaking to me right now. I wish to be alone." She didn't need to ponder for long to realize that Penny had undoubtedly come to console her. Penny felt her heart racing, the abrupt exertion nearly overwhelming, a stark reminder of her long absence from physical activity. It seems that the rigorous fitness tests were occasionally beneficial. Upon hearing Hermione's voice, she lifted her gaze, only to find that Hermione had already moved on. "How is it that I never noticed her stamina in moments of anger?" Deciding against pursuing further, she leaned against the railing in the corridor and gazed out the window, where a picturesque landscape of mountains and lakes awaited. Today, with classes ending early, she had hoped to invite Hermione to enjoy the scenery together. Now, glancing at her camera, she sighed. Perhaps witnessing something beautiful might elevate Hermione's spirits. After contemplating the possibilities of this matter several times in her heart, the more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Who could possibly resist the allure of beautiful scenery? Just as she was about to lift her foot to leave, a foreign voice reached her ears. "Are you planning to go outside to take photographs?" Turning her head slightly, she beheld a girl who appeared to be a bit older than herself. With long, dark chestnut curls and black eyes, she bore the unmistakable features of an Oriental descent, although one would expect such a visage to evoke warmth. The coolness reflected in her gaze often deterred others. Chapter 51, The First Encounter with Heidi. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of Oriental faces, Penny felt an undeniable sense of familiarity blossom within her. Shaking her camera playfully, she chuckled. "You guessed correctly." Casting a glance at the Ravenclaw badge adorning the girl's chest, she continued, "Hello, I am Penny Roll. To be honest, I don't know why, but I feel an inexplicable connection to you upon first meeting. Are you of Oriental descent? You look truly lovely." The latter part of her statement Penny silently added in her mind. The girl before her inclined her head slightly, responding in a soft voice, "Thank you for your compliment. I am Heidi Shafik. I am not of Oriental descent. My mother has told me that one of my ancestors hailed from Asia, and I happen to have inherited that trait." She answered with practiced ease, suggesting that Penny was not the first to inquire about this. "You seem to be looking through me at others. Do you have your own Oriental friends?" As soon as her words escaped, they seemed to hang in the air, so serene and ethereal, as if narrating the most mundane of truths from a divine perspective, yet they stirred tumultuous waves within Penny's ears. "Can you read minds?" Penny swallowed hard, a hint of trepidation settling in her heart. If this girl hadn't studied fortune-telling or the like, she was remarkably astute. After all, she hadn't even cast a spell, yet her guesses were so precise. Truly, Ravenclaw's reputation for intelligence appeared justified. "It seems I was right," Heidi smiled knowingly. She had never doubted any of her judgments. I simply admire such appearances, but if we consider friends from a past life, then perhaps you are indeed correct. She adjusted the camera slung over her shoulder and smiled at the girl, saying, "May I call you Heidi? I wish to capture some beautiful photographs near the school. If you're free, would you care to join me? While photography alone offers freedom, it is far more joyous with company." The girl before her nodded thoughtfully, replying, "Of course, I shall call you Penny as well. What you propose sounds intriguing. Let us give it a try. Then let us depart swiftly." A hand grasped Heidi's and swiftly pulled her along, as he turned his head to her and remarked, "If we had set off earlier, we might have made it in time for lunch." Watching the silhouette of the girl running ahead, a warm sensation spread throughout his body from the warmth of her hand. It had been a long time since he had felt such warmth. What a lovely girl she was. They had not run for long before they came to a halt. The reason being that Penny was exhausted and could no longer continue. Out of breath, she waved a hand toward Heidi and gasped, "I can't go on. Let's just walk. Even if we miss lunch, we can't run any further, or I might collapse." Casting a glance at her, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, though it was far less pronounced than Penny's. "No worries. I believe we will return in time for a meal." With a blink, Penny smiled back at her and asked, "Is that really true?" Since the earlier moment when Heidi had so insightfully articulated the situation, Penny had naturally begun to trust her more. "I must believe it. My intuition might not be as sharp as yours." "Of course," Heidi replied, returning Penny's smile, "if we don't stray too far." Penny, who had originally intended to venture to a less populated area, now awkwardly touched her nose, thinking, perhaps it is indeed settled that we won't return for lunch. Her gaze darted around nervously, deliberately avoiding looking in Heidi's direction, fearing that she might discern her innermost thoughts. There was a hint of embarrassment. Suddenly, Penny felt the eyes of students passing by glancing her way, seemingly intentional. Initially, she dismissed it as an illusion, but the sensation intensified. Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned toward Heidi and whispered, "Hey, Heidi, can you check if there's something on my face? Why do they keep looking in my direction?" As she spoke, she wiped her cheek with her hand, and upon seeing it clean, her confusion deepened. "It seems there's nothing on my face." Turning her head to scrutinize Heidi, she pondered aloud, "You don't have anything on your face either. Could it be that I'm truly imagining things? Am I really that self-absorbed? Believing others are looking at me when, in their eyes, I might barely register as a mere shadow?" With a glance at the people around them, Heidi calmly replied, "Rest assured, your face is both clean and beautiful. They are looking at me." Her gaze fell upon the unfamiliar students, and those who met her eyes quickly diverted their gaze, whispering among themselves. A select few, however, stared at her intently. Yet, Heidi did not linger on their gaze, as if she were observing a mere pile of cabbages rather than her classmates. "Really? Thank you for the compliment." This marked the first time, aside from family, that someone had complimented her beauty. After a moment of internal delight, Xiao Xiao continued, "Heidi, while I must concede that you are indeed extraordinarily beautiful, isn't it a tad exaggerated for everyone to gaze upon you wherever you go?" Heidi responded with a gentle smile, "Your thoughts are always so endearing, Penny." By this time, they had exited the school grounds, and the number of onlookers had significantly diminished compared to earlier. She continued, "I fear it is not as you perceive. They do not watch me for my looks. Rather, they are more inclined to observe you, appearing beside me. After all, they must be curious as to why I have a friend. Isn't friendship something everyone possesses?" Penny queried, astonished. Heidi seemed so approachable. How could she possibly lack friends? "Indeed," Heidi replied, her serene expression shifting slightly as she appeared to ponder for a moment before almost whispering, "I have many friends. You are simply the first they have encountered." "Why is that? Do they not attend this school? Are they studying abroad?" Chapter 52 suggested, could she possibly possess the gift of mind reading? Did she come to England solely for her studies? Yet, aren't there magical schools all around the globe? Why would she specifically come to Hogwarts? After a brief contemplation, realization dawned upon her. Perhaps it was because Hogwarts was the finest wizarding school, attracting many individuals seeking its prestige. Heidi mischievously winked at Penny and remarked, "Not quite. They are also at Hogwarts. If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to them." Them? The phrasing sounded peculiar, yet she couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. After a couple of awkward chuckles, she nodded in agreement and lifted her camera to capture the distant scenery. They had walked quite a distance, and there were hardly any students in sight. The farthest point ahead was a forest, surrounded by either flower beds or lawns, creating an expansive, desolate view. To the right, the distant Black Lake loomed. "This place is truly ideal for a picnic. I wonder why there are so few people around," Penny mused, raising her camera to photograph the picturesque landscape. The weather was splendid, with a clear blue sky and brilliant sunshine. A perfect day indeed. "Perhaps it is due to the forbidden forest ahead," Heidi remarked, casting a deep glance towards the forest. She continued, "Professor Dumbledore forbids students from entering the Forbidden Forest." The Forbidden Forest? Upon hearing this term, Penny halted her actions, instinctively following Heidi's gaze. The forest appeared far from the lush greenery she had envisioned. Instead, It seemed rather dark and foreboding, clearly not a place of safety. Professor Dumbledore must be deceiving. Penny pointed towards a small cabin not far from the Forbidden Forest and stated, if it were truly dangerous, how could anyone possibly reside nearby? Surely, they have long since secured the Forbidden Forest to the point where not even a drop of water could pass through. Moreover, if it were truly so perilous, why has the Ministry of Magic not sent anyone to conduct an inspection? After all, this vicinity is near a school. She found it hard to believe that any local education authority would permit a school to be established in such a dangerous area threatening student safety. If this were the case before, the approval would likely have been denied. In her recollection, the department within the Ministry of Magic that oversees schools is akin to the local education bureau. The Forbidden Forest is not entirely off limits. After all, we are not defenseless muggles, and our wands serve as our finest weapons. Heidi's gaze returned to her, calmly stating, however, not every wizard is guaranteed to emerge safely from the Forbidden Forest. Furthermore, it harbors an abundance of rare flora and magical creatures that lure treasure seekers or those in desperate need of potions, compelling them to venture in regardless of the risks. Rare flora and magical creatures? Penny's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily approached Heidi, exclaiming, are you suggesting that the Forbidden Forest is essentially a perilous treasure trove, which is why it is deemed dangerous? This revelation resonated with her. It was akin to a gaming realm where adventurers must band together to conquer challenges, albeit with the possibility of never returning and losing their lives in the process. Nodding, Heidi replied with a smile, you are correct. However, should you wish to enter, being discovered could result in the complete forfeiture of Gryffindor's points. Does she truly lack the ability to read minds? Well, fine. Penny sighed in resignation, a hint of disappointment crossing her face as she handed over the photograph she had just taken. Here, this is the picture I just snapped. I'll gift you the first one. The thought of not being able to visit the Forbidden Forest made Penny feel disheartened, her head drooping in a display of dejection. Upon receiving the photograph from Penny, which depicted a scenic view of the cabin, forest, and blue sky, it resembled a picturesque painting, capturing even the gentle sway of the trees around the Forbidden Forest in the passing breeze, adding an extraordinary charm to the scene. Thank you, this is truly beautiful. I adore this gift, Heidi said softly, carefully tucking the photograph close to her heart. If you wish to explore the Forbidden Forest, I do have a method to avoid detection by the school authorities. Penny's eyes lit up at this prospect, and she eagerly inquired, what is your plan, Heidi? Nodding, Heidi continued, after curfew, if you can evade the searches conducted by Mr. Filch and Mrs. Norris, you might successfully gain entry into the Forbidden Forest. To my knowledge, some from Gryffindor have ventured in before. However, the outcome remains unknown. Someone has actually gone in, Penny exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise, and pressed on. Do you happen to know who it was? That's so cool. Did they come out unscathed? Heidi shook her head, noticing the smile on Penny's face visibly wane. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke. Professor Dumbledore has safeguarded this matter quite effectively. If you wish to uncover the truth, you may need to gather information within your own house. Nodding in acknowledgement, Penny fell silent and continued to listen. However, you must consider the consequences, should you be discovered. The deductions could be severe enough to warrant your expulsion that very night, forcing you to leave Hogwarts. Such words rang in Penny's ears like a tolling bell from the depths of despair. What kind of place would demand one to pack their belongings and leave after a mere venture into the Forbidden Forest? The price for such an exploration seemed exorbitantly high, akin to a gamble with one's very existence. How terrifying, she whispered, though her expression bore little displeasure. It appeared she would have to seek another opportunity to venture inside. She still had many years ahead, surely a chance would arise. Contemplating this, she regarded Heidi with a newfound warmth. Heidi, you are truly remarkable and knowledgeable, much like Hermione. She is also a dear friend of mine, and if the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you. I am confident you two would share countless topics of discussion. The joy of a profound exchange between two scholars would undoubtedly delight someone like her. A mere average student. Having departed from her previous tranquility, Heidi frowned at this remark and replied, I do not relish meeting strangers. Observing the rare hint of embarrassment on Penny's face, she continued, but if it is you, I might consider making an exception. Her gaze upon Penny was imbued with sincerity, so genuine that it made Penny feel somewhat apprehensive. Chapter 53. Does she like me? Heidi, have we met before? The fear of a friend being overly kind can often be more daunting than the fear of indifference. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, today marks our first conversation. At this revelation, Penny's expression grew more flustered. This surely indicated it was their first encounter. She was naturally sociable, eager to make new friends. Yet Heidi did not seem to embody such traits. Foregoing any further circumlocution, she candidly stated, Heidi, you are exceedingly kind to me. For us to be meeting for the first time, and for you to assist me so readily, it appears we have an instant rapport. Beyond this, Penny could not conjure a more delicate phrase. Surely, She could not speculate aloud whether Heidi had ulterior motives in approaching her. Your feelings are of great significance to me. Seemingly sensing Penny's apprehension, Heidi continued, in other words, everything about you is important to me. I am quite curious about you. Could it be that this person had taken a liking to her at first glance? She inquired tremulously. It seems you are quite fond of me. Indeed. You could certainly say that, Heidi replied. The realization struck Penny. Perhaps her suspicions were indeed correct. Seeing Penny smile somewhat forcefully, Heidi felt her first pang of doubt today and inquired, What troubles you, Penny? You seem rather unwell. Anyone who has just learned such news would feel disheartened. Their sexual orientations diverged. After all, who wouldn't be affected? It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled a sorrowful matter, Penny replied. What is it? The two casually settled on the grass, had a tablecloth and some food appeared before them. It would seem as though they were enjoying a delightful picnic. I have a fondness for a boy, but he is perpetually indifferent towards me, rarely engages in conversation, and when he sees me, it's as if I am invisible. Now that he has his own friends, he has grown even more distant. Do you understand what I mean? Penny spoke with a pitiful tone, emphasizing the word boy with a slight emphasis. Could this not make it clear to Heidi that Penny was not inclined towards girls? As this reached Heidi's ears, she furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. In that case, you ought to let go of those feelings. Is he from our school? There are many individuals here. You have ample opportunities to find someone who treats you well. She truly felt on the verge of tears. Did this imply that Heidi was urging her to reconsider? No, Heidi. I believe I can endure a little longer. I am exceedingly fond of him. Life feels devoid of hope without him. So please, do not set your sights on me. Penny earnestly gazed at her companion. To enhance her credibility, she subtly pinched herself, forcing tears to well up in her eyes, evoking a pitiable appearance. Surely, this would convey the depth of her feelings for the boy, compelling Heidi to withdraw her suggestions. I'm sorry, Penny. May I inquire the name of this individual? Heidi's frown deepened as she scrutinized Penny, previously perceiving her as lively and cheerful. She was taken aback to discover the weight of such melancholy within her heart. Ah, the name. Penny awkwardly scratched her neck, her gaze drifting uncertainly. She stammered. Well, I have a crush on him. You know, the boy is unaware of it, so it's truly inconvenient to disclose. Her mind raced as she feigned sorrow, tilting her head, while her heart felt desolate. In that moment, she truly struggled to conjure the next words, fearing that if she faltered, it would become awkward. Thus, you ought to articulate it. Did you not just say we are friends? Heidi interjected, or perhaps, you do not yet consider me a friend? Of course not. Penny quickly refuted, I genuinely regard you as a good friend, and I believe you feel the same. However, I regarded you as a friend, yet you seem to have ulterior motives. Penny lamented inwardly, meeting Heidi's inquisitive gaze. Taking a deep breath, she replied, his name is Theodore not. In her heart, she was crying out in desperation, fervently wishing that Theodore would remain oblivious to this matter. She promised herself to treat him better, for otherwise, she would feel as if she could never cleanse herself of this predicament. No, there was no Yellow River here, only the Thames, and no grievance could be absolved. She spoke the latter part softly, which, in Heidi's ears, sounded somewhat bashful, a sentiment that was indeed understandable. However, she had never heard of him. I don't know him. Upon hearing this, Penny sighed in relief, patting Heidi's shoulder earnestly. It's all right, Heidi. This matter is not significant. I can manage it internally. Not knowing him was preferable. Let this absurd lie dissipate with the winds of this place. There was no such event, and naturally, it could be swiftly processed. Really? Heidi felt something was amiss. Yet at that moment, even she could not discern the truth. Of course it is. Penny fixed her gaze on her, asserting with sincerity, trust me. I will eventually win his affection, so none of this truly matters. It's all right if he doesn't like me. I shall find a way to make him like me. There is ample time ahead. As soon as these words escaped her lips, Penny wished she could retract them, realizing how ludicrous her fabrications had become. If only she had possessed such eloquence in a past life, how could she not have thrived? Seeing Heidi about to speak again, Penny quickly sprang to her feet. Waving her hand, Heidi, I'm going to take some photos now. One is simply not enough. Please wait for me here. I'll capture some lovely pictures for you. After receiving a nod from Heidi, Penny dashed away without delay. The photography was genuine, as was her need to evade Heidi's next inquiry. If she continued this whimsical fabrication, she feared they might even be forced to name their future children. What a predicament. Watching Penny skip away, a smile crept onto Heidi's face. Such vitality. Yet Theodore not. Chapter 54. Why help me? What a fortunate lad. Observing Penny taking photos not far off, her thoughts drifted back to a few months prior. Shafik is quite peculiar. He never wants to play with us, a boy remarked, along with several others, cornering Heidi. Indeed, another boy chimed in, arms crossed and smirking. And he spends his days with those fantastical creatures. Ah, can you all detect the peculiar odor of magical creatures clinging to her? Do you often neglect bathing, I wonder? He chuckled, and with his laughter leading the way, the others joined in merriment. Heidi had long grown accustomed to such antics. After all, this was their customary way of jesting. Step aside, Pruitt. What did you say? The ringleader turned his gaze towards her, continuing, we are merely attempting to befriend you. Our intentions are good, considering you spend your days in the company of those magical beasts. The stench is unbearable. Haven't your parents taught you any better? Oh wait, I've heard they're no longer around to guide you. How unfortunate. He then scrutinized Heidi from head to toe, whispering something to his companions that elicited their laughter. Pruitt, how dare you? Heidi's fury ignited, her eyes narrowing as she retorted, my parents were the wisest individuals I've ever known. They sacrificed themselves to protect their friends. How dare you insult them? Come now, it was merely a jest. No need to get so worked up, Pruitt replied, stepping closer to tug at a strand of Heidi's hair, chuckling. But, Shafik, your face finally exhibits some emotion. We previously thought you were merely a deadpan individual. It seems only the mention of your parents elicits a reaction. Heidi swatted his hand away, disgust evident on her face. Step back. I have never wronged you. Why have you persistently harassed me all this time? With her hands clasped behind her back, she discreetly gripped her wand tightly. Pruitt, ever observant, caught sight of her gesture and swiftly seized her wrist, effortlessly dislodging the wand from her grasp. Still wishing to attack us? He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. What a clever little witch you are. Already wielding your wand in the first year? No less. But don't wear that expression. You know I've always had a fondness for you. Is this how you express your fondness? Heidi replied coldly, her stomach churning in revulsion. Pruitt signaled to his companions, and two towering figures advanced to restrain her. She struggled fiercely, but without her wand, she felt utterly powerless. I can show you how I express my fondness, Pruitt said, brandishing his wand with a grin. You're quite intelligent. If I were to erase a portion of your memories, perhaps you would cease to act as you do now. Maybe then you would obediently heed my words. Wouldn't you, Heidi? What are you doing? A chilling voice emanated from behind the crowd. Pruitt halted, and all eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Roll? Pruitt exclaimed, surprised to see him, and relieved that he didn't seem to be there to cause trouble. He continued, you're not planning to meddle in this matter, are you? This does not concern you. I suggest you leave while you still can. I sincerely apologize. Today, my spirits are rather low, and I fear I cannot fulfill your wishes. Kevin, with one hand clutching a book and the other hanging limply by his side, cast a cold glance at them, which eventually settled upon Heidi not far away, slightly altering his demeanor. The girl, tears brimming in her eyes, bit her lip fiercely. Her gaze filled with defiance, though it turned numb when it fell upon Kevin. They are all of the same ilk. This thought consumed her mind at that moment. Roll. What do you mean by that? Pruitt stepped forward, glaring menacingly. Are you perhaps interested in this person as well? A derisive snort escaped from Kevin's nostrils, the wand already stealthily gripped in his hand. Pruitt, he said softly, do not project your abhorrent sentiments onto me. If you have any sense, take your lot and leave swiftly, or else. He left the threat unspoken, revealing the wand he had previously concealed, casually toying with it while casting a cold glare at the group. Though a smile graced his lips, it did not reach his eyes. He resembled a harbinger of doom, radiating an oppressive atmosphere. The necessity of dealing with certain matters in preparation for assuming the role of class leader had prevented him from visiting Penny. Now, with others on vacation, these individuals continued to disrupt him, furthering his irritation. You, Pruitt exclaimed, his voice laced with agitation, instinctively retreating a few steps. He knew he could not contend with Roll. Collectively, they only dared to bully a first year like Heidi, who was still grappling with her magical studies. They were acutely aware of this limitation. A nearby boy trembled, whispering, Boss, this guy will soon be the class leader. We still have to navigate the academy. Offending him is not wise. After all, they could not afford to do so. In terms of both lineage and capability, Roll was an insurmountable presence among them. Otherwise, he would not be the only one acknowledged as the next year's class leader, his prestige overshadowing even the current leader, who had yet to step down. Logically, the class leader should harbor some trepidation towards him. Yet Roll managed interpersonal relations with such finesse that the current leader willingly acknowledged his excellence. Pruitt snorted softly. Fully aware of this fact, had he not been, he would have already confronted Roll, allowing this boy to act so brazenly in his presence. He cast a fierce glance at Heidi. We're leaving, he declared to his companions. With a final glare at Roll, he strode away with his entourage. Kevin, ignoring him, pretended not to see and leisurely stowed away his wand. Just as he was about to turn and depart, a quivering female voice called from behind. Why did you help me? Heidi leaned against the wall, rising from the ground with faint scars lingering on her body due to the curse. Her gaze fixed intently on the boy before her. Chapter 55, the one who loves everything about her. She continued, I am not a student of your academy. In stark contrast, it was Pruitt and his companions who belonged to Slytherin, an unusually protective house, yet they were not inclined to assist their own students. You seem rather reluctant? He inquired. No, thank you. Regardless of the reasons, I appreciate your help today. Even her own classmates were unwilling to converse with her. Yet this individual before her was willing to extend a hand. I act solely according to my own volition. Kevin glanced at her indifferently and added, I merely noticed that you and my sister are of similar age. Since I happened upon you, consider it a good deed on my part. He mused it might bring some fortune, hoping she would have a smoother time at school and not cause too much trouble. When Penny was mentioned, Kevin's previously aloof demeanor softened slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting for a brief moment before reverting to its original state. Heidi stood there, momentarily dazed, instinctively nodding without uttering another word. She was indeed the latter of those who loved everything about another. It was astonishing to witness such affection, where even objects reminiscent of the beloved were treated with additional care. Noticing her stunned expression and the remnants of tears in her eyes, Kevin could not help but suggest, before inquiring further, perhaps you should first wipe away your tears. The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, realizing how addictive it was to meddle in others' affairs today. After casting one last glance at her, he turned and strode away with his book in hand, without a moment's pause. As soon as he spoke, Heidi instinctively reached to wipe the traces of tears from her face, and when she looked up again, the boy had already vanished, leaving only a faint silhouette in the distance. Thank you, Roland, she murmured softly, carefully committing the name to memory. As she emerged from her thoughts, she collided with Penny, who was rushing towards her, camera in hand, accompanied by an indistinct black bundle. Heidi, look what I've found, Penny exclaimed, hurrying to her side, placing the camera on the ground before crouching down carefully to reveal the black mass cradled in her arms. It was a hairless kitten, entirely black save for its luminous blue eyes, glimmering like translucent glass beads. It appeared to have been born not long ago, petite in size, with soft, pudgy paws, devoid of any aggression, comfortably nestled in Penny's embrace, curiously observing its surroundings. Penny, where did you find it? At the very first sight of the kitten, Heidi recognized it instantly. This was a creature that should not be present in this place. She pointed towards the forbidden forest and calmly remarked that it was merely the thicket on the outskirts of the forest. Glancing down at the little creature cradled in her arms, she chuckled softly, stating that she had taken several photographs of it. Initially, she intended to wait for its mother to arrive before leaving, but despite the prolonged wait, there was no sign of the mother, and she noticed the wounds on the little one. As she spoke, she gently pried open the kitten's tiny paw, revealing scratch marks that were surprisingly present on such a small creature. This is a spirit cat, Heidi gently explained, stroking the kitten's fur. However, it merely resembles a cat, which is why people refer to it as such. Its true name is Madigo, a magical creature known for its gentle disposition and sociable nature. Like a walking encyclopedia, Heidi calmly described the kitten. Penny's eyes sparkled with admiration as she praised, "You are truly remarkable to know so much about magical creatures at such a young age. Are you a second grader? Your knowledge is impressive." The memory and insights she possessed would certainly be extraordinary even for a second grader. It was no wonder she was a Ravenclaw student, embodying the essence of erudition, akin to a living encyclopedia. Heidi chuckled softly before cautioning, "Such creatures can become quite dangerous if they are threatened, and their appearance near the forbidden forest raises suspicions. Penny, it would be best for you to refrain from venturing into the forest during this time. I fear something sinister may be at play within. Is someone scavenging for rare treasures inside?" Penny could only surmise. Few who entered were driven solely by curiosity. Most were predators, driven by greed. Perhaps, Heidi mused, observing Penny's fondness for the kitten, and playfully added, "Are you considering adopting it? Is that even a possibility?" Penny's eyes glimmered with excitement. Though she already owned an owl, it spent most of its time in the Ollery and could not keep her company. If only this little creature could be raised, her life would undoubtedly become far more interesting. "That might not be feasible," Heidi said gently, shaking her head. "They might be frightened of the spirit cat." Frightened? Penny furrowed her brow, arguing her point. What is there to be afraid of? Did you not just say it has a gentle temperament? If that is the case, why would they be scared? Heidi, noting Penny's selective disregard for her earlier statement, replied with a hint of exasperation. "It becomes aggressive if attacked, displaying a high level of hostility. But isn't that normal?" Penny looked down at the kitten in her arms, stroking its fur, and replied with calm conviction. "Anyone would instinctively become defensive when threatened. How can we label them as dangerous for simply reacting?" Raising her gaze towards Heidi, she continued, "Moreover, even if it were truly aggressive, as long as it does not initiate an attack, what harm is there? It is not their fault to possess such formidable abilities. Wizards are revered for their strength, yet magical creatures are categorically deemed dangerous for the same reason. Perhaps to them, we are the most perilous creatures." Since arriving at Hogwarts, apart from the teachers, Heidi has scarcely heard anyone speak to her with such novelty. Today's conversation marks an exception. Yet none of us have ever cared for such a being. The Forbidden Forest is undoubtedly its true sanctuary. Casting a glance at the camera beside her, Heidi continued, "Have you captured any splendid photographs?" At this moment, Penny suddenly recalled the camera she had long forgotten in the corner. She hastily extended a hand to retrieve the device from the ground and passed it to her. Take a look, Heidi. Upon receiving the camera, Heidi casually flipped through the images within. Skies, meadows, and flower beds. Even the owls in flight had been captured. Chapter 56. This is a gift for you. The final images were all of the magical cat. You possess a remarkable talent for photography, Heidi genuinely praised. To take such photographs at your age is truly impressive. I certainly couldn't achieve such a feat. It's merely a trivial trick, Penny shrugged nonchalantly. If my skills were so poor that they were unworthy of display, I might as well leap from the towers of Hogwarts in shame. Observing Penny's lingering attachment to the magical cat, Heidi ultimately relented and said, if you wish to keep it, you must at least refrain from bringing it to the dormitory. You'll also need to learn how to care for this little creature. I can do that, Penny replied without hesitation. As long as she could keep the little one, everything else was negotiable. Heidi couldn't help but laugh at her enthusiasm, raising an eyebrow to inquire. So do you know what we need to do now? Give it a name and find a place to hide it? That can come later. First, we need to tend to its wounds. Oh, you're right. But we could also name it first. What do you want to call it? I've already decided. Let us call it Cece. It was class time, and two girls were dashing through the corridors of Hogwarts. Penny was pulling Heidi along as they hurried. Thankfully, Hermione had previously informed her that classes had just started. With a stroke of luck, they might avoid being late. She panted as she thought, fervently hoping to be that fortunate soul, lest she become the one who attended 3 classes in 2 days, drawing the attention of all 3 teachers. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she turned to ask, Heidi, your class is in this direction too, correct? Gazing ahead, Heidi nodded and replied, yes. Our usual classrooms are nearby. But Penny, you don't need to drag me along. Why not run? Penny gazed at her with an odd expression and replied nonchalantly, it is already class time. We must hurry. If your teacher inquires about your tardiness, simply attribute it to me, as I was the one who led you away. I shall undoubtedly take responsibility. Thank you for your kindness. Heidi smiled at Penny, feeling deeply touched. She winked and continued, however, there is no need for such concern, as I do not have any classes this afternoon. A chorus of traditional sentiments echoed within Penny's heart. She had forgotten to ask. Pausing in disbelief, she turned her head to her and said, if you have no classes, why are you running with me? What is the point of running so far without any classes? Don't you find it exhausting? It seems rather enjoyable, Heidi replied with a playful smile, adding, moreover, your reaction was quite amusing. Had it not been for this, I would not have realized how much you care about me. You truly are a lovely girl. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate in unison. Penny found herself unable to smile, the corners of her mouth barely lifting as she released Heidi's hand and said, thank you. I too find this quite interesting. I must take my leave now. Goodbye. With that, she dashed toward the classroom without looking back. How amusing, the price of tardiness. As she burst into the classroom, a pungent odor of garlic assaulted her senses, causing her to instinctively cover her nose and step back. Goodness, who could be so enamored with garlic? A teacher inside was preparing to collect the attendance sheet, his head wrapped in a thick towel, now looking curiously at the door. The students in the classroom turned their gazes in his direction. Student, do you require assistance? The teacher asked her with a curious expression. It was rather peculiar for someone to intrude midway through class. With dozens of eyes fixed upon her, Penny felt momentarily flustered. Summoning her courage, she held up her book and explained, I came to attend class, Professor. I sincerely apologize for my lateness. That is quite all right, the teacher replied, though he scrutinized the book in her hands with an odd expression. But are you certain you are meant to be in my class? This is Defense Against the Dark Arts, yet you are holding the complete guide to world vegetables? The professor looked her over with uncertainty, while the students could no longer contain their laughter. Hermione, who had appeared worried moments ago, now sighed in exasperation. At lunch, she had not seen Penny and had searched everywhere, worried about her absence, only to reunite in such an unexpected manner. Penny glanced down at the book she clutched, realizing it was indeed the complete guide to world vegetables, which Hermione had lent her. In her haste to return to her dormitory, she had mistakenly picked it up. How could these two books resemble each other so closely? Hastily, she stepped forward to present the book to the professor before her, explaining, you have misunderstood, Professor. This is a gift for you. I feel quite embarrassed for being late due to unforeseen circumstances on our first meeting. Having thoroughly enjoyed this book, which has greatly enriched my understanding, I thought it fitting to bring it for you, despite being aware of your extensive experience. Her words were imbued with sincerity, and surprisingly, aside from the professor, some present seemed to believe her tale. I apologize, Hermione. I shall purchase a new copy for you next time. For today, let us indulge in this fabrication. The ability to weave such fanciful lies had indeed flourished at Hogwarts. Theodore observed the young lady before him, her genuine and earnest smile eliciting a slight grin from him. What a little trickster, so adept at conjuring falsehoods. A teasing voice broke the moment, not. Do you believe a word of what she says? Late as she is, and yet she spins such an elaborate tale? Draco watched her predicament with keen interest. It seemed blatantly insincere, yet she articulated it so seamlessly that it appeared almost flawless at first glance. If it were her, such eloquence would not be surprising. Theodore replied softly. She was, after all, the most imaginative person he had encountered. If only her gift for spontaneous invention could be harnessed for her essays, perhaps her headaches would cease. The image of her frowning in the library, surrounded by a mountain of books, brought an even broader smile to his face. Chapter 57. You did that on purpose. Looking up, Draco exclaimed in astonishment. I never realized you two not only knew each other, but seemed rather familiar. I rarely see you and Raoul share such camaraderie. A sidelong glance at him caused Theodore's smile to fade subtly, choosing silence over a response. Recognizing the futility of his own words, Draco refrained from further conversation. The professor, taken aback, accepted the book with a tremulous voice. Oh, really? My dear child. I am truly touched. But have we met before? And where is your textbook? Penny's smile faltered at this inquiry. How bothersome. Why couldn't he simply take her words at face value without prying further? She did not even know the professor. Or else she would have addressed him by name rather than merely as professor. Hermione raised her book, signaling, Professor Quirrell, her textbook is over here. I brought it for her. Might you continue sharing the tale of your adventures with the African prince? Penny felt tears welling in her eyes, nodding eagerly at the professor. Yes, Professor Quirrell. I have heard your experiences are quite thrilling. Could you please recount them once more? She was immensely grateful to Hermione and her classmates for their discretion, for without it, she would have surely collapsed in embarrassment during the lesson. Upon mentioning his own adventures, Professor Quirrell's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, stammering, Is that so? You wish to hear? Very well. He gestured for Penny to take her seat, a sign that he would acquiesce to her request. Penny, feeling as though she had just been granted a reprieve, swiftly darted to Hermione's side and settled down beside her. Thank heavens for you, otherwise I would have been doomed today, she exclaimed, accepting the book Hermione handed her with immense relief. Fortunately, it was a tome on vegetables, allowing her to fabricate an elaborate narrative. Had it been a textbook from another subject, she would have found herself utterly lost. Where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages. Are you upset about my indifference this morning? Hermione inquired, concern etched on her face. She was uncertain about her demeanor towards Penny during her earlier frustration, as her focus had solely been on finding a place to regain her composure. No. Penny hastily waved her hand. I'm not that dramatic. Stealing a glance at Professor Quirrell, who was animatedly engrossed in his lecture at the podium, she whispered, I'll tell you all about it later. You won't believe what I got up to during lunch. Taking a deep breath, she felt the remnants of her earlier blush still lingering on her cheeks. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Theodore sitting behind her to the left. She nodded to him with a smile, before continuing her conversation with Hermione. Is there anything to eat, dear? I'm famished, Penny lamented, clutching her small, pitiful stomach. Initially, she hadn't felt the pangs of hunger when she sat down, but now the sensation was intensifying, spreading throughout her being. Gurgle, gurgle. Penny instinctively lowered her gaze and rubbed her belly. This is rather too coincidental, she mused. I truly am hungry. My stomach is protesting. Hermione, amused, retrieved a sandwich from her drawer and handed it to Penny. She had been mindful to grab an extra one when she noticed Penny had come to eat. She had nearly thought it would go uneaten, yet here was Penny, proving her instincts right. I prepared this for you ages ago, thinking it might be surplus. I was planning to save it for dinner, Hermione remarked. Not surplus at all, Penny replied, casting a grateful glance at Hermione and nodding appreciatively. Thank you so much, Hermione. If you hadn't remembered me, I would surely have starved here today. With that, she unwrapped the plastic covering of the sandwich and took small bites. Had Hermione not chosen a seat near the front, she would have been bolder in her eating. People are like iron and meals are steel. One missed meal leaves one feeling quite desperate. Hermione chuckled at the sight of Penny's helplessness, but did not interfere with her munching. She must have been quite starved, indeed. Casually, Hermione stacked a few more books in front of Penny to shield her from Professor Quirrell's notice, ensuring he wouldn't catch her inattentively snacking. During the first lesson, Professor Quirrell had mostly regaled his audience with tales rather than imparting any substantial knowledge. Penny was delighted, relishing her meal and even doubting at times whether Professor Quirrell might be somewhat myopic. To claim that one is not nearsighted would be an exaggeration. Penny is consuming food right in front of him, and despite any attempts at concealment, after such an extended class, one would surely take note. Yet, he has not cast even a single glance in her direction. If he were indeed nearsighted, he would not have been able to observe Harry's every movement nor engage in conversation with him. However, he has indeed overlooked her eating altogether. Were it not for the professor's benevolence in allowing her to eat during class, it would seem he regards her merely as a backdrop, oblivious unless she were to feast ostentatiously before him. Just because Professor Quirrell has not noticed does not imply that others are equally unaware. Tell me. If I were to inform Professor Quirrell that someone is eating in his class, do you think this garlic-scented teacher would severely deduct points from Gryffindor? Draco propped his head on one hand, his gaze fixated on Penny, who was still nibbling on her sandwich not far away. Casting a glance at Theodore, he continued, "Should I speak up? Although she eats like a hamster, if I don't act soon, she'll finish it all. Once it's gone, I want to have a case." "If memory serves," Theodore remarked, glancing at him, "you were arguing with her this morning. Now you seem to have developed a sense of mercy. You even considered asking if you wanted to join rather than simply reporting her." "I certainly remember. Just the thought of being called a peacock this morning makes my teeth grind," Draco replied, unable to suppress his irritation. He continued, "But a true gentleman would not stoop to quarreling with such an ill-mannered child. This is all for Raoul's sake." At this point, he could not help but grimace. It was hard to believe that someone as formidable as Raoul could have a sister like her. When he glanced back at Penny, he saw that she had already finished and even wiped the corners of her mouth clean. Now, even if he wished to report her, there was no evidence. "When did she finish?" "I see now. Not, you did this on purpose. I say, you are excessively biased towards that girl. Do you possess some leverage over her?" He turned his head, displeased, towards Theodore and said, "If it weren't for you, I would have had my chance." "Think what you will," Theodore responded, a slight smile gracing his lips as his gaze returned to Professor Quirrell at the front. Chapter 58, The Crops Have Sprouted. Professor Quirrell continued as usual, imparting little knowledge, mostly spinning tales or fixating on Harry. Draco scoffed softly, propping his head with both hands, his eyes directed at Harry, expressing his discontent. That fellow is one thing, but Potter truly loves to steal the limelight. Look, that professor is still fixated on him. Following his gaze towards Potter, Theodore's attention shifted back to the book before him. After all, he was merely a child raised in the Muggle world. He was not nearly as remarkable as they claimed. The imminent ringing of the class bell signified the conclusion of the lesson. Penny had absorbed little of the lecture, having been preoccupied with her meal. As soon as the class ended, she eagerly retrieved the photographs she had just taken and laid them upon the table. "Hermione, look, these were captured near Hogwarts. The scenery is truly breathtaking." She displayed several of her favorite images before her friend. Hermione gazed at the photographs, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "You skipped lunch just to take these?" "Indeed," Penny replied nonchalantly. "I thought I could return in time for lunch, but it matters little since you brought me some." "My apologies, Penny," Hermione said as she gathered the photos and handed them back. "I wasn't in the best of spirits this morning. Did these scenic views brighten your mood?" Penny accepted the photographs while also organizing her books. "You didn't take these out of anger, but rather because you noticed I was feeling down, didn't you?" She had been concerned that her own troubles were affecting Hermione's mood. Yet, it seemed she had perhaps overthought the situation. Beautiful things always have the power to uplift one's spirits. It's akin to the way one feels joy upon encountering striking individuals. Penny stood, clutching her belongings, and surveyed the room. "Hermione, let us go. It's been a while since class ended, and the room is nearly empty." A few stragglers remained, preparing to depart. Nodding in agreement, Hermione hastily gathered her things and rose. In her heart, she felt as if a previously desolate field had suddenly been graced by a warm sun, illuminating the entire expanse with a radiant glow. Soon after, the crops began to sprout. As they walked, the two friends instinctively headed toward the study room. Penny sought a tranquil space to devise her plans, whether for her magical creature studies or her meals with Theodore. Hermione, surprised to see Penny so eager to study after just one afternoon, playfully teased her about her newfound enthusiasm. The study room was a communal space, devoid of the long tables that separated houses in the Great Hall. Students could sit wherever they pleased, although it was customary for them to gather with their housemates. Very few would choose to sit among students from other houses, except for Penny. This marked Penny's first visit to the study room, and in contrast to her uncertainty, Hermione exuded confidence, effortlessly guiding Penny to join Harry and the others. The area was bustling with Gryffindor students. She greeted those around her and settled down comfortably. Harry and Ron were seated directly opposite her, with an empty space on her left, while further away sat Seamus, and naturally, the person to her right was Hermione. "Harry, Ron, how delightful it is to see you both here," Penny whispered, adding, "To be honest, this is my first time visiting this place." She was quite astonished to find herself here, even though her intention was not to study. Harry, as if he had found a kindred spirit, nodded eagerly and replied softly, "It's my first time as well. I passed by before, but I didn't have the courage to enter alone." Penny regarded him with sympathy, recognizing the irony of a protagonist being somewhat socially anxious due to his surroundings. If it were her, she would have likely ventured in without a second thought. Was this the renowned distinction between social anxiety and social ease? "I apologize. I can't quite relate to that feeling," she said earnestly, nodding in reassurance. "It's all right. Next time you feel hesitant, just call on me, and I shall assist you." "Thank you, Penny. It seems I truly need to work on my courage," he replied. "No need for thanks. It's a trivial matter. After all, Hogwarts isn't particularly dangerous, just a bit crowded. It's certainly better than being alone in a vast room." Just as she was about to lower her gaze, her peripheral vision caught sight of Theodore, who sat alone at a nearby table, scribbling in his textbook, seemingly lost in solitude. "Penny, Harry waved his hand before her, exclaiming, "What are you staring at so intently?" Following her gaze, he turned to see nothing particularly remarkable. "Oh, it's nothing, Harry. Didn't you just mention that you felt apprehensive about coming in alone?" Penny murmured thoughtfully, her voice barely audible. Harry leaned in closer, responding, "Oh yes. At least that's how I feel." Ron chimed in. "Coming in alone isn't too bad, just a tad awkward." He nudged Hermione beside him and whispered, "What do you think?" Hermione? She shifted her gaze from her book to Penny, having been quietly listening to their exchange without participating in the discussion. "I suppose it's manageable. Once you get used to it, it won't seem so daunting." Ron, overhearing this, leaned in to whisper something to Harry, who quickly jabbed him and cast a guilty glance towards the girls. It was not difficult to surmise that their conversation was not particularly flattering. Hermione stared intently at the pair across the table for a few moments before returning her attention to her book, leaving the atmosphere momentarily tinged with awkwardness. Penny felt a slight headache at the situation. Would they truly remain lifelong friends? Standing amidst the tension, she sensed the palpable animosity in the air. After an eerie silence lingered for several seconds, Harry broke the awkwardness, saying, "Penny, there's something I've been meaning to tell you." "What is it?" Penny inquired. "Is there anything more significant than ensuring harmony among us? Actually, you share the same name as my aunt." "To be honest, I was quite startled when I first heard it," Harry replied, his expression somewhat peculiar as he recalled his initial reaction, even worrying whether the person before him might possess a personality akin to his aunt's. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Even the magical realm would not provide an escape. "Really?" Penny leaned in with curiosity, asking, "What a coincidence. If given the chance, I would love to meet her." "Is she beautiful?" Having the same name was rather normal in this context. They did not find it embarrassing, but rather considered it a stroke of luck. After all, a name is the first gift bestowed by one's parents. She was merely adapting to local customs. Harry, feeling a bit awkward, shook his head. "No. She's just of average appearance, perhaps even somewhat unattractive." "Well, that's all right. What is her temperament like? Is she kind to you?" "Not at all. She is exceptionally cruel." Harry silently answered Penny's questions in his mind, which was the truth he longed to express. Beside them, Ron indignantly chimed in. "You have no idea how excessively Harry's aunt and her family treat him. They make him sleep in a tiny room. Oh my. I can't imagine it being a room at all. Though I haven't seen it, it must be dreadful. They make him do numerous chores, using his cousin's leftovers, and they don't even let him eat his fill." Penny finally comprehended why hearing the name could be alarming. "It's all right. From now on, we shall be good friends." On the study table, there were some snacks available for the students to enjoy during their break. Penny picked up a small plate, filled it with fruit, and presented it to Harry with a smile and a playful wink. "At least on my end. If you're ever hungry, come find me. I can certainly provide a meal. I revel in discovering delightful treats. Once unfortunate events transpire, it's challenging to truly amend them. Fortunately, there remains the power of choice, allowing for a better life ahead." Hearing this, Harry felt a tinge of emotion, instinctively glancing at Ron before meeting Penny's gaze. They exchanged a smile, and Harry picked up a grape from the plate, responding, "Thank you for your kindness. I shall gladly accept." After this exchange, the group fell into a comfortable silence, each engrossed in their own endeavors. Penny stared blankly at the notebook before her, which at first glance appeared to be a mere jumble of doodles. However, upon closer inspection, it revealed a certain orderliness. For the time being, the civet cat was safe, and that matter required no further contemplation. Yet, it would be prudent to ascertain Theodore's culinary preferences for the meal she intended to prepare. At the long table nearby, the number of people was sparse. Indeed, the study room was rather empty at this hour. After all, classes like theirs, which only had a single lesson in the afternoon, were not particularly common, and even fewer chose to come here after class. The candlelight on the table flickered gently, and Theodore quickly sensed the change in atmosphere. Lifting his gaze to the front, a young girl stood before him, holding a book. After placing it down, she naturally seated herself across from him, beaming as she inquired, "You don't mind if I join you, do you?" "Mind. I am still studying," he replied, feigning indifference as he continued to flip through his textbook, his pen moving steadily, fully absorbed in his academic realm. Yet, he harbored a flicker of anticipation regarding her forthcoming reaction. His previous remark had been deliberately blunt. Despite his genuine engagement in his studies, he had always perceived Penny as someone who relentlessly sought to elevate herself, displaying an unwavering determination to achieve her goals. He pondered how she would respond to rejection. To his surprise, he had spoken so candidly. Observing his serious demeanor, Penny felt an inexplicable flush of embarrassment wash over her. It was indeed somewhat awkward. It seemed that Theodore truly did not harbor any fondness for her. His previous comment about not disliking her was perhaps merely polite banter. Although she was not the model student, there lingered a sense of guilt in disrupting the studies of a dedicated scholar. "Very well, I shall take my leave then," she said, preparing to rise with the book she had only just set down. In truth, she probably hadn't even warmed the seat yet. "Wait," Theodore said leisurely. putting away his pen and closing his book. He glanced at her and continued, I have finished studying. Penny froze momentarily, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. Oh, so soon? Theodore shot her a sidelong glance and replied, if you didn't hear me, that is fine. It's not the first time you've missed something. No, I heard you. Shall we step outside to talk? Penny hastily moved to his side, stating, I have quite a few questions. And it wouldn't be good to disturb others while they're studying. Though a hint of confusion lingered in his mind, he nodded slightly, saying nothing further as he followed Penny out. Just as they reached the door, an explosion echoed from within the study room, causing both to stop in unison and turn to look back. Even at such a distance, Penny could distinctly discern that the source of the explosion was Simon. Oh, Simon must be practicing his spells again. She lifted her gaze to meet Theodore's inquisitive look and explained, I don't know why, but Simon always manages to turn every spell into a powerful explosion. She had already experienced this numerous times in the common room. The two exchanged no further glances and walked out side by side, marking the first time they had done so since their enrollment. Theodore, glancing at her, asked, how did you finish writing so quickly? I was hoping you'd take a bit longer before I sought you out. Just a coincidence, he replied, pondering her words before speaking again. If you had something to attend to, then why were you so decisive just now? He nearly questioned his own hearing, as anger was the only explanation that came to mind. I just thought you were studying, so I left first. Prioritizing your studies, I understand. It was a mistake on his part. Attempting to align his thoughts with hers was inherently flawed. Chapter 60. It's all right, I'll run. Noticing his silence, Penny had grown accustomed to it. She picked up her notebook and pen, inquiring, what do you like to eat? Theodore, walking, couldn't help but glance her way, puzzled. Why do you ask that? To eat, of course, Penny replied nonchalantly. Didn't we agree that I would treat you to a meal? So that was her intention for approaching him earlier. Theodore murmured to himself, maintaining his demeanor. No need. I don't have any particular preferences. Oh, do you enjoy vegetables? Not really. Upon hearing this, Penny marked a large cross next to vegetables in her notebook. As she wrote, she softly stated, all right then, no vegetables. Hadn't he just said otherwise? Feeling Theodore's gaze upon her, Penny looked up and smiled, explaining, since you're fine with it, let us go with my preference, no vegetables. Hearing this, Theodore tilted his head slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Was she inviting him to dinner or preparing a delightful meal for herself? Such a simple taste. At least it was far better than those who were exceedingly picky with dozens of items they refused to eat. You actually don't find me unappealing. The notebook and pen had long been tucked away. They exited the campus and strolled slowly, eventually finding themselves near the Black Lake, where they casually chose a spot to sit. The notebook, once in her hands, now served as a cushion beneath them. Suddenly, hearing those words, she felt that if it weren't for the presence of others around, she might have shed tears. Why? Theodore inquired. Penny replied with a wry smile, from childhood. No matter how much my family cherished me, this particular matter was absolutely forbidden. They will go to great lengths to ensure that I consume more vegetables, solely for the sake of my health. In the past, my brother would quietly assist me in this endeavor, but in recent years, his absence from home has left me with little recourse to evade it. Moreover, I have sensed that my brother has aligned himself with our parents, leaving me without anyone to share this burden. Perhaps one day I can alter this predicament, especially if I can cultivate vegetables that she is willing to eat. Theodore listened silently to her grievances, unusually refraining from interrupting her or finding her bothersome. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. You are fortunate to have a happy family. Penny chuckled. You are equally fortunate. Theodore glanced at her. She continued, you have a friend like me. How lucky is that? My presence is tantamount to your own. With a smile, she winked in Theodore's direction, seemingly eager to gauge his reaction. Unfortunately, he displayed no interesting change in expression. It was clear that meaningful conversation with her would forever elude him. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Theodore said, propping himself up with one hand before rising swiftly and brushing off the dust from his clothes. He instinctively reached out a hand towards Penny, only to see her already standing up and shaking off the sand and dust from her hands. Observing this, he discreetly withdrew his hand, clutching his book in one arm while letting the other hang naturally by his side. Hey, Theodore, were you trying to do something just now? Penny asked, catching only a glimpse of Theodore's movement, unable to discern the specifics. Nothing, he replied, and upon noticing she was ready, he began to walk back towards the school. Oh, Penny said, clutching her book and hastening to catch up. Hey, Theodore, don't walk so fast, wait for me. He responded calmly from the front. This is merely my normal walking speed. Nevertheless, despite his words, he unconsciously slowed down a fraction. Just as he intended to quicken his pace again, Penny appeared beside him. Breathless. It's fine, I'll run, she declared, her face alight with a smile, her heart buoyant. Her previous words had been a veiled taunt about her short legs, an affront to her dignity that she could not abide. Even if it meant running, she would catch up. Theodore paused momentarily, then softly murmured an acknowledgement, falling silent thereafter. A sense of discomfort washed over him, and he instinctively raised a hand to touch his noticeably warm ears. But out of consideration for her presence, he suppressed the impulse. He could not fathom why such a simple phrase, upon reaching his ears, resonated like strands of silver, coursing through his skin and enveloping his entire being, ultimately converging at his heart, igniting an instant blaze. There was no searing heat of flames, only the warmth of a fire meant to comfort him. Did this person not realize he was a boy? The term of address was one thing, but why was their casual conversation so intimately close? Of course, I can keep up, he thought. Penny glanced at him earnestly, stating, although I am slightly shorter than you, I will not walk slowly. If necessary, I can run. She stole a sideways glance, perhaps assessing the height difference between them. Being half a head shorter could indeed be considered a slight difference. Feeling the sudden silence beside him, Theodore grew increasingly uncomfortable. As if he were wearing a sweater inside out, an inexplicable discomfort enveloping him. Yet, he had always cherished tranquility. What is it? After a moment's hesitation, he managed to utter this question, turning to her and meeting her gaze. In just a second, he averted his eyes, redirecting his focus to the path ahead. His grip on the books he held unconsciously tightened. His voice prompted Penny to finally shift her gaze away, sighing, if only you were my younger brother. Such a charming young lad. If he were her brother, it would certainly be easy to be close. His youthful visage, still bearing the innocent charm of youth, combined with his exquisite features, was already a sight to behold. This remark struck Theodore like a cold deluge, chilling him to the core and awakening him more than before. Was this person's thought process not quite normal? Indeed, if it were, she would not be Penny. A sudden flame of irritation flared within him, vexing him further. He disliked the closeness, yet in its absence, he felt an even greater discontent. He suspected something was amiss with himself. This notion darkened his mood, and he coldly replied, if you desire a younger brother, perhaps you should inquire with your parents. There might still be a chance. But they might not be able to produce someone as handsome as you. Penny remained blissfully unaware of his tumultuous thoughts, simply appreciating his striking appearance. Chapter 61. I cannot do that. If you were my brother, I could freely pinch your cheeks. Your skin must feel delightful. Alas, it seemed their parents had no intention of having another child. Then you might as well dream. Be more practical. The paths of Slytherin and Gryffindor diverged completely, and they were standing at that very crossroads. All right then, goodbye. Until next time. Penny, unfazed, waved her hand, and upon seeing him slightly nod, she departed. Watching his retreating figure, she did not linger, naturally making her way toward Gryffindor. Theodore found it challenging to articulate the emotions swirling within him at that moment. Such a complex and uncontrollable emotion seems to manifest only in the presence of Penny. He is perplexed by it, yet does not harbor any disdain. As Penny took a couple of steps towards the Gryffindor common room, she encountered Heidi, who was standing nearby. Heidi cast a glance in the direction Theodore had departed. Softly greeting, good afternoon, Penny. Heidi? Penny exclaimed with joy as she hurried towards her, what brings you here? Were you looking for me? She had presumed that Heidi had already returned, so she was surprised to see her there. Heidi held out a small booklet towards her, explaining, this is a guide on the care of measles. I compiled some notes, thinking they might be of assistance to you. Casually flipping through a few pages, Penny noted the detailed records of the measles' habits and dietary preferences, along with potential issues that might arise during their growth, all clearly annotated. This is absolutely fantastic. Heidi, you are truly remarkable, Penny exclaimed, enthusiastically embracing her. Even a measle, if it were to articulate its own characteristics, could scarcely do so as well. After a brief hug, during which Heidi lightly patted her back, she curiously inquired, is that boy you were with earlier the one you mentioned? Before she could finish, Penny felt a shiver run through her, as the events of midday replayed in her mind like a documentary film. She hastily replied, yes, that's right, Heidi. It's a secret. I've only told you, and no one else, so you must promise to keep it. After a moment of silence, Heidi nodded somewhat laboriously, asking, what is it that you like about him? Having only caught a fleeting glimpse of him, she found herself preferring Penny's cheerful and amiable demeanor over his seemingly aloof presence. This question left Penny momentarily stumped. How could she possibly know? It was only today that she realized she might have feelings for him. The birth of a lie inevitably requires a multitude of other lies to sustain it. Perhaps it's because he is good-looking? She finally managed to articulate this reason, which, albeit a product of deception, held a kernel of truth. She wondered when Heidi would cease to harbor feelings for her, thus allowing her to put an end to this web of lies. Seizing the opportunity in Heidi's silence, Penny quickly changed the subject, saying, by the way, do you think it's all right for us to place Cece near the Forbidden Forest? They had constructed a temporary shelter nearby to provide Cece with some protection from the elements and had set aside a bit of food. If its mother were to come looking for it, they might venture into the Forbidden Forest. If not, the little shelter could serve as a temporary refuge. At least until we figure out a way to bring it back to the dormitory. This is the best solution, she reassured. After all, measles are not ordinary muggle cats. They are quite clever. Moreover, it merely resembles a feline. Your assurance brings me solace, Penny sighed in relief. Since the decision to adopt has been made, I must care for it diligently. Otherwise, to let it perish would be an act of cruelty. Heidi nodded gently, responding, everything you wish to know is detailed in that booklet. Should you have further inquiries, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Originally, my visit today was solely for this matter. After exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, they parted ways. Penny bypassed the Gryffindor common room, heading straight to her dormitory. She set her textbooks aside and collapsed onto her bed. She had not enjoyed a proper lunch, remaining in a state of heightened emotion throughout the day. Now, upon touching the bed, sleep beckoned her. Not long after she reclined, she sensed the door of her room being gently opened. A light tap on her shoulder prompted her to reluctantly open her eyes, only to find Hermione's face before her, which she promptly shut again. It is not morning, Hermione. Why do you insist on waking me? Observing her weary and fatigued demeanor, Hermione felt a twinge of compassion. Stifling a laugh, she inquired, are you not joining us for dinner tonight? The occupant of the bed fell silent for a moment before suddenly rising, her expression earnest as she regarded Hermione. I must eat. I missed lunch, and I absolutely must adhere to dinner time. Irregular meals can lead to illness. Penny chanted inwardly, recognizing her lack of enthusiasm for meals as a troubling thought. Indeed, Hermione raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Is there anything that could persuade you to relinquish your obsession with dining? Not at this moment, Penny replied. Regardless of the circumstances, one must always partake in meals. After sharing idle chatter for a while, as Penny recounted the amusing tale of her acquaintance with Heidi and the magical creature, Hermione remained silent, her eyes wide, as though she had witnessed something utterly horrifying. I never doubted your ability to make friends, Penny. Hermione finally managed to swallow hard, her voice strained. But you are planning to care for a magical creature. Oh, this is truly unbelievable. You will lose points for this. It is a blatant violation of school rules. Upon seeing the photograph, she had assumed it was merely a coincidence. Little did she know it was the very creature Penny intended to nurture. This was nothing short of fantastical. I am aware, Penny replied, steeling herself. At the moment of decision, Heidi had already informed her of the consequences. Hearing this, Hermione could no longer contain her anxiety, exclaiming, You understand the implications, yet still choose to adopt it. It will only bring you trouble. Moreover, none of us have experience with magical creatures. Throughout Hermione's interrogation, Penny remained mute, her head hung low like a child caught in wrongdoing. Upon hearing those words, she lifted her gaze to Hermione, her eyes shimmering brightly. She softly murmured, but it's so small and lonely over there. I cannot leave it there, and neither can Heidi. Chapter 62. Do not touch my sister. A prolonged silence enveloped the room, until a sigh echoed within, shattering the stillness. Hermione stepped forward and gently embraced Penny, patting her back as she responded, I feel the same. If it were me, I might make the same choice. Yet, such a choice seemed excessively perilous for them, freshly initiated into their studies. Upon hearing this, Penny returned Hermione's embrace with fervor, exclaiming, That's wonderful, Hermione. I knew you would feel the same way. Oh, Penny, you're hugging too tightly. In the dining hall, just as Penny entered, she had not yet reached her house's long table when a familiar voice called out from behind her. Penny. It was a cool and familiar male voice. Penny paused in her steps, causing Hermione to halt as well, and both turned towards the source of the voice. Brother. Penny instinctively called out softly, and in the next moment, Kevin was striding toward her. Accompanying Kevin was a Slytherin student, who closely followed him, appearing to defer to him. Brother. She stepped forward to embrace his arm, then turned to Hermione to introduce him, saying, Hermione, you haven't officially met my brother yet. This is Kevin Rowell, from Slytherin. Shaking his arm gently, she continued, Brother, this is my friend from Gryffindor, Hermione Granger, whom I told you about. Kevin looked down and smiled at Penny, then raised his gaze to Hermione, nodding as he said, Hello, thank you for looking after my sister. Oh, no, it's nothing. Hermione quickly waved her hand, smiling. Penny is delightful. We are very good friends. Kevin smiled softly at Hermione's words, but remained silent, then spoke quietly. I wonder if I might take my sister away for a meal. At that moment, Hermione froze, and even Penny seemed perplexed, an unsettling premonition stirring within her as she asked, Brother, it's mealtime now. Is there anything more important than eating? Even if there is, we should eat first. The silent young man beside them smiled and winked at Penny, then spoke first, Little lady, your brother is here to take you to dinner. Penny's smile faltered at this remark, turning back to Kevin in disbelief, asking, Really, brother? Kevin cast a sidelong glance at the young man, casually remarking, Tone it down, Reese. Without addressing Penny's question, he turned to Hermione and said coolly, Do I need to repeat myself? No need, she replied. Hermione shook her head, disregarding Penny's frantic gestures, and proclaimed, You are Penny's brother. Thus, you are entirely entitled to do so. There is no need to consult her opinion. I suppose that is the case, he replied. nodding gently at Hermione before taking Penny's hand and leading her towards Slytherin. Reese paused for a moment, waved at Hermione, and chuckled, "Hey, your curls look lovely. See you next time." It was only after he departed that Hermione instinctively glanced at her hair, which remained as curly as ever, appearing perfectly ordinary. What a peculiar person he was. Initially, Penny was linked to Kevin's arm, but ever since she had the urge to flee during their meal, she found herself firmly held by him. Suddenly, she felt as though she were transported back to her first visit to Diagon Alley, when her brother had similarly guided her like a kite. She forced a laugh and said, "Hey, brother, what a coincidence. How could you have thought to bring me out for a meal today? There was no need to rush. We have ample time together, don't you think? Mother's complaint letter has already reached me. You surely haven't been listening to her and eating properly." Kevin looked at her helplessly and sighed. "Penny, how have you been responding to Mother's letters these past few days? You don't want to receive a scolding letter, do you?" His words struck Penny like a winter storm, wilting her unbloomed flower of hope. "A letter," she coughed twice, feeling guilty. "I have certainly been responding well to Mother's letters. The reason I haven't sent her pictures of me eating vegetables is simply that I ran out of film at that time." Fiona's letters, beyond her usual expressions of concern, requested Penny to send at least one photo of her eating vegetables each day. If those were still images, she could pose, but this was the magical world, where pictures were animated. How could one stage that? She could only claim that she had forgotten the camera today. Things had calmed down recently. Yet she was taken aback that Mother had directly reported to her brother. This felt like an ambush. "Penny, I do not believe this is a valid excuse." The person beside her saw through her deceit without a hint of mercy. Penny could only muster the courage to respond. "I apologize, brother. I lied. I will apologize to Mother when I return." Reese laughed, reaching out as if to ruffle Penny's hair, saying, "It's good that the little girl can recognize her mistakes. Lying is not right." Before his hand could touch Penny's head, Kevin swiftly swatted it aside. "Who permitted you to admonish my sister?" Reese stared at his reddening hand in bewilderment. The pain was trivial, but the speed at which the person before him changed countenance was unprecedented. "No, who is admonishing her?" He lamented. "Kevin, after all these years of friendship, what is wrong with me looking after your sister? I'm still alive. So when did it become your prerogative to oversee her? Furthermore, do not lay a finger on my sister." Kevin shifted Penny to his other side, deliberately distancing himself from him. He continued, "Next time you wish to touch her, at least wash your hands first. Perhaps I might consider it. You reek of perfume. When did your taste become so abysmal?" "That is not mine." Reese instinctively wanted to reveal the truth, but upon seeing Penny next to Kevin, he stifled his words. He struggled to respond. "Then that's mine." This was the first moment Penny could truly scrutinize the boy named Reese who had always been by her brother's side. Chapter 63, Everything is a Lie. His hair color was rather uncommon, a light chestnut brown with subtle gray undertones, and his captivating peach blossom eyes seemed capable of enchanting anyone. His face was often adorned with a smile, which accentuated a beauty mark at the corner of his eye, adding a touch of allure, while his chiseled jawline balanced it out, preventing him from appearing overly feminine. Penny herself was astonished to find that she was using alluring to describe a boy. She gazed at Reese intently, still pondering whether he was a girl masquerading as a boy. Noticing her gaze, Reese disregarded Kevin's presence and turned to her with a gentle smile, saying, "Little Penny, do you have a crush on me? You've been staring at me. How about this? You send your bothersome brother away, and I can be your brother instead. So you can keep looking at me. Evilry, do you genuinely wish to die?" Kevin smirked coldly at Reese, his eyes devoid of any warmth, exuding an icy demeanor. If looks could kill, Reese would have been pierced by 1,000 silver needles by now. "I only have one brother." Penny was uncomfortable with the term bothersome, feeling a slight discomfort at the words. "I just think you are very beautiful." "Beautiful?" Reese furrowed his brow at the comment, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Penny continued, "Yes, I believe you are more beautiful than many girls I have seen. Just look at those sparkling peach blossom eyes. If you threw a flirtatious glance into a crowd of girls, you would undoubtedly captivate a throng of admirers. Otherwise, how could he be so narcissistic, believing that any girl glancing at him was secretly enamored?" Reese seemed to be hearing such praise for the first time and nodded in a daze. Thank you. Little Penny, that is truly a unique compliment." However, comparing him to girls regarding looks felt somewhat off. Kevin smiled, choosing to ignore their banter. This fool, even while being subtly chastised by his sister, was there counting the coins for her. He decided not to expose the situation, waiting for Reese to realize it himself. For after all, that person was his sister. The three individuals naturally took their seats at the Slytherin long table. Even Penny settled in with an air of ease, for her perspective on houses was not so rigid. After all, was this not merely a place to dine? Had it not been for someone restraining her earlier, she would have arrived much sooner. To Kevin's left, someone was already seated, while to his right was Penny, and Reese instinctively prepared to take a seat beside her. However, he paused mid-motion and instinctively glanced towards Kevin. Observing that he continued to bid farewell, he opted to sit opposite instead. His gaze then fell upon the empty space in front of Penny, where no one yet occupied. A flicker of irritation crossed Reese's face as he shot a fierce glare at Kevin. But the latter's sunny smile made him feel as though he were striking a fist against a cloud. Here it came again, this deceptive smile, when directed at his sister. It bore a hint of sincerity, but otherwise, it was all a fade. False. All of it was false. Penny turned her gaze, feigning ignorance with a smile. What troubles you, Senior Reese? Grateful for his ability to divert her brother's attention, she felt she had narrowly escaped a predicament. Observing the two similar smiles before him, Reese suddenly found solace in the moment. These two must surely be siblings. They were equally disingenuous. Especially Kevin, that wily fox, whose deception was almost infuriating. He had previously harbored some curiosity about how the siblings could differ so greatly in temperament, only to discover that both were, in essence, the same. Externally delicate, yet internally dark. The only difference lay in one being thoroughly tainted while the other was merely beginning to darken. He forced a smile that appeared more painful than a frown, his complexion slightly ashen as he gritted his teeth. It's nothing. Your brother is right. It's a bit warm here. I'll sit opposite where it's cooler. With that, he rose and made his way to the opposite side of the table, which was quite long, necessitating a wide detour. Almost as soon as he turned, Penny could no longer contain her laughter. Brother, your friend is quite amusing. Are all Slytherin students so entertaining? They aren't as terrifying as everyone says. The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized they were not in Gryffindor, but rather Slytherin, and instinctively covered her mouth. Casting a pleading glance at Kevin, several Slytherin students had already turned to observe her direction. At that moment, Penny wished she could bite her own tongue. Her words had raced ahead while her mind lagged behind. It's all right. Kevin assessed the surrounding individuals, leisurely retrieving utensils for Penny, deeming it no great matter. The clash of silver and porcelain resonated crisply. When he looked again, indeed, no one was watching them anymore, and he could not help but exhale in relief. Reese had circled around from the other side, breathless as he sank into a seat opposite Penny, weakly gesturing towards Kevin. You young man. Forgetting your friends for the sake of a girl. Do you have any idea how crowded it was over there? You made me go in circles. Brother only allowed you to sit opposite, not to make me go around. Stop slandering him. Penny rested her head in her hands, her expression conveying a clear message. Stay out of this. It was quite reasonable, yet, the only way here was indeed to go in circles. Reese lamented. If there were a shortcut, why would he choose the long way? There is one. Students from our academy usually just leap over. Although this table was not narrow, with the boys' jumping ability, it was quite feasible. Reese fell silent. The very idea of leaping over the dining table was utterly indecorous. How crude. He could scarcely believe such a thing could occur within the school, let alone that it might happen daily. To his surprise, his only ally instantaneously turned against him. You are right, Penny. He lacks the ability to integrate. Kevin completely disregarded Reese's vacant stare as he placed a glass of juice before her. Thus, the tableware in front of her was deemed complete. Reese, slightly dazed, wondered if the two siblings ever considered others' feelings while coexisting peacefully. He remained mute, dutifully picking up his utensils to eat, almost as if he aimed to vent all his frustrations upon the food before him. Despite his posture appearing quite elegant, it was evident his face was etched with annoyance. This meal was evidently not to be savored with pleasure. Out of the corner of her eye, Penny caught sight of this scene and stifled a laugh, feigning ignorance. Chapter 64, Regrets Abound. Penny, Kevin glanced at his giggling sister, sighing inwardly. She never missed an opportunity for mischief. He continued, there is a grain of truth in what Reese said. Penny's smile instantly faded, and she tugged at his robe in a pleading manner, pitifully stating, Brother, I truly do not wish to eat. Her nose tinged with sadness at the thought of being often compelled to consume vegetables in the future. It left her feeling quite disheartened. Without giving her a chance to delve further into the intricacies of horticulture, Kevin cast her a sidelong glance, leisurely slicing into a steak before him. If you don't want to eat, then don't, he remarked, his hands never pausing in their task. It's fine not to eat. Just speak your mind. You may even lie. But at least never lie to me or to Mom and Dad. With a crisp clatter, Kevin set down his utensils, placing the neatly cut steak before Penny. Eat. He once again placed a steak before himself, as if all that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. Everything appeared so natural, so practiced yet tinged with an unfamiliarity. Penny had not dined with her brother in quite some time. Gazing at the neatly sliced steak before her, the pang of acidity at the tip of her nose intensified. She had never been able to cut meat so impeccably. With a pitiful expression, she reached out to embrace his arm and gave it a gentle shake. Kevin, caught in her grasp, found it impossible to continue eating. He set down his utensils, using one hand to tenderly caress her smooth cheek. What's wrong? I remember you used to love steak, he inquired. Indeed, among various meats, steak was one of Penny's favorites. After all, it was the most common and, in her opinion, the most delectable. I was wrong, brother, Penny sniffed, her voice slightly nasally as she continued. I promise never to lie to you again. Realizing her words could be misinterpreted, she quickly added, and I won't lie to Mom and Dad either. Kevin chuckled at the sight of her clinging to his arm, then picked up the fork in front of her, teasingly waving a piece of meat before her. All right, let us eat. Penny instinctively opened her mouth and bit into the meat, quickly standing up to take the fork from his hand. With a mouthful of beef not yet fully swallowed, she mumbled, meat is still the best. Across from them, Reese let out a timely hum, though his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. However, an untimely voice shattered the warmth of the moment. How come anyone can come here to eat? It was a piercing female voice that made Penny uncomfortable, causing her to frown and look up. Standing beside Reese was a girl with an oval face, not strikingly beautiful, yet possessing a rather appealing countenance. She wore a wizarding robe, with her school badge prominently displayed on her chest. Yet, what left the deepest impression on Penny was her eyes. Perhaps having been overly sheltered throughout her life, she had almost forgotten what a hostile gaze looked like. The girl before her appeared slightly younger than Kevin, yet her eyes were like a serpent fixated on its prey, as if she were not looking at a person, but rather a corpse. Had she done something to provoke this girl? Why did her gaze seem so terrifying? You can come here to eat, but why can't his little sister? Reese slammed his utensils onto the table with a clatter, leaned against his chair, and glanced at her with a smirk. Yes, just a little freshman, Vela. You're being rather petty, sister? The girl named Vela paused, her aggressive demeanor diminishing significantly as she scrutinized Penny, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. Hello, senior. Penny smiled at her and asked, what are you standing there for? Why not sit down and join us for a meal? As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. It is far better to gain a friend than to acquire an enemy. Vera stood frozen in place, staring at the person before her, utterly perplexed. Instinctively, she glanced around at the others, aware that her presence had begun to attract attention. Reluctantly, she pulled out a chair and sat down, clearing her throat before saying, I'm not following your orders. I merely fear losing our academy as people here. After all, this is a restaurant. Her gaze remained fixed on Kevin, inevitably drifting to Penny beside him. The young girl had casually tied her hair into a bun, with stray strands falling loosely around her face, which still bore the innocence of youth, her eyes glistening with curiosity. Initially, Vera had not noticed the resemblance, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that she and Kevin shared striking similarities. Realizing that the person before her was likely his sister, Vera's cheeks flushed crimson, her previous bravado dissipating entirely. Never mind, let's eat first, Penny said, now intrigued. She scrutinized Vera closely and feigned ignorance, asking, but there's one thing I don't understand. You just said you couldn't eat here? Kevin, who had been silent until now, set down his utensils, lightly dabbed the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and exuded an unmistakable air of nobility. He turned to Penny and replied, it's merely a dining establishment. One can eat wherever they please. Who can argue with that? He paused for a few seconds, allowing his gaze to linger on Vera before smirking and adding, wouldn't you agree, Miss White? A chilling glance fell upon Vera, and the earlier bravado had vanished completely, her complexion paling visibly. Trembling, she responded, of course, you are right. Roar. I was indeed the one who overstepped. Her intentions toward the esteemed upperclassman had been apparent, not only in this moment, but since her first year of enrollment. Upon entering today, she had spotted Kevin seated beside an unfamiliar girl, their demeanor exceedingly intimate, and a student from another academy no less. How could this be tolerated? She may not have pursued the upperclassman successfully, but she certainly did not wish to be outdone by a mere first-year child. Unable to maintain her composure as a lady, she dashed over, only to discover that the individual in question was Roar's younger sister. Regret washed over her like a tide, wishing she could turn back time. Chapter 65. The cabbage is ravaged by the pig. Another tale of love and hatred unfolded. Penny observed the scene before her, shaking her head in disbelief. She now understood clearly that she was the one caught in the crossfire. She had done nothing to offend Vera. Why was the hostility so palpable? Oh well. As Penny lowered her gaze to the plate, now half consumed of steak, a wave of acceptance washed over her. Given the neatness of the remaining portion, she decided to overlook the trivialities that had momentarily bothered her. With a few swift bites, she finished the last morsels of meat, sipped her juice to cleanse her palate, and felt a sense of satisfaction from the meal. Ah, right, brother. Wiping her mouth with the napkin before her, she continued, I also made a few friends over the past couple of days. They are fellow Slytherins. Kevin paused briefly in his actions, casting her a glance before responding nonchalantly. Is that so? Congratulations on adapting so swiftly to life at the academy. Across the table, Reese, intrigued, inquired, who are they, little Penny? Are they beautiful girls? Senior Reese. Penny interjected seriously, fixing him with a steady gaze. You are already the most handsome one. Please spare the other girls. Due to the earlier conflict, Vela had been too timid to speak, even avoiding eye contact. Upon hearing Penny's remark, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Even Reese, despite his usual obliviousness, began to grasp the implication of her words. He grinned through clenched teeth, his expression more grotesque than sorrowful, as if his once handsome face had been contorted. Little Penny, Have you truly never been scolded at home? Never, Penny replied with resolute certainty. Indeed, she had never faced any punishment, save for being confined to her room for reflection on why she was so drawn to perilous adventures. Things had improved since then. Their family did not subscribe to the notion of discipline through physical punishment, unless absolutely necessary. In Reese's mind, a series of past experiences of punishment flickered momentarily. Clearing his throat with feigned composure, he remarked, I suppose so. Girls deserve a bit of pampering. Observing this, Penny couldn't help but think, this fellow must have faced his fair share of reprimands. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hall, Theodore almost immediately spotted a girl dining at the Slytherin long table upon entering. Beside her sat Kevin, and opposite her was a boy whose face remained obscured from Theodore's view due to the angle. He could only catch glimpses of the girl, who smiled charmingly at the boy as she ate. This harmonious scene was indeed a rarity among Slytherins, evoking a reluctance to disturb such warmth. Yet today, her smile appeared almost glaringly bright. In merely a few days since the term began, how was it that yet another social butterfly had emerged, showcasing impressive social skills? A soft huff escaped his nose as Theodore came to a halt, feeling an uncomfortable pang of hunger. Not only was his stomach uneasy, but a heavy fog seemed to envelop his heart, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Accompanying him was Draco, who was incessantly chattering away. After walking for a while, he suddenly noticed that the person beside him had vanished. He halted and turned back. Not, we've come this far. Why did you suddenly leave? If you delay any longer, there will be nothing left to eat. Goyle and Crab had long since gone ahead to eat, and it had been so long since they had returned. At this point, it would be considered tardy for the two of them to arrive. You go ahead. I suddenly have no appetite, Theodore replied, pausing. By the time Draco realized what had happened, he could only see Theodore's retreating figure. After a long moment, he managed to utter a phrase. Who upset him? What on earth is going on? In just a few seconds, he replayed their earlier conversation in his mind and found nothing amiss. Draco did not linger either, striding towards the long table in the hall. Upon reaching it, he spotted Penny in her conspicuous Gryffindor robes, appearing so out of place here. Unconsciously, he frowned and glanced in the direction Theodore had departed. He seemed to grasp why Theodore had suddenly lost his appetite. The thought made Draco click his tongue in dismay. Had he known, he would have stopped him from leaving. He found the presence of Gryffindors bothersome. Having someone to share the burden of annoyance would have been preferable. As he approached, before he could speak, Penny waved at him and called out, Hey, Draco, are you coming over to eat? She glanced behind him casually and asked, Did you come over so late? TSK, there's no one here at the back. Draco had intended to move closer, but noticed Kevin staring at him from a distance, sending chills down his spine. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Isn't it stranger for you to be here? He thought. What was that look earlier? Why did you keep glancing behind me? This day seemed filled with peculiar encounters. Not was one, and this person before him was another. Even Roland had given him that same odd feeling. Would he encounter any normal people today? While his expression remained unchanged, Draco's mind was rife with complaints. Not finding anyone, Penny casually muttered a few words, no longer looking in his direction, and resumed sipping her drink, her gaze slightly vacant, as if pondering something. Several inquisitive glances fell upon Draco, making him uncomfortably touch his nose, breeding a sense of awkwardness. Normally, he enjoyed being the center of attention, but today, the scrutiny made him feel uneasy. Penny, absorbed in her own world, hardly noticed the surroundings. After finally coming over to eat, how could she know what he truly liked if Theodore didn't join? Though he had previously stated he could manage anything, it is well known that such casual meals are among the most challenging to procure in the world. Reese was the first to lower his head and laugh, lifting a piece of meat with his fork and placing it in his mouth. How amusing, truly delightful. Meanwhile, Vera couldn't help but feel that she ought not to have come today. The atmosphere resembled that of a family gathering, and with her sudden presence, it felt as if a pot of rice had been perfectly cooked around the edges, yet remained half raw in the center, leaving an unsettling feeling in her heart. Unable to restrain herself, she whispered to Avery, What are you grinning about? Reese feigned sorrow, propping his head with one hand and glancing at her before signaling towards Kevin. Look over there. I'm laughing at how someone has nurtured a cabbage for years, only for it to be devoured by a pig. Chapter 66, Forgotten to Feed the Cat. Vera disregarded Reese's banter and followed his gaze. She noticed that Kevin's eyes were fixated on Draco, as if he were attempting to see through him, his gaze unwavering. Despite his typically amiable demeanor, a shadow of scrutiny loomed over him. Unaware that he had become the subject of others' disdain, Draco felt the weight of Kevin's gaze prickling at his back, rendering him unable to eat more than a couple of bites. Draco set down his utensils and looked over, steeling himself to meet Kevin's gaze. Do you need something from me? The two remained locked in this tense moment for 2 seconds before Kevin broke the silence with a smile. I apologize. I was merely curious. My sister mentioned that she made a few friends in our house. It turns out you are one of them. If Penny has befriended a Malfoy, then she has indeed found a good companion, which puts my mind at ease. It is not surprising to make friends in Gryffindor. But to form friendships so quickly in Slytherin is quite a feat in an instant. Draco recalled the first encounter they had that morning, which was nothing short of spectacular, leaving them both flushed and heated, to the extent that he could still vividly remember the name of that peacock. He felt a surge of guilt, causing his gaze to waver. Of course, he was still just a young lad, not yet adept at concealing his true emotions. His cheeks burned, and even the back of his ears tinged with red. Observing this scene, everyone present, except for Penny, who was preoccupied, solidified their thoughts. The relationship between these two was undoubtedly more complicated than it appeared. Otherwise, why would he blush at the mere mention of Penny? There must be some hidden intricacies. If anyone were to look at his hands, they would notice that he was nervously clutching the edge of his wizarding robe. Meanwhile, the only person aware of the truth, Penny, found the fragmented conversations around her to be merely background noise, failing to grasp what they were discussing. A persistent question has been swirling in my mind. How can I possibly manage to treat Theo to a meal? The brief interlude of dining concluded swiftly, with each individual at the long table harboring their own thoughts. The most discontented among them were undoubtedly Kevin and Draco. One, unusually, engaged Draco in a lackluster conversation, though it was evident to all that he was in a foul mood, having been away from home for a mere few months. And only just reunited with his sister for less than a week, he discovered that some young lad seemed to have taken an interest in her. Such a predicament would leave anyone feeling as if their home had been violated while they were away. It truly felt unbearable. The other, inexplicably drawn into a conversation, found himself compelled to respond, especially since the interlocutor was Raoul. What appeared to be casual banter was, in fact, an inquiry into trivial matters, such as how he became acquainted with Penny. If given a choice, he would prefer to divulge nothing at all, even if he later embellished the tale. The crux of the matter was not the questions posed, but rather the penetrating gaze of Raoul. Although outwardly he seemed utterly unflawed and even amiable at first glance, the intensity of his scrutiny was disconcerting. Penny had returned to her own house table, and no sooner had she seated herself than those beside her eagerly approached to engage her. Ron leaned forward slightly, inquiring with curiosity, "Hey, Penny, I heard you ventured into Slytherin. Are they really, as people say, sitting in silence like puppets, eating their meals without a word?" As he continued, even he found himself chuckling. "Penny," she said with a frown, "I haven't seen anything like what you describe. Puppets, you say? Perhaps you've misheard. This is a divided house. It's not as though we've been fitted with puppet strings." "Oh, that sounds dreadful," Ron replied nonchalantly, though he seemed somewhat disheartened by the absence of the answer he desired. Penny chose to disregard him, feeling a gentle tap on her arm. Following the sensation, she turned to see Hermione, who blinked and whispered, "Penny, your brother. Oh, nothing happened between you two just now, did it?" She had indeed noticed Penny's pleading glance. But since it was her own brother who had taken her away, the reasoning seemed entirely justifiable. She had no grounds to intervene. Realizing Hermione had misconstrued the situation, Penny quickly waved her hands in reassurance. No, we were just playing around. There's no need to worry." She gave Hermione's shoulder a light pat for comfort. In the next moment, however, her hand lingered there naturally. Sensing something awry, Hermione furrowed her brow and instinctively asked, "What's wrong, Penny? Are you thinking of something?" "Hermione, how long do we have until curfew?" "About 2 hours or so." Penny, after listening, carefully picked up a piece of fish fillet wrapped in parchment, executing the entire series of actions with remarkable fluidity. Hermione, furrowing her brow, observed Penny's nimble movements and inquired, "What are you doing that for? Aren't you full?" No. Penny replied, simultaneously grabbing a cup of milk and lowering her voice. "I was too preoccupied with my meal and forgot to feed the cat." If Heidi were present at that moment, she would certainly correct Penny, saying, "That is not a cat. It is one she chose to care for herself." And Heidi was already quite pleased to assist her occasionally. She could hardly expect her to do so every time. Glancing at the dimming sky outside, Hermione instinctively remarked, "It's getting late. I should accompany you." No, Penny replied, having finished her preparations and rising to her feet. "What if I don't return? I might need your help." It would not do for both of them to be in trouble. At least one must remain behind. Penny harbored a thought, for if discovered, the penalty would fall solely upon her, sparing Hermione from the burden. Losing points for both would be quite unfortunate. "Goodbye, Hermione. I'm off." She waved her hand and hurried away, leaving only her retreating figure when Hermione finally registered what had happened. Hermione rose, uncertain whether to sit or to stand, ultimately feigning nonchalance as she resumed her meal. Simo, seated in the front left, cast a glance towards the direction Penny had dashed off to, where she had already vanished from sight. "Hey, Hermione, why did Penny rush off so eagerly?" "To feed her cat," Hermione replied casually, though her heart raced with anxiety. She hastily finished the meager remnants of her meal and departed, feeling she could not remain idle and wait. Why was she suddenly so anxious? Simo looked at her, then shifted his gaze to Harry and Ron, who merely shrugged, appearing equally perplexed. At that moment, someone casually suggested, Perhaps she went to feed her cat as well. It was not until Hermione reached the Gryffindor common room that she realized she was meandering about like a headless fly, torn between the desire to find Penny and the validity of her words. What if Penny truly needed her assistance upon her return? She anxiously paced in place, praying for Penny's safe return before curfew. Just emerging from the library, Theodore was on his way back to the dormitory when he fortuitously spotted Hermione standing alone. Why is she by herself? Normally, her presence is accompanied by someone else's shadow, he mused, his gaze darkening as a sense of unease settled within him, recalling previous events. He quickened his pace, feeling a surge of irritation. This inexplicable annoyance was resurfacing once more. He had barely traversed a distance of about half a minute when Hermione called out to him urgently from behind. "Hey, could you wait a moment?" Hermione appeared as if she were a drowning person who had just spotted a life buoy, her face aglow with joy as she hurried forward to block his path. Gasping for breath, she implored, "Theodore, please wait. I need your help with something. Are we really that familiar?" Theodore glanced at her and, as he brushed past, added quietly, "Also, please call me not next time." With that, he lifted his foot and continued on his way. His dismissive words struck Hermione like a heavy stone, leaving her head spinning. Was he naturally this cold, or had he consumed something bitter today? Were it not for their occasional encounters due to Penny, she would scarcely believe that Theodore could possess such a frigid demeanor. "Not to help me," Hermione shouted at his retreating figure. "It's about Penny. I'm worried she might be in danger." Only upon hearing the latter part of her plea did he halt his steps. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Hermione rushed forward to explain. "She went near the Forbidden Forest, and I'm concerned she might not return before curfew. I'm also worried she could be in trouble over there." Upon hearing this, Theodore's expression finally shifted. He regarded her with a profound gaze and softly replied, "I am not familiar with her either." "What? But she refers to you." Hermione responded incredulously, momentarily uncertain about her own assumptions. "That is between her and me. It has nothing to do with you." He seemed to contemplate something, then scoffed lightly. "You two are as close as sisters, yet now you're afraid?" "I am not." Hermione found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate her feelings to him. Before she could retort, Theodore casually interjected, "All right, it seems you two aren't as inseparable as you claim." This time, he did not linger, striding forward with purpose. Unlike before, Hermione refrained from pursuing him. Instead, she watched as his figure grew smaller in her sight, her eyes misting over with unshed tears. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, she hastily wiped them away. "It's nothing serious. It's not the first time." Most people were gathered in the Great Hall, and hardly any ghosts were seen along the way. The girl hurried down the corridor, vaguely concealing something in her arms. The few people who noticed her passing cast sidelong glances, but after a few seconds, they returned their gazes to their own affairs. It was not for any other reason, but simply due to the Gryffindor emblem adorning her attire. Had she been a student from another house, there might have been an air of significance, but seeing a Gryffindor in such a state was quite the ordinary occurrence. Penny swiftly dashed out of the castle, and indeed, the sky had already darkened. The outside world appeared even more foreboding, as if a ferocious beast might emerge at any moment. She raised her wand and deftly waved it, producing a flicker of light. Although she had yet to attend a proper spellcasting class and her interest in enchantments was rather tepid, there were a few practical spells she had taken the initiative to learn, for there are always critical moments when such knowledge is indispensable, like now. The high-powered flashlight had arrived, devoid of batteries, thus being environmentally friendly and hygienic, sparing the Earth additional burdens. Following the direction etched in her memory, after approximately 25 minutes, Penny arrived at the makeshift home she and Heidi had prepared for Shishi. Amidst a thicket of trees, she quickly spotted the yellow handkerchief they had used as a marker. Approaching, she parted the grass, revealing a rather rudimentary little nest within. Shishi was comfortably nestled in the nest, grooming its fur. Upon seeing Penny, the little creature showed no fear. Its large eyes blinked at her, seemingly welcoming her presence. Penny set down her belongings, carefully cradling Shishi in her arms as she settled on the grass. "Are you hungry, little one?" she asked, gently stroking its back. "I promise to remember to bring you food on time from now on, so you won't go hungry." Perhaps Shishi understood her words, for it nuzzled its head against her palm, eliciting a soft giggle from her. With her other hand, she picked up the nearby bottle of milk, opened it, and poured it into a small bowl she had prepared for the kitten. The milk was still warm, retaining a hint of heat that contrasted sharply with the chill of the Forbidden Forest and the evening breeze. She placed Shishi before the bowl, initially intending to prepare a sandwich beside it, but noticing the kitten's disinterest as it lapped up the milk, she quickly realized that Heidi had already visited earlier that evening. This little creature was quite the picky eater, if someone had provided it with a late-night snack. It must have been in bliss. The sandwich she carried was not an ordinary one. A typical kitten might not indulge, but Shishi was no ordinary cat, possessing naturally sharp teeth. Such insights were thanks to the manual Heidi had given her, which elaborated on the unique abilities and characteristics of spirit cats right on the first page. So this was the reason for her venture into the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 68, Midnight Cat Cuddles. A clear, crisp voice accompanied by footsteps gradually approached Penny. The sound emanated from behind her, not loud, but mingling with the howling wind outside the Forbidden Forest, rendering it all the more indistinct. Nevertheless, Penny caught the sound, and a chill ran down her spine as she stood frozen in place, too afraid to move. In the dead of night, one might wonder if even ghosts would dare to venture into such a desolate place. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Perhaps there was no sound at all, just the branches rustling in the wind. Casting a glance at the unperturbed Shishi beside her, her trepidation began to ebb. It is said that animals possess a heightened sense of awareness, and since Shishi showed no signs of alarm, she must have been overthinking. Yet, even if she weren't, turning around was not an option. As the old adage goes, a person harbors 3 flames within, turning around extinguishes one, regardless of superstitions. There are moments when one must heed such wisdom. Suddenly, she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder, causing her to spring up and scoot aside. Brandishing her wand and shouting with eyes tightly shut, "What on earth is that? Why does Hogwarts seem to be haunted all the time? All right, stop shouting. Do you want to attract everyone to our location?" At that moment, Penny's voice fell silent. Was that a human voice? Attempting to pry open her eyes, she found her vision still somewhat hazy, but she could discern a figure. In the next instant, she opened her eyes wide. The sight before her was Theodore, standing beside her, gazing down with an air of authority. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating half of his face, accentuating his striking features. He appeared as a noble youth, exuding an elegance that belied his age. Theodore knelt beside her and grasped her wrist, pulling her upright. Stealing a glance at her attire in the moonlight, he averted his gaze, slightly uncomfortable, and frowned. "Penny, you are a girl." "Of course, I know that," she replied nonchalantly, oblivious to any awkwardness, and with a cheerful smile. Asked, "But Theodore, what brings you here at such a late hour? You startled me. I thought I was seeing a ghost." After a few seconds of silence from him, she continued, "What are you looking at? Why won't you answer me?" He still did not look her way. Instinctively, she glanced down at herself and realized that her knee-length skirt had hiked up due to her earlier movements, exposing her thigh. "Merlin, how dreadful." Embarrassed, Penny quickly adjusted her skirt, relieved that it was not too short. Otherwise, the situation could have been quite scandalous. She continued, "Thank you for the reminder, Theodore. I will be more mindful next time." Her heart raced fiercely. Although the wind blew around them, it did little to dissipate the warmth on her cheeks. Theodore finally responded with a soft hum, allowing his gaze to settle on her. "Did you come here for it?" Not far away, Cece had already finished the milk in its little bowl and sat obediently beside them, its round, curious eyes observing the 2 individuals before it, tilting its head in a seemingly innocent manner. Penny quickly nodded twice and approached, cradling Cece in her arms while gently stroking its back, softly saying, "Indeed. I forgot to feed it, so I hurried over to bring it something to eat." She glanced at him and inquired, "But Theo, what brings you here?" Theodore replied with an expressionless demeanor, "I passed by while taking a stroll." Although it was a fib, Penny did not delve deeper, engrossed in petting Cece in her embrace. After a moment of quietude, she softly suggested, "Would you like to hold it? It's not an ordinary cat." Just gazing into its eyes was enough for Theodore to reach that conclusion. Penny, eager to respond before him, nodded and declared, "It's a magical creature. I have no choice but to keep it here." She continued, "Theo, please do not speak of this matter. Cece is so small. Without the protection of its family, it could easily be harmed in the Forbidden Forest." As he gazed into Cece's eyes, he became entranced, his ears resonating with Penny's earlier words. Without the protection of family, it might still thrive. Not so, Penny interjected with conviction. Each of us is born relying on our mother's body, receiving care from various sources since conception. The pain they endure to bring us into this world is already a form of protection. I believe no parent truly neglects their child, and Cece's parents must be the same. Upon hearing this, Theodore was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "It's rare to hear you speak such reasonable words. Family, how much of such a beautiful concept did he still possess? Surely, it could not compare to Penny, who seemed to have been happy since childhood." "What nonsense. I have always spoken with reason." Penny feigned annoyance, shooting him a glance before gently placing Cece back into its little nest. She murmured, "Cece, sister will take her leave for now. I'll come back to play with you tomorrow." "Sister?" Theodore raised an eyebrow with interest, seemingly intrigued by this term. "You seem quite fond of this little one." "Different species, what sort of sisterhood is that?" "Well, if it has no family, then I shall be its family. Kinship need not be solely by blood. It can also be something we create ourselves, right, Cece?" Penny affectionately nuzzled its cheek and turned to Theodore, asking, "Theo, would you like to be Cece's brother?" "No." Without the slightest hesitation, Theodore dismissed the notion. Cece, as if comprehending their conversation, softly called out toward Theodore. It not only looked like a cat, but also sounded remarkably similar to one. "Theo, are you really not considering it? I see that Cece quite likes you." Penny exerted herself, Yet deep within, she harbored quiet disdain. It seemed this cat, much like her, had a penchant for handsome faces. Indeed, one might say that a cat's character mirrors that of its owner. With little thought and scant interest, he rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and regarded her with a pointed gaze. Since you have finished feeding, do you not intend to leave? The curfew is fast approaching. Chapter 69. Do you dare to treat me? Oh, right. I'll be off. Penny swiftly gathered her belongings from the ground and waved goodbye to Shishi with a grin. See you tomorrow. She then rearranged the grass she had previously disturbed, ensuring that aside from a few fallen leaves, everything appeared as it had before. The two did not linger in the area for long, aware that the later it got, the more perilous the journey home would be. After a brief interval of 2 or 3 minutes, Theodore inquired, "How long do you plan to care for it?" Why was it that she could so effortlessly embrace matters that were unrelated to her, thus complicating her life unnecessarily? Clearly, she had no need to lift a finger. Affection and companionship would come her way regardless. Until I can no longer care for it, Penny replied nonchalantly, extending an unopened sandwich toward Theodore, softly adding, "Here, you haven't had dinner, have you? You should eat something." "How did you know?" Theodore furrowed his brow. "Draco told me," Penny replied, shaking the sandwich slightly. "Go on, eat. Even if you lack appetite, you must consume something. Otherwise, you'll starve." At this juncture, she lightly scoffed. Hogwarts doesn't even provide late-night snacks. I remember when this college was surrounded by a university town. Not only could food be delivered to our rooms, but even off-campus meals could be brought in, as long as our pockets were deep enough. On days without classes, one needn't even step out of their dorm to enjoy a meal. Perhaps I should have a word with the headmaster one of these days. Who knows? We might just establish that service? ISNT their suggestion box over there? It should allow for anonymity. No thanks, I'm not hungry. Reminded of a scene she had witnessed in the hall, she glanced at him, feigning indifference. Weren't you just enjoying yourself over in Slytherin? As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. They sounded rather like the complaints of a scorned lover. He quickly added with a smile, "What's this? Do you carry that because you think you'll be hungry later?" Penny shot him an impatient glare, muttering, "What are you talking about? You saw me eating in Slytherin and didn't even come over to greet me. Were you avoiding me?" Theodore found himself momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to respond, "No, I just found the scene rather annoying." She let out a soft huff and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, grasped his hand. Feeling the warm touch from his right hand, a sensation so intricate that it sent a shiver through his entire being. "What are you doing?" He instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, yet the force at his wrist compelled him to maintain his stance. Was this person endowed with innate strength? How could they possess such power? "Oh, don't move." Penny gently placed a sandwich into his palm, her tone earnest as she admonished, "You must eat. If you neglect nourishment, not only will your body suffer, but over time, it will be prone to illness. If you don't care for yourself, others will worry for you." She felt as though she had transformed into a well-meaning elder, tirelessly urging him to prioritize his health. Indeed, the transition to adulthood can occur in an instant. She and her mother seemed to mirror one another in their insistence on consuming vegetables. Theodore had never been as attentive to his own well-being as she was, her concern resonating deeply within him. He gently grasped the sandwich in his palm. The delicate hand that had once gripped his wrist had already released its hold. Yet the warmth lingered, a faint reminder of their earlier connection. "I understand." The two had now entered the school grounds, which appeared far more vibrant than their previous surroundings. Although their return was not particularly early, they managed to arrive before curfew. At this hour, only a few stragglers remained on the path. Penny quickly noticed Theodore's slightly reddened wrist and immediately recalled her earlier actions. Halting in her tracks, she awkwardly remarked, "Theo, your hand is all red. I'm really sorry. Let's forget about earlier. It must hurt, doesn't it?" At her reminder, Theodore lifted his hand to inspect his wrist, confirming her observation. Indeed, it bore a slight redness. "It's nothing," he replied truthfully. "It's merely a small mark." Such trivial matters paled in comparison to the significance of his lessons that day. "Are you brave enough to let me heal it?" Penny produced her wand, winking at him. "I've learned a few healing spells from Hermione, but I've never tried them. Would you let me give it a go?" Instinctively, Theodore withdrew his hand, his expression serious. "I wouldn't dare. After all, it was just a red mark. An improper use of a spell could lead to consequences beyond mere ineffectiveness. With good fortune, nothing might occur, but with bad luck, it could worsen." Penny bashfully touched her nose, realizing she had been rather reckless in her suggestion. "So, about your hand," she continued, "if we're being serious, it's just a mark. But if we're not, it's still a mess of my making." She hesitated, wanting to say more, when Theodore suddenly halted, causing Penny to bump into his back. Wincing as she clutched her nose. Thankfully, it was still intact. That thought echoed in her mind. "Ouch! Theo, why did you stop so abruptly?" She lamented with a hint of grievance. The sharp impact caused her eyes to well with tears, the mist swirling in her gaze. Sniffling, she stifled the tears with determination. Theodore instinctively reached out to check on her, his right hand hovering momentarily in the air, but ultimately he refrained from approaching. Instead, he withdrew his wand from his robe and gently waved it, uttering, "Heal as before." Penny stared in astonishment as the pain on her nose diminished to the point of vanishing. "Theo, that's the very spell I mentioned. You can use it too," she exclaimed in surprise. Without responding to her, Theodore turned his head slightly and said softly, "The common room of your college is just ahead." They were at the junction of the two colleges, and following his gaze, Penny indeed spotted the familiar entrance to her common room not far away. It dawned on her that Theodore had halted suddenly because she had not been paying attention to the path. Chapter 70, Encounter with a Cat. Oh, Penny rubbed her nose, which no longer throbbed as it had moments ago. She lowered her hand and involuntarily glanced at Theodore's wrist, admonishing him, "If you can use it, remember to use it on yourself. It still looks quite painful." Theodore found this amusing, yet felt a wave of warmth in his heart. It had been a long time since someone had shown him such straightforward concern. Meeting her gaze, he awkwardly turned his head away, nodding slightly as a form of acknowledgement. Almost immediately after seeing his assent, Penny transformed from her previous cloud of gloom to a radiant smile, even feeling a slight alleviation of her guilt. Then it settled. She declared as she walked towards the Gryffindor common room, waving her hand generously. "I'll take my leave now. Thank you for choosing to accompany me tonight. Good night. Farewell." After watching her enter the common room, he softly added to himself, "Good night." He turned towards his own common room, where he soon spotted Kevin supervising the late returning students from a distance. "Next time, remember to come back early. The password will change soon," he advised a first-year student with practiced ease. During this period, he had been alone. Slytherin actually had two prefects. One was Kevin, and the other was a girl from his year whom Theodore had only seen once. He had heard she was away at another school for an exchange program. A single word could describe her: ambitious. Just as he was watching a student enter, he turned and happened to catch sight of Theodore approaching. He recognized him, though not very well. He knew he was a boy who enjoyed reading in quiet places, who was not particularly talkative, yet never caused him any concerns regarding the rules. This was the first time he had seen him return just as the curfew was approaching. "Nate, it is quite rare to see you return at such a late hour. Have you encountered something intriguing?" Kevin remarked with a light chuckle. Unlike others who exuded an air of arrogance at first glance, he preferred to cultivate friendships with individuals as serene as a tranquil lake, as they appeared to possess greater intellect. Ordinarily, Theodore would have dismissed such overtures with indifference or feigned politeness, yet today he paused in his stride. A smile graced his lips as he replied, "Indeed, roll. I happened upon a cat on my way back today, which delayed me for a while." "A cat?" Kevin pondered the remark only briefly, as Hogwarts was replete with students who kept pets. He continued, "Well, if you truly fancy it, you might as well bring it back to the house. I doubt our college is so stringent as to prohibit even a cat." "You are correct." Theodore adjusted his demeanor and added, "But I fear that bringing it back unannounced would cause the owner some distress." As he spoke, he cast a casual glance in Kevin's direction. Kevin blinked in surprise, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his chest, yet replied, "Perhaps you are right." After a slight nod, Theodore turned and made his way inside. This was not someone easily swayed by mere camaraderie, Kevin mused, his only thought at that moment. He maintained his impeccably charming smile until the space before him was vacant, at which point it gradually faded, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glint. He then turned and entered the Slytherin common room. The curfew had arrived. Penny practically dashed into the common room. It was a short walk from Slytherin's quarters, yet the Gryffindor common room was a considerable distance away. Percy stood inside, pen and paper in hand, diligently recording the names of latecomers. It was known that he was Ron's older brother. Indeed, his hair color made their familial connection evident. They all shared the same distinctive red hair and freckles, a well-known hallmark of the Weasley family appearance. "Hello, Percy, it's been a while." Penny greeted him with a smile, her steps quietly veering towards the dormitory. Percy glanced up, taking a brief look at her before returning to his notes, muttering, "Hi, Penny. Do be careful next time. I won't overlook your tardiness just because you're adorable. Flattery will get you nowhere," Penny thought to herself, clearing her throat as she stood upright and stated earnestly, "Oh, no. Percy, you've misunderstood. I was genuinely greeting you and not merely justifying my late return." "Quite the contrary," she silently added. "Isn't that the truth?" "Oh, I must have overthought that. Let it be a one-time exception. I'll pretend I didn't see you this time, but please don't share this with anyone else, or else otherwise. More individuals will undoubtedly come to him seeking favors in the future, as he is determined to be an unyielding and just prefect." Before Percy could finish his thoughts, Penny rushed forward and shook his hand, her face beaming with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you. You are truly the finest prefect I've encountered, second only to my brother. Goodbye, and do take care to rest early." Percy found himself swept up in her exuberance, chuckling to himself as she disappeared down the path toward the dormitory. The first-year students these days are indeed a peculiar bunch. He recalled how earlier that day, a curly-haired girl had approached him, imploring him to wait for those returning late. Under the pretense of concern for their safety, it struck him as odd since late returns among their house's students were quite rare. They either did not return at all or came back late with the headmaster's assistance, leaving no room for anyone to simply stroll in. With a bit of bravado, one could easily spend the night anywhere within Hogwarts. As Penny was about to enter the dormitory, she noticed the door swing open, and Hermione nearly burst forth from within. "Penny?" Hermione exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her tightly. "I regret my earlier hesitations. If you ever plan to venture to any perilous places again, please take me along." She wished to confront challenges alongside her friends rather than endure the torment of indecision alone. "It's all right, Hermione," Penny gently reassured her. Once they were both inside the room, Penny set down her belongings and continued, "See, I'm perfectly fine. I truly appreciate your concern. It brings me joy. Next time, I'll take you to meet Whiskers. He's incredibly gentle. He wasn't frightened at all when Theo visited today." Chapter 71, Impossible to Awaken. Those who claim he is highly aggressive seem oblivious to the fact that he is far gentler than some house cats. Penny silently championed Whiskers in her thoughts, completely unaware of Hermione's subtle discomfort. What about Theo? Theodore not. Hermione pondered Penny's earlier words, her brow furrowed, as her once bright eyes grew clouded with contemplation. Hadn't Theo said he wouldn't assist? No, he hadn't outright declined. He merely suggested they weren't close. Was that really the case? She believed she had understood his meaning at the time, which prompted her to seek out Percy for help. Now what was happening? "Penny," Hermione called out, her voice strained. Penny replied softly, placing her belongings down and looking at her. "What is it, Hermione?" "I'm listening." Hermione cleared her throat, not bothering to conceal her feelings. "Penny, I truly believe Theodore not has a genuine fondness for you. Initially, I instinctively wanted to call out the name Theodore, but my mind involuntarily recalled his previous words. Next time, please call me Nate. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been splashed upon me, jolting me into clarity. Isn't that quite normal?" Penny remarked nonchalantly. "Theo is inherently a good person. He simply isn't fond of conversation, yet he is quite amiable towards others." Hermione almost let slip the thoughts swirling in her mind. Whether he was a good person was something she could not conclude at present, but she was absolutely certain that he did not treat everyone in the same manner. This was evident from the titles they used. Even Draco and his clique, who often walked alongside him, merely referred to him as Nate, while he allowed Penny to call him Theo. She attempted to voice her thoughts. "Have you not noticed any difference in the way he treats you? That late at night. Did he mention what he was doing in the Forbidden Forest?" The forest is so vast, she merely stated she was near it, without specifying a particular location. How could it be so coincidental that they crossed paths? Upon hearing her words, Penny fell silent, her gaze dropping as she contemplated for a moment before continuing. "He said he was going for a walk, so it must have been just that." Hermione, what's wrong?" Penny observed Hermione standing there with a roll of her eyes before heading straight to her bed to lie down. "It's nothing. I find myself more inclined to sleep now." How could this person's mind be so unyielding? She usually appeared quite sharp, yet at this moment, she seemed as if a giant had smashed her head in. With that, she swiftly turned off her lamp and lay down, seemingly genuinely tired, without uttering a word. It was not surprising that Penny had not thought of anything else. They were merely 11 or 12-year-old children, after all. "All right then, you can sleep. I'll keep my voice down so as not to disturb you." Lying in bed, Hermione suddenly inquired, "It's quite late. Aren't you going to tidy up before resting? Do you have anything else planned?" "I haven't finished writing in my diary. Besides, I'm not sleepy yet, so I might as well write," Penny replied as she pulled out a chair and sat down. Looking as if she were engaged in a late-night battle against the clock, Hermione fell silent, the weariness gradually enveloping her, and before long, she succumbed to slumber. When she awoke once more, she realized how misguided she had been not to insist that Penny retire earlier the previous night. She simply could not be roused. In the past, she would at least respond when called, yet now, there was no reaction whatsoever. Had it not been for the gentle shaking that caused Penny to roll over and continue sleeping, Hermione might have thought her unwell. This morning, they had charms class, their first genuine foray into the spells of the magical world. By the time Hermione arrived with Penny, the classroom was already filled with a good number of students. "Oh, dear," she thought. Hermione let out a sigh, grappling with her choice of seat. She longed to occupy the front row. However, Penny had yet to fully awaken and would undoubtedly succumb to slumber the moment she settled at the desk. If discovered by the teacher, it might result in yet another parchment of essay assignments. Reluctantly, she took Penny to sit at the back. This decision, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in merely 2 or 3 seconds. As anticipated, Penny practically fell asleep the moment she plopped down. Shortly thereafter, as Harry and Ron entered and made their way toward them, they happened to glimpse the slumbering figure beside Hermione. Without a shadow of doubt, they quickly recognized it was Penny, pausing momentarily beside their table. "Hermione, what did Penny do last night?" Harry asked, his voice unmodulated. Yet it failed to rouse the sleeping girl, who remained utterly still. Hermione sighed in resignation, She mentioned she couldn't sleep, and this morning she simply couldn't get up. I must ensure she doesn't stay up late before a morning class again. Ron stifled a chuckle. That does sound like her style. So cool. Oh no, be serious, Ron. This is far from cool, Hermione replied earnestly. It's nothing short of a disaster. A calamity of mutual torment for the both of us. They stood there, and it was clear that Harry was the one most eager for Penny to awaken. That way, he wouldn't have to face the situation alone. Harry quickly attempted to alleviate the tension. So that's why you're sitting back here? I remember you usually sit much closer to the front. Indeed. Her presence was a constant fixture in the front row. Hermione nodded and fell silent. Today would likely be her sole instance of attending class from the back. Now, even Harry appeared troubled, surveying the classroom surroundings. The classroom was arranged not in pairs, but with a central aisle, with seats on either side connected together. If you're comfortable, you could sit up front. Penny can be looked after by Ron and me, Harry suggested earnestly, his face reflecting sincerity. Just as Hermione hesitated, a derisive snort echoed from behind. I say, Potter, if you wish to get closer to the girl, just admit it instead of feigning nobility. Do you think being the savior will make her sleep sounder? Draco strode over in their direction, flanked by Goyle, Crabbe, and Theodore. Theodore, accompanying them, chose not to engage in their altercation. Casting a glance at the still sleeping Penny, he discreetly settled into a seat at the front, opening his textbook, exuding an air of indifference. He had no desire to engage in such meaningless disputes. Draco was already accustomed to his behavior and remained silent, concentrating solely on Harry. What nonsense are you spouting, Malfoy? Harry's face flushed crimson, perhaps out of anger or embarrassment from Draco's earlier remark, nearly matching the hue of Ron's hair. Don't be shy. Potter, our head boy hopes I can take good care of his sister. If you have feelings for her, you ought to speak up soon. Draco teased unabashedly, while his companions, Crabbe and Goyle, snickered behind him. After all, no one would bother to verify the truth of his words. In a corner unnoticed, Theodore paused briefly in his reading before resuming, his demeanor unchanged and unremarkable. Hermione found herself in a quandary. Although she had scarcely met Kevin, she could ascertain that a person like him would never easily entrust his precious sister to another's care. Yet, Draco's unwavering certainty suggested that there might be some truth to his words. Get lost, Malfoy, Ron hissed from the side, clearly intent on shielding Harry. Draco shot him a glare, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. You dare speak to me like that, you shameless Weasley? You all are so loud, Penny groaned. Rubbing her eyes as she sat up, her vision blurry. Breathing deeply, she reopened her eyes, only to find a throng gathered around her. What is going on? Is there an audience for my slumber? She had wondered why it was so noisy while she tried to sleep. Feeling as if the entire world was on the brink of catastrophe, she had not slept enough. Good morning, everyone. What are you doing? She looked around, somewhat bewildered, glancing at Hermione beside her, before her gaze settled on someone in front of her. Why does that person look so familiar? No one could definitively answer Penny's question, and the commotion eventually ceased with the unexpected arrival of Professor Flitwick. Even after class began, Penny remained somewhat dazed and leaned closer to Hermione, whispering, What were you all doing just now? Hermione cast a glance at Professor Flitwick, who stood at the front, taking attendance. He appeared almost elf-like, due to his diminutive stature, standing precariously atop a stack of books to ensure that the students in the back could see his face. Had she not known better, Hermione would hardly believe he was the head of Ravenclaw House. She leaned in and whispered, You were sleeping, and I couldn't bring you to the front. Harry and the others came over, saying they wanted to look after you. However, Malfoy overheard this and began to mock Harry from a distance, and soon after, you woke up. She attempted to recount the recent events in the briefest manner possible. Penny, who had attentively listened to Hermione's account, promptly declared, Then what are you still doing here? Turning her head forward, she noticed an empty seat beside Ron in the front row. With excitement, Penny pointed in that direction and whispered, Hey, look over there, Hermione, their SA seat. This was indeed the last row. What about you? She certainly could not leave Penny alone in this spot. Me? Penny glanced around, noting that there was only one seat beside the person in front. And then there were more seats ahead near Draco and his group. Adhering to the principle of never seeking distant options when closer ones were available, Penny cast a glance towards that direction, indicating her willingness to sit there. Before Hermione could respond, Penny had already gathered her belongings, lowered her head, and made her way to the seat. Once seated, she turned her head, waving to Hermione, signaling her to come over quickly. Hermione's gaze darted between Penny and the person beside her, but ultimately, she murmured her thanks and departed with her books. It appeared that Penny was still unaware of who was seated next to her, yet if it were Penny, there would likely be no significant issue. Professor Flitwick, being a most amiable instructor, did not exhibit anger when he saw students moving about in his class. Rather, he praised her enthusiasm for learning. After all, she was walking towards the front and not retreating. Seeing Hermione seated in the eagerly anticipated front row brought a smile to Penny's face. This was how it should be. One ought to pursue what they desire. Glancing sideways, she softly spoke. Hello, classmate. My name is Penny Rowell. I hope you don't mind, Theo. Theodore met her gaze, suggesting that he had already been watching her as she confidently took her place. What do you think? He responded vaguely, then shifted his attention back to the front. Hermione had boldly walked over, drawing numerous gazes, and now several individuals were looking their way. He did not appreciate being scrutinized so often. Had I known it was you, I would have felt much more at ease. Penny cradled her head in her hands, glancing at him sideways, and softly remarked, I was worried that the person in front of me might not appreciate having someone sit beside him, which would make me feel quite embarrassed. You still feel embarrassed? Theodore did not look at her, his gaze fixed on Professor Flitwick. One could tell without looking that Penny's expression was undoubtedly compelling. Penny pouted in silence. Her eyes filled with indignation as she gazed at his profile. The youth's fair complexion was kissed by soft sunlight, and his dark gray hair shimmered gently in the light. Beneath a pair of elegantly arched brows lay tranquil blue-gray eyes, reminiscent of a serene lake, exuding an air of noble coolness that surrounded him. In light of his attractive appearance, one might endure his incessant chatter. Miss Roll, has Miss Roll arrived for class? Professor Flitwick, standing at the front, made an effort to leap slightly, trying to ascertain whether there were any students obscured from his view. Penny, engrossed in her thoughts, had momentarily failed to hear Professor Flitwick's call. Suddenly jolted back to reality, she instinctively raised her hand and replied, Professor, I'm over here. The professor scrutinized her for a moment before nodding appreciatively. Chapter 73, You Must Depart. Ah, so it is you. I have heard of you. Professor Flitwick said with a congenial smile, adjusting his spectacles as if wishing to examine the person before him more closely. Really? Penny furrowed her brow in contemplation, biting her lower lip, feeling a touch embarrassed as she said, Professor, I haven't been causing any trouble lately. At least, I hope not. A sense of guilt lingered in her voice. Was it possible that her recent antics had indeed been observed by the teachers, even if unspoken? This latter thought was quietly appended by Penny, hoping that aside from Theodore, no one else could hear, especially not the professor at the front. As she spoke, the entire class erupted in laughter, and numerous unfamiliar eyes turned towards her. Even Theodore felt the weight of those gazes. He cast a disdainful glance at the onlookers, then turned his attention to the window. Penny acutely sensed this shift in atmosphere. Professor Flitwick quickly waved his hand and chuckled. No, dear child. Your brother was once my student as well. He was one of my favorites in his time. Kevin Roll must be your brother, correct? As more and more eyes focused on her, Penny, recalling the person beside her, felt a pang of urgency. Yes, Professor. I often hear my brother speak highly of your teaching. Let us discuss this after class. Please continue with the roll call. Oh, is that so? Splendid. Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with delight. Had it not been for the presence of so many students, he might have swooned with joy. To be remembered fondly by such an exceptional student was the pinnacle of a teacher's happiness. As Professor Flitwick resumed his lesson, the attention of the class gradually shifted away from them. Penny gently tugged at his robe, apologizing, Theo, if someone bothers you again, do let me know, and I'll make them leave. I'm sorry. She hadn't intended to attract so much attention. She was aware that Theo was not one to relish the spotlight. Noticing his silence, Penny retracted slightly, gathering her belongings. It seemed he was indeed upset. Perhaps it was best to avoid lingering by his side and aggravating him further. Perceptively sensing her discomfort, Theo turned his head slightly and remarked, You should leave. This was not a question, but a definitive statement. Uncertain of the reasons, Penny felt an inexplicable conviction that if she were to leave today, she would never again be able to maintain her friendship with Theodore. She promptly opened her textbook, placing her quill atop it, and with a flutter of her eyelashes declared, Absolutely not. Who said such things? Those are mere rumors. If you want me to stay, I will certainly remain here. So you are no longer upset? Theodore's expression momentarily faltered at her words, but quickly returned to normal. He cast a sidelong glance at Penny and casually remarked, I was never angry with you. It is merely the gazes of others that I detest. Penny chuckled softly, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she responded, That is a relief. She sighed inwardly, grateful that children could still be so easily appeased. Children, today we shall learn a fundamental spell, Professor Flitwick announced, producing his wand and demonstrating to Harry by waving it over the feather before him. Observe closely like this. A flick and a swish, and then pronounce the incantation accurately. Remember, it must be pronounced with precision and levitation charm. All eyes in the room were fixated upon the feather that began to levitate, eliciting a wave of astonishment. This was indeed the first spell they had learned in earnest. The feather, which had been resting steadily on Harry's desk, rose gracefully into the air within mere seconds, lingering for a moment before gently descending back down. Professor Flitwick spread his hands towards the students, urging them eagerly, Now, children, give it a try. Remember, a flick and a swish. And be clear when you recite the incantation. No sooner had he finished speaking than students began to attempt the spell in earnest, while Professor Flitwick maintained his vantage point from the front, allowing him to observe more of the students. Even Theodore took out his wand, save for Penny. What are you doing? Theodore frowned, watching as Penny unusually opened her textbook and meticulously searched for something. Her serious demeanor momentarily made him question whether he had misheard Professor Flitwick's instructions. After several moments of turning pages, Penny dejectedly presented her textbook to Theodore. Pointing to a specific passage, "Look here." She then rested her head on her hands and sighed heavily. This is definitely about a brother. Theodore skeptically took the book. Glancing at the section she had indicated, a subtle smile playing on his lips. It read, "Pay attention in class. Do not attempt to be lazy. There are no shortcuts to mastering spells." Penny glowered at the words on the page, reluctantly picking up her wand. "It's just a spell. I am certain I can master it." She rolled up her sleeves, brimming with determination, yet her wand remained motionless in her hand. After a brief pause, she tilted her head towards Theodore and forced a smile, inquiring, "Theodore, what was that spell Professor Flitwick just recited?" "I've forgotten." While others had arrived with great enthusiasm, she felt as though she were facing an ominous threshold. Theodore, seemingly unperturbed by the situation, waved his wand at the feather resting before him. As the feather floated approximately 10 centimeters above the table, it gently descended back to its original position. Penny's eyes brightened with curiosity as she leaned closer to the table. Whispering in astonishment, "Did you master it so quickly? That's impressive." She was almost certain that the feather's ascent was entirely his doing. Otherwise, it would have succumbed to gravity and plummeted, rather than gracefully returning to rest. Theodore replied nonchalantly, "I had learned a bit before. This was one of the most fundamental spells in their textbook, and his father had introduced him to a variety of knowledge at an early age." "Oh, we have our first student to successfully cast this spell, Miss Granger. For your cleverness, I shall award an extra point to Gryffindor." Chapter 74, You Are Just as Exceptional. Professor Flitwick, standing at the front, applauded Hermione, and soon the entire class joined in a chorus of cheers. "You clearly performed it even earlier. I witnessed it myself." Penny lamented, perhaps one of the few not clapping, despite the accolades directed towards her best friend. "Why don't you speak up? You are just as talented." She glanced at the boy beside her, her expression filled with a sense of injustice on his behalf. And so, Theodore cast a calm glance in her direction, stating that it held no significance for him. He never engaged in actions devoid of meaning. He observed Penny, whose face was flushed with indignation, and found her demeanor somewhat amusing. One might mistakenly believe she was displeased because the teacher had overlooked her talents. Theodore waved his wand once more, this time allowing the feather to soar higher, successfully capturing Professor Flitwick's attention. "My goodness, another student has managed to cast it. The new freshmen are truly remarkable this year." It was evident that Professor Flitwick was genuinely thrilled, nearly dropping his book in his excitement. Fortunately, he quickly steadied himself by grasping a nearby chair, averting a potential mishap. Adjusting his glasses for a clearer view, he instinctively asked, "Miss Rowell, did you perform this spell?" "No, Professor Flitwick, you are mistaken," Penny replied with a smile, gesturing towards Theodore. It was Theodore not who executed that spell. Only then did Professor Flitwick follow her gaze, settling his eyes on the cool, composed boy beside her. Not just him, but many classmates turned their attention to the source of the commotion. "Congratulations, Mr. Knott. Slytherin shall bestow upon you a point for your cleverness." Professor Flitwick applauded in celebration, and Penny quickly followed suit, her face radiant with joy. At last, it was not as suffocating as before. "You seem even happier than I am," Theodore remarked with a hint of resignation. Raising his gaze, he spotted Draco and his companions turning to look at them. The two parties stood in opposition, and Draco was the first to speak. "Not, next time. Cast your spell earlier so that the curly-haired Gryffindor doesn't seize the opportunity." Rather than allowing Hermione to be the first, he would much prefer not to take that honor, for at least he was a student of their own house. "Hey, Draco. Hermione hasn't done anything to you. Why give her a nickname?" Penny crossed her arms, frowning, her displeasure directed at Draco. If she didn't appear so much shorter than him, Draco would almost believe she was not a classmate of his year, but rather an aunt several years his senior lecturing him. In an instant, Draco recalled the earlier moniker of Peacock, concerned that she might recklessly utter that nickname. He curled his lip and scoffed, "Mind your own business." With that, he hastily turned away, refusing to look at her any longer. "Who cares about you?" Penny made a face at his retreating figure, unaware that Theodore observed the entire exchange. Once she composed herself, she realized Theodore had been watching her closely the whole time. For some reason, that gaze filled her with an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if she had been caught cheating, with tiny, prickling sensations stabbing at her back and neck, rendering her quite uncomfortable. "This is ridiculous. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" she stammered. Theodore's eyes fell upon the wand resting on the table, and he remarked casually, "You haven't tried that spell yet." During this time, he had been pondering why he often felt his emotions slipping from his grasp whenever he encountered Penny. He disliked this feeling of lack of control, yet he had yet to discern the reason behind it. It seemed that even Penny herself was not entirely aware of it. "You mean the spell?" Penny grimaced, reluctantly lifting her wand and waving it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time flew by, yet the feather on the table remained virtually motionless. Penny awkwardly touched her nose, justifying herself. This must be an accident. Spells require practice, and you surely failed many times when you first learned them. Twice, Theodore replied softly. She was taken aback by this comment and asked, "What do you mean, twice?" "I succeeded on the second attempt when learning this spell. This is not a particularly challenging incantation. One might even say it is quite fundamental." In other words, has she just squandered her only opportunity for failure? Penny chuckled awkwardly, her gaze on the feather now tinged with seriousness. "I do not expect you to soar. At the very least, I hope you can move. Remaining utterly still is rather disrespectful." She silently wished, taking a deep breath, and once more waved her wand. Before she could even complete the incantation, a sudden explosion echoed throughout the classroom. Startled by the sound, Penny instinctively recoiled, and upon regaining her composure, she turned to Theodore and exclaimed, "I haven't even finished the spell yet. Look over there." Theodore silently pointed in another direction. Following his finger, Penny quickly spotted Simon, once again transformed into a frizz of chaos, and couldn't help but light a candle for him in her thoughts. Poor child. But how is it that he manages to endure explosions daily yet remains so resilient? The loud noise drew the attention of everyone present, though it seemed rather presumptuous. Penny couldn't resist saying, "If it's Simon, then everything that just transpired makes complete sense. Forget about others, focus on your spell. The objective of this lesson is to master the incantation. If you fail to do so, Flitwick will not continue teaching in the next class." "I understand," Penny replied with a hint of melancholy in her glance. Continuing, "I will diligently study this spell." With that, she picked up her wand for the third time. Imitating his earlier motions, Chapter 75, "I'll do as you say." The feather quivered slightly, rising a couple of centimeters before promptly falling back down. Penny, intrigued by the scene before her, leaned over her desk, blinking in surprise. "Look, Theo, it just floated up. This is truly miraculous. It seems that when casting spells, one should not be overly deliberate. A casual approach may yield even better results." Theodore's gaze remained fixed on the feather before Penny, unwavering. While this spell is not particularly difficult, achieving success in such a playful manner within 2 attempts is indeed rare. You can experiment with the spell further. It seems well suited for you. She possesses this talent. Must one always act on what is suitable? Penny twirled her wand in her hand, treating it like a pen, casually stating, "I only wish to do what I love. Everyone desires that. Yet not everyone is as fortunate as you." Theodore regarded her with a deep gaze, thereafter falling silent. Time passed, and Penny quietly murmured beside him, "You can do it too, just like me." However, Theodore appeared oblivious, offering no response. His eyes trained on his book, as if he had retreated into his own world. Like me? Such rights were likely stripped away at the moment of birth. He chuckled to himself in self-mockery. Indeed, was it not his insatiable greed that led to this? As soon as class ended, Theodore gathered his belongings and rose to depart. Penny perceived that his mood seemed rather dismal, yet she refrained from calling out to him. She was oblivious to the cause of his discontent. What good would it do to stop him? She sauntered ahead, greeting Professor Flitwick, only to discover that Harry and Ron were already prepared to leave, while Hermione remained seated, scribbling away. "Class has ended, Hermione. Are we not leaving?" she inquired, casually perched on her desk, casting a sidelong glance at Hermione. "Oh, just a moment," Hermione replied, glancing up briefly to ascertain who was speaking before resuming her writing. As she had predicted, in no time, she had completed her task. "I managed to jot down everything the professor said, Penny. I dare say I will master this spell." Professor Flitwick, standing nearby, beamed with pride at her words. "You are indeed a diligent child. We have many like you in Ravenclaw." "Ah, of course, he himself was the head of Ravenclaw." Hermione blushed slightly, and, feeling a bit bashful, nodded to him. "Thank you for your praise, Professor Flitwick." Penny sat on the desk, book in hand, absent-mindedly swinging her legs in silence. Hermione, while tidying up, cast a worried glance at her. "Penny, is something the matter? You appear rather downcast." In truth, nothing significant had occurred. She replied nonchalantly. Professor Flitwick raised his eyes to glance at her, kindly asking, "Have you had a quarrel with a friend, young Raoul? What should you do if you inadvertently upset a friend?" Penny glanced at the two in front of her and added, "Even now, I cannot fathom the reason. Children these days are indeed difficult to read, is it not?" Hermione inquired tentatively, her surprise evident upon receiving Penny's affirmative response. Could it be that someone like Nott could harbor anger towards Penny? She had assumed he possessed boundless tolerance towards her. "Young Raoul, sometimes it may not be that you have upset him. It could be that something you said or did reminded him of a previous unpleasant experience. And it may not necessarily be your fault," Professor Flitwick observed, growing increasingly fond of Penny, who was entirely different from her brother. Though her brother was intelligent, his demeanor lacked the warmth and vivacity that Penny exhibited. He appeared more like a solitary figure, despite the smile that graced his face whenever they met. The girl before him seemed far more approachable. "Indeed, Penny, do not dwell on it," Hermione consoled. "Trust me, No one could dislike you. At least, I have yet to discover anyone who does. She gently placed her hand over Penny's and solemnly nodded in reassurance. Penny beamed at her, exclaiming, "Thank you, Hermione." She then glanced at the professor, who was tidying up, and waved her hand with a smile, adding, "And thank you as well, Professor Flitwick. You're most welcome. By the way, little Penny, you mentioned how your brother spoke of me earlier. Could you elaborate?" His face was alight with anticipation, and were it not for his spectacles, one might have imagined stars sparkling in his eyes. Ahem. Penny cleared her throat twice, casting a discreet plea for help towards Hermione, before continuing. "My brother said that you teach exceptionally well and expressed a hope that I might also be taught by you. Isn't that a delightful coincidence?" Seizing the moment before Professor Flitwick could respond, she added, "Professor, it is already lunchtime. We must go eat, and you should take a well-deserved rest. You must be feeling quite weary. Wouldn't you agree, Hermione?" Hermione, catching the cue, promptly rose and nodded, saying, "Indeed, Professor Flitwick. You must take good care of yourself. We shall take our leave now." With that, she waved farewell, pulling Penny along as they exited. It was only after they had departed that Professor Flitwick nodded appreciatively, remarking, "Today's first-year students are truly polite, aren't they? But isn't it still only 10 in the morning?" As they stepped outside, the two girls exhaled deeply, as if liberated. While walking, Hermione chuckled, "I imagine your previous words were entirely fabricated. Those cannot possibly be Kevin's own words," she thought with certainty. "Absolutely," Penny replied with a wink. "After all, I was merely flattering him. If the professor were to verify with my brother, he is clever enough to cover for me and ensure I don't get caught." "You seem quite adept at this sort of thing," Hermione said, a hint of envy in her voice. To this, Penny merely nodded in acknowledgement. "I'll take you to see the fun side of things, hee. Besides, it's still early," Penny suggested, noticing Hermione's hesitation. She continued, "There's no rush with studies. We must learn to balance work and relaxation to achieve the greatest results." Hermione was amused by her words and gently tapped her on the head, saying, "Fine, I'll follow your lead. You have the best ideas." Chapter 76, Not a Word of It. Penny chuckled, and, lifting her gaze, spotted two familiar figures ahead. Squinting, she pointed and asked, "Hermione, isn't that Harry and Ron over there? Let's go greet them." Seeing that Penny's mood had improved, Hermione couldn't bring herself to refuse and nodded, "All right. But it's just a brief hello." In agreement, they hurried towards the boys, but just as Penny was about to call out, she heard Ron loudly complaining. "No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. I can't fathom how such a wonderful person like Penny is friends with her. I dare say that Petunia must have silently berated her numerous times, for her presence is indeed a veritable nightmare. I suspect she is acutely aware that, apart from Petunia, she possesses no other friends. Only someone with such a magnanimous disposition as Petunia would be willing to endure her." She vented her grievances towards Harry without a hint of awareness of the two figures behind her. Harry, on the other hand, remained silent, merely walking alongside her in quiet companionship. Petunia instinctively turned to Hermione and stated, "I swear I have never spoken of such things." Her words acted like a spark, igniting the simmering indignation within Hermione, causing her neck and cheeks to flush a vivid crimson. With her head bowed and her books clutched tightly to her chest, she averted her gaze from Petunia and stammered, "Oh, I know, thank you. But I believe I need to find a place to collect myself. Rest assured, I shall be fine. I must take my leave now." By the end of her statement, her voice trembled with the threat of tears. Petunia felt a pang of compassion and longed to embrace her, yet Hermione quickly outpaced her, hurrying away with her books. In her haste, she forcefully collided with Ron's shoulder, eliciting an involuntary yelp of pain from him, which gradually subsided as he recognized the identity of his assailant. "Hermione," Petunia called out, reaching out in an attempt to grasp her, only to find that fate had other plans. "Very well, let her take her time to regroup. I surmise she must have heard me." Harry observed Hermione's retreating figure, remarking that the situation had become quite apparent. There was no need for conjecture. The truth was readily discernible. Petunia slowly approached their side and cast a frosty glance at the two, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Ron, displeased. "Ron, your words were truly excessive just now. You must understand that your actions will deeply hurt Hermione. Children, in their innocence, often know only to vent their emotions without regard for others." Petunia sighed inwardly and continued, "You ought to apologize to Hermione. She does not wish to oppose you, only to assist you. Perhaps her methods and tone were misguided." "How would you know?" Ron, nestled behind Harry, shrank back, muttering, "You are in cahoots with her and will undoubtedly defend her. Of course, without her, I would likely be expelled within 3 days of the term's start." Petunia, resigned, raised her hands in exasperation. She had laid her cards on the table. She was a social butterfly, and she could not thrive without friends. "Remember to apologize to Hermione. Otherwise, I shall inform your brother Percy and have him deal with you." Were Ron not standing, he would have nearly jumped with agitation, exclaiming, "No, why must you involve Percy? If he finds out, it is tantamount to our mother knowing." If she learns, I am finished. Making a girl sad will surely result in a scathing letter from her. He added, I fear my brother discovering my mischief. Petunia offered a bittersweet smile, memories of the past flooding her mind. The past is indeed a painful memory to revisit. Suddenly, she found herself immobilized, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. The words of Professor Flitwick echoed in her mind. Sometimes, it is not your actions that anger others, but rather something you say that triggers a recollection. Penny stood rooted, softly murmuring to herself. Beside her, Ron's complexion turned as pale as freshly painted white, and he swallowed nervously, inquiring, What's wrong? I didn't say anything about you. Don't be upset too. Otherwise, I might receive 2 letters of complaint. There was also the possibility that her Slytherin brother would come charging in to settle the score, which would be a calamity in itself. Thank you for the reminder. I must remember to apologize to Hermione, or else I would certainly report you. Penny waved her hand at the 2 of them and said, I'll be on my way now, goodbye. With that, she hurried off in another direction, feeling as though her role at Hogwarts was merely to pacify children, one after another. What did I remind her of just now? Ron pondered, somewhat bewildered, as he watched her retreating figure. Harry, standing beside him, shook his head and slowly spoke. Ron, I believe Penny was right. You should apologize to Hermione. She has always wanted to help you. Though the words were somewhat blunt, Ron remained silent, withdrawing slightly into himself. Meanwhile, Penny rushed along, her arms laden with items that impeded her speed. As she turned a corner, she collided forcefully with a tall young man, causing her to stagger backward in pain. Had there not been a wall nearby for support, she would have surely toppled over. Her expression twisted in agony from the sharp pain in her left shoulder, and she winced, murmuring, Ouch, sorry, I was running too fast. The person she collided with did not fare much better. Upon realizing he was facing a first-year student, he casually shrugged off his left shoulder and approached her, asking, Are you all right? Are you hurt? Gradually acclimating to the pain in her shoulder, Penny gently pressed on it and looked up at him, shaking her head. I'm fine. I hope I didn't hurt you. The young man seemed amused by her response, joking, How could I feel pain when such a beautiful girl has bumped into me? Penny didn't by a word of it. The force of impact is mutual. If she was in pain, there was no reason he should feel nothing at all, unless he was all muscle, which he did not appear to be. It was only then that she took a moment to examine the young man before her. He seemed to be just 2 or 3 years her senior, yet he towered over her, nearly a full head taller. Chapter 77, Dreams Must Eventually End. He embodies the traditional notion of a handsome young man, with thick brows and large eyes. His sun-kissed skin complements his appearance perfectly, and when he smiles, he radiates the essence of a cheerful, sunny boy. Does it hurt? Penny asked tentatively. To be honest, it stings a bit, the boy across from her replied, awkwardly shifting his already troubled left shoulder. He continued, As long as you're fine. That's all that matters. I am Cedric Diggory, a 3rd-year student at Hogwarts. If you need anything, feel free to find me in Hufflepuff. I am Penny Rowell, a first-year student from Gryffindor. Penny flashed a smile at him, which, for some reason, seemed to add a hint of triumph in Cedric's eyes. Not long after exiting the Charms classroom, Theodore felt an unsettling sensation creeping into his heart. He glanced through the window and saw the girl still sitting there, dazed and unsure. For reasons unknown, he felt a pang of compassion. After that fleeting moment, he dared not look again and hurriedly left the vicinity. The more he tried to suppress his troubling thoughts, the more they surged forth like a flood in his mind. You killed your mother. If it weren't for you, my lady, your mother would still be alive. How can you even master such a simple spell? How can you become the heir of the family? Don't forget whose life you owe. Those words echoed relentlessly in his mind, as if shrouded in a thick fog that refused to dissipate. Theodore quickened his pace, maintaining an outward calm, though the veins in his tightly clenched hand were stark against his pale skin. Forming a friendship with Penny was an unexpected deviation from his carefully laid plans. He disliked it when his strategies were disrupted. Yet, in this instance, he was the one who had broken the rules. He understood that it was his own insatiable desire for warmth and affection that had led him here. The feeling of being cared for, of someone standing up for him, was akin to a beautiful dream. However, dreams must eventually end, otherwise, one may find it impossible to awaken. Cedric took a cautious step back, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on your mind? Have the younger students changed this much? Cedric, since you're a Hufflepuff student, Penny said earnestly, then you must know where the kitchen is, right? Cedric furrowed his brow at her words, having expected something significant, only to realize it was merely a trivial inquiry. You don't know? Penny's smile instantly faded, and with a weary tone, she continued, since you are unaware, then it's nothing. It was a pleasure to meet you, goodbye. As she prepared to turn away, somewhat dejected, Cedric hurriedly called out to her. Wait, classmate. After hesitating for a few moments, he added, Are you hungry? I can take you to the kitchen to find something to eat. Penny's eyes brightened at once, and leaning closer, she inquired, You know, that's wonderful. I just want to cook. I'm not looking to eat. Cook, Cedric replied, taken aback as he assessed Penny from head to toe. Could this person, who appeared barely taller than a kitchen table, truly be capable of cooking? Oh dear, Senior, let us go. We must hurry. Time is fleeting. Lunch is almost upon us. Penny waved for Cedric to catch up as she quickened her pace. Once Cedric matched her stride, he suddenly realized something. Shouldn't he be the one leading the way? This little one seemed even more excited than he was. Do you often cook at home? Or is the food at Hogwarts not to your taste? Cedric casually asked as they walked towards Hufflepuff House. It was evident from the numerous Hufflepuff students they passed that they were heading in the right direction. No, I've never cooked before, Penny replied. Her curiosity piqued as she admired her surroundings, smiling as she remarked, the decor here looks so warm, as if the entire house is basking in sunlight. She hopped along, as though she had discovered the gateway to a new world. How had she never noticed the splendid lighting before? This area belongs to Hufflepuff House. If you enjoy it, feel free to visit often, Cedric said as they reached a fork in the path. He paused, looking at the cheerful girl beside him, and stated, the sightseeing is over. We must head this way now. Penny halted, peering down the path behind him, incredulous. Cedric, that direction leads to the basement? She glanced at the boy before her. Who didn't he seem like a villain at all? Cedric merely nodded, a playful smile gracing his lips. What is the matter? Are you afraid to follow me? It seemed a tad late to be questioning his character now. Humph. Penny huffed defiantly, quickening her pace to stand beside him, looking up and declaring, who is afraid? Then do lead the way, Senior. Cedric remained silent, raising an eyebrow in amusement as he stepped ahead. Although the basement was lit, it could not compare to the brightness above. The number of people here was noticeably fewer, yet a few still passed by, to avoid a tumble in the dimness. Penny walked with far more caution, closely following Cedric. Senior, do you come here often? Penny asked softly. Cedric appeared remarkably at ease as he made his way down this familiar path. Aside from the first-year newcomers, it seemed that all the Hufflepuff students were well acquainted with the area. Sensing the cautiousness of the person behind him, Cedric subtly slowed his pace, allowing Penny to follow effortlessly in his wake. She glanced at him and inquired, if that's the case, why is the location of the Hogwarts kitchens such a closely guarded secret? Just as Penny finished speaking, two students approached from the opposite direction, clad in Gryffindor uniforms. They bore an uncanny resemblance to one another and were carrying an abundance of delectable treats. Were they on a mission to raid the kitchens? The narrow passage in the basement prompted Cedric to swiftly pull Penny aside, enabling the duo to pass with their considerable bounty. Hey, George, look. Isn't that our little first year? One of them exclaimed. The other chimed in. Indeed, Fred. Little one, you must be starving. The student tossed a piece of candy in Penny's direction, raising an eyebrow and suggesting, have some candy to brighten your day. You can join us in the common room later for a party. Penny accepted the candy, casting a glance at the vibrant assortment, leading her to a conjecture. This must be something akin to chocolate beans. Not giving it much thought, she casually extracted one and popped it into her mouth, then extended the remaining candies towards Cedric. Thank you, I'm Penny. Before she could finish her sentence, an odd flavor overwhelmed her taste buds, causing her face to contort in disgust. Hastily, she retrieved her handkerchief from her pocket and spat it out. Cedric quickly took the candy from her, patting her back gently and remarking, Are you all right? It seems only first-year students dare to indulge in the Weasley twins' concoctions at Hogwarts. What flavor was it? What flavor? George and Fred leaned in closer. Penny, one hand braced against the wall and the other clutching her handkerchief, shrank into the corner. She could assure herself that had the end of the corridor not been a wall, she would have retreated further. Shouldn't the green one taste like matcha? Penny asked through gritted teeth. She had chosen it at random, never anticipating such a ghastly flavor. Matcha? That could be plausible. Last time I tried a green one, it tasted like boogers, one of the boys casually remarked. Penny lamented. Eating that piece of candy felt like suffering a grievous injury. Reluctantly, she admitted. It tasted like bitter melon. Yay, we've discovered a new flavor. Fred exclaimed. So, little sister, would you like to help me try out some other flavors? Cedric, suppressing a laugh, quickly positioned himself in front of Penny, interjecting, Gentlemen, I believe your little sister would prefer not to endure another tasting. Once more, it seems they might lose this junior. The two individuals across from Penny exchanged a glance, their faces nearly as grim as a bitter melon. Oh, we truly apologize. It appears you are unable to assist us this time. We hope you will agree next time. Farewell. Penny forced a smile as she watched the pair depart. Thank you, Cedric, for your support. I finally understand why you didn't reveal the location. You are indeed my mouthpiece. If this is the outcome without sharing the location, what would happen if I did? Would the Hogwarts kitchen turn into a den of thieves? She casually tossed her handkerchief into a nearby waste bin, her face filled with despair. No need for thanks, though I am not entirely sure what mouthpiece entails. However, I presume it is not an unpleasant term. Let us go. The two continued their walk until they halted near a colossal oil painting. The path they had traversed was rather dim, but the lighting here was exceedingly ample. The artwork depicted a vibrant bowl of fruit, appearing vivid and lifelike. Cedric gently scratched one of the pears in the painting, prompting it to emit a soft giggle, which then transformed into a green doorknob. No wonder I had never seen this before. It turns out many doors in Hogwarts are animated paintings. I should have deduced that earlier. The entrance to the Gryffindor common room is the portrait of the fat lady. Cedric stepped forward to open the door, revealing a surprisingly spacious room, contrary to its exterior appearance, bustling with dozens of house elves diligently preparing lunch. A considerable amount of food was already prepared, steaming, and set aside. "This is the place," Cedric softly inquired. "Do you need any further assistance here?" Penny shook her head, responding, "No, that is not necessary. However, if you are willing, you might try the dish I prepare." After pondering for a few moments, she shrugged. "Of course, it would be my honor." Cedric approached the house elves to negotiate, and they indeed allowed him a small cooking space, fully stocked with ingredients. Turning back to Penny, he added, "Aren't you going to cook? Come over. I can help you, and we'll be quicker that way." "Sure, thank you." Penny eagerly rushed forward, rolled up her sleeves, and waved at the busy house elves, saying, "Thank you for lending us the kitchen. We will tidy up after ourselves." "No need for thanks, Mississippi. You needn't clean up, just leave it there, and we will handle it later." One of the house elves paused, speaking with great respect. "There is no reason to have students clean up." Penny chuckled, choosing not to argue with the house elves, yet she had already resolutely decided to tidy up afterward. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Cedric eagerly inquired, his enthusiasm palpable as he prepared to assist, despite lacking any real experience in the kitchen. Penny glanced at the available ingredients, which were just sufficient for her culinary ambitions. She placed a heap of meat and vegetables before him, brushed the dust from her hands, and cheerfully instructed, "Wash your hands. Then proceed to cleanse all of these ingredients thoroughly. The rest will be my responsibility." It was not a daunting task, and Cedric readily agreed, dutifully washing the ingredients by the sink. This was the sole contribution he made to Penny's kitchen endeavors that day. It was not due to laziness, rather. He was at a loss as to how to assist further. Who could have imagined that a seemingly delicate young girl, barely tall enough to reach the stove, could effortlessly knead dough larger than her own head while standing on a chair? "Is this truly your first time in the kitchen?" Cedric found himself momentarily speechless, standing by the side, feeling increasingly bewildered. Her fluid motions and skilled techniques even drew the attention of nearby fairies, who could not help but glance over, intrigued by this handmade culinary process, a rarity given their usual reliance on magic for cooking. "Well, sort of," Penny replied, her hands still working the dough. "Perhaps this is just a talent, senior. Don't be too surprised. After living for so long, one inevitably encounters peculiarities, like me." In her previous life, she had cooked countless times, and the dormitory's restrictions on high-powered appliances had not deterred her. Technically, today marked her first time cooking in this world. Fortunately, there was flour available in the kitchen. As long as that was the case, everything would fall into place. What Cedric witnessed today was undoubtedly the most extraordinary sight he had encountered since his enrollment, although he would later realize how naive this perception was, as such scenes would become commonplace in the years to follow. Since he could not be of much assistance with the cooking, Cedric decided to tidy up the kitchen table. When only Penny's area remained cluttered, he pulled up a stool and sat beside her, watching intently. "What is that you're folding? What are those beautiful pleats? I find it increasingly hard to believe this is your first time in the kitchen." Despite being a few years older than Penny, he transformed into a curious child, incessantly asking questions. Penny, busy with her hands, yet never one to be silent, patiently answered each of his inquiries. "This is a dumpling. The pleats are designed to keep the filling from spilling out." Since she was already wrapping them, she decided to make a larger batch, filling a substantial plate before her, which represented only half of what she intended to prepare today. "Cedric, do you think I am pretty?" Penny suddenly interjected with a seemingly disconnected remark, startling Cedric to the brink of toppling from his chair. He grasped the adjacent table with conviction, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he stammered, "Why do you suddenly ask me this? You are truly beautiful." This was a heartfelt confession. Perhaps still in the bloom of youth, her cheeks bore a touch of baby fat, and her features, while refined, did not quite evoke notions of sensuality or striking allure. Nevertheless, there was an innate charm about her, a natural appearance that was instantly comforting. Penny paused her task, fixing her gaze on him for a few moments. Just as Cedric braced himself for what he feared might be an embarrassing revelation, she resumed her work. In a calm tone, she remarked, "Let me remind you, senior, that the more beautiful a girl is, the more adept she may be at deception. Be cautious not to fall prey to trickery in the future." She added with a playful smirk, "For instance, you are currently being deceived by me." The flush on Cedric's face dissipated significantly at her words. He chuckled, scratching his head. "Well then, I appreciate your advice. If I find myself deceived in the future, I hope you will guide me through it." Penny, having completed the last dumpling, smiled and replied, "If you insist, I certainly will. Just don't complain about my meddling when that time comes." It must be noted that Penny had indeed made quite a number of dumplings. She had boiled 3 large pots to ensure each one was thoroughly cooked. Nevertheless, They appeared plump with thin skins and generous fillings, tantalizingly appetizing. At the very least, Cedric, standing nearby, could not tear his gaze away from the mound of dumplings. This marked his first experience in the culinary arts, even if it was merely washing vegetables. Penny deftly pierced a dumpling with a fork and declared softly, "They are ready to eat." Almost immediately after her words, Cedric popped one into his mouth. His expression transitioned from curiosity and anticipation to pure delight as he savored each delectable bite, consuming them voraciously until he nearly choked. At which point he instinctively reached for the juice beside him. After all, it was the kitchen. Such refreshments were readily available. "It seems I need not inquire about the taste," Penny mused, resting her chin on her hand as she observed him relish the meal with evident satisfaction. Regrettably, there was no dipping sauce available, nor did she possess the knowledge to craft a seasoning from the local spices. Otherwise, the dumplings would have been even more exquisite. Cedric, cheeks puffed from the feast, nodded repeatedly in affirmation. Without a doubt, this was the most delightful meal he had savored since arriving at Hogwarts. He once again reflected on how his kindness always seemed to yield bountiful rewards, and this sumptuous repast was the finest of them all. After borrowing several containers from the house elves, Penny set aside Cedric's portions while she packed away the remaining dumplings. The 3 large pots of dumplings, aside from those consumed by Cedric, were filled to the brim and packed into 6 food containers. "Surely, you cannot intend to take them just like that. They will become cold." Cedric gazed at the dumplings before him, his heart aching at the thought of their potential loss of warmth and flavor. What should be done? Penny was well aware that they would cool down, yet finding ordinary food containers was already a challenge, let alone insulated ones. Cedric set aside his fork and casually clapped his hands, retrieving his wand from the folds of his wizarding robe. He cast several warming charms on the containers and finally felt at ease. This way, even if they lingered until evening, the dumplings would remain warm. However, they could not be left overnight, or my enchantment would falter. Such a remarkable ability. After expressing their gratitude, Penny and Cedric tidied up the remnants. And her immediate thought upon retrieving the containers was the necessity to learn such spells, for they were exceedingly practical. This was far more useful than any thermal mugs or insulated lunchboxes. She had become much more adept at navigating these corridors than she had been at the outset. It was not that her memory had improved, but rather that the paths here were so intricate that failing to commit them to memory would be utterly impossible. Retracing her steps slowly, she managed to find her way back to Gryffindor Tower. Truth be told, she felt a bit uncertain. It had been a long time since she last cooked, even when she had the desire. She could not openly meddle in her family's kitchen. Who would believe that a child under 10 could cook without any guidance or prior experience? She might not even reach the stove, and if she were to injure herself, the little house elf would surely take the blame. Now, however, it was different at school. There were ample excuses to cover any misstep. Seeing Cedric enjoy his meal so heartily filled her with a sense of hope. Chapter 80, Minimize Internal Strife. The taste must still be quite pleasant, right? Speaking of which, she had yet to sample her very first meal prepared here. It was lunchtime, and nearly everyone was gathered in the Great Hall, resulting in fewer people traversing the corridors than usual. Seizing the opportunity, Penny could hasten her return to her dormitory. There was no way she could carry all this to the hall, that was considerably farther from the common room. As she pushed open the door to the dormitory, her hands laden with containers, she softly called out, "Hermione, I'm back." The room was eerily silent, with no one responding. Had they gone to eat? Penny placed the heavy containers on the table, which resulted in a resounding thud. Why were these containers so heavy? Supporting her waist with one hand, she shook the other to relieve her sore arms and sank into a chair as if she had finally found her sanctuary. This was even more exhausting than cooking. Hogwarts truly was immense. After having a modest meal of homemade dumplings in the dormitory, Penny found that Hermione still had not returned. Refusing to wait any longer, she adhered to the principle of bringing more rather than less, and rose to take a food container with her. The container held 3 boxes. That should suffice. As she would not be able to finish it all, Hermione's portion remained in the dormitory, ready for her upon her return. As Penny contemplated this, her feet did not falter. She swiftly departed from the dormitory. Upon reaching the common room, she encountered Harry and Ron, both visibly irate, with Neville quivering slightly behind them. "Hi, good afternoon. Have you finished your lunch?" Penny peered at Neville, noticing his reddened eyes. "What's wrong? Who has been bothering you?" Neville remained silent, clutching the memory ball tightly in his hands. It was Ron who, with an air of indignation, exclaimed, "It's Malfoy." He snatched Neville's memory ball. "And if Professor McGonagall hadn't shown up, we would never have gotten it back. That despicable fellow. He's truly infuriating." Ron sank onto a nearby sofa, absently fiddling with a cushion. Harry and Neville silently joined him, seemingly in agreement with his sentiments. Penny murmured softly about the memory ball, and then, with a sense of camaraderie, assured Neville, "Do not be disheartened. If Draco dares to trouble you again, I will certainly assist you. Are you not friends?" Harry suddenly regarded her with a flat tone, contrasting sharply with Ron's earlier fervor. Do your friends never err? Penny replied casually, not waiting for their responses, and bid them farewell. Just as she took a few steps toward the exit, she paused and turned back to ask, does anyone know where Hermione has gone? She wasn't in the dormitory. I didn't see her when I returned earlier, and now that you're all back, she still hasn't shown up. Harry responded. I don't know. Perhaps she was called away by Professor McGonagall. Who knows? She might just be in the library. Ron shrugged indifferently, adding, you wouldn't believe it. But in just a few days, her reputation as the know-it-all has already spread throughout Hogwarts. Penny nodded thoughtfully and remarked earnestly, it appears you are unaware of her whereabouts. As for what you mentioned, I am proud of her. Remember to apologize to her. Goodbye. Children do not hold grudges overnight. A little compromise goes a long way. It was only when Penny's figure vanished from the common room that Ron broke free from his earlier astonishment, pointing at her retreating silhouette and stammering. Did she not understand what I said? I don't think that was meant as a compliment. Harry shook his head, replying, I believe she understood perfectly. Even Neville beside her nodded in agreement, yet Ron remained perplexed. Outside the lounge, a throng of bustling individuals had gathered, presumably returning from the hall. Amidst the crowd, Penny's solitary struggle against the tide rendered her almost insignificant. She leaned sideways towards the wall as she walked, casting hurried glances over the throng. Hermione was nowhere to be found, prompting a silent sigh from her. Although Hermione projected an aura of strength, both externally and internally, she was merely an 11 or 12-year-old child at heart. Were she in Penny's position, she would have confronted Ron directly rather than questioning her own actions. It was her philosophy to blame others less and avoid self-inflicted turmoil, thus preserving her peace of mind. Perhaps many students had classes in the afternoon, or maybe they simply ate too swiftly. By the time Penny arrived, the hall was significantly less crowded. Typically, during her meals here, the place would be teeming with people. Yet now it appeared to be devoid of more than half its usual patrons. Standing at the entrance and gazing inside, she still could not spot the person she sought. In fact, the only familiar face was that of her brother. She took a few steps in his direction. With the first encounter came a second. Penny had begun to acclimatize to walking towards Slytherin. Although she still attracted some glances, they were markedly fewer than during her initial visit. Brother, Kevin. Upon hearing Penny's voice, turned towards the entrance, quickly noticing that she had already placed her belongings beside him, carelessly strewn across the table. Across from them, Reese observed the scene, raising a fork in greeting. Hey, little Penny, have you come to find your brother again? The phrasing struck Penny as reminiscent of a tadpole searching for its mother. Frowning, she shook her head. No, I merely came to find a friend. I just haven't seen him yet. He might have already finished and left. What friend? Kevin paused his actions, casting her a sideways glance, and continued. Is it someone new? As long as it wasn't that boy from last time, anyone would do. Hey, little Penny, what are those? Reese stared at the food containers, wishing they were transparent so he could see their contents. Oh dear, Penny's gaze flitted between the two, and she sighed. Which of you should I answer first? Chapter 81, Multiple Brothers. He.S. not someone new. You definitely know him, brother. He.S. also a first-year student, and he.S. quite remarkable. These are the snacks I made myself. Penny extracted a box and placed it beside Kevin, saying, Brother, you and Senior Reese should give it a try. It's quite delicious. The thought that my sister can cook flashed through Kevin's mind. He furrowed his brows, pondering the absurdity of it all. Penny had likely never even seen a kitchen throughout her life. How could she possibly cook? Is it even edible? Penny, is this all for your friend? Kevin asked coldly, his face stern and his gaze imbued with what he believed to be utmost seriousness. In just a few days, how could his sister be so enchanted that she would willingly cook for someone else? Even he could only indulge in the rare delight of tasting his sister's homemade dishes. The more he contemplated the matter, the more infuriated he became, prompting him to abandon his meal and turn to stare at her with a grave expression. Across the table, Reese had also ceased his actions, acutely aware of his friend's growing irritation. A true master of emotional control, he often maintained a smile even when vexed. But the sight before him rendered even that smile unfeasible. It was evident that Kevin was genuinely upset. Indeed, Penny remarked, alert to the subtle shift in her brother's demeanor. He helped me a lot before, which is why I wanted to treat him to a meal. I made quite a bit this time. And it's perfect for you to try my cooking, brother. She grinned, attempting to appease him as she opened the food box, cheerfully adding, come on, just give it a taste. Turning to Reese, she continued, Senior Reese, there's plenty here. You should join as well. Reese, unable to contain his anticipation any longer, maintained an elegant tone as he replied, Little Penny, you are truly thoughtful. It's no wonder your brother dotes on you so much. If only I had a sister like you. No sooner had he spoken than his fork naturally reached for the food box. Though he had never seen the white concoction within, it appeared enticing and did not resemble any culinary abomination. However, delightful intentions often go unfulfilled. Just as Reese's fork was about to make contact with the food box, another fork seemingly appeared out of thin air to block its path. He grimaced. lifting his gaze to the instigator and gritting his teeth. Kevin, this is your sister's invitation for me to dine. It's her first time cooking. I should be the one to sample it first. If it's not palatable, it won't offend you. With a smile, Kevin deftly pushed Reese's fork aside and discreetly wiped his own fork with a napkin before taking a piece of dumpling into his mouth. The warming spell had worked wonders. The morsel was still pleasantly warm as it entered his mouth. Meanwhile, Reese sulked, muttering under his breath, I'm not afraid of being offended. You're just being petty. He yearned to be the first to savor the culinary creations of his younger sister. The grievances that had lingered in his heart dissipated like mist when presented with a food box. He lifted his gaze, only to find Penny gesturing with her eyes, encouraging him to take a bite. Senior Reese, won't you give it a try? She asked with a smile. If an object could reveal the emotions swirling within him at that moment, it would surely depict him weeping with gratitude. He nodded eagerly, accepting that even if the dish was less than delectable, he would embrace it. As he brought a dumpling to his lips, the expression on his face could only be likened to a painter's palette, shifting from a pallid hue to a flush of color, and then back to a shade of white, all while remaining silent. Penny felt her heart twist with concern. Was it truly unappetizing? Penny, you are amazing, Kevin remarked, gently ruffling her hair. To create something so delicious on your first attempt, it seems you possess quite the culinary talent. Delicious? Penny frowned, pointing at Reese across the table. Senior Reese. Upon glancing in that direction, she found Reese devouring one dumpling after another from the food box, unwavering in his commitment to table manners. Sitting up straight, though his pace had quickened significantly. Had she not arrived when she did, she might have thought Reese hadn't eaten in 3 days. After a long pause, she managed to utter, it seems it is indeed tasty. After consuming several more dumplings, Reese finally paused, his enchanting eyes sparkling as he looked at Penny. Little Penny, your cooking is exquisite, he whispered conspiratorially. What would you say to the idea of having another older brother? How do you find me? Previously, he had not considered having a sister to be of great significance, having grown accustomed to those who appeared delicate yet were, in reality, brash and foolish. Yet now, Penny had altered his perspective, and he found himself somewhat envious of Kevin. Though the distance among the three was not great, Kevin could easily overhear Reese's lowered voice and shot him a disapproving glare. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. Penny, having learned her lesson, refrained from engaging in their banter. Their exchange was less a quarrel and more a playful flirtation. Not finding her target, she quickly departed with her belongings. Shortly after her exit, Reese suddenly feigned a hoarse cry. Oh dear. Kevin, too weary to lift his eyelids, asked blandly, what are you up to now? Reese leaned in with a mischievous smile. Did you forget to ask which friend your sister was referring to? Perhaps it's that Malfoy fellow. It's no wonder. Coming from a good family. Though he may not quite measure up to me in looks, he is still passable, and it seems he attracts young girls. Not a chance. Kevin reached out to reclaim the food box from in front of Reese, confidently asserting that his sister did not appear to harbor any such intentions. He, however, harbored concerns that scoundrel Malfoy might take a liking to Penny. Reese, observing from across the table, twitched the corner of his mouth. If she did not fancy him, then why seize his food? What if you were mistaken? Go away. Chapter 82. She is an oddity. Penny, having just stepped outside, had resolutely decided to return home. If she could not find anyone in the hall, she would have to rely on the lectures in the afternoon for any chance of engagement. Fortunately, Cedric's warming charm would keep her meal from growing cold, or else it would surely have turned frigid by now. However, at this hour, Hermione should have returned long ago. Penny mused as she ambled down the corridor with her belongings. Students at this hour were largely divided into 2 groups, one resting in their dormitories, while the other, like Kevin and his friends, lingered in the dining hall. Why do you always take the long way around when you see us? Are we truly that frightening? Startled by the sudden inquiry, Penny paused mid-step, instinctively searching for the source of the voice. Ha ha, boss, you're right. Approaching her indeed brings the stench of beasts. I say, Heidi, must you always wear such a grim expression? What grievance could you possibly have being with me? Heidi? Penny's heart sank at the realization, disregarding her belongings as she hurried toward the source of the voice. The food box clattered to the ground with a resounding thud, its contents scattering chaotically, forgotten by all. A hurried set of footsteps approached from behind, and Privet felt a tightening in his chest, his earlier mirth dissipating as he turned to face the newcomer. Had he already been disturbed by that rogue growl, and now another had come? Heidi's initially disdainful expression softened upon seeing Penny's arrival, though her grip on her wand remained unwavering. What are you doing? Penny rushed forward, shielding Heidi behind her, despite appearing slightly shorter. Raising her voice, she continued. This is Hogwarts. What are you doing here? The group, led by Privet, finally snapped back to reality, gazing at the diminutive girl before them with derisive laughter. Little one, you ought to return whence you came. He bent slightly, leaning toward her with a grin. You are the girl who was said to walk with Heidi, aren't you? He regarded her with a pitying gaze, as if she were a wretched insect. I imagine Heidi has yet to reveal her true lineage to you. Oh, of course. She wouldn't dare disclose such a repugnant background, but I alone can bear this burden without resentment. As these words reached Penny's ears, with each utterance, her brow furrowed a little more, instinctively glancing back at Heidi. Her previously composed countenance began to pale upon hearing Pruitt's remarks, biting her lower lip. Her gaze fixed intently on Penny, shaking her head. Retracting her gaze, Penny retorted bluntly, "Enough of your grandiose claims. What are you, really? Is this not merely a grand spectacle? You speak as if you possess some elevated status." The corner of Pruitt's mouth twitched, and those around him appeared increasingly restless. Shouting at Penny, "Our leader hails from the Pruitt family, a line of pure blood. Have you ever heard of it? By your appearance, you must be a half-blood, or perhaps even a more disgraceful muggle." Penny had never concerned herself with bloodlines. Only animals fixate on such trivialities, while human interactions are based on temperament and character. Yet, in that moment, she felt a genuine gratitude towards her parents for bestowing upon her a pure-blood lineage, preventing her from being tormented by these brash youngsters. "Oh, I haven't heard of it," Penny shrugged nonchalantly. "But your pure-blood status does nothing to disguise the fact that you are quite unattractive." "You," Pruitt, enraged, raised his wand towards them, sternly declaring, "Little girl, I initially thought you quite pleasant-looking, so I engaged you in conversation, but it seems you prefer to insult rather than accept a compliment. To be deemed attractive by such a person was indeed a stroke of misfortune." Penny tightened her protective stance around Heidi, arching her neck in annoyance. "Spare me your nonsense. Are you a delinquent at Hogwarts? Are there no regulations here to address bullying?" Heidi, moved by Penny's unwavering defense, stared at her silhouette for a long moment, until Pruitt's words jolted her back to reality. She discreetly tugged at Penny's sleeve, her gaze filled with an enduring disdain directed at Pruitt. "Feel free to speak your mind, Pruitt. This matter is not solely yours to know." Her tone was remarkably calm, as if recounting the most mundane occurrence. Yet it sounded like a horror film to Pruitt and his companions. The group exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Penny turned to her, frowning. "What? Are they playing charades here?" Pruitt could not contain a laugh, arms crossed, standing rigidly while casting a scornful glance at them, saying, "It seems you truly are oblivious. The one behind you, who appears so beautiful, is, in fact, a complete aberration. What normal person converses with magical creatures? Yet she can, and she has befriended those beasts. I truly wonder how such a freak managed to enter Hogwarts." Penny paused, turning to Heidi. "So you have always known what Cece has been saying?" She remarked on how Heidi seemed to possess an extraordinary knowledge of magical creatures, suggesting that her insights might not solely stem from books, but rather that the magical beings themselves could have whispered their secrets to her. Heidi nodded in silent affirmation. Penny continued her inquiry. "So, the friends you speak of are, in fact, these magical creatures?" Heidi nodded once more, remaining reticent. Pruitt, relishing the spectacle of the sisters' discord, smugly interjected, "What do you think? Do you also perceive her as a monster? Just accept reality and depart swiftly. Consider yourself fortunate that I am showing mercy today. Next time you encounter me, steer clear." Ignoring Pruitt's words, Penny stared at Heidi, momentarily stunned, before exclaiming, "Truly remarkable." The onlookers were perplexed. Pruitt, momentarily taken aback, assumed Penny had misheard and reiterated, "A person like her prefers the company of filthy beasts. She is a freak." Chapter 83. She's in trouble. Today, Theodore exhibited an unusual restlessness, spending little time in the library. Although the typically serene ambience of the nearly silent space usually calmed his mind, today it offered no solace. After an hour, he had only turned 3 pages of his book. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, attempting to suppress the mounting impatience within him. Ultimately, he chose to close the book and return it to its rightful place. His thoughts were consumed by the earlier events in class. How bothersome, he mused, uncertain whether to be frustrated with Penny or himself. Upon entering the hall, he noticed that the Slytherin long table was sparsely populated, with only a few unfamiliar faces remaining. Among them was Roland, who was diligently gathering his belongings. He was always responsible, lingering longer than necessary at the table, despite the fact that he could have departed swiftly. New first-year students frequently approached him with inquiries, to which he patiently responded. When he noticed Theodore approaching, he softly remarked, "You're quite late." Their exchange lacked the familiarity of their previous interactions, now tinged with a certain distance. It seemed the effort to draw him in had waned. Theodore considered this, maintaining a delicate equilibrium between camaraderie and enmity. He chose a seat at a moderate distance from Kevin. As midday waned, the afternoon approached, and many students with afternoon classes had retreated to their dormitories for rest. Those remaining, apart from Kevin, who willingly stayed, were predominantly students without afternoon commitments. Theodore casually selected a few morsels to eat. To him, food was merely a means to satiate hunger, and little else mattered. "Kevin, the dish prepared by your sister is truly delectable." Reese, cradling the food box in his hands, remarked with satisfaction, "Are you really not going to eat a bit more? Who knows if you'll have the chance again?" Upon hearing this, Theodore paused in his actions. It was not that he was eavesdropping intentionally. Reese's voice was quite loud and unapologetic, making it difficult to ignore even if he wished to. Although Reese often appeared unreliable, he was nonetheless one of the few who could stand alongside Kevin as a twin star of Slytherin, indicating he possessed remarkable qualities. Tilting his head to glance at Theodore, Reese casually inquired, "Little fellow, do you have something to say?" At that moment, Kevin also sensed something amiss. Following Theodore's gaze, he offered a radiant smile and inquired blandly, "Not, is there an issue?" Before Theodore could respond, he noticed that the latter's attention was increasingly fixed on the food box. With a smile, he said, "This was made by my sister, specially brought here for you. I believe you must know her. Her name is Penny." Kevin spoke candidly, yet an inexplicable doubt began to stir within him. When did not become so inquisitive? Hadn't he heard others say that Theodore was indifferent to others and only cared about himself? Theodore nodded thoughtfully, offering a polite smile. "I see. Thank you for enlightening me." He withdrew his gaze, refocusing on his own meal as if everything that had just transpired was merely a fleeting curiosity. "You're welcome," Kevin replied, casting a deep glance at him before turning to Reese. "We should be on our way." Reese let out a dramatic groan, reluctantly rising to his feet, and muttered impatiently, "The headmaster's private potions class is truly torturous. Why must I accompany you? Perhaps we should just sever ties for a while. Your finals depend on this extra credit, don't they?" Kevin retorted with a mocking grin. Reese was not one to be easily persuaded. His motivation was solely to survive Snape's class for the sake of his own grades, not out of any altruism to accompany Kevin. What they failed to notice was that Theodore, sitting alone, could no longer eat once they had risen and walked a short distance away. He placed his utensils down with a soft clatter that seemed insignificant amid the clamor of the dining hall, just like Penny's kindness towards him, which she extended to everyone. He was not the singular recipient of her goodwill. He had merely overthought it. Her kindness was simply a reflection of her good nature, not something uniquely bestowed upon him. Realizing this should have brought him relief, having unraveled a perplexing conundrum, yet for some unknown reason, a heaviness still lingered in his heart. Though autumn had arrived, the oppressive heat of summer seemed unable to dissipate. He walked outside, not wishing to return to his own house, instead yearning to find an empty classroom to immerse himself in his studies. The classrooms of Hogwarts are open to anyone when there are no lessons in session. Suddenly, from a distance, he spotted a food box in the middle of the path. He strolled towards it, casting a glance at the food box scattered on the ground, its contents long since strewn about. It was unclear who had left the mess, and Mr. Filch was likely to be in a tizzy over it. Just as he was about to turn away, Theodore felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene before him, prompting him to halt and examine the items on the ground more closely. The food box resembled the one he had seen earlier, its contents having rolled out, featuring food he had never encountered before, appearing to have grown cold, as if it had lain there for quite some time. A mocking voice echoed from a distance. "I can't fathom how such a weirdo managed to enter Hogwarts." Such occurrences were rather commonplace in this vicinity. In the past, Theodore would have certainly refrained from intervening, yet now, he found himself hastening towards the source of the voice. The wind whipped through his hair as he ran, transforming his once neatly styled locks into a disheveled mess. Only Penny could produce such a thing. Yet, someone like her would never carelessly discard her creations as if they were refuse. Something must have gone awry. Upon arriving at that location, Theodore did not immediately charge in. Instead, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, a chill creeping down his back, while his hands trembled by his sides. Chapter 84, Get Lost. "I find you quite strange," Penny retorted without a hint of politeness. "What others do is none of your concern. You, pretending to be kind and meddling, should reflect on yourself before passing judgment. You're hideous," Penny muttered under her breath, tugging Heidi along as they attempted to slip away from the side. The figure before them, Pruitt, turned various shades of pale and flushed as he processed her words. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner throughout his life. "You brat, what nonsense are you spouting over there?" Pruitt's face turned crimson with anger. Initially intending to merely intimidate them with his wand, he now disregarded caution and aimed a curse at the two girls. As Penny and Heidi walked arm in arm, they suddenly heard the incantation and turned around, the spell already hurtling toward them. Quickly, Penny pulled Heidi aside, and they both fell heavily to the ground. Penny instinctively shielded Heidi with her right hand, the weight pressing down on her arm. A sharp pain shot through Penny's arm, accompanied by a sudden wave of tingling that surged to her brain. Even though Heidi reacted swiftly, sitting up immediately, Penny still felt her arm numb, her head growing slightly dazed. Had this fellow lost his mind? Did he truly dare to cast a spell against them? She had firmly resolved that the wand was merely a decorative item, which allowed her to speak so audaciously. If the individual before her had been a deranged killer, there would have been no time for idle chatter. She would have undoubtedly seized Heidi and fled. This person appeared timid, yet unexpectedly, his cunning surpassed his courage. Seeing his spell fail, Pruitt was consumed by rage, his grip on the wand unwavering. A tempest of emotions surged within him, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Just moments ago, he had seemed quite formidable. Why did he not flee now? Heidi paid him no heed, her focus solely on examining Penny's injury. Rolling up her sleeve, she discovered that what was once a delicate arm, as pale as lotus roots, now bore extensive abrasions, with the most severe areas already bruising a deep purple, a testament to the force of the blow Penny had intercepted for her. Remarkably, she herself bore no injuries. Contemplating this, she shed her usual calm demeanor, turning to Pruitt with a fierce glare. You shall pay dearly for your actions today, Pruitt. Penny, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She merely felt a twinge of pain. Such falls were not unfamiliar to her, though they belonged to a past life, and instinctively, she believed she would still act to shield the seemingly more delicate Heidi. In that moment, her fall had only involved her hand. Had Heidi fallen, it would likely have resulted in facial abrasions. A girl's face must never be harmed. Humph, just the two of you. If it weren't for that bothersome fellow Roar interrupting last time, do you truly think you would still be so fortunate? Pruitt scoffed dismissively. Although Heidi was clever, she had little aptitude for spells and lacked a genuine interest in them. As for the first-year newcomer beside her, he scarcely regarded him at all. Could these two possibly evade his grasp? No one was observing. However, hey, that fellow over there, what a dismal appearance you have. It seems unfortunate for you. Not that you're ugly, but the more I look, the more irritating you become. He found the face vaguely familiar, but could not recall where he had seen such features before. For the moment, Pruitt could not be bothered with trivialities. He pointed at Heidi and declared, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Do you wish to be my girlfriend? Perhaps I shall tire of you in a few days. Your persistent refusal to answer leads me to suspect you are merely toying with my affections, playing hard to get. He directed his wand towards Penny, grinning as he continued. You were once afforded that privilege, but alas, that face of yours. Penny exclaimed, Mom, I see something vile. Suddenly, she felt a surge of sympathy for Heidi, who had been subjected to the gaze of such a twisted and obsessive individual for what seemed like an eternity. Truly, she owed her mother gratitude for the face she possessed. Penny could vaguely discern who the loathed individual was in Pruitt's words. Throughout the entirety of Hogwarts, aside from her brother who bore a striking resemblance to her, it seemed there was no one else. Pruitt cast a resentful glance at her, but soon softened, chuckling. It's all right, I'll just carve a few more lines on your face and give it a couple of years, and then no one will notice. But perhaps a mere lackey to serve tea would suffice. Heidi remained silent, inwardly mocking Pruitt's foolishness. How could someone from the same house fail to recognize Penny's true identity even now, while boasting so shamelessly? However, their current predicament was rather dire. Penny's wounds required immediate attention, yet the injured party herself seemed utterly unconcerned. It was a matter of pride. Though wounded, she could not afford to appear weak. With Heidi's assistance, Penny gradually rose from the ground and softly inquired in Heidi's ear. Heidi, do you know any powerful spells? Currently, all she could manage was the levitation charm, which she had only just learned that morning. To make matters worse, her right hand had gone numb, and she was unaccustomed to wielding her wand with her left. Seeing Heidi shake her head gently, Penny felt a sinking sensation in her heart, yet continued to reassure her. It's fine, class is about to start. If we wait a bit longer, when there are more people around, he won't dare. She envisioned this in her mind, but alas, the next moment, Heidi's words shattered her illusion. It was known that hardly anyone passed by here during classes or breaks. This was a notorious spot where Hogwarts mischief makers commonly congregated. She vowed to diligently study spells upon her return. She had wrongly judged Theo, without spells. Possessing a wand was of little consequence. Pruitt, growing impatient, urged, Have you two made your decision? If you're sensible, you'd best agree quickly. His entourage of lackeys echoed in agreement, sensing that the scales of victory had tipped in their favor, emboldening them further. Their leader was indeed formidable. Have you made your decision? Penny smiled at him, taking Heidi's hand as they walked slowly towards him, continuing, Our conclusion is, you should leave. Chapter 85, Sharpness. Observing that Penny had lost her earlier fierceness, Pruitt assumed she had finally come to a resolution. As he lowered his wand, believing her words to be conciliatory, he was abruptly met with a searing pain on the top of his left foot. In the next instant, he witnessed Penny lift her foot and deliver a forceful kick to a particularly vulnerable area of his anatomy. His pride and arrogance had left him unprepared for the two young women before him. In a fleeting moment, two excruciating pains struck him, especially the one from behind, leaving him feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. He had no time to consider the two girls, instinctively bending over and clutching his injured area, howling in agony. Even Heidi stood there, utterly astonished. She had previously believed that Penny was a delicate doll, immersed in sweet affection, an innocent little angel. However, it turned out she possessed a fierce side as well. Penny, displaying remarkable agility, seized Heidi and dashed outside while the others were caught off guard. Regardless of whether one was a wizard or a muggle, any male creature would certainly possess a vulnerable spot, and stepping on the instep was merely a trivial appetizer. Her ability to venture out alone and establish her own path was not solely reliant on fervor and solitary bravery, but also on her mastery of self-defense. Pruitt paused for several seconds, surrounded by his subordinates, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the two retreating figures. Damn it! Trembling, he raised his wand towards their backs, and those around him wisely cleared a path to avoid collateral damage. Before Pruitt could cast his spell, another incantation struck him, causing his wand to fly from his grasp and sending him tumbling backward, taking one of his companions down with him. Hearing a piercing scream behind her, Penny halted her frantic escape, instinctively glancing back. The chaos behind had already erupted into disarray. Heidi, however, stood transfixed, staring blankly at the figure before her. She murmured, "Roll." "Huh." Penny instinctively responded, thinking she was being called, only to turn and realize that the one who had just cast a spell at Pruitt was her brother, Kevin, with Reese standing beside him. "Help me." Penny rushed towards them. "I can't fight them off. They are all utterly despicable." She asserted that when it was time to be tough, one must be tough, and when it was appropriate to retreat and feign vulnerability, one should show no mercy. At her age, she could afford to act a little spoiled. As she grew older, such antics would no longer be feasible. Kevin frowned, choosing not to speak much. He had already noticed that Penny's arm was injured. He reached out to pull her right arm closer, lifting her robes to inspect it. Her arm was covered in abrasions, some of which had dried and formed scabs, while others were still oozing blood. The most alarming sight was her elbow, which had begun to turn purple. Reese, standing nearby, could not help but furrow his brow, losing his usual playful demeanor. With narrowed eyes, he coldly remarked, "Little Penny, you seem to be quite injured." Penny, momentarily forgetting her wounds, withdrew her hand, glancing at her brother's somber expression. Feeling a bit disgruntled, she pointed toward the chaotic crowd and insisted, "This time, it wasn't carelessness on my part. Those people caused this." Heidi, who had remained silent until now, did not retreat. She pressed her lips together and said, "It is my fault. Penny was only trying to protect me. Otherwise, I would have been the one injured." She reacted so quickly just now that she could have easily avoided it, all because of her. "Penny," she called softly, her heart racing. "What are you talking about?" Seeing her brother's current mood, she dared not speak further. She could not understand why Heidi was so recklessly confronting danger. If it were just her alone facing this, her brother would likely have remained silent, but with Heidi involved, he might direct his anger towards her. Kevin despised her meddling in others' affairs. Heidi stood beside them in silence. Kevin cast her a fleeting glance before turning to Reese. "Take them to the infirmary. I will handle the rest. Don't you want me to stay and assist you?" Reese hesitated, worry etched across his face. Kevin appeared unfazed, his demeanor calm, but the darkness in his expression hinted at his troubled state. Certainly not a pleasant one. "Do not make me repeat myself," he responded casually, gently ruffling Penny's hair as he strolled toward Pruitt. Noticing Reese lost in thought, Penny chimed in, "Reese, could you please help us?" Momentarily speechless, Reese stretched out his hand to drape over Penny's shoulder, chuckling lightly. "It seems you are oblivious to your brother's true nature." Penny easily sidestepped him, grasping Heidi's arm with a cheerful smile. "I know exactly how my brother is around me. You've seen it. He cares for me deeply. As for how he behaves in front of others, that is of no concern to me." As they ambled toward the infirmary, she casually inquired, "Reese, will my brother treat you the same way he treated that person just now?" "Not likely." Reese should have been certain of this, yet reflecting on the earlier incident, he added, "But if I were to harm you, perhaps he would." Penny laughed lightly, glancing at him with casual indifference. "Family cannot be measured by such standards, Reese. They are always our most significant people. If anyone were to harm my brother, I would not let them go unpunished. Wherever he goes, I will ensure they do not find peace." Both Heidi and Reese were momentarily taken aback, feeling as though Penny had transformed into someone unfamiliar. In that fleeting moment, as they were lost in thought, Penny furrowed her brow, feeling aggrieved. "The books always say that. I wonder if it's true. Where's the infirmary? My arm still feels quite uncomfortable." Perhaps he was overthinking it, Reese mused, forcing a smile. "Now you feel pain, yet just earlier you seemed so indignant." Chapter 86. Do you think you deserve this? Penny stood nearby, chuckling softly, her eyes darting around as she sensed something unusual beside her. "Heidi, were you frightened by the scene just now?" Noticing Heidi's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, Penny felt a twinge of discomfort. Even the arm she had linked with hers felt slightly awkward. Had she perceived something? Had her earlier act been too exaggerated? Surely. She couldn't discern such complexities at her age. Meanwhile, Reese remained silent, stepping forward a couple of paces to grant the two girls a moment of privacy. Snapping back to reality, Heidi shook her head and smiled. "I'm fine. Just don't rush over next time." She cast a sympathetic glance at Penny's injury, lowering her gaze as she murmured, "It's a shame about your hand. It's all my fault." Regardless of what kind of person Penny truly was, in Heidi's eyes, she would always be that girl who steadfastly shielded her. "We still have a few years to mischief around before my brother and senior Reese graduate. There's no rush." Penny teased, playfully winking. Hearing this, Reese nearly stumbled, turning back to the two girls with a resigned expression. Oh, little Penny, you're riding on our affection for you. Aren't you? We can't help it. We're at your mercy. Yet he quickly added, even after we graduate, you can still carry on like this. Can't you? After all, there's still your brother. That's true, Penny replied casually, though an instinctive feeling nagged at her that Reese's words weren't quite finished. The corridor felt increasingly empty as Reese and the others departed. Kevin ambled toward Pruitt, having regained the ability to stand, though certain indescribable pains compelled him to hunch over. The opportunistic bystanders had long since fled, leaving him alone. Pruitt, I recall warning you not to trouble me, he declared, standing a short distance away. Casually toying with his wand, a smile gracing his face, his voice resonating softly in the spacious corridor. Pruitt's immediate reaction was to retrieve the wand that had been knocked from his grasp earlier, lying on the floor nearby. However, before he could take a step, the wand soared directly into Kevin's hand, leaving him with two wands in his possession. What do you intend to do? Give it back, Pruitt shouted in fury. Yet he was too intimidated to advance. Ignoring Pruitt's outburst, Kevin examined the wand in his hand, chuckling softly. It appears your wand is quite decent. Suddenly, his smile faded into a scowl as he snapped the wand in half with a single hand, disdainfully discarding the fragments at Pruitt's feet as if they were mere refuse. Unfortunately, I find it utterly displeasing. Pruitt stared in astonishment at his wand, which shattered before him as easily as if it were mere paper. Although a wizard wields countless formidable spells with their wand, at its essence, it is merely a stick, devoid of any true protective qualities. How dare you destroy a wizard's wand? He exclaimed in a furious outburst. You scoundrel! You have gone too far. For a wizard, nothing is more humiliating than having his wand seized, save perhaps for witnessing its destruction before his very eyes. With that thought, he propelled himself off the wall and lunged forward, intending to land a punch on Kevin. Yet, even in his prime, he might not have succeeded. Currently, in his injured state, it was an impossible feat. Kevin deftly sidestepped the blow. Pruitt, exerting himself to the utmost, was not so fortunate. He leaned forward, feeling weightless, before crashing heavily to the floor, letting out a pained grunt. You scoundrel! Last time, you claimed that you had no interest in that Shafik. What are you doing now? Surely, you cannot be infatuated with that first-year brat. After a brief pause on the floor, Pruitt pushed against the ground, attempting to rise. Suddenly, he felt immense pressure on his cheek and was forcefully slammed back to the ground. Kevin had placed his foot firmly on Pruitt's face, coldly stating, Only I can call her a brat. Who do you think you are to deserve that right? Moreover, he had never referred to her as such. How dare Pruitt presume to do so? You are merely a first-year student. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Pruitt, disregarding his humiliation, hastily pleaded, Fine, next time. I want to provoke her. You give me face, and I shall give you face. We can coexist peacefully. After a few moments, Kevin lifted his foot from Pruitt's face, only to swiftly kick him aside. Neither of you are worth my time, he remarked lightly, then continued. Which hand did you use to cast your spell just now? Of course, he was indifferent to Pruitt's eventual response, directly employing a spell that rendered both of Pruitt's arms as pliable as ropes, ultimately tying them in front of him. Although such an act may have seemed unthreatening, the reality of being subjected to it filled Pruitt with a cold sweat. Who could know if his hands would ever return to normal? Even if they did, the agony of bone regeneration was a torment no one else could fathom. I was wrong. I was wrong. Roll. No, senior, for the sake of our shared house. Please spare me this once. At this moment, Pruitt was genuinely frightened. This was Hogwarts, and Kevin dared to cast spells on him so recklessly. All right, this is Hogwarts. He shouted desperately. Roll. You will face retribution. How dare you cast such a spell upon me within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts? Is anyone there? Over here. Before he could finish his sentence, Kevin waved his wand lightly, rendering Pruitt utterly incapable of uttering another word. Your voice is exceedingly grating, Kevin remarked with a cold glare, a sly smile gracing his lips. I present you with two choices. First, employ any means necessary to vacate Hogwarts, the farther the better, and never again appear before them. Chapter 87, A Warning. As for the second option, Kevin's gaze fixated upon him, as if observing something destined to be forsaken, he continued. I have recently acquired several new spells. Perhaps you might be willing to assist me in their trials. However, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Pruitt was already reluctant upon hearing the first choice. After all, Hogwarts is the most esteemed school of wizardry. Yet, he soon discerned the glaring threat embedded within the second option. He shook his head fervently, determined not to become a victim of Kevin's dark enchantments. Given the choice between school and his very life, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. Having achieved his objective, Kevin slowly retracted his wand. Just as he was about to turn and depart, an epiphany struck him. He halted and regarded Pruitt once more. It seems you remain unconvinced. So let me clarify your fate further. The individual you just insulted is my dear sister, The very same whom you refer to as a brat. I grant you but one day, Pruitt. As Kevin's silhouette faded from Pruitt's sight, he remained ensnared in contemplation of the earlier conversation. If that were indeed the case, then his recent thrashing was hardly unjust. Yet, how could he possibly swallow this humiliation, despite the countless pangs of resentment within him, confronted with the stark reality? He had no choice but to swallow his pride. Kevin had just exited Professor Snape's office, due to the urgency of the situation. He had no choice but to leave shortly after arriving. With matters now resolved, he intended to return and furnish Professor Snape with an explanation. He had visited this office innumerable times, and after knocking and receiving a response, he entered with ease. Headmaster, I have returned, he acknowledged with a slight nod. Appearing remarkably genteel, devoid of the ruthless decisiveness he had exhibited moments prior, resembling nothing more than an exceedingly composed student. Professor Snape was engrossed in his writing, glancing up briefly at the newcomer, offering a curt acknowledgement before resuming his task. The atmosphere grew tense in light of this exchange, the office resonating only with the soft crackling of burning candles and the faint rustle of quill upon parchment. Unfazed by the somber ambience, Kevin understood that the headmaster awaited his explanation. Headmaster, Pruitt just informed me that he has voluntarily withdrawn from Hogwarts. I endeavored to persuade him for quite some time. Yet ultimately, I was unable to alter his convictions, which is indeed a source of profound regret. If Penny were present at this moment, she would undoubtedly gaze at her brother in disbelief, internally lamenting the irony of his actions. He had previously admonished her against deceit, yet now he engaged in it with an unruffled demeanor, as if it were entirely legitimate. Severus Snape finally ceased his movements, redirecting his gaze to Kevin, observing him with meticulous scrutiny. It is uncertain how long passed before he softly remarked, "Indeed, as you have stated, this is truly a regrettable matter. However, do not be overly disheartened. We must honor Mr. Pruitt's own wishes." "You are correct, Headmaster," Kevin replied, finding a place to sit amidst the debris strewn across the table, a clear indication of the hasty disarray left in the wake of their earlier endeavors. He did not rush, instead resuming his potion-making with deliberate calmness. "Kevin, do you have anything further to discuss with me?" Professor Snape paused, his keen eyes fixed intently on the youth beside him. In response, Kevin halted his activities, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. "Headmaster, what would you like to inquire about?" A profound silence enveloped the room as the two remained wordless, their deep gazes interwoven, each unable to discern anything else within the other's eyes, such as the boy who had just entered. Snape was the first to shatter the tranquility, continuing, "One must see tasks through to completion, Kevin. Any overlooked detail may lead to unnecessary complications. Thank you for your counsel. I grasp your meaning," Kevin acknowledged earnestly. Yet he ceased his previous actions, putting away the potion apparatus before bidding farewell to Professor Snape. Disarrayed thoughts are ill-suited for any potion experiments. Engaging in them would be futile. As he made his way to the infirmary, Kevin's mind uncontrollably wandered back to the earlier occurrences. He and Reese had just been assisting Professor Snape with an experiment when a boy entered from outside. He recognized him as Theodore, who had come to pose questions to Professor Snape. Overhearing a snippet of conversation, it became evident that the potion inquiry was indeed rather challenging for first-year students. Though Professor Snape offered a few words of admonition to Nott, he ultimately provided the answers sought. Just as Nott was preparing to leave, he turned to Kevin, his gaze fixed upon him, stating, "Raoul, you are needed at the exit of the dining hall, in the direction of Gryffindor." The moment Kevin heard Gryffindor, he instinctively knew the individual in question must be his sister. Snape, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, casting an odd glance at Theodore before inquiring, "The matters concerning Gryffindor will be attended to by Professor McGonagall. Mr. Nott, I am quite perplexed as to when you became so meddlesome. Indeed, I must admit, I was rather talkative." Theodore did not linger long, merely nodding slightly to Snape and Kevin before taking his leave. Since his departure, Kevin's unease had become increasingly palpable, prompting him to eventually take a leave of absence to venture outside. Little did he know, this fleeting decision would save his sister's life. Theodore had come to remind him of this, a fact he was keenly aware of. Thus, he did not take Professor Snape's admonition to heart. The simple act of providing a warning was, in itself, a considerable favor. As he entered the infirmary, the sounds of laughter and chatter pulled Kevin from his reverie. Upon stepping inside, he spotted Penny seated on a hospital bed, pointing at the older student, Reese, and laughing. "Reese, your expression just now was absolutely hilarious." Even Heidi, sitting nearby, could not suppress a chuckle. The scene was so cheerful that, had it not been set in the infirmary, Kevin might have hesitated to intrude. "What amusing event has transpired here?" he inquired, gradually walking in and naturally taking a seat across from Penny. Chapter 88. She is no one else. Brother," Penny exclaimed, promptly rising to nudge Reese aside and taking his place, bursting into laughter. "Just now, Reese said you were besieged by a girl, and for 3 days. You dared not venture beyond the confines of the Slytherin common room. Is that true?" You never mentioned this to me. The thought of her older brother, typically so composed, being pursued by an overly enthusiastic admirer was nearly unfathomable. Kevin, far from being offended, cast a cool gaze towards Reese and chuckled lightly. Oh, is that so? Reese, why don't you reiterate what you just said? It might jog my memory. He casually twirled the ring on his thumb, glancing in Reese's direction with a hint of intent. No one could better encapsulate the sensation of being overheard while spinning a tall tale than Reese at that moment. He swallowed nervously, instinctively sliding back in his seat. His once alluring eyes now dulled. He cleared his throat twice, hesitant to speak, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Realizing that the gossip might not be entirely accurate, Penny pointed at Reese, exclaiming, "You deceived us, Reese." "I did not," Reese instinctively retorted. His initial intention had been to share an amusing anecdote to entertain little Penny, for it is well known that gossip captivates all. It was merely a change of protagonist. Faced with 3 intense gazes, he lightly remarked, "Perhaps I misremembered. It may not have been you." "Reese, you seem rather unreliable," Penny observed. Penny, in a moment of unrestrained sarcasm, expressed her disappointment. She had anticipated some intriguing gossip, only to be met with a mouthful of rotten fruit. "Do not be disheartened, Penny," Kevin gently remarked, ruffling her hair in a gesture he seemed to have performed countless times before, exuding an air of effortless familiarity. He continued to console her. "If I were to tell you that the individual he spoke of was, in fact, the protagonist of his own tale, would that not bring you some joy?" Upon hearing this, Reese sprang to his feet, his face flushed with indignation, his finger trembling as he pointed at Kevin, exclaiming, "You are being unreasonable. Did you not promise to keep it a secret?" Kevin shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling, "But Penny is not just anyone. Besides, he himself disclosed it. What harm is there in elaborating?" Penny quickly grasped her brother's intent and eagerly chimed in, "Indeed, I am not just anyone. Reese, you mustn't consider us outsiders. Heidi is my dear friend, and by extension, she is not an outsider either." She spoke naturally, believing such matters to be trivial. However, for Heidi, the implications were quite different. Upon hearing the term anyone, she acutely felt that if there were to be an outsider in this context, it would undoubtedly be her. Yet, Penny unabashedly declared to everyone that she was not an outsider and could indeed draw close to others. Indifference did not equate to rejection. No one would turn away from a source of warmth. Reese muttered a few words under his breath, swiftly moving past the incident without lingering on Penny's remarks. Tacitly acknowledging her words, the individual beside them, appearing quite composed, did not seem like one prone to gossip. "By the way, Kevin, how did you handle that situation?" The individual in question was, of course, Pruitt. All eyes turned to Kevin, who visibly paused for a moment before responding casually, "What about it?" "Naturally, I spoke with him. And then he had a revelation, deeply regretting his past actions. He will likely withdraw from school afterward." The group collectively pondered. Was that truly the Pruitt they had just encountered? Although Penny harbored doubts, her loyalty to her brother compelled her to obediently concur. "Indeed, Reese. My brother surely wins people over with virtue. To claim that he did not resort to force would be a blatant falsehood, one even the most gullible could not accept." Hearing Penny's assertion, Heidi nodded in agreement. "I too wish to believe what Roland just said." The mere act of referring to Kevin by his first name remained a challenge for her. In her estimation, the likelihood of such an occurrence was nearly non-existent. Yet she was willing to embrace the possibility. The group's gaze instinctively fell upon Reese, who, with a twitch of his lips, pointed a finger at himself. "So, am I the only one who finds this hard to believe?" He would rather trust that the head of Slytherin would be replaced by tomorrow than to believe that Kevin could engage in civil discourse. When that fellow becomes angry, he can indeed be rather intimidating, and even he is relieved not to be on the opposing side. "You might change your mind right then and there, I assure you." Penny mischievously winked at him with one eye, secretly reflecting, "Truly, only Senior Reese is the honest one among them." Mrs. Ponderfraith approached with a tray of potions, and she couldn't help but gaze a little longer at the lively scene. "Miss Rourke, here is your medicine," she said. Penny nearly fainted at the sight of the array of potions before her, forcing a smile while trembling as she replied, "Mrs. Ponderfraith, surely all of these aren't for me? As you can see, I only have a wound on my hand, and you already treated it with a spell. There's no need to waste so much." Initially in pain, upon seeing the multitude of potions, she suddenly felt capable of battling that brute, Pruitt, for 300 more rounds. Mrs. Ponderfraith set the potions aside, thoughtfully including a cup of warm water. She gazed at Penny intently and smiled. "Do you see any other patients here besides yourself?" Thus, the substantial pile of remedies on the table was all for her. Penny had no desire to even glance at those items. She simply lay back on the bed, turning her body toward Kevin and closing her eyes in a feigned anguish. "Brother, I really don't want to take this. Must I? I feel perfectly fine right now." If it weren't for the presence of Kevin, she would have outright refused or at least pretended to comply, but he was right there. The final decision rested in his hands. Yet, Kevin remained silent, not even casting a glance at Penny, preoccupied with his camera. reviewing the images within. Heidi, sitting across from them, could no longer bear to watch. Frowning, she urged, "Hinny, don't you have class this afternoon?" Reese chimed in with a glance at Heidi. Indeed. Children should obediently take their medicine and attend class. Who is a child? Even grown children don't wish to take medicine. Why don't you take it for me? A light laughter echoed from across the room, yet no one spoke further. Mrs. Ponderfraith did not linger, leaving the potions behind as she departed. In truth, it was possible to forego the medicine, though recovery would be slower. Seeing that her lamentations bore no fruit, Hinny resigned herself to sitting up, grasping Kevin's arm and shaking it, utterly unwilling to consume the potion. She was not ill. She was perfectly well. There is truly no need for spells and potions. Kevin finally raised his gaze to her, inquiring, "Hinny, may I take a look at the contents of your camera?" Taken aback by his abrupt request, Hinny instinctively nodded. "Oh, sure." Once granted permission, Kevin opened the camera, only to discover not photographs, but a video. The footage appeared somewhat unclear. At times, it was out of focus, resulting in certain segments being blurred while others remained sharp. This was likely captured before their arrival, as Hinny had inadvertently pressed the shutter. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of the earlier potion, leaving her more troubled than her expression revealed. No one relishes taking medicine, especially when one is already feeling significantly better and has no desire to ingest it. The two individuals across from them remained discreetly silent, choosing not to involve themselves in the sibling dispute. Kevin was well aware of his sister's tactics and maintained a clear understanding of himself. He recognized that if he were to glance at Penny's pained expression, he would undoubtedly soften and be reluctant to force her to take the potion. Yet reason dictated that such an act was not feasible. The video in his hand was an unexpected find. Although somewhat blurry, it still captured the faces of those from Pew8. Should Pew8 later resort to madness and dishonesty, this video could serve as his ultimate weapon. After all, Penny had asserted the importance of winning others over with virtue. As Kevin pondered this, a smile crept across his lips, only to freeze in place the very next moment. In the corner of the frame stood a boy. In an instant, Kevin was certain that this individual was Theodore not. The distinctive Slytherin robes and his slender build confirmed his suspicions. This person did not appear to be merely doing him a favor. He seemed genuinely inclined to assist Penny. Almost immediately after the video concluded, Kevin turned off the camera. "Penny, it seems your camera is malfunctioning," he said apologetically, adding, "It suddenly went dark. Let me buy you a new one." While it would be understandable if Penny had not noticed, Heidi had been intently observing Kevin and was certain she had seen him deliberately switch off the camera. Yet, she could not fathom why. Reese had also witnessed the previous scene, yet outwardly, he displayed little reaction. After all, two foxes, one older and more cunning, were at play. Recently, he had observed Kevin behaving elegantly and gently due to Penny's enrollment, even wearing a sincere smile that nearly made Reese forget his true nature. The devious and treacherous demeanor suited him far better. While the others present appeared quite content, only Penny was left in deep distress. "My camera." Penny cast a sympathetic glance at the camera in Kevin's hands, which contained numerous photographs she had taken. The thought almost brought her to tears as she anxiously inquired, "Did it get damaged while dealing with that person? Is there still hope for my photos?" Her emotions surged, causing her cheeks to flush a shade deeper than usual, and her eyes glistened with a hint of redness, truly on the verge of tears. While a camera could be purchased with money, the photos she captured were irreplaceable. Kevin felt a pang of compassion in his heart, and, pursing his lips, reassured her, "It should be fine." "I'm sorry, Penny." He silently apologized, unwilling for Penny to become so shrewd at such a young age. It was sufficient for him to bear the burden of calculations alone. His sister should remain blissfully unaware. A carefree little princess. If Penny were to discover the truth of the matter, she might very well faint from shock. "Brother, he is truly my brother. But it's really unnecessary." She appeared to be 11 years old, yet her mental maturity was far beyond that. With a few comforting words from others, Penny's spirits lifted slightly. She resolved to accept the absence of her camera for the next few days. After all, looking at it from a different perspective, a new camera was already on its way. Owning 2 cameras within a week was, indeed, a small breakthrough after her long fascination with photography. Eventually, she consumed the bitter medicine, despite its unpalatable taste. Even Reese and Heidi had to commend Kevin. It was indeed a family trait to hit the nail on the head. "If you take this medicine, I will buy you a brand new flying broomstick," he promised. No sooner had he spoken than Penny sprang up, taking the medicine beside her without uttering a word, swallowing it in a few swift gulps, showing none of her previous reluctance. Had she not subsequently stifled a gag, one might have thought her aversion was feigned. Her brother never lied to her, although he had just done so once. Under the astonished gazes of Reese and Heidi, Penny exclaimed, "Brother, what will you do? Do you need me to cover for you? Isn't it against Hogwarts rules for first years to bring broomsticks?" Kevin had always known that Penny loved to play. Having a flying broomstick was akin to releasing a monkey into a peach garden. However, he had previously worried about her young age and the chaos she might cause. Thus, he had always imposed restrictions on her broomstick at home. Now that she was older, he found the perfect opportunity to gift her one. With a smile, he replied, "The broomstick will be registered in my name. You can simply retrieve it whenever you wish to use it." In an instant, Penny leaped toward him and enveloped him in a hug. Indeed, she adored her brother above all else. Chapter 90, A Special Thank You. The afternoon sun hung high in the sky, and the damp climate of England vanished without a trace in such sweltering heat. The scorching heat gently enveloped the lawn, and the sunlight illuminated everything in its entirety. A young boy squatted on the grass, holding a book in his hands. His fair skin stood out starkly against the lush green expanse. Nearby, the bushes rustled softly, revealing a small black creature, crouched and slowly drinking milk. The way you consume your food is quite reminiscent of your master. Theodore reached out and tenderly stroked its head, a gentle smile gracing his lips, though the warmth did not quite reach his eyes, as if he were lost in thought about the little creature before him. The creature paused its meal, affectionately nudging his palm. Just as Penny had mentioned, it did not shy away from his closeness. This was rather similar to her. No wonder she was so determined to adopt you. Noticing that it had ceased eating, Theodore attempted to embrace it, but withdrew his hand just before contact. "I shall visit you again, little one." He rearranged the surrounding grass before casting a few protective charms, ensuring he could leave with peace of mind. As he wandered through the corridor, the number of people gradually increased, and Theodore moved among them, appearing unremarkable. Clutching his book, he walked alone back to the common room, his steps calm and steady, soon arriving at the Slytherin lounge. Several individuals had already emerged from the common room, making his entrance seem somewhat abrupt. Not. A crisp voice broke through the air, and upon lifting his gaze, Theodore exhibited no surprise, proceeding directly to sit beside the sofa. He had anticipated this exchange. Kevin, taken aback but maintaining a composed smile, softly remarked, "You seem unfazed that I called out to you." It was not unusual to greet students from the academy. Their eyes met, and despite the 4-year age difference, Theodore showed no sign of trepidation, gazing directly into his eyes. They were nearly identical to those of another, though he still believed Penny's eyes to be more captivating. "Is that so?" He reclined on the sofa, comfortably crossing his legs, casually twirling the ring on his thumb, and replied indifferently, "You must have mistaken me for someone else." "Perhaps," Theodore instinctively responded, memories of his first encounter with Penny flooding back. The girl had stood with her back to the sun, beaming a radiant smile at him. She had rushed over in that blazing sunlight, merely to ensure he would not miss out on ice cream, wanting to offer him a scoop. At that moment, he had considered it quite foolish. Reflecting now, he still felt it was adorably silly. "I shall not beat around the bush any longer." Kevin ceased his actions and faced him earnestly, saying, "I came specifically to thank you. Were it not for your intervention, my sister might have sustained far more severe injuries." He deliberately released this information, his gaze fixed intently on Theodore, hoping to discern any hint of unease on his countenance. A bold notion flickered in his mind. What if the individual who had previously cultivated a close relationship with his sister was not merely Draco? Theodore, with his lofty demeanor and seemingly aloof disposition, harbored a labyrinth of thoughts within. Even he found it challenging to fathom the depths of his inner musings. Could he genuinely forge a sincere friendship with Penny? Remarkably, he had even gone so far as to assist her. What, then, was his true intention? Theodore's eyelashes trembled slightly as he replied, "Oh, is that so? It must simply be a coincidence. She should be fine now." He mused over how, upon his departure, nothing seemed amiss, yet in such a short span, that Pruitt had taken action. How infuriating. Theodore lowered his gaze in contemplation, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, before he resumed his steady gaze into Kevin's. He appeared unchanged, devoid of any outward signs of distress. This left Kevin in a quandary. This knot had managed to conceal his thoughts so adeptly since their first year. It was unsettling to think that he showed no discernible flaw. Yet, the subtle hints he exhibited were perfectly calibrated, not overly concerned, yet not entirely indifferent, as though he were merely an ordinary classmate. However, Kevin's instincts warned him that there was something amiss between the two of them. He could never suspect Penny. That was out of the question. Thus his suspicions naturally gravitated towards Theodore. "Thank you for your concern. Thanks to you, she is unharmed," Kevin remarked nonchalantly. "Penny is truly fortunate to have a friend like you." Such polite platitudes were familiar to Theodore, having heard them countless times throughout his life. Yet, the earlier comment weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him decidedly unsettled. "Roll, I presume you summoned me not solely for the purpose of expressing gratitude," he asserted confidently. For Kevin did not strike him as a person with an abundance of leisure to spare. Kevin raised an eyebrow, nodding thoughtfully, neither affirming nor denying his statement. "Let us speak candidly, then. While I am genuinely grateful for your assistance with my sister, should you require anything from me in the future, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will not refuse." This was a promise belonging to Roll. He paused for a moment, then smiled, his gaze appraising Theodore with a subtle intensity. "However, not, I perceive you are not someone who particularly cherishes the company of friends. My sister, being inherently kind-hearted, is generous to everyone. I hope you do not misconstrue her demeanor or attempt to extract anything from her. Would it not be more convenient for you to approach me directly? I merely wish to provide my sister with a carefree campus experience, free from the disturbances of overly contemplative individuals. Your intelligence is evident. You surely grasp my meaning. This lengthy passage marks perhaps the first occasion since Theodore's acquaintance with Kevin that he has heard him speak devoid of pretense. It is apparent that his affection for Penny runs deep, to the extent that he would extinguish any potential threat to her well-being with his own hands. In your fervent desire to shield her, do you not fear her ire? Theodore, unflinching, gazed directly at the individual before him. Chapter 91, The Tale of Pinocchio. Indeed. Kevin replied without hesitation, she is a person of her own convictions. The solution lies in preventing her from encountering any dangers. If one were to observe Penny, who radiates joy and embodies a carefree spirit, and conclude that she is gentle and seldom angered, such an assumption would be gravely mistaken. Kevin vividly recalled an incident from their childhood when Penny and their mother were out, and an important guest arrived at their home. The guest brought along his 4-year-old daughter, who exhibited all the hallmarks of a spoiled child, exuding an air of entitlement that suggested the world should cater to her every whim. She immediately fixated on a small figurine crafted by Penny from clay, a decorative piece placed in the foyer. Although she did not particularly cherish it, having never encountered such a novel object, she seized it and refused to relinquish her grip. Even her father was at a loss, resorting to negotiating with Penny's family to purchase the toy. The father declined, insisting that the little girl must return the figurine until Penny could be consulted upon her return. To everyone's surprise, the little girl began to throw a tantrum, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. Just then, Penny and her mother returned home. When they learned of the unfolding drama, all present anticipated that the kind-hearted Penny would generously offer the figurine. Even the young girl believed this, her face alight with a triumphant smile. However, in an instant, Penny snatched the figurine and smashed it to the ground, reducing it to countless shards. As a guest, I would be delighted to craft one for you, but if you resort to such underhanded tactics, I cannot oblige. You may only take home a collection of fragments. This was the essence of Penny's words at that moment, leaving Kevin momentarily speechless. Ultimately, the guest had no choice but to leave with his sobbing daughter, and thereafter, the two families ceased all contact. Later, when Kevin inquired about Penny's actions, she simply remarked, I do not appreciate others claiming my possessions without my consent. From that incident onward, Kevin understood that his sister was far from the soft and pliable figure she appeared to be. As my thoughts gradually coalesced, my gaze once again met Theodore's, and I frowned, stating, regardless of your intentions in approaching me, let me be clear today, no one shall bully my sister beneath my watchful eyes. She will always bear the name Raoul. Kevin, no longer content to remain seated, swiftly rose and inclined his head slightly, uttering a farewell. With that, he strode purposefully towards the door of the lounge, leaving Theodore alone in his seat. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Theodore cracked a smile, albeit one that did not reach his eyes. What a touching display of sibling affection. He genuinely felt the essence of a child who had been protected throughout their upbringing. That innate confidence and poise, indeed, could not be cultivated overnight. It must be said, Kevin had a keen eye for character. Theodore was truly one who would not embark on a path without purpose. Regrettably, even his astuteness could not foresee one significant oversight, his own sister, Penny. She was the sole individual whom, at least for now, Theodore could not fathom any ulterior motive for her presence, yet she still gravitated towards him. Rather than yielding any advantage, her arrival had only compounded his troubles. The afternoon boasted splendid weather, a rare stroke of fortune amidst the capricious climate of England. The clear skies and gentle breeze created an ideal atmosphere for flying lessons. Their class was set on a level grassy knoll beneath the slope, which appeared vast and verdant, the sunlight casting a lively glow upon the scene. Penny had come to class alone, or more accurately, she had walked to the lawn alongside students from Gryffindor, yet she could not find Hermione among them. Heaven knows how anxious she felt after waiting in the dormitory, only to see no sign of Hermione before class began. Hermione would never miss a lesson, if time permitted. She would attend every single one. The Slytherin students had already arrived, and from a distance, one could hear Draco boasting about his experiences with a flying broomstick. Under normal circumstances, Penny would have eagerly engaged him in conversation about this topic, but today she lacked the inclination. She hastened to Harry's side, lightly patting his shoulder as she greeted, Hey, Harry, Ron, good afternoon. Ron stood beside Harry, inseparable from him. It was evident to anyone with eyes that they were the best of friends. Good afternoon, Penny, they replied instinctively, perhaps sensing the absence of Hermione beside her, making them hesitant to meet her gaze, particularly Ron, who shrank back slightly and subtly tugged at Harry's sleeve, urging him to speak first. Penny, deviating from her usual chattiness, stood quietly beside them, smiling softly as she observed the two. The two individuals must not have sought Hermione's forgiveness. Otherwise, how could they have skipped the afternoon class? Harry, exasperated, cast a sidelong glance at Ron and, upon meeting Penny's gaze, felt a twinge of unease. Swallowing hard, he inquired, "Penny, why are you staring at us with that smile?" "As a child, my mother recounted a fairy tale about a puppet who lied for various reasons. Do you know the outcome?" Penny asked, her tone infused with mystery. Ron instinctively questioned, "What happened in the end?" Penny smiled enigmatically. "In the end, his nose grew so long that it nearly reached the height of a person. Thus, we often say that liars tend to develop long noses." Whether or not the story of Pinocchio is well known here, any child, irrespective of age, is generally reluctant to dismiss such fables, especially in the presence of two guilty parties. Harry and Ron instinctively covered their noses, with Ron being the first to exclaim, "That's just a trick. No one could possibly have such a long nose. It must be magic." Harry touched his own nose, relieved to find it unchanged, and lowered his hand. Chapter 92. Embracing the Mystical. After all, it is merely a fairy tale. Believe it or not, the choice is yours. Penny shrugged, whispering softly into their ears. It primarily revolves around the mystical. Madame Hawkridge approached them briskly, her short gray hair and yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, an appearance befitting their flying lesson. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" She scanned the gathered students and commanded sternly, "Everyone, stand next to a broomstick. Hurry, time is of the essence." Numerous brooms, appearing somewhat worn from repeated use, were already lined up on the grassy field, all in a similar state. Penny casually selected a broom and stood beside it. Looking up, she noticed Theodore standing directly opposite her. Unlike the other children, who were curiously inspecting the brooms, he stood still, resembling a steadfast pine tree. "Theo." Penny waved at him without reservation and added, "Wait for me after class. I need to talk to you." She did not moderate her voice, and thankfully, the surrounding chatter masked her words, making her statement seem less conspicuous. Draco, standing beside Theodore, overheard her and, breaking momentarily from his discussion about the brooms, lightly nudged Theodore's arm, chuckling softly, "Look at you not. She's taken quite a shine to you already." "Stop talking nonsense, Malfoy," Theodore replied, casting him a sidelong glance. His tone cool. "Isn't she like that with everyone? If that's the case, then so be it." Draco placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head in disapproval. "We've been classmates for so long. Why must we stick to Theo? When will you allow us to call you Theodore?" Without a hint of emotion, Theodore brushed Draco's hand off his shoulder, giving him a scrutinizing glance. "Isn't it a bit nauseating how close we sound when we call each other that?" Almost instinctively, Draco envisioned the image of shouting Theodore's name, sending a shiver down his spine, rendering him indifferent to the hand that had been dismissed. With his face contorted in reluctance, he nodded silently, conceding, "Actually, I think calling you not has a certain charm to it." He extended his right hand, resting it above the broomstick. Madame Hooch called from the front, "Up, up," Penny shouted, and the broomstick swiftly soared into her palm as if it had found its rightful owner. She was the first among the group to seize the broom, drawing the attention of those around her. Particularly, Harry and Ron's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. They had heard tales of how difficult it was, yet Penny appeared to have no trouble at all. "What are you staring at?" Penny asked, noticing the two dumbfounded boys and instinctively taking a step back. "You should give it a try. It's not hard. It's certainly easier than memorizing all that other stuff." Harry, still skeptical, nodded hesitantly, swallowed nervously, and raised his hand above the broom, exclaiming, "Up." Just like Penny's earlier experience, the broom quickly soared to his hand. A weight lifted from his heart as a smile broke across his face, and he exclaimed, "You were right, Penny. It really isn't difficult." Ron, observing the scene, brimmed with confidence as he imitated Harry's actions, calling out, but the broom showed no response. "You two really have no idea what you're talking about," he lamented, casting a forlorn glance at the broom beside him. "Up." With a yelp, the surrounding crowd instinctively turned to look at Ron. The broom did rise, but only to strike him on the forehead. Ron grasped the broom, a red mark already forming on his head, and sighed. Well, at least it did rise. Penny, attempting to evaluate his actions, offered an awkward yet polite smile, battling her tendency to feel embarrassed for others. She wondered silently if she would appear just as foolish in similar circumstances. Of course, those around her were oblivious to her inner thoughts. In Harry and the others' eyes, Penny seemed to be standing there with her broom, lost in contemplation. They instinctively assumed her mood had soured in Hermione's absence. Ron gently prodded Harry's back, signaling him to speak first, as he found himself unable to initiate the conversation. Harry glanced back at him, hesitantly taking a step closer to Petunia. "Petunia," he called softly. The distance between them significantly diminished, making them the closest pair in the vicinity. The others were preoccupied with whether their brooms would take flight, completely oblivious to the proximity of those around them. However, Draco and Theodore, standing opposite, were quite different. They had already mastered the art of riding brooms, and casting the spell to make them fly was a trivial task. Is Potter perhaps infatuated with that girl? Draco mused, arms crossed over his chest, casting a sidelong glance at Goyle and Crabbe, who were still struggling with their brooms. He quickly dismissed the thought and turned to Theodore, gossiping, TSK. That's Roland's sister. If it's true, Potter has certainly landed himself in high society. Really? Theodore replied, glancing at the two across from them, aware of the whispered conversation, but clearly catching the essence of Draco's words. I didn't know you had an eye for her. Aren't you usually the one who dislikes Gryffindors the most? It was evident that she was captivating, even drawing the attention of someone like Draco, who typically wouldn't care for such matters. Not, you're acting a bit out of character. Draco's cheeks flushed slightly as he deflected. You never used to concern yourself with my affairs. If it weren't for his familiarity with Theodore, he might have thought his friend harbored some resentment, as he had been wearing a rather sour expression all day. Eventually, he realized that Theodore's demeanor was consistently indifferent, showing no particular bias towards him. Chapter 93. She is not suitable for you. Suddenly curious, so you want to keep saying I don't consider you a friend, right? Theodore remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Petunia's direction. Harry had yet to distance himself from her, and they appeared to be enjoying an animated conversation. That's one way to put it. Draco found himself somewhat ensnared in the conversation, feeling an inkling that something was amiss. In the next moment, he cleared his mind of the cluttered thoughts. Raising his chin, he continued with a sense of pride. I merely believe her family background is somewhat compatible with mine. At least she isn't bothersome. Draco scanned the surroundings for assurance, then lowered his voice. You have no idea. Pansy can be quite clingy at times. I nearly find it unbearable. She is not suitable for you, Malfoy, Theodore said, regarding Draco with rare seriousness, speaking earnestly. You are from entirely different worlds. He was almost certain that Petunia would never be attracted to someone like Draco. I think so too, Draco nodded thoughtfully, adding, it seems you also believe Pansy isn't quite the right fit for me. Theodore raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Really? Did this individual genuinely listen when others spoke? I remarked that the person unsuitable for you is Penny. He repeated this with a hint of disbelief. Were it not for the desire to avoid misunderstandings, he would have deemed it unnecessary to utter even that remark. What am I unsuitable for? A melodious female voice emerged before the two, prompting them to abandon their previous discussion in unison and glance up. A young girl stood before them, one hand clutching a flying broomstick while the other waved in front of them. Her long hair cascaded naturally to the side, and upon noticing their gaze, she effortlessly tucked a strand behind her ear. Hey, it's time to refocus. What were you two just saying about me? Penny, having just finished a chat with Harry, approached to greet them. Since they had already picked up their brooms, she thought it fitting to join in their conversation. Little did she know, her arrival coincided with their discussion about her, igniting an insatiable curiosity within her. Oh, what brings you here? Draco's face flushed slightly. Whether from embarrassment or something else was unclear. A true gentleman would not casually discuss a woman behind her back. Yet, he had not only done so, but was also caught in the act, a predicament that left him utterly speechless. Oh, that, Penny nonchalantly waved her hand, replying, it's nothing much. I merely came over to chat with you both. So what were you discussing just now? Penny remained relentless in pursuing her earlier question, her instincts suggesting that their conversation had not revolved around anything pleasant. Draco shot a glance at Theodore, who maintained an impassive demeanor, feeling a surge of frustration. How could he remain so unfazed after being caught in such an indiscretion? After a brief pause, he pointed towards the crowd behind Penny, raising an eyebrow. You might want to ask not about that. It seems quite lively over there. Goyle, Crabbe, let us join the commotion. With that, he waved to Goyle and Crabbe, and the group hurried towards the bustling crowd. Join the commotion? Penny turned to look, noticing that at the center of the throng stood Neville, seemingly holding a transparent glass orb. Oh, what made that corner so lively all of a sudden? She glanced at Theodore, her expression tinged with hesitation, anxiety creeping in as she said, I just wanted to let you know that you shouldn't bother with dinner tonight. I can treat you to that meal I promised. You will come, won't you? So that was why she mentioned waiting for her. After contemplating for a few seconds, Theodore met her gaze, nodding calmly. All right. With his affirmation, a radiant smile returned to Penny's face, as if she had received the grandest of gifts. She mischievously blinked, asking, care to join the excitement? Don't you want to know what we were just discussing? As Theodore finished speaking, he felt a soft sensation in his hand. Instinctively looking down, he found himself naturally drawn forward, following the gentle tug of the force in his grasp. This matter can be discussed later tonight. For now, let us join the revelry over there. Penny turned back with a smile as she walked. Once she caught sight of the commotion, her thoughts were consumed by that event, completely indifferent to their previous conversation. Let them chatter on. One must savor the freshness of the fruit. For a fleeting moment, she hesitated, contemplating whether to invite Theodore to join the festivities, as he did not seem the type to enjoy such gaiety. However, in the next instant, her actions naturally revealed the answer. She could not allow him to remain alone here. This was the sole thought occupying her mind. Theodore's acquiescence to her decision served as a reassuring balm, further solidifying her belief in the correctness of her choice. As they stood at the periphery of the crowd, Penny, engrossed in the unfolding events, failed to notice that she had loosened her grip on his hand, not sensing any impropriety in their connection. After all, holding the hand of a child out of concern for his safety was a perfectly reasonable act, was it not? Alas, while her soul recognized this, her body remained oblivious. Theodore felt her grip tighten slightly, though it was not an oppressive warmth. The small hand in his felt akin to a pocket warmer, its gentle heat radiating through him, sending delightful shivers coursing through his body, leaving his ears flushed. Were anyone else to grasp his hand so casually, he would not bestow them with a favorable glance. Yet now, Penny, seemingly oblivious, did not release him. What could possibly be the reason for his compliance? He lifted his gaze toward Penny's back, where the young girl stood amidst the throng, her eyes sparkling with excitement as if she had discovered something delightful, occasionally babbling about trivial matters. Just how far could his tolerance extend toward this person before him? Theodore, was it true that Draco had never heard of the memory orb, as he had claimed? Penny released his hand, leaning against a broom, resting her chin in contemplation. Feeling Theodore's silence, she turned her head in his direction and inquired, "Have you heard of it?" She nearly blurted out that even someone of her humble status was familiar with the memory orb. How could Draco, from such a distinguished family, not have been educated on this subject? Chapter 94, Do Not Drift So Far From Me. Theodore instinctively avoided meeting her gaze, directing his attention to the crowd nearby. Subtly concealing the hand she had held behind his back, he spoke slowly. He merely wished to tease Longbottom, seemingly dissatisfied with the precision of his words. He pondered for a moment before adding, or perhaps, to cause Potter some trouble. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Draco harbored a disdain for Potter. Penny nodded thoughtfully, following his gaze to see Draco and Harry, both fervently disputing over a glass orb, their faces flushed with intensity. It is merely a ball. Both of them, irrespective of who it may be, could easily purchase 100 memory balls with the money they possess. Yet, they still find themselves embroiled in an argument over such trivialities. Ah, children are indeed childish. Noticing Penny's silence, Theodore glanced at her briefly before averting his gaze, softly inquiring, "Are you inclined to offer assistance?" Both parties could be considered her friends, and a sense of curiosity swirled within him, regardless of which side he chose. It seemed he would offend someone. Penny shook her head and replied softly, "I do not wish to assist either side. In fact, I would prefer to capture this moment in photographs. This childhood embarrassment could serve as yet another amusing memory. One wonders if these two will feel a twinge of embarrassment upon reflecting on their own childishness in the future, perhaps even jumping up to prevent her from taking pictures." As she spoke, Penny instinctively reached for her camera at her waist, only to realize it was no longer there. A wave of sadness washed over her as she turned to her companion with a forlorn expression, lamenting, "Oh, Merlin, I forgot that my camera has met its demise. I am now without one." After so many years of having a camera at her side, its sudden absence was indeed jarring. "Have you come to regard your camera as a friend?" Theodore remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips, as he continued, "I thought you never parted with it." The notion that even a camera could pass away was quite an amusing sentiment. While one might forget a book, a camera was surely an indispensable companion. He distinctly recalled seeing her with a camera at her waist just moments ago. Suddenly, he froze, as if electrified, and the smile on his face faded. He vaguely remembered that beside Roll earlier, there had indeed been a camera, which now seemed to belong to Penny. After all, it was rare for anyone at Hogwarts to wield a camera, and it was improbable that one would simply appear by Roll's side. If that were the case, following Roll's words, it must have been Penny who suffered an injury, leading to her camera's unfortunate demise. Indeed, the next moment confirmed his suspicions as Penny's expression shifted from her previous melancholic demeanor to one of intrigue as she leaned closer to him, seemingly poised to divulge a secret. Sensing her proximity, Theodore instinctively took a step back, feeling an unexpected flush of warmth on his earlobes. What was she attempting to do? "Don't come too close." However, Penny grasped Theodore's arm and drew him nearer, whispering in his ear, "Let me tell you, I intended to find you in the dining hall earlier and even brought you some food, but when I couldn't locate you, I encountered a group of your housemates harassing my friend on my way back. It appears that someone named Pruitt is preparing to transfer schools, and the thought of no longer having to see such a nuisance is somewhat relieving." This sentiment was only whispered between Penny and Theodore, as they were surrounded not only by Gryffindor students, but also by those from Slytherin. The gentle murmur reached Theodore's ears, yet he could hardly comprehend Penny's words. His mind felt as though it were in a state of paralysis, and he was overwhelmed by a tingling sensation, his ears flushing crimson at a noticeable pace. Along with the reddening of his cheeks and neck, he instinctively withdrew Penny's hand from his arm, casting a flustered gaze downward, avoiding her eyes. At that moment, he could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his own heart, as if it might leap from his chest. "I understand now." Theodore turned his head away and, in a secluded corner where no one could see, took a deep breath, murmuring softly, "Do you speak like this with others as well?" "Of course not," Penny replied, blinking in surprise at the young man before her. Her earlobes flushed a rather alarming shade of red. Since he had turned his head, she could not discern his true expression. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she playfully reached out to touch his earlobe, chuckling lightly. "Your ears are so red, Theo. Are you feeling shy?" The possibility made Penny inwardly smile. She had encountered many boys who changed girlfriends as readily as one changes clothes, and she had assumed that most of the boys here reveled in the affection of the opposite sex. However, upon meeting Theodore, she introspectively recognized her narrow perspective. He seemed rather innocent, contrary to her initial beliefs about boys. "Absolutely not," Theodore quickly protested, struggling to contain the frantic beating of his heart. He glanced back at her, insisting, "I am merely unaccustomed to speaking in such a manner." Throughout his life, few had spoken to him in whispers, let alone girls. Even his aunt had never done so. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Penny's momentary astonishment, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink, as if the blush had just blossomed. This reaction brought him a sense of balance. It was reassuring to know he was not alone in feeling awkward. Unbeknownst to Penny, her own cheeks were adorned with a similar hue. Mrs. Hooch's sharp call shattered the warm atmosphere between the two, momentarily dispersing the commotion surrounding Neville. "What are you all gathered for? Quickly, mount your brooms, hold them steady, and ascend a few feet. When I count down from 3 to 1, I will blow my whistle. Upon hearing my whistle, kick off the ground with your feet, but remember not to fly too high just yet." With Mrs. Hooch's words, the crowd began to disperse, no longer divided as distinctly as before between the two houses. Chapter 95, The Favor of Fortune. Penny and Theodore naturally found themselves standing together. Before Mrs. Horkin could conclude her final count, a figure had already soared into the air. In a state of panic, she called out, "Mr. Longbottom, what are you doing? Stop! Come back, child!" There were no safety measures on the flying broomsticks, and countless predecessors had met with mishaps while riding them. Yet many continued to flock to learn this skill. The broomstick that Neville was riding gradually ascended, 10 feet, 20 feet. As he climbed higher, Neville's complexion grew increasingly pale. He was on the verge of swearing that he had done nothing at all, but the overwhelming sensation of fear surged within him like a colossal stone lodged in his throat, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. This would not do. He was certain he would fall. Penny fixated on Neville's direction, disregarding her own safety, and took to the skies on her broomstick. Theodore furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him, and instinctively glanced aside. Before he could even grasp her sleeve, he witnessed her soaring toward Neville. Damn it! He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. His outstretched hand grasped at nothingness, suspended in midair, and clenched into a fist. The pale skin on the back of his hand revealed prominent veins, naturally hanging by his side, as his gaze remained fixed on the girl, hastening to rescue Neville Longbottom. No one noticed the grim expression on his face, lips pressed tightly together in silence. Why did she always rush toward danger? On the ground, Mrs. Horkin nearly fainted on the lawn upon seeing Penny take flight. One person accidentally soaring into the air was already deemed a teaching error. But now another had chosen to ascend voluntarily. If both were to fall, she might be compelled by Professor Dumbledore to write a report of reflection. Penny's flying skills were exceptional. She swiftly approached Neville, her broomstick steady, a stark contrast to the wobbly contraption beneath Neville. In times of peril, even the slightest glimmer of hope is cherished dearly. At that moment, Penny was Neville's sole hope, and he choked back tears, his eyes reddening, too frightened to cry aloud. Trembling, he stammered, "Penny, are you here to save me?" Penny slowly drew near, extending a hand toward him, and gently said, "Stay calm, Neville. Steady your emotions. And give me your hand. I will take you down." The broomstick possessed a spirit of its own, and one misstep could lead to disaster. Neville nodded faintly. Reaching for Penny's hand, his palm slick with perspiration from anxiety. Fearing that he might slip away, Penny cautioned, "Grip my arm. That will hold you more securely." She firmly grasped Neville's arm, and indeed, the effect of this grip was far more potent than before. At the very least, he would not slide down now. With such support, Neville felt considerably less afraid, as if a wave of reassurance had washed over him. Yet, unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to some mischief from Merlin, the broom suddenly went haywire. Before Neville could even regain his footing, it shot forward uncontrollably. The broom whirled chaotically in the air for a moment before crashing into the castle wall, shattering into pieces that fell to the ground. The crowd below gasped in astonishment, and Mrs. Hooch could no longer maintain her position, rushing toward them, followed by a throng of students. Some were genuinely concerned, while others merely sought excitement, unconcerned as it was not their own safety at stake. Suddenly, the broom had to bear the weight of both of them, plummeting rapidly. No matter how adept Penny was at controlling it, she could not withstand Neville's weight. Now, Neville hung precariously in the air, swaying slightly, clinging desperately to Penny's hand. Penny, too, could not suppress a scream at the sudden weightlessness, but fortunately, The broom ceased its vertical descent. Don't let go. Hold on tight, Neville. Sweat beads formed on Penny's forehead, and she silently thanked her lucky stars for having consumed the potion earlier. Otherwise, with all that weight pressing down on her, avoiding dislocation would have been a miracle. Neville murmured a quiet affirmation, cautious about nodding for fear of adding to Penny's burden, perhaps due to the urgency of their predicament. Penny felt as if Neville suddenly became lighter, allowing her to lift him up smoothly and seat him securely on the broom. In his fear, Neville desperately wished to embrace Penny's waist, but being mindful of her femininity, he clung to her robes instead. As they gradually descended toward the ground, the anxious crowd on the lawn finally exhaled in relief, even though a few malicious souls inwardly grumbled about why they weren't allowed to fall directly. Ultimately, both were safe. Theodore stood at the edge of the crowd, discreetly retracting his wand. The charm he had cast had lightened Neville's weight. Otherwise, Penny would have been unable to pull him up, and their fall would have been inevitable. As they landed, Penny and Neville were immediately surrounded and cheered by Gryffindor students. She had saved her classmate. Still shaken, Neville sighed beside her, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Penny. Without you, I would undoubtedly have been shattered like that broom. Nearby lay the remnants of the broom. Penny waved her hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing, as long as you're all right. She glanced down at the red mark on her arm, discreetly concealing it, her heart swelling with gratitude for her unexpected fortune. At the moment of peril, she fortuitously encountered her brother and Senior Rhys. And just as she was about to tumble from the broom, she felt a surge of strength, enabling her to hoist Neville entirely with one swift motion. Indeed, the goddess of luck had been ever so kind to her. Mrs. Horky, hurrying through the crowd, felt a wave of relief wash over her when she saw the two standing unscathed before her. It appeared that she would not need to pin a reflective piece on her teaching today. With this thought, she resumed her stern expression and admonished, Miss Rawle, your actions are exceedingly audacious. What if you had fallen as well? Chapter 96. Are you quite close? Penny held no remorse for her earlier decision, standing her ground in defense. I apologize, Mrs. Horky, but if one were to fall from such a height, Neville would surely be injured. Several bystanders murmured their agreement. Echoing her sentiment, Neville timidly positioned himself beside Penny, nodding vigorously. Yes, Mrs. Horky, please don't misunderstand her. Penny is wonderful. Observing this exchange, Mrs. Horky's stern demeanor softened slightly as she smiled gently. Indeed, you are correct. Miss Rawle, your decisiveness and bravery merit an additional point for Gryffindor. As her words resonated, the atmosphere ignited with jubilant cheers, unexpected applause erupting around them. Even Penny was taken aback by the prospect of an added point. Covering her mouth in astonishment before lowering her hand, instinctively wishing to share this delightful news with Theodore. Turning her head, she discovered that Theodore had quietly taken his place behind her. Earlier, she had thought she was alone with Neville. After exchanging a wink and smile with him, she turned back to the gathering. Unbeknownst to Penny, Theodore wore a smile at her back. After all, if she were to refrain from assisting others, she would hardly be the Penny he knew. Mrs. Horky, however, did not allow the celebration to linger too long. After a thorough inspection, she noted some abrasions on Neville's arm, remnants of the earlier incident. I shall escort this child to the infirmary, she declared. You must return all brooms to their rightful places. Until my return, no one is permitted to mount a broom, regardless of your proficiency. Otherwise, before you can even utter Quidditch, you may find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. The latter part of her statement was clearly directed at Penny, the adept broom rider. As she departed, most students dispersed, reluctantly adhering to Mrs. Horky's directive as they returned the brooms. Penny was no exception. She had no desire to be sent away so soon. Together with Theodore, she made her way to return the brooms, animatedly recounting the amusing events that had just transpired. You have no idea how fortunate I was just now. Penny grew increasingly animated as she continued. I nearly couldn't pull Neville up. He truly ought to lose some weight. However, at the last moment, I suddenly felt strong. And it must have been sheer luck that I still had the strength to do so. Had I been completely exhausted at that moment, the two of them might have genuinely plummeted from such a height. I understand, Theodore replied softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Penny shook her hand, which had just held Neville's, and laughed. You know, it did feel a bit numb. Theodore glanced at her deeply before averting his gaze, murmuring, Why were you so determined to save him? Are you two particularly close? At this juncture, they arrived at the place where the brooms were stored. Penny fell silent, returning the broom to its rightful place. As she stood up, she slowly replied, In truth, Neville and I haven't exchanged many words. We only spoke a bit at the start of school. Regardless of who it is, I would intervene. After all, it's a matter of life and death. With a deep sigh of relief, Penny bounded a few steps forward, turning back to Theodore. She continued, Moreover, I find great joy in helping others, just as I feel elated when I receive help from others. She often found herself on the receiving end of kindness, and naturally, she was more than willing to extend the same sincere assistance when the opportunity arose. Theodore watched the girl before him, her face radiant with joy, momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled softly. She remained, as ever, kind to the point of seeming foolish. Yet, beneath the brilliant sunlight, she appeared to shine ever more luminously. "Malfoy! Return the memory orb!" came Harry's furious shout from a distance. Penny and Theodore turned their heads toward the source of the commotion, and in no time, the divisions between the two houses became stark once more. In an instant, Penny caught a whiff of drama unfolding and turned to Theodore, waving her hand. "Let us go. We must see what is happening." "Here you go again," Theodore remarked in exasperation, observing her eager disposition as if she were entirely unfamiliar with the squabbling parties. Penny took his hand, asserting, "You simply don't understand. It's human nature to be curious about the drama. Hurry up. Don't dawdle like an old man. You're only 11. What are you talking about?" Theodore retorted, unsure whether his blush stemmed from her teasing or the warmth of her grip. In less than 10 seconds, they reached the outskirts of the crowd. After halting, Penny's face flushed from exertion, and she turned to him with a smile. "I apologize. I just wanted you to move a bit faster. You don't look like an old man at all. In fact, you're rather handsome." He was arguably the most attractive person Penny had encountered since arriving here, aside from her family. It is worth noting that she was the one who often lowered her family's aesthetic standards. Her eye for handsome individuals was quite discerning. She was almost certain that the person before her would never become unattractive in the future, and there was a strong possibility he would transform into a dashing young man. Theodore let out a soft huff, turning his head away and ceasing to speak. His left hand, clenched tightly, seemed to be enduring some inner turmoil, while the blush that had long faded now slowly crept back to his ears. What an innocent young boy he was. Penny cast a sidelong glance at him, stifling a laugh in her heart, before redirecting her attention to the lively scene ahead. Watching Draco and Harry argue heatedly, she felt a pang of regret that she didn't have a camera with her today. Draco, holding the memory ball, soared into the air on his broomstick, stopping a few dozen feet above the ground. He turned to Harry, shaking the object triumphantly and tauntingly challenging him to come and take it. Harry, already fuming, was provoked by Draco's words and immediately grabbed a nearby broomstick, mounting it with surprising steadiness as he took to the skies. "Oh!" Penny exclaimed in astonishment, tapping Theodore's arm and pointing in their direction, exclaiming in disbelief. "Look, look! Harry actually has quite the talent for flying. TSK, it makes me want to fly too." Unfortunately, the broom had already been put away. "Next time, I should resist being so obedient. It surely diminishes the fun." Even without speaking, Theodore's gaze remained fixed on the two figures suspended in the air. Chapter 97. Where is Hermione? This was likely his last time flying a broomstick at Hogwarts. He observed the two racing above, calmly acknowledging this subtle truth. What? Penny, engrossed in the spectacle, was suddenly doused with cold water. Turning to Theodore, she asked, "No way. Even if Madame Hooch found out, she wouldn't really expel them, would she? Surely those earlier words were merely meant to frighten the first years. Teachers typically only utter words of fury when assigning homework, and those threats are most likely to come true. Hogwarts had never allowed first-year students to use broomsticks. It was tradition. Furthermore, it was highly probable that only Harry would be sent back. Theodore refrained from voicing this last thought, fearing that this enthusiastic young lady beside him would start concocting plans for others. After all, the event had yet to unfold, and no one could ascertain whether their speculations were accurate. What if this fellow turned out to be one of the lucky ones? Noticing Theodore's silence, Penny lowered her gaze for a few moments, and an idea blossomed within her like a seed meeting spring rain, bursting forth into the light and growing exuberantly. Are you suggesting that Draco is deliberately provoking Harry to break the school rules in order to get him expelled? When Penny articulated this thought, she startled even herself. However, upon reflecting on her words, she found no fault in her reasoning. As she pondered more deeply, her enthusiasm grew, and she continued. Draco must have been well acquainted with the rules of Hogwarts prior to his arrival. While Harry has only recently emerged from the Muggle world and is handling a broom for the very first time, let alone mastering the intricate regulations. This is a conspiracy. I've glanced over those rules before, but they were the kind you'd only skim through once, and I didn't even finish the first read. To believe that Harry could memorize all those regulations in such a short span is akin to believing my cat can converse. She sighed. Oh dear. I seem to have forgotten to feed the cat again. Listening to the girl's analysis, which was alarmingly close to the truth, Theodore couldn't help but smirk slightly at the corner of his mouth. She wasn't entirely foolish. Casting a glance at Penny, who wore a distressed expression, he frowned slightly. Had she already begun to worry about her friend so soon? Theo, we're doomed, Penny lamented, her face practically etched with despair. Was it truly necessary to be so distraught? Theodore felt a twinge of unhappiness at this realization, perplexed by his own emotions, yet he nodded gently, indicating he was listening. I forgot to feed my cat. Will it starve? Fear not. It won't perish, Theodore remarked, rubbing his temples. He was the one who fed the cat, so it was assuredly safe. Yet, who could explain why the individual before him had shifted from fretting over Potter to worrying about her feline? Was there a connection between the two concerns? Penny's distress subsided somewhat at his words. In her mind, Theodore possessed far greater knowledge than she did, at least in this world, and she instinctively chose to trust the one with the broader insight. Even if Harry were to be sent back, he still had a few days' grace. If the cat were to starve, it would indeed perish. The weight of their respective concerns was immediately apparent. But why? Penny voiced her lingering curiosity. I've already checked on it, Theodore replied nonchalantly, as if discussing what he had for lunch. Oh, Penny was taken aback by this revelation. Glancing toward him and continuing, Thank you, Theo. She smiled earnestly. You're so kind, always helping me. Not at all. You're overthinking it, Theodore replied, turning his head away awkwardly, his ears secretly reddening in an unnoticed blush. As their conversation unfolded, the two in the air had long since concluded their tussle for the memory orb, with Harry ultimately emerging victorious. Observing Draco's countenance, as dark as a cauldron-esque bottom, Penny quietly cautioned Theodore, Theo, I think it's best if you refrain from speaking with him for the time being. He seems quite menacing. Upon hearing this, Theodore couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Penny, unbeknownst to her, typically did not initiate conversations with Draco. Rather, they were often prompted by him. Ultimately, this class concluded in disarray due to the recent commotion. It was evident that only Draco and a few others were left feeling discontented. Penny quickly bid farewell to Theodore, reminding him to eat sparingly that evening, assuring him that she would bring him something. As she walked away, Theodore felt an overwhelming headache. When she had approached the Slytherin table earlier, it was in search of her brother, a perfectly reasonable endeavor. Now, if her intention had been to seek him out again, it was clear that Kevin alone could pierce him with a gaze sharp enough to inflict harm. However, the words of refusal lodged in his throat felt as heavy as lead, rendering him speechless. Ultimately, Theodore sighed inwardly, casting a glance at Draco, who was still engaged in idle chatter with Goyle and Crabbe, before resolutely departing in the opposite direction. Penny did not accompany Harry and the others. Instead, she hurried down the corridor, the path to the common room firmly etched in her mind. Upon entering, she greeted Simon and the others casually before dashing towards her dormitory. Noticing her frantic demeanor, Simon looked perplexed and turned to Neville, asking, What's up with Penny? They had already finished their classes. So why was she returning later than everyone else, and in such a rush? Neville shrugged, shaking his head, lost in thought as he gazed in the direction Penny had gone, realizing that even her silhouette was now out of sight. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, with Ron speaking first. Perhaps we will soon discover the reason for her haste. Is Hermione back yet? After a brief pause, Harry added, Has anyone seen where she went? She has been absent for the entire afternoon, even missing her classes. At the mention of Hermione, Simon's expression shifted to one of intrigue, prompting a small exclamation of surprise.